the land of fire, Konoha Ninja Village. Recently, the village's defense strength has been upgraded to another level, and ninja squads patrolling can be seen everywhere. As for the reason, it is also very simple. 5 days later, the ninja mission of Cloud Hidden Village will arrive in Konoha to officially sign an armistice peace agreement. At this point, the magnificent Third Ninja War has finally come to an end. The long-awaited peace is coming. Celebrate the whole world. Countless villagers are looking forward to the upcoming grand celebration. On the streets. But there was a handsome black-haired young man with a sad expression on his face. It's a pity that I can't help Hinata buy a life insurance, and the beneficiary writes my name. And it's a pity. Because, he really went to the insurance company, but was told that the beneficiaries of life insurance can only be immediate family members. I'm not the father of the day, so I can only do it. Sure enough, this world is fair, and if you open it after crossing over, you will probably lose your fortune, right? Kazuya quickly adjusted his mood. Yes, he's a traverser. Also crossed over to the body of a Konoha shadow ninja. 3 years ago, on the night of the Nine Tails, the predecessor was dying when he was fighting the tailed beast Hard Steel, and he also crossed over. As soon as he came, he was seriously injured and was on the verge of death, and if it weren't for Kazuya who happened to awaken the system, I'm afraid I would have gone to see the first Hokage at that time. It's just that even with the system, he lay in the hospital for more than 2 years before he barely recovered. The wound on that body can be imagined to be heavy. Now, and also aimlessly shopping on the streets. In his unique vision, he could see clusters of bright golden light falling from the bodies of some ninjas to the ground. One approached. Those golden clusters of light will automatically fly towards Kazuya. You have picked up 10 chakra, you have picked up 30 chakra, you have picked up 50 battle XP. The golden light clusters continue to merge into the body, and the amount of chakra in Kazuya was also increasing. Yes, this is Kazuya's golden finger, a god-level attribute system. All the golden light that falls can be picked up. There are chakras, combat experience, ninjutsu, talents, blood inheritance limits, and more. The golden light cluster drops regularly. In the normal state, the ninja's body will only drop chakra, combat experience and talents, and only when fighting will they drop good things such as ninjutsu and blood inheritance limits. Moreover, the stronger the ninja fighting, the higher the quality of the golden light dropped. 3 days ago, Kazuya had just been discharged from the hospital, and he was in the hospital, and he didn't have much chance of encountering the ninja's battle, and the attributes he picked up were also based on chakra, combat experience, and talent. However, for more than 2 years, the frenzied picking up attributes in the hospital has also made the current Kazuya's strength skyrocket. Just talking about that ninja throwing talent, it's already a full level LV5. Even if you bring Uchiha Itake with filial piety, he will be with him at most. Host, Kazuya. Age, 21 years old. Level, Shangnin. Chakra, LV3, 4580/5000. Ninjutsu, How Fireball LV4, Dragonfire LV3, Phoenix Fire LV4, Wind Cutting LV3, Vacuum Jade LV3. Physical Technique, Konoha Fluid Technique LV4, Konoha Whirlwind LV4. Illusion, Naruto's Technique LV3, here is not the Technique LV2. Blood Inheritance Limit, none. Special Skill, 3 Body Technique LV4, Instantaneous Technique LV3. The predecessor was just an ordinary soy sauce ninja. After picking up the attributes for 2 years, the direct strength exploded. Just looking at the chakra, it was already about to break through the limit of the upper ninja. Elite Kami Shinobi. Coupled with the various escape talents picked up, the current Kazuya can use the chakra of the 5 attributes of fire, thunder, wind, water, and earth, and in terms of hardware configuration, it is stronger than Kakashi in the original plot. Shangnin, it's not a cabbage. Even in the great ninja village, you can hold some power. And today's Kazuya is undoubtedly the best among the ninjas. His strength has already stepped into the threshold of the shadow level with half a foot. Very strong. After enjoying the last 3 days of vacation, Kazuya is ready to go to work in the dark department. The most important thing in the shadows is to fight. When the time comes, it will definitely burst out with a higher quality of golden light. However, just as Kazuya got up and was about to go to the dark base, a dark man wearing a beast face mask suddenly stopped in front of him. Captain Kazuya. After the visitor landed, he said in a deep voice, Hokage-sama wants to see you. Good. Kazuya nodded, and quickly followed the shadowy to leave. 3 generations of Hokage want to see themselves? And also a little surprised. He's just a squad leader in the shadows, and between him and the Hokage, there's a detachment leader and a chief captain. This time, it's a little strange how Ape Fei Ri/ could have overstepped the level to summon him. A few minutes later, Kazuya arrived at the door of the Hokage's office. Come in. Hokage-sama, Captain Kazuya has arrived. Okay, you can stand down first. After saying that, the third Hokage stood up from behind his desk. He looked at Kazuya who entered the room, and said with a kind smile, Kazuya, you seem to be recovering well, so I'm relieved. Thank you Hokage-sama for your concern. Kazuya had a simple smile on his face. His gaze wandered around the 3 generations. There, 2 clusters of golden light floated. You have picked up 100 chakra. You have picked up 100 chakra. Another 200 chakra in hand. Chakra, LV3, 4780/5000. It's getting closer and closer to a breakthrough. And very happy. This old monkey ape flying sun slash is worthy of the Hokage, and the quality of the chakra dropped is much higher than that of ordinary ninjas. 100 points chakra. It's equivalent to the chakra of an ordinary shinobi. Pure pigs. It's kind of cool. This time, Kazuya's smile has become more simple. 3rd generation was also very pleased. He walked over, patted Kazuya on the shoulder and said, Kazuya, I still remember your bravery when you fought against the Nine Tails. That kind of determination that is not afraid of death is the real will of fire. Where the leaves fly, the fire burns endlessly. After saying that, the expressions of the 3 generations of Hokage also became a little sad. On the night of the Nine Tails, of the 28 shadow ninjas who fought with him, only Kazuya survived. The person was also seriously injured and has been lying in the hospital until now. Yes. Burn. Kazuya has an empathetic expression. But in my heart, I was complaining wildly. Will of fire? MLM. When the 4 generations desperately sealed the Nine Tails, why didn't you burn it? The shadows of other villages are all charging with me, and when you come to the 3 generations of Hokage, I see you charge. That's it. Still burning. The current Kazuya, but a traveler from the earth, he doesn't believe in this. Talk some, you might as well give the old paper more gold. Worthy of the person I value. The 3 generations of Hokage looked at Kazuya's excited expression, and suddenly felt relieved. He took out a scroll from his sleeve and said, Kazuya, this is the Hokage's appointment paperwork. From today onwards, you will be the captain of the 2nd detachment of the Dark Department. Go to office as soon as possible. I believe that in your new position, you will play a greater role. Promoted? Captain of the Dark Part? And there was also a bit of an accident. The captain of the Dark Department, with 4 squads under his command, even in Konoha village, can be regarded as a powerful person. In the original plot, the peerless genius Uchiha Itachi was also promoted to the captain of the Dark Part on the eve of the night of extermination. But, think about it. And it's a retrospective. The 3rd generation promoted him to the captain of the Dark Part, but I am afraid that it is because of his predecessor, the combat performance of the Nine-Tailed Knight that is not afraid of death. Of the 28 ninjas in the shadows, he survived alone. What is it? It's a seniority. This is the seniority of carrying the Nine Tails head-on with the Hokage, and it is absolute loyalty, the purest will of fire. Hokage's own soldiers, that's it. At this moment, in the eyes of the 3 generations, and that is, the most loyal person, the most trustworthy subordinate. It's no wonder that as soon as he came out of the hospital, he was quickly promoted to the captain of the Dark Part. If this kind of hero is not promoted, won't it chill people's hearts? Thank you, Hokage-sama. And also disrespectful. The credit of the predecessor he suffers is also very reasonable. Come on. The smile of the 3 generations of Hokage became more and more kind, obviously really appreciating this subordinate who forgot to die and was full of loyalty. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Luyu, come in. Yes, Hokage-sama. The door was pushed open, and a ninja with braided hair and a visible scar on his face walked in. Nara Shikaku. Calm down. High IQ. Shadow mimicry. A tailed beast jade to the sky. Kazuya recognized the person in an instant. Nara Shikaku walked into the office, saw Kazuya, and said hello in a friendly manner. Now, Kazuya is quite famous in the Konoha ninja circle, with strength, qualifications, and loyalty, and many people are very optimistic about his future development. Hokage-sama, the matter of Cloud Hidden Village. Nara Shikaku hesitated slightly. Say it. The 3rd Hokage waved his hand and said, it just so happens that Kazuya is here, let him listen to it too, and see if there are any special discoveries. Well, I understand. Nara Shikaku nodded. He is a human spirit, and when he hears it, he understands that this is a signal that Hokage-sama wants Kazuya to participate in high-level affairs. In fact, Shikaku was not disgusted by this. Now, in the circle of Kazuya shinobi in the village, the popularity is very high, and many people have a good impression of him. This is a rare political resource. Shikaku briefly recounted the information he had received so far. The movement of Union Village is similar to what was expected, and Union's ninja is leading the delegation to Konoha. There are not many ninjas in the mission, and they are also moving along the planned route, which looks very normal and sincere. The 3 generations of Hokage listened and breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. This time the ninja war also caused Konoha to suffer huge losses. The long-awaited peace had finally arrived, and the pressure on his shoulders, the Hokage, had eased a lot. Kazuya, what do you think? The 3 generations of Hokage looked into Kazuya's eyes with an expression of encouragement on their faces. Aha! Kazuya was silent when he heard this. He knew that this was a test of his strategy by the 3 generations of Hokage, and if the answer seemed incompetent, his position might stop at the captain of the dark part. He pondered for a moment before he spoke. I don't think the signing ceremony of this peace agreement may not be peaceful. Definitely not calm. If I'm not mistaken, Hinata in the original plot died after the signing ceremony. Hinata, too, was almost taken away by Union Shinobi. Let's talk about it specifically. The 3 generations of Hokage said with interest. The gang of war maniacs in Union Village will definitely do something, and the 3 generations have also made arrangements in the village in advance. It's just that he feels that Union Village, as the defeated party, will not be too serious even if it is a troublemaker. Nara Shikasa has a similar view. Kazuya roughly organized the language and said, according to the previous information, when the 3 wars of Union and Iwa Shinobi started, Union Village once laid down a large area of land in Iwa Ninja Village, and in order to occupy this land, even the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow left Union Village and came here to take town. The big and small affairs of Union Village are basically handed over to the ninja head. That is, 1 village, 2 centers of power. And then, in 47, 3 generations of Thunder Shadow died, and it was not until the end of 50 years that the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow AI officially took office. Kazuya said lightly, I think it took so long to take over, and the factual contradictions at the top of Union Village may have been very acute. Luju's face on the side suddenly sank. Kazuya, what do you mean? Yes. Kazuya nodded and said, the 4th generation of Lei Ying AI is not a good person. He wants to borrow Konoha's hand to kill his political enemies and complete the centralization of power in Union Village. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 3 generations of Hokage also changed greatly. Kazuya continued, if I were the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, I would arrange a mission for the shinobi to be extremely difficult to complete, and it would completely anger Konoha and let the ninja die directly in the territory of the Fire Country. The task, you said. The brows of the 3 generations of Hokage have been tightly frowned. He also said, human pillar power, riding wheel eyes, white eyes, maybe one of them. Anyway, Union Village has been coveting these, isn't it? Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The trick of the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow is indeed very clever. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office instantly became solemn. This is borrowing a knife to kill someone. If that's the case, it's impossible for the ninja envoys of Union Village to escape from the Fire Country easily. In other words, Nara Shikasa's voice did not fall. The 3 generations of Hokage on the side spoke. On the Union side, it is very likely that there will be an elite ninja squad that has entered the territory of the Fire Country, and there are even a large number of ninja troops who are about to move to the border. Yes. Nara Shikasa added, Shinobi is dead, and the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow can take the opportunity to put pressure on Konoha and increase their influence in the village. If Shinobi survives, Union Village will be able to seize the village's white eye, riding wheel eye, and even the human pillar power. What a calculation! Both of them are very strategic ninjas, and they quickly made up relevant plans. So, it's very likely. The 3 generations of Hokage are shining. The transfer of power in the shadow and the confrontation between the old and new forces are all swords and swords, full of danger. This point, the 3 generations who have experienced the 2 Hokage handovers naturally understand it better than anyone else. Then this conjecture of killing people with a knife is very logical. If he stood in the position of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, he might have done something similar. And also, the 3rd generation of Hokage Lao Huai was relieved. I really didn't see the wrong person. You are indeed an incomparably good ninja. That's true. Nara Shikaku, who has a very high IQ, rarely looks down on anyone in strategy, but Kazuya at this time makes him feel very admired. Kazuya smiled faintly. He knows the whole plot, and the inferences are all backwards from the result, which is naturally reasonable. And also sees this opportunity to stand in a higher position. The next Konoha, Orochimaru's defection, the Uchiha extermination night, and the future Akatsuki, the 4th Ninja War, can be described as a crisis. If he doesn't have enough power, he may soon be eliminated from the competition. After all, even if you pick up attributes, you have to know where those shadow-level ninjas are. If you don't have the slightest intelligence, you can't even find the other party's people, and you still have to pick up the attributes of the wool. Kazuya, you go to the dark department to report first. The 3rd generation Hokage said with a smile, maybe in these 2 days, there will be a new S-class mission. You have to get ready. Yes. Kazuya nodded and left quickly. The 3 generations looked at his back, and the look of appreciation in their eyes was not hidden at all. Even Nara Shikaku, who has always had a very high vision, is the same. Half an hour later, Kazuya came to the dark base. On the night of the 9 Tails, he was a squad leader with 3 members under his command, but unfortunately they all died in the battle. Now, Kazuya has been promoted to the captain of the detachment, commanding 4 dark teams, and I don't know if there will be familiar ninjas under his command. You have picked up 20 chakra, you have picked up 20 chakra, you have picked up 50 battle XP. You have picked up 30 fire escape talent. You have picked up 20 fire escape talent. Walking from the gate to the window to receive the equipment, he also picked up more than a dozen clusters of golden light. Among them, most of them are combat experience, as well as 50 chakra, and some fire escape talents. The current Kazuya fire escape talent is LV4, 450/1000, it's not far from the full level of LV5. Ninjutsu talent is the same as ninjutsu level, both are LV1 LV5, and the experience value of each level is also 1000 points. Kazuya's fire escape talent is LV4, wind escape and thunder escape are both LV3, water escape, earth escape LV2, as for yin escape and yang escape, they are all LV1 with 0 experience. This is basically about the same as the strength of his ninjutsu of various attributes, with fire escape being the strongest, followed by wind escape and thunder escape. It is worth mentioning that he has been lying in the hospital for more than 2 years and has picked up attributes, and he already has 5 attribute chakras, which is also a great master in Shangnin. Captain Kazuya, this is your new equipment. The ninja in the equipment department handed out a dark costume and mask from the window, as well as some basic ninja equipment. Thank you. Kazuya nodded. You're welcome, that's what I'm supposed to do. The ninja in the equipment department has a friendly tone, and it is clear that he has a good relationship with Kazuya. Kazuya got the equipment and went to the locker room first to change into the clothes of the dark department, but he didn't rush to put on a mask. Then, he walked quickly to the field where the shadows were training for their daily life. I miss it so much. Can't wait. The quality of the golden light that I usually pick up every day is very average, but the golden light that I picked up during the ninja battle is of excellent quality, and the ninjas of the shadows are undoubtedly the elite of the elite. Therefore, Kazuya naturally does not miss the daily training of the dark part. Captain Kazuya. Congratulations. Haha, Kazuya-kun, you will be my top boss in the future. Kazuya Detachment Captain. The shadow ninjas I met along the way all smiled and greeted Kazuya. It seems that the popularity with people who are also in the shadows is very good. After all, the Battle of the Night of the Nine Tails made him an iconic hero in the shadows. Kazuya responded with a smile. His attention was in the golden light. You have picked up 10 chakra, you have picked up 30 chakra, you have picked up 20 chakra, you have picked up 10 chakra soon. He picked up a dozen clusters of golden light, all of them chakra. The prompt sound is crazy to burst. As soon as Kazuya arrived at the dark training ground, he picked up more than 300 chakras. His chakra volume broke the shackles in an instant. Your chakra amount has increased its level, and it is currently chakra LV4, 120/100,000, LV4 Shadow Chakra. The chakra in Kazuya's body began to skyrocket wildly, and in an instant, it broke through to the shadow level. Nice. Kazuya's gaze was delighted. It has only been a few days since he was discharged from the hospital, and his chakra volume has broken through from the upper ninja to the shadow level. Sure enough, the speed of picking up properties outside is much faster than in the hospital. Shadow level chakra, this is a qualitative change. It's a pity that only chakra has reached the shadow level, and Kazuya's combat experience and ninjutsu level are still some gaps from the shadow level. However, even if it's a weaker shadow, the strength is far from being comparable to the upper ninja. What's more, Hai also has a god-level attribute picking system. As long as you pick up more golden light in the shadows, your comprehensive strength will soon be improved. Phew, that's when it happened. Suddenly, there was a black shuriken flying towards Kazuya. Kazuya reacted quickly. He took out the kunao and slashed the shuriken out with his backhand. The next moment, there was a female ninja with black hair and red eyes, who appeared behind Kazuya in an instant. She raised her leg high and kicked it out with a Konoha whirlwind. Its movements are smooth and beautiful, and it is clearly powerful. However, just when that Konoha whirlwind kicked on Kazuya, bang! White smoke rises. Kazuya, who was standing in place, turned into a stake. Stand in. So fast. The black-haired and red-eyed female ninja exclaimed. You have picked up 50 battle XP. You have picked up 40 chakra. You have picked up 40 chakra. You have picked up 100 Konoha whirlwind skill XP. You have picked up 100 Konoha whirlwind skill XP. Your physical technique, Konoha whirlwind, has increased its level, and it is currently Konoha whirlwind LV5, 50/1000. It's upgraded again. Kazuya stepped out of the shadows with a satisfied smile on his face. Konoha whirlwind, regular physical skills. Like ninjutsu talents, they are also divided into LV1 LV5, and each level requires 1000 skill experience points to upgrade. In this wave, Kazuya picked up a few clouds of golden light, including 200 points of skill experience of Konoha whirlwind. In an instant, his Konoha whirlwind was raised from LV4 to LV5. It's okay. Kazuya is in a good mood. The efficiency of picking up attributes in the dark part is really much higher than that of the hospital, and just now, the level of chakra and physical skill Konoha whirlwind has been improved. Excellent. Kazuya-kun, no, it should be Captain Kazuya, welcome back. The beautiful female ninja with black hair and red eyes also stopped, and said in a gentle voice. Red. And also very unexpected. How did she end up in the... Of the shadows? That's right, the female ninja standing in front of Kazuya at the moment is the Sunset Red. Speaking of which, Kazuya after crossing over is a very good friend with Sunset Red. When he was hospitalized, Sunset Red would often come to visit him, and every time, he would bring a boiled chicken soup. The reason why the two have a good relationship is also very simple. I don't know if it's because of the crossing and the change of the plot line. Sunset Red's father didn't die in the Battle of the Nine Tails. Instead, he was saved by Kazuya's predecessor. This kind of kindness, as soon as it comes and goes, and the relationship with Sunset Red is naturally much closer. It's just that he didn't expect that Sunset Red also joined the Dark Department. Does the original plot have this paragraph? And also in memory. In the original book, Sunset Red is a beautiful vase, there are not many plots involved, and many life resumes are unknown. Not. Though whatever. Anyway, Kazuya didn't plan to go exactly according to the original plot. More than a year ago, I applied to Hokage-sama to join the Shadows. Sunset Hongtian said, my father also agreed with my idea, and he also wants me to be a hero who guards Konoha like Kazuya-kun. Want to guard Konoha, that's for sure. Sunset's red gaze was firm. She aspires to be a hero like Yakin. Kazuya glanced approvingly at Sunset Red. Excellent. This kind of enthusiasm should be used to guard Konoha. Anyway, don't guard Konoha anymore. A moment later, two more shadow ninjas walked up. Captain Kazuya, I'm Moonlight Blast, reporting to you. Hello Captain Kazuya, I'm Utsuki Zien, and I'm good at Konoha stream swordsmanship. The two shadows, a man and a woman, looked young and somewhat familiar. Hello, Kazuya responded with a smile. Now, he has also reacted. It seems that Moonlight Blast, Utsuki Sunset, and Sunset Red are all dark ninjas who have been added to the original team. It's just that after being discharged from the hospital, he was suddenly promoted from team leader to team leader. When he came back to his senses, Kazuya's expression was a little weird. This dark team always feels a little weird. The Moonlight Wind and the Moon and the Sunset are childhood sweethearts, and the Sunset Red and the Ape-Fly Asma seem to be too. However, but he became the boss of Sunset Red and Mao Yuzian. How do you feel? Bullish? After saying hello, Moonlight Blaster and Mao Yu Sunset quickly returned to the training ground. At this time, Moonlight Wind is 14 years old, and Mao Yuzian is only 12 years old. Both of them are at the level of middle forbearance, and they are both crane tails in the dark, so they naturally have to train hard. Kazuya moved a chair and sat next to the training ground. The training of the dark part is a great opportunity to pick up attributes, so naturally you can't miss it. Soon, the dozen or so people who were training in the field burst out with a lot of golden light. You picked up 40 chakra, you picked up 40 chakra, you have picked up 50 points of combat XP, you have picked up 20 physical talents. You have picked up 20 physical talents. Clusters of golden light continue to merge into Kazuya's body. Soon, he picked up 500 chakras and 400 physical talents. Your physical talent has increased in level, and it is currently LV5, 100/1000. It's upgraded again. This time it's a physical talent. Now, Kazuya's physical talent is one level higher than his fire escape talent. There is no way, the vast majority of ninja battles are still solved by physical skills. So, Kazuya picked up a lot more physical talent than ninjutsu talent. It's like in the original book, the kind of ninjutsu and forbidden art scenes are all high-end ninja battles, and it's usually hard to touch. Then, Sunset Red brought a cup of hot tea and walked over to Kazuya's side. Sunset smiled and handed over the teacup. Oh, Kazuya turned sideways angrily and took the hot teacup with his hand. The order just came, you were promoted to the captain of the 2nd detachment of the Dark Department, and I took over your previous position as the captain of the 7th Squad. I see, you have to keep working hard. By all means. I joined the Dark Department just to follow in the footsteps of Kazuya-kun and become a good ninja, and I will work hard. Sunset Red clenched his fists full of vitality. Now she is only 18 years old, and she still has a girl's pure and lovely temperament. And my father said it. Zirion lowered her head a little shyly, and said in a trembling voice, Hi-kun, you are kind to the Sunset family, and I will definitely repay you. Mako-senpai is also my companion, that's what I'm supposed to do. Kazuya waved his hand. Kazuya-kun, you are really a gentle and kind person. Sunset got up and blinked, then I'm going to train too. Good. Kazuya looked at the back of Sunset Red leaving, and couldn't help but feel a little funny. Sure enough, even in the ninja world, it's very face-watching. The benefactor is handsome, that is, there is no way to repay it, only to promise it with his body. If she looks ugly, it is estimated that the little girl can only be a cow and a horse in the next life. Women are so realistic. Kazuya sighed in his heart. Fortunately, I look okay, just like Ersuke and Madara, it can be regarded as a beautiful man. The time to come. He also held a teacup and sat next to the training ground, stunned. The ninjas in the shadows who are training are a little strange. This new squad leader looks a little too laid back, right? However, no one bothered to say anything. After all, everyone knows that Captain Kazuya has just been discharged from the hospital and is still a little unwell, so it is understandable to take more rest. However, a group of dark ninjas didn't know that Kazuya's vision was completely different from theirs. He sat on the sidelines, leisurely drinking tea, but from time to time golden light flew in. You have picked up 50 points of combat XP, you have picked up 50 chakra, you have picked up 40 chakra, you have picked up 100 experience points for the stand and skill, you have picked up 50 physical talents, you have picked up 100 points of experience for the instantaneous skill. Those dark ninjas who are trained in battle, from time to time, golden light will fall. As soon as the golden light falls, it will be picked up directly by Kazuya. The golden light within 100 meters will be automatically picked up as long as you see it, which is very convenient. 2 hours later, Kazuya had already picked up hundreds of clusters of golden light. Chakra alone has picked up 3,000 points, as well as thousands of combat experience, 400 points of physical talent, and so on. Now, Kazuya's physical talent is still 500 points away from reaching the full level. The stronger the talent, the more powerful the corresponding skill. I don't know if I can suppress Meikai in melee combat after the physical talent is fully leveled. Kazuya was thinking in his heart. Now, it shouldn't be a big problem. Akai of the Fourth War, it is estimated that the problem is very big. It's just that he's not in a hurry, there's still a lot of time, as long as he picks up enough attributes, let alone Baimankai, even if Kagaya comes, he can press and fight. Soon, the daily training of the dark part is over. The ninjas are either resting or on a mission. Kazuya sighed. Good times are always short-lived. It's also a pity that the daily training of the dark part is based on body arts, 3-body techniques, and ninja tools, and basically no one uses ninjutsu. This is also normal. Indoor venues make fire and water, lightning and thunder, and it is not easy to clean up. Therefore, the golden light related to ninjutsu and the blood inheritance limit has not been picked up. It seems that when we have time, we will organize actual combat training. Kazuya has a plan in mind. Now, he is the leader of the shadows, with 4 squads and 16 ninjas. These are experienced babies and must not be wasted. In the next 2 days, Kazuya was handing over work in the dark department, and he was very busy. To be honest, the affairs of the captain of the dark part are very complicated. It took him more than a day to sort out the things left by his predecessor. No wonder Naruto has been a Hokage for a busy week without a at-home life is not easy, and also size. However, no matter how busy he is, he will find time to take a walk around the training ground in the shadows. Because of the golden light dropped by the ninja, there is a time limit of 30 minutes. If the time is exceeded, it will disappear automatically. He didn't plan to waste those golden lights, he had to pick them up as much as he could. In this way, the shadow ninjas who train daily can see their captain Kazuya, and come to the training ground from time to take a turn. When I see some non-standard movements, I will give you some guidance casually. Captain Kazuya seems to care about us. Mao Yuzian was a little excited. In fact, after knowing Kazuya's bravery on the night of the 9 tails, she admired the senior very much. Humph, the moonlight on the side was gloomy, and he looked at the girl who was a childhood sweetheart, showing an expression of adoration to other men, and felt a little uncomfortable. However, the other party is the captain of the dark department, and even if he is dissatisfied in his heart, he does not dare to show it. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, as soon as Kazuya arrived at the shadow base, he saw a strong ninja stop him at the entrance. Captain Kazuya. The ninja said solemnly, "Gather your squad. There is an S-class mission and we are about to go." The person who came was the captain of the 1st detachment of the Dark Department, the eldest son of the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Shinashuk. He is also the father of Konohamaru, and is extremely good at fire and earth escape, and is a powerful elite shinobi. It is rumored that its combat effectiveness is by no means under the first shadow of the 3 generations, the elephant. Okay, Kazuya nodded. The next moment, he disappeared in an instant. In the office, Kazuya was already wearing the equipment of the dark part, and he was also wearing a white mask on his face. Red, go and gather the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th squads, and also out loud arrangement. Yes, Captain Kazuya. Sunset Red promised and quickly went down to gather the personnel. Business on business. If the mission comes, Kazuya-kun will become her top boss. Soon, on the training ground, 2 integrated dark teams gathered, the 1st to the 8th squad, all here. Except for Sunset Red's 7th squad, the other squads are all full of 4. The 1st team leader, Sarutobi Shinashuk. The 2nd detachment captain, Kazuya. The 2 stood in front of the 31 shadow ninjas. The atmosphere was solemn. S-class mission. Sarutobi Shinishuk said in a deep voice, the elite squads of the Fog Hidden Village and the Cloud Hidden Village have infiltrated the Fire Country, and our mission is to find them and then repel them. When you're fighting, you have to be measured, you see. Understood. A group of dark ninjas responded. Captain Kazuya, do you have anything else to add? Sarutobi Shinishuk asked sideways. Nope. Kazuya shook his head. At this moment, the expression on his face was a little empty, but no one would notice it through the mask. That's a lot of chakra. Kazuya sighed in his heart. His attention was on the golden light. You have picked up 50 battle XP. You have picked up 20 fire escape talent. You have picked up 20 earth escape talent. You have picked up 50 chakra. You have picked up 40 chakra. That's a lot of gold. The 8 squads of dark ninjas, plus the elite ninja ape-face Shinishuk, burst out a full 500 chakra. Coupled with the 5,000 chakras picked up 2 days ago, the amount of chakra in Kazuya now is, chakra, LV4, 9260/100,000. More than 9,000 points. If you come to more than 90,000 chakras, and the level of Kazuya, you can directly break through from the shadow level to the super shadow. A moment later, all the Dark Force captains followed Kazuya and Sarutobi Shinishuk and left the shadow base. The group hurried to the gate of the village. Elite squad of Fog and Cloud. This is the Hayaga Hinata incident. Is it about to start? Kazuya was in the center of the line, with a thoughtful expression on his face. In the original plot, the ninja head of Union Village kidnapped Hinata, but was killed by the Hayaga Patriarch in a few moves, and then Union Village took advantage of this to exert pressure, and Konoha handed over the life of the head of the Hayaga branch family, Hinata Hisa, before the matter was settled. Konoha, as the victor, was threatened by the defeated party's Cloud Hide. That sounds outrageous. Moreover, at this moment, Konoha, although the 4th generation Hokage has passed away, the 3 ninjas Orochimaru and Jiraiya are still in the village, and there are not many top-level combat powers. Can be threatened by Union Village. I'm afraid it's a weakness that has been pinched. Otherwise, an old fox like the 3 generations of Hokage would never give in when he was strong. What is the weakness that will make Konoha on the strong side admit it? And also feel confused? There's too little relevant information, there's no idea at all. That's when it happened. A group of shadows left the village gate and prepared to rush north. However, at the gate of the village, a white-haired man suddenly appeared. That's Self is also. Kazuya's eyes flashed. You have picked up 100 chakra. You have picked up 100 chakra. You have picked up 50 points of combat XP. As soon as he saw him, 3 clouds of golden light flew over. It is worthy of the legendary Toad Immortal, and the quality of the golden light that bursts out is already about the same as that of the 3 generations of Hokage. Jiraiya-sama. Sarutobi Shinishuk stopped. Last night, the old man told me about the mission, and I will set off with you, Jiraiya said in a solemn tone. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. Sarutobi Shinishuk replied in a solemn voice. His expression also became a little heavy. Even the adults of Jiraiya have been dispatched, and it seems that the ninjas who have invaded from the cloud and fog are very strong. The rest of the shadows also felt depressed. The 2 integrated detachments, plus Lord Jiraiya, it seems that this time they will face an extremely terrifying enemy. Another big pig is coming. Kazuya was excited. Even the Toad Immortals are here, and there must be shadow-level ninjas on the other side, and if you are lucky this time, you will definitely be able to pick up extremely high-quality attributes. Maybe, there will be a big breakthrough in strength. Let's go. Yes. A group of dark ninjas quickly disappeared in place. Strange. Jiraiya's gaze swept over Kazuya without a trace, and he was a little surprised. Such a strong chakra, when did there be such a powerful ninja in the shadows? The Land of Thunder is located in the northeast of the Land of Fire, and if the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village want to invade Konoha, they must be coming from north to south. The group quickly shuttled through the woods, heading for the northern part of the Fire Nation. It's a long way off. Therefore, the more than 20 hours after the team left the village were basically spent on the road. Kazuya doesn't feel tired. He has a shadow-level chakra and has a strong endurance. Also, on the way of the team, you can still pick up the golden light from time to time, which is a good feeling. You have picked up 30 physical talents. You have picked up 40 points of experience for the instantaneous skill. You have picked up 50 experience points of instantaneous skill experience. You have picked up 20 chakra. You have picked up 30 chakra. Along the way, the quality of the golden light that burst out was very ordinary, but it couldn't stand a lot of quantity. Soon, he also picked up 3,540 chakra points, as well as 200 points of physical talent. The current amount of chakra has become chakra LV4 13,000/100,000. The physical talent has also been increased to LV5 700/1000. Just as he was about to rest, a cloud of golden light suddenly burst out from Jiraiya's body. You have picked up 50 experience points of instantaneous skill experience. Your instantaneous technique has increased its level, and it is currently instantaneous LV4 30/1000. It's upgraded again. Kazuya's instantaneous technique has also been raised to LV4, which is the same level as the 3-body technique. You can level up even if you're in a hurry. That's nice. At this time, the team also came to the border area of the Fire Nation, and it was possible to encounter the ninja team of Cloud Hidden and Fog Hidden at any time. As before, scatter. After a brief rest, the captain of the first detachment of the Dark Department, Sarafii Shinashuk, gave the order. Yes, Captain. The ninjas of the 4 shadow squads responded to the order and quickly disappeared in place. Now, the dark part that has not left is the Sunset Red team under Kazuya, the 8th team with the existence of the Hyuga ninja, and the 2 main battle teams under the assistant of Sarutobi Shino. Got intelligence? The white-haired Jiraiya asked out loud. That's right, Jiraiya-sama. Sarutobi Shinashuk said solemnly, I received a secret report from the outpost ninja, and on the borderline, traces of the enemy's invasion were found. Jiraiya nodded, didn't speak again, and began to close his eyes and recuperate. At this time, the lustful immortal looked very majestic, and he was full of strong momentum, far less nonsensical than more than 10 years later. Actually, it's also normal. Jiraiya is also a human. After experiencing the grief of Tsunade's departure from the village, Watergate Kushina's untimely death, no matter how powerful a ninja is, there will be a period of low mood. It's human nature. Captain Kazuya. Suddenly, Sunset Red came and whispered, I found some traces left by ninjas. Take me to see it. Kazuya, who has been paddling, got up. Yes. Soon, Sunset Red left with Kazuya. The moon and the moonlight wind next to them saw that the 2 captains were gone, and they hurriedly followed. Shinashuk, let's go and take a look. Okay, Jiraiya-sama. Sarutobi Shinashuk immediately turned around and said, you stay where you are, be careful. Yes, Captain. A group of shadows promised. A moment later, Sunset Red led everyone to a dense forest. She pointed to the moss on the bark of the tree high and said, I found some moss scratches, most likely footprints, and Sunset Red came to the ground again and picked up a few branches. These branches have been trampled off. Look at the location of those moss traces and branches. The destination of the other party should be. It's the village. Mao Yuexi on the side looked shocked. The traces of the moss are all more than 10 meters high, and ordinary people can't go up at all. This is obviously a team of ninjas, heading in the direction of the village. Thousands of miles away, is Union Village going to set off a ninja war again? The voice of the 6 seedlings and the moonlight wind has also changed. Jiraiya in the distance, looking at those traces, showed a thoughtful expression. Kazuya was silent for a moment, and said slowly, starting the 4 battles, Union Village should not be so bold, and these traces are. It's fake. Fake. Sunset Red was surprised. Yes, that's fake. Kazuya nodded and said, the location of the broken branch, the incision is too slippery, this is not stepped on, but artificially cut off. As for the traces of those footprints, it is normal for the moss to be stepped on, but the bark exposed under the moss is too wet, and the other party should have just left not long ago. What's more, those ninjas who infiltrated must be elites. How could they even be so careless about trace processing? Unless, time is too tight. Sunset's red eyes lit up and said, Captain, what do you mean? It's misleading. At this time, Zille also suddenly walked up and said, the other party found us in a very far distance, and then quickly evacuated, because there was too late, the action was very hasty, and the traces made were less detailed. Yes. Kazuya agreed, this infiltrated ninja team is very experienced and strong, and there must be sentient ninjas, or other special reconnaissance methods, so they discovered our whereabouts in advance. The other party left information and wanted to induce us to make mistakes. Zille also said in a deep voice, since the direction indicated by the clue is the village, then the target of the other party is very likely to be other places, such as. Kazuya and Jiraiya glanced at each other, and said in unison, Daimyo's mansion. What? Daimyo's mansion? Is the target of the opposing ninja squad a daimyo? Sunset Red and Mao Yuzian and others were very surprised when they heard this. That makes sense. And there is also a sense of sudden enlightenment. No wonder in the original plot, Konoha was forced to hand over Hineda's life, so as to quell the kidnapping of Hineda in Union Village. It seems that in addition to the GI pressing realm, it is likely that it is the daimyo of the Fire Country, who is threatened by the opponent's elite ninja squad. The daimyo mansion of the Land of Fire is guarded by masters, and if you want to threaten the safety of the daimyo, Union will definitely dispatch extremely strong ninjas. Kirabi, or simply the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow AI? This kind of wild decapitation operation is very much in line with the character of the 2 brothers. Wealth and danger are sought. Then everything is on the right track. Kazuya sighed in his heart, this can become a ninja who can become the shadow of a village, and there is really no good stubble. Then, I'm a little scared. Fortunately, after listening to what the old man said, he was not very relieved, so he followed, otherwise something big might have happened. Now, Jiraiya's gaze at Kazuya also has a strange brilliance. This dark department, whether it is strength or strategy, is amazing. Compared to the Watergate, it's a little worse, but it's also a very good ninja. Chase. Kazuya said coldly, the other party must not have gone far. Yes, Captain. Sunset Red and other dark parts should promise. Under the mask. Kazuya's gaze swept over Jiraiya beside him without a trace. The other side has a strong ninja in charge, and Konoha also has it. Such a great opportunity must not be missed. It's best to knock out the brains on both sides for a while. Otherwise, where would he find such a high-quality golden light? The four dark teams quickly followed the clues and started tracking. With a general direction, the difficulty of tracking the enemy is naturally reduced a lot along the way. Several dark ninjas looked at Kazuya's gaze, and they were all dyed with a bit of a different color. Before, the newly appointed squad leader was very low-key, but he didn't expect him to be scheming and see through the conspiracy of Union Village at a glance. It's amazing. No wonder someone can be the captain of the detachment, but he's just an ordinary dark ninja. The gap is too big. Kazuya-kun is still as good as ever. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of Sunset's red mouth. The marching team formed a triangular formation, speeding through the trees. Kazuya and a Hyuga ninja are in the center, and Sarutobi Shinnishuk and Jiraiya are leading the team to the front, and if they encounter an enemy, they must be killed as soon as possible. Meanwhile, several elite ninjas are speeding through the trees. Ha! A dark-skinned strong man said coldly, Konoha's dog nose is really spiritual, can you smell us? I'm glad I had your white eyes. Green. After speaking, his eyes were on a ninja wearing a fog-hidden village. That gaze, no matter how you look at it, is a little weird. Lord Thunder Shadow. The ninja known as Ching said solemnly, now our common enemy, but Konoha, you don't want to fail this mission, do you? Naturally not. That dark-skinned burly ninja was none other than the 4th generation Thunder Shadow AI. Humph. The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow snorted coldly. With just a white eye, Union Village will have it sooner or later. However, at this moment, Na Ching shouted in a low voice, it's not good, 1,000 meters away. In a flash, the invading elite ninja squad all changed their expressions, hid in place, and became vigilant. 1,000 meters distance. Can't hide. You have to kill the pursuing Konoha ninjas. The other side. What is the number of opponents? Jiraiya asked with a frown. Hinakami Shinobu in the center of the team spoke, 1,000 meters away. There are 10. The strength of the chakra is extremely high, it should be all Shangnin, no, one of them. It's terrifying. That person's chakra strength definitely exceeds the upper ninja level, it's just like a tailed beast. At this moment, the Hyuga ninja seemed to have seen something terrifying, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chakra like a tailed beast. Sarutobi Shinnishuk's face also changed. 9 shinobi, and 1 is a shadow level? Jiraiya groaned, and his expression became solemn. Meantime, all the shadow ninjas were silent, waiting for the next order. Sunset, Wind, fight for a while, don't come to the frontal battlefield easily, Kazuya said coldly. But, Mao Yuzian wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Kazuya. It's an order, yes. Mao Yuzian lowered her head, but her expression was very unwilling. She was able to enter the shadows at the age of 12, and naturally she was also a genius ninja. At this moment, in the face of the enemy's elite forbearance, he felt that he was a drag oil bottle, which made Mao Yuzian, who had always been proud, feel very uncomfortable. If I can survive this time, I must practice hard, and I can't let Captain Kazuya look down on me. Mao Yuzian clenched his silver teeth. Not quite right. At this moment, the Hyuga ninja suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, that's White Eyes, there are ninjas from the Hyuga clan on the other side, they are going to find us. Oh my god. The Hyuga ninja in charge of the reconnaissance had the wrong voice. How can the enemy's upper ninja have white eyes? Could it be that the Hyuga clan has rebelled? It's a big event. Do it. Zilla was also very decisive, and said sharply, the shadow-level enemy is handed over to me, you are responsible for containing the others, if the enemy's strength is too strong, there is no need to fight. Completing the mission and getting the information is the top priority. Phew. After speaking, came and disappeared in an instant. Captain Kazuya, we. Sarutobi Shinnishuk turned his head and asked Kazuya's opinion. I fully agree with Jiraiya's seniors. And also directly swing, a little non-stick. Good. Sarutobi Shinnishuk agrees. The enemy has 9 upper ninjas, 1 shadow-level ninja, and more than a dozen upper ninjas on his own side, as well as the presence of Jiraiya, occupying an absolute advantage. Then it is very reasonable to operate steadily and reduce casualties. In a flash, Konoha's shadow ninjas also followed in an instant. Kazuya glanced in the direction in which Jiraiya had disappeared. Sure enough, only the weak play tactical routines, and the real shadow-level ninjas are all taken away by F2A sets. It's a crush pure gentleman. It's better than you and it's over. It's a pity. Later, I ran into a harder 6-way pain and was reversed. Kazuya sighed. Maybe that's how character determines fate. No matter how powerful you are, can you be a hanging? Meanwhile, comes and thrusts forward. Soon came to the enemy's hiding position. He stood on the treetops, his eyes glancing. There was silence all around, and there was no enemy in sight. No one. Jiraiya snorted coldly. Want to hide? Then blow you all out. Hands quickly sealed. Fire escape, great flame bomb. The next moment, a sea of blazing oil and fire erupted from his mouth, burning towards the enemy below. Boom, boom, boom. Flames roared. With the help of Chakra's condensed oil, the temperature of the sea of fire was terrifying. Once it is stained, it is extremely difficult to extinguish, and it will be burned to a charred corpse in an instant. This is the symbol ninjutsu of Jiraiya, and during the Great Ninja War, I don't know how many ninjas died in this sea of fire. Enemy attack. It's a ninja of Konoha. Watch out for the fire. Jiraiya's attack suddenly caused the opposing ninja to exclaim. It's just that the reaction of those upper ninjas was also extremely fast, and the moment the fire escape appeared, they scattered on the spot and dodged the attack. Water escape, water array wall. There was a woman shouting in the room. In a flash, there was a wall of water more than 10 meters high that rose up to the sky, stopping in front of the sea of fire. Water array wall. The art of the great flame bomb. Boom! Fire and water collided together with a low roar. The next moment, the wall of the water array was evaporated by the sea of fire, forming a high-temperature water vapor swept away. Whew! The swept high-temperature water vapor, like molten iron, directly burned through the surrounding trees, and a few wild boars that couldn't dodge were directly scalded. It's quite fragrant, no wonder wild boar is so expensive. Kazuya stood in the shadows in the distance, secretly observing, ah no, it's not a wild boar, it's this ninja who escapes from water, and his strength is quite strong. The sunset next to it is red, and Kazuya is white. She seemed to have heard something outrageous. Now, the Great War begins. Everyone was nervous. Only Kazuya was as calm as water, looking at the brilliant golden light, flying towards him. You have picked up 100 fire escape talents, you have picked up 80 water escape talent. You have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 200 chakra. You have picked up ninjutsu, fire escape, great flame bomb. You have picked up 1000 ignition escape. Great flame bomb skill experience. Your fire escape, great flame bullet has increased its level, and it is currently LV2, 0/1000. You have picked up 200 points of water escape and water array wall skill experience. You have picked up 100 fire escape talents, you have picked up 50 water escape talent. Moment. More than a dozen clouds of golden light flew in. It's a shadow level ninja. It's a good fight. Kazuya, who was secretly observing in the shadows, suddenly became happy. There's no way, it's really this wave of golden light, the quality is too high. Chakra alone has exploded more than 500 points, and there is a new fire escape ninjutsu. Quite fruitful. The other side. The large flame bomb and the high-temperature water vapor also ignited the detonation charms arranged by the surrounding enemies, and for a while, the explosions in the field continued one after another. Be careful. The enemy is coming. At this time, Sarutobi Shinnishuk suddenly shouted. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under the sun, dozens of shuriken flew in. Two done, two Lyubi. Sarutobi Shinnishuk quickly seals. His palm slapped to the ground, and in an instant, a tall earthen wall formed, blocking all the opponent's shuriken attacks. The next moment, the shadows beside Sarutobi Shinnishuk quickly dispersed and pounced on the enemy's upper shinobi. 12 vs 9, a clear numerical advantage. Kazuya stared intently. Seeing the earth flow wall without a dog's head, I am really a little unaccustomed. White-eyed. It turned out to be the green of Wien village. The Hinata shinobi roared angrily, on Konoha's wanted warrant. You still dare to come to the territory of the Fire Country? Today I will leave your life and be ashamed of the Hyaga clan. White-eyed. Soft boxing. The 8th Squad's Hinamai shinobi instantly locked onto his enemy. Fog-hidden village. Blue. The ninja of the fog-hidden village who took away the white eyes of the Hyaga clan on the battlefield. The sun was angry and rushed to the crown. Today, he vows to wash away the shame of the Hyaga clan. Boom, 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 boom. The upper ninjas on both sides fought together, and the dense forest was full of high-speed moving figures. Hurry! It's too fast! Whether it is the dark side of Konoha or the elites of Union Village and Wien Village, they are all good hands in the upper ninja, and once they fight, they will instantly fall into a scorching battle. In this way, Jiraiya's tactical intention was realized. Disrupt the opponent's formation, open a 1v1 heads-up, avoid the enemy's shadow-level ninjas, and cause huge damage to the shadows on your side. Just like there is a big gap between the middle ninja and the upper ninja, the gap between the upper ninja and the shadow level is also very big. For example, Jiraiya himself, he is confident that he will kill a dark team composed of Shangnin without injury. The same goes for shadow-level ninjas who believe in each other. Even at the moment when he saw the other party's shadow level, he confirmed his inner judgment. AI, it's you. Jiraiya's expression also became serious. That's right. The ninja in front of him at this moment, burly, dark-skinned, and domineering, was none other than the newly appointed 4th-generation Thunder Shadow AI. In Union Village, Thunder Shadow is here in person. It seems that Union Village is really out of the way this time. The legendary, of the 3 ninjas, immortals come from. The voice of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow was dull, but it was as loud as thunder. I actually ran into you. It seems that the luck of sneaking into the mission this time is not very good. It's not good. The destination of the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow is the daimyo mansion of the Fire Country. It was supposed to be a silent secret sneak-in, but I didn't want to run into Jiraiya. Whereabouts revealed. If you infiltrate the mission, you will lose the opportunity. Damn, how was it discovered? It was supposed to be a foolproof plan. The 4 generations of Thunder Shadow are very angry. Thunder Shadow, Jiraiya said in a solemn voice, as the shadow of Union Village, when peace is about to come, he invaded the territory of my Fire Country, and you have to pay the price for it. The price. The 4th generation of Lei Ying laughed disdainfully. Even if Bo Feng Shuman is standing here, he is not qualified to make me pay the price. You? A hint of anger finally appeared on Jiraiya's face. In recent years, Watergate's name has been his untouchable armor of thunder escape. Immediately, the 4 generations of Thunder Shadows shouted, and his body was shrouded in a layer of azure thunderlight. Thunder Chakra Mode. Transform the chakra into lightning and wrap it around the body to form a thunderbolt armor, which can greatly increase the caster's speed and defense. 3 generations of Thunder Shadow have relied on this move to fight tens of thousands of ninjas without defeat. Apparently, in the face of the legendary 3-person Zilla, even if it is the 4th generation of Lei Ying AI, he doesn't dare to be careless. A battle between 2 shadows. Even in the ninja wars, it's not common. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. Since he has also been sealed, he is condescending, and it is an explosive fire escape ninjutsu pouring down. The flame formed a fire dragon and tore towards the 4 generations of Thunder Shadows. Roar! The art of dragon fire. It's not just flames, it's also infused with a high concentration of chakra, and the destructive power is extremely amazing. Heavy flow. The 4 generations of Thunder Shadow were devoured by the fire dragon, but he was not afraid at all. He roared, and his elbow smashed towards the fire dragon. Explode! The 4 generations of Thunder Shadow roared, and his chakra output frantically shattered the fire of the dragon fire technique with a single blow. Bang! In the midst of an astonishing roar, there was a burst of fire, almost at the same time. Phew! The 4 generations of Thunder Shadows turned into a blue flash of light, and rushed towards the tall Jiraiya. Immortals, eat me a trick to thunder. Thunder hot knife. 4 generations of Thunder Shadows came in an instant. Boom! His speed was so fast that it even caused a terrifying explosion in the air. What a speed! Jiraiya's expression was surprised, but the movements of his hands were not slow, and he slapped his hands, ninja the next moment. His long silver hair hardened instantly, forming a shield that enveloped his body. Thunder hot knife. Who knows, the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow were not afraid at all, and they directly cut down their heads. Bang! The 2 shadow-level ninjas collided closely, stirring up an astonishing wave of chi. The art of messing with the lion's hair. Jiraiya was also not afraid. The chakra in his body was urged, and the long white hair of defense formed a lion-like shape and wrapped towards the 4 generations of Thunder Shadows. 2 peerless hunks. Chess against opponents. Neither of them took a step back. It's the front hard steel, see who can beat whom. Good. Push harder. For generations of Thunder Shadow, your knife is too soft. Didn't you eat in the morning? Hit. Aim for Jiraiya's face and hit it hard. That's right, call him a bare face. Whoever instigates who is a dog, it's better to force the fairy mode out. Under the mask, Kazuya's expression also became excited. Dry. Call loud za. If you don't dry up your brains today, no one will want to run. Such a high-level battle is probably only seen in the Great Ninja War. You know, Shangnin is not a cabbage, and some small ninja villages may not have double-digit numbers of Shangnin. Battle. The clash of Kunao's shuriken kept ringing. Fire escape. Thunder escape. Wind escape. Water escape. The sound of various ninjutsu explosions was also endless. Those who participate in the war are all ninjas, with rich combat experience and extraordinary strength, and from time to time some novel ninjutsu will emerge, or some clever tricks, and the like. The Jiraiya and the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow, who were caught in close combat, were about to hit the real fire. Click, click. The 4 generations of Thunder Shadow roared and cut off those white hairs, but his thunder escape armor was also entangled, and it almost shattered. Just kidding. In the original plot, Zilla can also use the technique of chaotic lionhair to kill the psychic beast of the beast path, and its lethality is very amazing, and the average shadow level ninja is enough to choke and be hard connected. That's the Thunder Shadow. A shadow level ninja with a weak point, just that moment just now, he has to entangle half his life. Thunder Abuse Level. The 4 generations of Thunder Shadow roared angrily, and a thunderbolt hand knife slashed towards Jiraiya again. Huang Kanuma. Kick back. In a flash, the ground under the feet of the two of them turned into a huge swamp and began to swallow everything on the ground. Trees, boulders, flowers and plants were swallowed up in an instant. The forest is sinking. Even the 4 generations of Thunder Shadows who were attacking were unsteady on their feet and almost lost their balance. Damn Jiraiya. The 4 generations of Thunder Shadow were unwilling, but they could only accept the attack and evacuate in an instant. If he is swallowed up in this quagmire, even he will be in danger of his life. Jiraiya's strength can't be underestimated, he seems to be even more powerful than before. The hearts of the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow began to burn. He is a berserker of the genre, and when he encounters a demon martial arts double cultivator who is as hard, it is really uncomfortable to fight. Now, Kazuya's expression under the mask also became more and more excited. You have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 300 chakra, you have picked up 200 points of combat experience. You have picked up 100 fire escape talents, you have picked up 100 thunder escape talent, you have picked up 100 wind escape talent, you have picked up 100 physical talents, you have picked up 200 points of experience for the instantaneous skill, you have picked up 200 experience points of stand and skill experience. Clusters of golden light flew madly towards Kazuya. The sky is full of golden light. Extremely dazzling. It's a wonderful picture. This is more than 20 ninjas, and the golden light that burst out when the 2 shadow level ninjas were fighting. That quality. It's scary. In a wave of battles, chakra alone, and he also picked up nearly 20,000 points. Now, Kazuya's chakra stat is LV4 33500/100,000. Shadow chakra 30,000. Today's Kazuya, even in the shadow level ninja, is considered to be at the midstream level. Even, the endless golden light is far from stopping. You have picked up the ninjutsu Thunder Chakra mode. You have picked up 1000 points of Thunder Chakra mode skill experience. Your Thunder Chakra mode has increased its level, and it is currently LV20/1000. The secret ninjutsu of Union Village has also arrived. And, escape talent. New ninjutsu. Instantaneous experience. Your fire escape talent has increased its level, and it is currently fire escape talent LV5/200/1000. Your thunder talent has increased its level, and it is currently thunder escape talent LV4/300/1000. Your water escape talent crazy upgrade. Water escape talent LV3/100/1000. Earth escape talent LV3/100/1000. Wind escape talent LV3/900/1000. In addition to the wind escape talent, the other 4 escape talents have all been directly upgraded by 1 level. Huge boost. In a flash, Kazuya's strength is almost doubled. Sure enough, the quality of the golden light picked up in actual combat is much higher than the daily training of the Dark Department. Shadow Median. Now Kazuya's combat power is unique in the Dark Department, even if it is the other 3 team leaders, or Uchiha Shisui, they are not his opponents. Stopping the water is not necessarily. Kazuya frowned. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, don't. Gods, what a troublesome Uchiha. It's a pity that the Shanin who participated in the war this time didn't have an illusion school, and he didn't pick up much illusion talent. Under the mask, Kazuya's gaze swept over Sunset's body. The Sunset read of the future, but the strongest illusion female ninja in Konoha, the existence of the illusion 10. It seems that there is a lot of potential for development. However, although I didn't pick up any illusion talents, Kazuya picked up the physical arts talent to the full level. Your physical talent is increased to max level LV5, and you will be rewarded with a special talent, Overdrive Reaction. Overdrive improved the strength of the body's nerve veins and greatly increased the speed of nerve reactions. Ha! Kazuya snorted. Overdrive Reaction. Dramatically increased the speed of nervous reactions. This is a huge improvement for ninjas. The 4 generations of Hokage Wave Feng Shui Gate relied on their unique reaction speed to dominate the ninja world. If you don't have that anti-heaven reaction speed, even if you have a flying thunder god, you won't go against the sky to that extent. It's kind of awesome. It turns out that after the talent reaches the full level, there are special rewards, and also aftertaste. After the escape talent reaches the full level, will there be a special reward? Quite possibly. Kazuya is looking forward to it. Now, the range of Hoankanuma is more than 100 meters, and the ninjas fighting around are also dodging at a rapid pace. The side of Wien Village. Next to Kamishinoba, who has white eyes, there is a girl ninja with turquoise eyes and long reddish-brown curly hair. Her right eye is covered by hair, although she can't see at all, but she still has a charming beauty. It can't go on like this. The beautiful misty girl ninja frowned and said, "Your whereabouts have been exposed, and if you drag it on for a long time, you will be surrounded by the ninjas of Konoha." After speaking, her gaze was on the shadows of the trees in the distance. There's also a team of ninjas hidden there. I've been peeping in the dark, waiting for the time to make a move. It also made Terumi Ming, who was still a girl, feel uneasy. Hidden beasts. Fangs. Talons. Always waiting for the opportunity to tear the enemy apart. Intimidating. The appearance of Hoan Kanema caused the upper ninjas on both sides to stop the battle and start a confrontation from afar. There were some minor injuries on everyone's bodies, but there were no casualties. Obviously, the shots of both sides were quite restrained, and they had no intention of being ruthless. Self also. For generations of Thunder Shadow are in. The two shadow levels do not distinguish between victory and defeat, and their victory or defeat does not matter at all. Ha! Under the mask, Kazuya snorted coldly. Truce? That's not going to work. I stopped fighting. What should I do with my golden light? Dry. I don't want to fight, so I'll light the fire. The next moment, Kazuya's eyes were on the body of the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, as soon as Kazuya arrived at the shadow base, he saw a strong ninja stop him at the entrance. Captain Kazuya. The ninja said solemnly, "Gather your squad. There is an S-class mission and we are about to go." The person who came was the captain of the 1st detachment of the Dark Department, the eldest son of the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Shinashuk. He is also the father of Konohamaru, and is extremely good at fire and earth escape, and is a powerful elite shinobi. It is rumored that its combat effectiveness is by no means under the first shadow of the 3 generations, the elephant. Okay, Kazuya nodded. The next moment, he disappeared in an instant. In the office, Kazuya was already wearing the equipment of the dark part, and he was also wearing a white mask on his face. Red, go and gather the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th squads, and also out loud arrangement. Yes, Captain Kazuya. Sunset Red promised and quickly went down to gather the personnel. Business on business. If the mission comes, Kazuya-kun will become her top boss. Soon, on the training ground, 2 integrated dark teams gathered, the 1st to the 8th squad, all here. Except for Sunset Red's 7th squad, the other squads are all full of 4. The 1st team leader, Sarutobi Shinashuk. The 2nd detachment captain, Kazuya. The 2 stood in front of the 31 shadow ninjas. The atmosphere was solemn. S-class mission. Sarutobi Shinashuk said in a deep voice, "The elite squads of the Fog Hidden Village and the Cloud Hidden Village have infiltrated the Fire Country, and our mission is to find them and then repel them. When you're fighting, you have to be measured, you see." Understood. A group of dark ninjas responded. Captain Kazuya, do you have anything else to add? Sarutobi Shinashuk asked sideways. Nope. Kazuya shook his head. At this moment, the expression on his face was a little empty, but no one would notice it through the mask. That's a lot of chakra. Kazuya sighed in his heart. His attention was on the golden light. You have picked up 50 battle XP. You have picked up 20 fire escape talent. You have picked up 20 earth escape talent. You have picked up 50 chakra. You have picked up 40 chakra. That's a lot of gold. The 8 squads of dark ninjas, plus the elite ninja ape-face Shinashuk, burst out a full 500 chakra. Coupled with the 5,000 chakras picked up 2 days ago, the amount of chakra in Kazuya now is, chakra, LV4, 9260/100,000. More than 9,000 points. If you come to more than 90,000 chakras, and the level of Kazuya, you can directly break through from the shadow level to the super shadow. A moment later, all the Dark Force captains followed Kazuya and Sarutobi Shinashuk and left the shadow base. The group hurried to the gate of the village. Elite squad of Fog and Cloud. This is the Hayaga Hinata incident. Is it about to start? Kazuya was in the center of the line, with a thoughtful expression on his face. In the original plot, the ninja head of Union Village kidnapped Hinata, but was killed by the Hayaga Patriarch in a few moves, and then Union Village took advantage of this to exert pressure, and Konoha handed over the life of the head of the Hayaga branch family, Hinata Hisa, before the matter was settled. Konoha, as the victor, was threatened by the defeated party's Cloud Hide. That sounds outrageous. Moreover, at this moment, Konoha, although the 4th generation Hokage has passed away, the 3 ninjas Orochimaru and Jiraiya are still in the village, and there are not many top-level combat powers. Can be threatened by Union Village. I'm afraid it's a weakness that has been pinched. Otherwise, an old fox like the 3 generations of Hokage would never give in when he was strong. What is the weakness that will make Konoha on the strong side admit it? And also feel confused? There's too little relevant information, there's no idea at all. That's when it happened. A group of shadows left the village gate and prepared to rush north. However, at the gate of the village, a white-haired man suddenly appeared. That's Self is also. Kazuya's eyes flashed. You have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 50 points of combat XP. As soon as he saw him, 3 clouds of golden light flew over. It is worthy of the legendary Toad Immortal, and the quality of the golden light that bursts out is already about the same as that of the 3 generations of Hokage. Jiraiya-sama. Sarutobi Shinnishuk stopped. Last night, the old man told me about the mission, and I will set off with you, Jiraiya said in a solemn tone. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. Sarutobi Shinnishuk replied in a solemn voice. His expression also became a little heavy. Even the adults of Jiraiya have been dispatched, and it seems that the ninjas who have invaded from the cloud and fog are very strong. The rest of the shadows also felt depressed. The 2 integrated detachments, plus Lord Jiraiya, it seems that this time they will face an extremely terrifying enemy. Another big pig is coming. Kazuya was excited. Even the Toad Immortals are here, and there must be shadow-level ninjas on the other side, and if you are lucky this time, you will definitely be able to pick up extremely high-quality attributes. Maybe, there will be a big breakthrough in strength. Let's go. Yes. A group of dark ninjas quickly disappeared in place. Strange. Jiraiya's gaze swept over Kazuya without a trace, and he was a little surprised. Such a strong chakra, when did there be such a powerful ninja in the shadows? The Land of Thunder is located in the northeast of the Land of Fire, and if the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village want to invade Konoha, they must be coming from north to south. The group quickly shuttled through the woods, heading for the northern part of the Fire Nation. It's a long way off. Therefore, the more than 20 hours after the team left the village were basically spent on the road. Kazuya doesn't feel tired. He has a shadow-level chakra and has a strong endurance. Also, on the way of the team, you can still pick up the golden light from time to time, which is a good feeling. You have picked up 30 physical talents. You have picked up 40 points of experience for the instantaneous skill. You have picked up 50 experience points of instantaneous skill experience. You have picked up 20 chakra, you have picked up 30 chakra. Along the way, the quality of the golden light that burst out was very ordinary, but it couldn't stand a lot of quantity. Soon, he also picked up 3,540 chakra points, as well as 200 points of physical talent. The current amount of chakra has become chakra LV4 13,000/100,000. The physical talent has also been increased to LV5 700/1000. Just as he was about to rest, a cloud of golden light suddenly burst out from Jiraiya's body. You have picked up 50 experience points of instantaneous skill experience. Your instantaneous technique has increased its level, and it is currently instantaneous LV4 30/1000. It's upgraded again. Kazuya's instantaneous technique has also been raised to LV4, which is the same level as the 3-body technique. You can level up even if you're in a hurry. That's nice. At this time, the team also came to the border area of the Fire Nation, and it was possible to encounter the ninja team of Cloud Hidden and Fog Hidden at any time. As before, scatter. After a brief rest, the captain of the first detachment of the Dark Department, Sarafii Shinnishuk, gave the order. Yes, Captain. The ninjas of the 4 shadow squads responded to the order and quickly disappeared in place. Now, the dark part that has not left is the Sunset Red team under Kazuya, the 8th team with the existence of the Hyuga Ninja, and the 2 main battle teams under the assistant of Sarutobi Shino. Got intelligence? The white-haired Jiraiya asked out loud. That's right, Jiraiya-sama. Sarutobi Shinnishuk said solemnly, I received a secret report from the outpost ninja, and on the borderline, traces of the enemy's invasion were found. Jiraiya nodded, didn't speak again, and began to close his eyes and recuperate. At this time, the lustful immortal looked very majestic, and he was full of strong momentum, far less nonsensical than more than 10 years later. Actually, it's also normal. Jiraiya is also a human. After experiencing the grief of Tsunade's departure from the village, Watergate Kushina's untimely death, no matter how powerful a ninja is, there will be a period of low mood. It's human nature. Captain Kazuya. Suddenly, Sunset Red came and whispered, I found some traces left by ninjas. Take me to see it. Kazuya, who has been paddling, got up. Yes. Soon, Sunset Red left with Kazuya. The moon and the moonlight wind next to them saw that the 2 captains were gone, and they hurriedly followed. Shinnishuk, let's go and take a look. Okay, Jiraiya-sama. Sarutobi Shinnishuk immediately turned around and said, you stay where you are, be careful. Yes, Captain. A group of shadows promised. A moment later, Sunset Red led everyone to a dense forest. She pointed to the moss on the bark of the tree high and said, I found some moss scratches, most likely footprints, and Sunset Red came to the ground again and picked up a few branches. These branches have been trampled off. Look at the location of those moss traces and branches. The destination of the other party should be. It's the village. Mao Yuexi on the side looked shocked. The traces of the moss are all more than 10 meters high, and ordinary people can't go up at all. This is obviously a team of ninjas, heading in the direction of the village. Thousands of miles away, is Union Village going to set off a ninja war again? The voice of the 6 seedlings and the moonlight wind has also changed. Jiraiya in the distance, looking at those traces, showed a thoughtful expression. Kazuya was silent for a moment, and said slowly, starting the 4 battles, Union Village should not be so bold, and these traces are. It's fake. Fake. Sunset Red was surprised. Yes, that's fake. Kazuya nodded and said, the location of the broken branch, the incision is too slippery, this is not stepped on, but artificially cut off. As for the traces of those footprints, it is normal for the moss to be stepped on, but the bark exposed under the moss is too wet, and the other party should have just left not long ago. What's more, those ninjas who infiltrated must be elites. How could they even be so careless about trace processing? Unless, time is too tight. Sunset's red eyes lit up and said, Captain, what do you mean? It's misleading. At this time, Zille also suddenly walked up and said, the other party found us in a very far distance, and then quickly evacuated, because there was too late, the action was very hasty, and the traces made were less detailed. Yes. Kazuya agreed, this infiltrated ninja team is very experienced and strong, and there must be sentient ninjas, or other special reconnaissance methods, so they discovered our whereabouts in advance. The other party left information and wanted to induce us to make mistakes. Zille also said in a deep voice, since the direction indicated by the clue is the village, then the target of the other party is very likely to be other places, such as. Kazuya and Jiraiya glanced at each other, and said in unison, Daimyo's mansion. What? Daimyo's mansion? Is the target of the opposing ninja squad a daimyo? Sunset Red and Mao Yuzian and others were very surprised when they heard this. That makes sense. And there is also a sense of sudden enlightenment. No wonder in the original plot, Konoha was forced to hand over Hineda's life, so as to quell the kidnapping of Hineda in Union Village. It seems that in addition to the GI pressing realm, it is likely that it is the daimyo of the Fire Country, who is threatened by the opponent's elite ninja squad. The daimyo mansion of the Land of Fire is guarded by masters, and if you want to threaten the safety of the daimyo, Union will definitely dispatch extremely strong ninjas. Kirabi, or simply the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow AI? This kind of wild decapitation operation is very much in line with the character of the 2 brothers. Wealth and danger are sought. Then everything is on the right track. Kazuya sighed in his heart, this can become a ninja who can become the shadow of a village, and there is really no good stubble. Then, I'm a little scared. Fortunately, after listening to what the old man said, he was not very relieved, so he followed, otherwise something big might have happened. Now, Jiraiya's gaze at Kazuya also has a strange brilliance. This dark department, whether it is strength or strategy, is amazing. Compared to the Watergate, it's a little worse, but it's also a very good ninja. Chase. Kazuya said coldly, the other party must not have gone far. Yes, Captain. Sunset Red and other dark parts should promise. Under the mask. Kazuya's gaze swept over Jiraiya beside him without a trace. The other side has a strong ninja in charge, and Konoha also has it. Such a great opportunity must not be missed. It's best to knock out the brains on both sides for a while. Otherwise, where would he find such a high-quality golden light? The 4 dark teams quickly followed the clues and started tracking. With a general direction, the difficulty of tracking the enemy is naturally reduced a lot along the way. Several dark ninjas looked at Kazuya's gaze, and they were all dyed with a bit of a different color. Before, the newly appointed squad leader was very low-key, but he didn't expect him to be scheming and see through the conspiracy of Union Village at a glance. It's amazing. No wonder someone can be the captain of the detachment, but he's just an ordinary dark ninja. The gap is too big. Kazuya-kun is still as good as ever. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of Sunset's red mouth. The marching team formed a triangular formation, speeding through the trees. Kazuya and a Hyuga ninja are in the center, and Sarutobi Shinnishuk and Jiraiya are leading the team to the front, and if they encounter an enemy, they must be killed as soon as possible. Meanwhile, several elite ninjas are speeding through the trees. Ha! A dark-skinned strong man said coldly, Konoha's dog nose is really spiritual, can you smell us? I'm glad I had your white eyes. Green. After speaking, his eyes were on a ninja wearing a fog-hidden village. That gaze, no matter how you look at it, is a little weird. Lord Thunder Shadow. The ninja known as Ching said solemnly, now our common enemy, but Konoha, you don't want to fail this mission, do you? Naturally not. That dark-skinned burly ninja was none other than the 4th generation Thunder Shadow AI. Humph. The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow snorted coldly. With just a white eye, Union Village will have it sooner or later. However, at this moment, Na Ching shouted in a low voice, it's not good, 1,000 meters away. In a flash, the invading elite ninja squad all changed their expressions, hid in place, and became vigilant. 1,000 meters distance. Can't hide. You have to kill the pursuing Konoha ninjas. The other side. What is the number of opponents? Jiraiya asked with a frown. Hinakami Shinobu in the center of the team spoke 1,000 meters away. There are 10. The strength of the chakra is extremely high, it should be all Shangnin, no, one of them. It's terrifying. That person's chakra strength definitely exceeds the upper ninja level, it's just like a tailed beast. At this moment, the Hyuga ninja seemed to have seen something terrifying, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chakra like a tailed beast. Sarutobi Shinoshuke's face also changed. 9 shinobi, and 1 is a shadow level? Jiraiya groaned, and his expression became solemn. Meantime, all the shadow ninjas were silent, waiting for the next order. Sunset, Wind, fight for a while, don't come to the frontal battlefield easily, Kazuya said coldly. But Mao Yuzian wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Kazuya. It's an order, yes. Mao Yuzian lowered her head, but her expression was very unwilling. She was able to enter the shadows at the age of 12, and naturally she was also a genius ninja. At this moment, in the face of the enemy's elite forbearance, he felt that he was a drag oil bottle, which made Mao Yuzian, who had always been proud, feel very uncomfortable. If I can survive this time, I must practice hard, and I can't let Captain Kazuya look down on me. Mao Yuzian clenched his silver teeth. Not quite right. At this moment, the Hyuga ninja suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, "That's White Eyes, there are ninjas from the Hyuga clan on the other side, they are going to find us." Oh my god. The Hyuga ninja in charge of the reconnaissance had the wrong voice. How can the enemy's upper ninja have white eyes? Could it be that the Hyuga clan has rebelled? It's a big event. Do it. Zilla was also very decisive, and said sharply, "The shadow-level enemy is handed over to me, you are responsible for containing the others. If the enemy's strength is too strong, there is no need to fight. Completing the mission and getting the information is the top priority." Phew. After speaking, came and disappeared in an instant. Captain Kazuya, we. Sarutobi Shinoshuke turned his head and asked Kazuya's opinion. I fully agree with Jiraiya's seniors. And also directly swing, a little non-stick. Good. Sarutobi Shinoshuke agrees. The enemy has 9 upper ninjas, 1 shadow-level ninja, and more than a dozen upper ninjas on his own side, as well as the presence of Jiraiya, occupying an absolute advantage. Then it is very reasonable to operate steadily and reduce casualties. In a flash, Konoha's shadow ninjas also followed in an instant. Kazuya glanced in the direction in which Jiraiya had disappeared. Sure enough, only the weak play tactical routines, and the real shadow-level ninjas are all taken away by F2A sets. It's a crush, pure gentleman. It's better than you and it's over. It's a pity. Later, I ran into a harder 6-way pain and was reversed. Kazuya sighed. Maybe that's how character determines fate. No matter how powerful you are, can you be a hanging? Meanwhile, comes and thrusts forward. Soon came to the enemy's hiding position. He stood on the treetops, his eyes glancing. There was silence all around, and there was no enemy in sight. No one. Jiraiya snorted coldly. Want to hide? Then blow you all out. Hands quickly sealed. Fire escape, great flame bomb. The next moment, a sea of blazing oil and fire erupted from his mouth, burning towards the enemy below. Boom, boom, boom. Flames roared. With the help of Chakra's condensed oil, the temperature of the sea of fire was terrifying. Once it is stained, it is extremely difficult to extinguish, and it will be burned to a charred corpse in an instant. This is the symbol ninjutsu of Jiraiya, and during the Great Ninja War, I don't know how many ninjas died in this sea of fire. Enemy attack. It's a ninja of Konoha. Watch out for the fire. Jiraiya's attack suddenly caused the opposing ninja to exclaim. It's just that the reaction of those upper ninjas was also extremely fast, and the moment the fire escape appeared, they scattered on the spot and dodged the attack. Water escape, water array wall. There was a woman shouting in the room. In a flash, there was a wall of water more than 10 meters high that rose up to the sky, stopping in front of the sea of fire. Water array wall. The art of the great flame bomb. Boom! Fire and water collided together with a low roar. The next moment, the wall of the water array was evaporated by the sea of fire, forming a high-temperature water vapor swept away. Whew! The swept high-temperature water vapor, like molten iron, directly burned through the surrounding trees, and a few wild boars that couldn't dodge were directly scalded. It's quite fragrant, no wonder wild boar is so expensive. Kazuya stood in the shadows in the distance, secretly observing, "Ah no, it's not a wild boar, it's this ninja who escapes from water, and his strength is quite strong." The sunset next to it is red, and Kazuya is white. She seemed to have heard something outrageous. Now, the Great War begins. Everyone was nervous. Only Kazuya was as calm as water, looking at the brilliant golden light, flying towards him. You have picked up 100 fire escape talents, you have picked up 80 water escape talent, You have picked up 100 chakra. You have picked up 200 chakra. You have picked up ninjutsu, fire escape, great flame bomb. You have picked up 1000 ignition escape. Great flame bomb skill experience. Your fire escape, great flame bullet has increased its level, and it is currently LV2, 0/1000. You have picked up 200 points of water escape and water array wall skill experience. You have picked up 100 fire escape talents. You have picked up 50 water escape talent. Moment. More than a dozen clouds of golden light flew in. It's a shadow level ninja. It's a good fight. Kazuya, who was secretly observing in the shadows, suddenly became happy. There's no way, it's really this wave of golden light, the quality is too high. Chakra alone has exploded more than 500 points, and there is a new fire escape ninjutsu, quite fruitful. The other side. The large flame bomb and the high-temperature water vapor also ignited the detonation charms arranged by the surrounding enemies, and for a while, the explosions in the field continued one after another. Be careful. The enemy is coming. At this time, Sarutobi Shinnishuk suddenly shouted, "Buzz, buzz, buzz." Under the sun, dozens of shuriken flew in. Two done, two Lyubi. Sarutobi Shinnishuk quickly seals. His palm slapped to the ground, and in an instant, a tall earthen wall formed, blocking all the opponent's shuriken attacks. The next moment, the shadows beside Sarutobi Shinnishuk quickly dispersed and pounced on the enemy's upper shinobi. 12 vs 9, a clear numerical advantage. Kazuya stared intently. Seeing the earth flow wall without a dog's head, I am really a little unaccustomed. White-eyed. It turned out to be the green of Wien village. The Hinata shinobi roared angrily on Kanaha's wanted warrant. You still dare to come to the territory of the fire country? Today I will leave your life and be ashamed of the Hyaga clan. White-eyed. Soft boxing. The 8th Squad's Hinamai shinobi instantly locked onto his enemy. Fog-hidden village. Blue. The ninja of the fog-hidden village who took away the white eyes of the Hyaga clan on the battlefield. The sun was angry and rushed to the crown. Today, he vows to wash away the shame of the Hyaga clan. Boom, 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 boom. The upper ninjas on both sides fought together, and the dense forest was full of high-speed moving figures. Hurry! It's too fast. Whether it is the dark side of Kanaha or the elites of Union Village and Wien Village, they are all good hands in the upper ninja, and once they fight, they will instantly fall into a scorching battle. In this way, Jireya's tactical intention was realized. Disrupt the opponent's formation, open a 1v1 heads-up, avoid the enemy's shadow-level ninjas, and cause huge damage to the shadows on your side. Just like there is a big gap between the middle ninja and the upper ninja, the gap between the upper ninja and the shadow level is also very big. For example, Jireya himself, he is confident that he will kill a dark team composed of Shangnin without injury. The same goes for shadow-level ninjas who believe in each other. Even at the moment when he saw the other party's shadow level, he confirmed his inner judgment. AI. It's you. Jireya's expression also became serious. That's right. The ninja in front of him at this moment, burly, dark-skinned, and domineering, was none other than the newly appointed 4th-generation Thunder Shadow AI. In Union Village, Thunder Shadow is here in person. It seems that Union Village is really out of the way this time. The legendary, of the 3 ninjas, immortals come from. The voice of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow was dull, but it was as loud as thunder. I actually ran into you. It seems that the luck of sneaking into the mission this time is not very good. It's not good. The destination of the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow is the daimyo mansion of the Fire Country. It was supposed to be a silent secret sneak-in, but I didn't want to run into Jireya. Whereabouts revealed. If you infiltrate the mission, you will lose the opportunity. Damn, how was it discovered? It was supposed to be a foolproof plan. The 4 generations of Thunder Shadow are very angry. Thunder Shadow. Jireya said in a solemn voice, as the shadow of Union Village, when peace is about to come, he invaded the territory of my fire country, and you have to pay the price for it. The price. The 4th generation of Lei Ying laughed disdainfully. Even if Bo Feng Shuman is standing here, he is not qualified to make me pay the price. You? A hint of anger finally appeared on Jireya's face. In recent years, Watergate's name has been his untouchable armor of thunder escape. Immediately, the 4 generations of Thunder Shadows shouted, and his body was shrouded in a layer of azure thunderlight. Thunder Chakra Mode. Transform the chakra into lightning and wrap it around the body to form a thunderbolt armor, which can greatly increase the caster's speed and defense. 3 generations of Thunder Shadow have relied on this move to fight tens of thousands of ninjas without defeat. Apparently, in the face of the legendary 3-person Zilla, even if it is the 4th generation of Lei Ying AI, he doesn't dare to be careless. A battle between 2 shadows. Even in the ninja wars, it's not common. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. Since he has also been sealed, he is condescending, and it is an explosive fire escape ninjutsu pouring down. The flame formed a fire dragon and tore towards the 4 generations of Thunder Shadows. Roar! the art of dragon fire. It's not just flames, it's also infused with a high concentration of chakra, and the destructive power is extremely amazing. Heavy flow. The 4 generations of Thunder Shadow were devoured by the fire dragon, but he was not afraid at all, he roared, and his elbow smashed towards the fire dragon. Explode! The 4 generations of Thunder Shadow roared, and his chakra output frantically shattered the fire of the dragon fire technique with a single blow. Bang! In the midst of an astonishing roar, there was a burst of fire, almost at the same time. Phew! The 4 generations of Thunder Shadows turned into a blue flash of light, and rushed towards the tall Jiraiya. Immortals, eat me a trick to thunder. Thunder hot knife. 4 generations of Thunder Shadows came in an instant. Boom! His speed was so fast that it even caused a terrifying explosion in the air. What a speed! Jiraiya's expression was surprised, but the movements of his hands were not slow, and he slapped his hands, ninja the next moment. His long silver hair hardened instantly, forming a shield that enveloped his body. Thunder hot knife. Who knows, the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow were not afraid at all, and they directly cut down their heads. Bang! The 2 shadow-level ninjas collided closely, stirring up an astonishing wave of chi. The art of messing with the lion's hair. Jiraiya was also not afraid, the chakra in his body was urged, and the long white hair of defense formed a lion-like shape and wrapped towards the 4 generations of Thunder Shadows. 2 peerless hunks. Chess against opponents. Neither of them took a step back. It's the front hard steel, see who can beat whom. Good. Push harder. 4 generations of Thunder Shadow, your knife is too soft, didn't you eat in the morning. Hit. Aim for Jiraiya's face and hit it hard. That's right, call him a bare face. Whoever instigates who is a dog, it's better to force the fairy mode out. Under the mask, Kazuya's expression also became excited. Dry. Call loud za. If you don't dry up your brains today, no one will want to run. Such a high-level battle is probably only seen in the Great Ninja War. You know, Shangnan is not a cabbage, and some small ninja villages may not have double-digit numbers of Shangnan. Battle. The clash of Kunao's shuriken kept ringing. Fire escape. Thunder escape. Wind escape. Water escape. The sound of various ninjutsu explosions was also endless. Those who participate in the war are all ninjas, with rich combat experience and extraordinary strength, and from time to time some novel ninjutsu will emerge, or some clever tricks, and the like. The Jiraiya and the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow, who were caught in close combat, were about to hit the real fire. Click, click. The 4 generations of Thunder Shadow roared and cut off those white hairs, but his thunder escape armor was also entangled, and it almost shattered. Just kidding. In the original plot, Zilla can also use the technique of chaotic lion hair to kill the psychic beast of the beast path, and its lethality is very amazing, and the average shadow-level ninja is enough to choke and be hard connected. That's the Thunder Shadow. A shadow-level ninja with a weak point, just that moment just now, he has to entangle half his life. Thunder abuse level. The 4 generations of Thunder Shadow roared angrily, and a thunderbolt hand knife slashed towards Jiraiya again. Huang Kanuma. Kick back. In a flash, the ground under the feet of the 2 of them turned into a huge swamp and began to swallow everything on the ground. Trees, boulders, flowers and plants were swallowed up in an instant. The forest is sinking. Even the 4 generations of Thunder Shadows who were attacking were unsteady on their feet and almost lost their balance. Damn Jiraiya. The 4 generations of Thunder Shadow were unwilling, but they could only accept the attack and evacuate in an instant. If he is swallowed up in this quagmire, even he will be in danger of his life. Jiraiya's strength can't be underestimated, he seems to be even more powerful than before. The hearts of the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow began to burn. He is a berserker of the genre, and when he encounters a demon martial arts double cultivator who is as hard, it is really uncomfortable to fight. Now, Kazuya's expression under the mask also became more and more excited. You have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 300 chakra, you have picked up 200 points of combat experience. You have picked up 100 fire escape talents, you have picked up 100 thunder escape talent. You have picked up 100 wind escape talent, you have picked up 100 physical talents. You have picked up 200 points of experience for the instantaneous skill. You have picked up 200 experience points of stand and skill experience. Clusters of golden light flew madly towards Kazuya. The sky is full of golden light. Extremely dazzling. It's a wonderful picture. This is more than 20 ninjas, and the golden light that burst out when the 2 shadow-level ninjas were fighting. That quality. It's scary. In a wave of battles, chakra alone, and he also picked up nearly 20,000 points. Now, Kazuya's chakra stat is LV4, 33500/100,000. Shadow chakra. 30,000. Today's Kazuya, even in the shadow-level ninja, is considered to be at the midstream level. Even, the endless golden light is far from stopping. You have picked up the ninjutsu Thunder Chakra mode. You have picked up 1000 points of Thunder Chakra mode skill experience. Your Thunder Chakra mode has increased its level, and it is currently LV2, 0/1000. The secret ninjutsu of Union Village has also arrived. And, escape talent. New ninjutsu, instantaneous experience. Your fire escape talent has increased its level, and it is currently fire escape talent LV5, 200/1000. Your thunder talent has increased its level, and it is currently thunder escape talent LV4, 300/1000. Your water escape talent crazy upgrade. Water escape talent LV3, 100/1000. Earth escape talent LV3, 100/1000. Wind escape talent LV3, 900/1000. In addition to the wind escape talent, the other 4 escape talents have all been directly upgraded by 1 level. Huge boost. In a flash, Kazuya's strength is almost doubled. Sure enough, the quality of the golden light picked up in actual combat is much higher than the daily training of the dark department. Shadow median. Now Kazuya's combat power is unique in the dark department, even if it is the other 3 team leaders, or Uchiha Shisui, they are not his opponents. Stopping the water is not necessarily. Kazuya frowned. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, don't. Gods, what a troublesome Uchiha. It's a pity that the Shangnin who participated in the war this time didn't have an illusion school, and he didn't pick up much illusion talent. Under the mask, Kazuya's gaze swept over Sunset's body. The sunset read of the future, but the strongest illusion female ninja in Konoha, the existence of the illusion 10. It seems that there is a lot of potential for development. However, although I didn't pick up any illusion talents, Kazuya picked up the physical arts talent to the full level. Your physical talent is increased to max level LV5, and you will be rewarded with a special talent, Overdrive Reaction. Overdrive improved the strength of the body's nerve veins and greatly increased the speed of nerve reactions. Ha! Kazuya snorted. Overdrive Reaction dramatically increased the speed of nervous reactions. This is a huge improvement for ninjas. The 4 generations of Hokage Wave Feng Shui Gate relied on their unique reaction speed to dominate the ninja world. If you don't have that anti-heaven reaction speed, even if you have a flying thunder god, you won't go against the sky to that extent. It's kind of awesome. It turns out that after the talent reaches the full level, there are special rewards, and also aftertaste. After the escape talent reaches the full level, will there be a special reward? Quite possibly. Kazuya is looking forward to it. Now, the range of Hoankanuma is more than 100 meters, and the ninjas fighting around are also dodging at a rapid pace. The side of Wien Village. Next to Kamishinoba, who has white eyes, there is a girl ninja with turquoise eyes and long reddish-brown curly hair. Her right eye is covered by hair, although she can't see at all, but she still has a charming beauty. It can't go on like this. The beautiful misty girl ninja frowned and said, "Your whereabouts have been exposed, and if you drag it on for a long time, you will be surrounded by the ninjas of Konoha." After speaking, her gaze was on the shadows of the trees in the distance. There's also a team of ninjas hidden there. I've been peeping in the dark, waiting for the time to make a move. It also made Terumi Ming, who was still a girl, feel uneasy. Hidden beasts. Fangs. Talons. Always waiting for the opportunity to tear the enemy apart. Intimidating. The appearance of Hoankanuma caused the upper ninjas on both sides to stop the battle and start a confrontation from afar. There were some minor injuries on everyone's bodies, but there were no casualties. Obviously, the shots of both sides were quite restrained, and they had no intention of being ruthless. Self also. For generations of Thunder Shadow are in. The 2 shadow levels do not distinguish between victory and defeat, and their victory or defeat does not matter at all. Ha! Under the mask, Kazuya snorted coldly. Truce? That's not going to work. I stopped fighting. What should I do with my golden light? Dry. I don't want to fight, so I'll light the fire. The next moment, Kazuya's eyes were on the body of the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow. The information of this battle was transmitted back to Konoha Village. Hokage's office. Well done. The 3rd generation of Hokage put down the intelligence scroll in his hand and smiled excitedly. This time Union Village has really made a bloody investment, and even the bad boy of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow has led the team to infiltrate the territory of my fire country. It's a pity. I ran into Jiraiya and Kazuya. Shikaku. The 3rd Hokage was very pleased and said, "You and I have a good vision, and Kazuya is indeed a very good ninja. He has lived up to our expectations." Yes, Hokage-sama. Nara Luya nodded and said, "In the intelligence, Kazuya is fighting head-on with the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow and not falling behind. This is not the strength that ordinary dark ninjas can have." It seems that after being discharged from the hospital, Kazuya broke the shackles and reached a new level. The smile on the corner of the mouth of the 3 generations of Hokage never stopped, and he said in a deep voice, "After Kazuya returns this time, I will add another burden to him. Kazuya is excellent and loyal, and he is the talent that the village really needs. That's true. Nara Shikaku agrees. The third Hokage put down the pipe in his hand, and he looked at the sky outside the window, his eyes a little distracted. Because, in Kazuya, he saw the true will of fire, and also saw the shadow of Watergate. Meanwhile, the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow led his subordinates to cross the border of the Fire Country and enter the territory of the Land of Soup. Damn it! The incomparably strong 4 generations of Thunder Shadow roared angrily, "That hateful Konoha Shadow, go find out his identity, and in the future, I will take off his head on the battlefield." It's damn bad. The 4 generations of Thunder Shadow are furious. Back then, he had never suffered such a big loss in Bofeng Shuman. "Boss, then our plan?" A cloud hidden next to him asked out loud. Now that the surprise attack plan has been exposed, there is no need to continue. The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow said fiercely, "The 3 generations of Hokage, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru are all in the village, and a mysterious shadow has emerged, and if we go to attack the daimyo mansion again, we will be sent to death." But what about the ninja side? Ninja! The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, who had finally calmed down, said coldly, "The task has been handed over to him. If he can't bring back the white eyes of the Hyuga clan, he won't have to return to the Land of Thunder." "Yes, Lord Thunder Shadow." After hearing this, the Yun Ren next to him also had a cold look on their faces. Now, the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow looked in the direction of Konoha and clenched their fists. This time, he will definitely get it back. Konoha Dark Part. I have seen the of your miserable death. 2 days later, Kazuya and a group of dark ninjas finally returned to Konoha village. Next, it's time to hand over the task. After unloading the equipment, Kazuya planned to go home and rest, but was told by Sarafii Shinishuk that the 3rd Hokage wanted to see him. "See me." Kazuya had a rough guess in his mind. The summons of the 3 generations of Hokage are mostly related to his explosive combat performance before. On this, and also not worried. He became a shinobi at the age of 17, and he is a genius anyway. Genius, at a certain moment, suddenly had an epiphany, and his strength increased rapidly. Isn't it a normal thing? It makes sense. Anyway, everyone is like this. Even if it's a little outrageous, it's definitely more reasonable than Zhou Ming's kind of dream. Soon, Kazuya was in the Hokage's office and met the 3 generations of Hokage. "That's good." The 3rd Hokage took a puff of his pipe and said with relief, "Kazuya, I heard about your performance in this mission. It was very exciting, and it showed the momentum of my Konoha ninja. Very good. Of course, you can't be complacent. You still have a long way to go in the future. You have to keep working hard, understand?" Kazuya nodded when he heard this, but in his heart he disdained. It's a bunch of useless again. Even if you add a bonus, it's all considered that you are sincere. However, just when Kazuya complained silently, the 3rd Hokage suddenly picked up a scroll from the table. He got up, walked up to Kazuya, and handed the scroll up. And there are also some doubts. This is the table of contents of the Book of Seals. The 3rd Hokage smiled and said, "Kazuya, I will open the Book of Seals to you, and you can choose one of them to learn ninjutsu." The ninjutsu on the Book of Seals, also known as Forbidden Jutsu, each technique is powerful and dangerous, and it is very difficult to learn. So, for the time being, you can only learn one. You can't chew it as much as you want, and then take your time when you have mastered it. The Book of Seals. Kazuya's eyes lit up. This is Konoha's forbidden arts, and there are countless powerful forbidden spells recorded on it. For example, the reincarnation of the filthy earth, the technique of multiplying the detonation charm, the 8 doors of Dungia, the technique of multiple shadow clones, the technique of the flying thunder god, etc., are all super ninjutsu that shine in the original plot. 8 Fei Ri/trusts me so much. Kazuya's expression did not move, but the thoughts in his heart were flying wildly. I have to say that this Book of Seals is indeed something that makes people's hearts. Now, even Kazuya was a little excited. He glanced at it. Forget about the reincarnation of the filthy earth. If you really want to choose this, I'm afraid that the 3rd generation of Hokage will immediately turn around and suppress him. Baemon Dungia. The forbidden technique of injuring 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 self-inflicted injuries is unnecessary. After looking around the catalog, Kazuya's eyes finally locked. Flying Thor's technique. It seems to be pretty good. Previously, he had obtained a special talent, Overdrive Reaction, which happened to be used in conjunction with the Flying Thunder God technique. It's a good fit. The only thing that is a little troublesome is that the difficulty of Flying Thunder is too high, and only 2 people in the entire ninja world are proficient, and they are all cool. Therefore, it is still difficult to explode the skill experience of the Flying Thunder God technique. If you are in other ninja villages, it is difficult to increase the level of the Flying Thunder God's technique. Can be. In Konoha words, isn't there still 3 skill experience packs? And there was also a decision. You want to choose the Flying Thor technique. The third generation Hokage looked surprised. Kazuya, I have to remind you that this technique is extremely difficult, since the second generation of adults, only Mizuto has learned this ninjutsu. Even me, Jiraiya, or Orochimaru, no beginner at all. Have you thought about it? Kazuya nodded. Of course, there must be a road before the car reaches the mountain, and I believe in my talent. Alright then. The three generations of Hokage didn't say much. He took out the storage scroll, summoned the real Book of Seals, and let Kazuya copy the part of the Flying Thunder God's technique. That's right. After transcribing the Flying Thunder God, Kazuya suddenly spoke. Hokage-sama, I want to borrow 3 people from you. 3 people? Yes. You say. A few minutes later, Kazuya left the Hokage's office with a smile on his face. Experience package. Got. I saw a gentle-looking and sweet girl, who was stupidly kicking the stones on the side of the road. Kazuya-kun. Sunset Red raised her head, saw the familiar figure, and immediately waved her little hand happily. Red. And also smile. Really? It's better to see beautiful women. Why are you here? Kazuya said curiously. At this time, Sunset Red had already trotted over. She grabbed Kazuya's arm, and said coquettishly, Kazuya-kun, my father gave me an order today. I must invite you to dinner at home. Don't you want to run away this time? Kazuya was helpless. Okay, but can you let me go? Many people are watching. Cut, I'm not afraid of a girl. Why are you shy? I'm not shy. Alright, it's too late to explain, let's go. And also helplessly ran away by Sunset Red. Shy? Shy wool. This is just the last struggle of a pure love boy. In Konoha, the Sunset family is not a wealthy family, but the living conditions are much better than that of civilian ninjas like Kazuya. Sunset Red pulled Kazuya and soon arrived at the door of the house. Then, her father, who was already waiting at the gate, Kazuya. Seeing Kazuya's arrival, Sunset Zhenhong showed an excited smile on her face. I haven't seen you for a while. You kid has become more handsome. You really deserve to be my son-in-law. This, Kazuya pouted helplessly. Father. Sunset stomped her feet, and her pretty face turned red. What are you talking nonsense? This is not nonsense. Sunset Really Red Tiger said with a red face, my daughter, you are 18 years old this year, and the village will also usher in the long-lost peace. It's time to give birth to a grandson for me. No matter what, you have to pass on the will of fire. When Sunset Red heard this, the embarrassed expression on her pretty face suddenly froze. She suddenly sounded the Knight of the Nine Tails, and her father's advice to her. On that day, if it hadn't been for Kazuya-kun sacrificing his life to save him, I'm afraid it would have been my father's last words. Sunset Hong peeked at Kazuya's handsome side face, and inexplicably felt warm in her heart. Kazuya, and you. Sunset Zhenhong pretended to be angry and said, you are a man, won't you take the initiative? You are a person, everything is good, but your temperament is too old-fashioned, and you must have the momentum of youth to fall in love. As he spoke, he took Kazuya's arm and walked into the house. Ah, yes, yes. And also directly open pendulum. Sunset Red on the side covered her mouth and laughed non-stop. It's really rare to see Kazuya-kun so embarrassed. It's nightfall. After being full of wine and food, Kazuya left the Sunset house drunk. Sunset Zhenhong pulled him to talk for hours, as if he had endless words, obviously treating him as his own. This is also normal. The grace of saving his life, coupled with his talent, strength, promising, and super handsome, such a son-in-law is indeed difficult to find. In fact, the relationship with the opposite sex in the village is very good, and many eldest ladies from wealthy families have a lot of thoughts about him. Of course, more importantly, how can you not see that the sunset is really red? Your own daughter really likes this kid, and also, he, who is an elder, is naturally willing to contribute to this fate. Ninja World. The girl is getting older, and the boy is 20 years old, so it's time to think about starting a family. Nothing was said all night. Early the next morning, Kazuya woke up from his sleep. He washed up briefly, ate some breakfast, and walked to the training ground that had been agreed upon. Today, the experience package arranged by the 3 generations of Hokage is already in place. Oh, not an experience-based pack. It is the guard of the 4 generations of Hokage before his death. I don't know the fire Genma, and I am similar, and I am the same. 2 special ninjas, 1 middle ninja. Its strength is among the Hokage guards in the past dynasties, and it can be regarded as the most crotch-pulling session. Fortunately, strength is not important. What matters is the entire ninja world, and only these 3 people can fly Thor. The bankruptcy version, the art of the Flying Thunder Array. The 3 of them work together to use the Flying Thunder God to teleport objects or humans in the array over long distances. In fact, and I'm not too sure whether this Flying Thunder Array and Flying Thunder God skill experience can be used universally, but thinking about the power of the Flying Thunder God's technique, it's definitely worth the gamble. Hello, Captain Kazuya. As soon as he came up, he had 1,000 books in his mouth, and he didn't know how to know the fire in his mouth, so he greeted him politely. The person next to him also spoke. We have received an order from Hokage-sama, and in the past 2 days, we will assist you in practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. Good work. Kazuya smiled. That's as it should be. I don't know. Huo Genma also smiled. Captain Kazuya, you repelled the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow this time, but you have established your authority for the village, and what we have done is a trivial matter compared to you. Apparently. I don't know that Genma's attitude is very friendly, and when he knows Kazuya's record, he naturally admires Kazuya even more. Kazuya smiled. He was quite impressed by this ignorant fire Genjima. In the original plot, this is a natural war correspondent, and he can go up to rub the heat on any major event. In the Zongen exam, he was the chief examiner, and he also had a wave of hard steel with Maji, the leader of Cheyenne village, and magically fought without a win. Suzuki defected. He was chasing the shinobi, and was beaten half to death by the 4 of them. In the 4 wars, he and Terumi defended the daimyo together, and also showed a wave of flying thunder array techniques. The most outrageous thing is that when Mate opened the 8 doors of the ninja killing knife and the 7 people, he was also at the scene, and he was Kai Huang's teammate. This treatment is unique in the Dragon set. Soon. And the 3 of them went into action. Kazuya's request is also very simple, that is, let them use the Flying Thunder Array technique. Teleportation over long distances consumes a lot of chakra, but at close range, it's not much of a problem. The 3 of them quickly formed a formation and began to use the Flying Thunder Array technique. Phew! Disappear in an instant. And then, appeared 10 meters away. 10 meters in one step. The Flying Thunder God powerhouse is terrifying. Of course, it doesn't matter. The focus is on. Kazuya saw 2 blobs of golden light and flew towards him. You have picked up a special skill, Flying Thor's technique. You have picked up 1000 points of experience in the Flying Thunder God. Your Flying Thunder God technique has increased its level, currently LV2, 0/1000. Bet on it. Sure enough, it can. The skill experience of both techniques is universal. Kazuya's smile was evident on his face. The legendary Flying Thunder God is here. In the original plot, there are only 2 ninjas who really learn the art of flying thunder. The Forbidden Master has 1,000 hands. For generations of Hokage wave Fang Shui Gate. Both of them are super ninjas with the best talent in the ninja world. Others, even if the 8th Flying Sun, the strongest Hokage in history, has held the Book of Seals for decades, he has not learned the art of Flying Thunder God. The difficulty of this technique is so high that you can imagine it. However, at this moment, Kazuya, learning the art of flying thunder, is just a shuriken. Shuriken. More than 10 meters away, Shiranui Genma asked with a black line, Captain Kazuya, why are you attacking us with a shuriken? Sorry for the slippery hand. Kazuya touched his head and said with some embarrassment, okay. I don't know that Huo Genma didn't care too much, and he kindly asked, Captain Kazuya, did you see it clearly just now? It's too fast to see very clearly. Kazuya smiled, I may have to work hard for 3 people today. It's not hard. The side of the side said in unison, as Captain Kazuya said, as a ninja of Konoha, everything we do is for the sake of the village. Even if it's hard work, it's worth it. I don't know. Huo Genma nodded, and said softly, I just hope that Captain Kazuya can be smarter than us. Back then, we studied with the 4 generations of adults for more than a year, and we barely learned the art of flying thunder array, which is really worrying about our qualifications. Now, it's up to Captain Kazuya to go further. When it comes to the 4 generations of Hokage, the expressions of the 3 of them are inevitably a little heavy. Kazuya smiled, I'll do my best. Good. The 3 of them are full of energy, and it is another flying thunder array technique. Whoosh! A shuriken flew by. You have picked up 50 points of experience for the Flying Thunder God's skill. It's golden again. 20 meters away. I don't know that Genma smiled bitterly, Captain Kazuya, your hand slipped again. Hand slippery? That's certainly not the case. Because only in this way can you enter the battle state and burst out of skill experience. He also said quietly, Suanma, you have seen through it. In fact, I want to use the shuriken to confirm the location of the Flying Thunder Array and the flow of chakra. So high-end? I don't know that the Fire Genma was shocked. The 3 of them also knew nothing about the Flying Thunder God's technique, but they had the impression that the 4 generations of adults seemed to have said similar things. It's worthy of Captain Kazuya. At a glance, I can see the key to the Flying Thunder God's technique. Good. Ignorant Fire Genma said excitedly, then Captain Kazuya, you pay attention, just don't fly the shuriken in my face. That's a lot of work. We'll do our best. All 3 were in high spirits. In their opinion, if he can also learn to fly the Thunder God, it will also be a great thing for the whole village. The next full day, he was not watching the Flying Thunder Array technique, but he was discussing the relevant skills and experiences with them and the ignorant Fire General, of course. The former is the key, and the latter is pretending. One day, and on the bodies of the 3 of them, countless clusters of golden light burst out. You have picked up 40 chakra. You have picked up 50 chakra. You have picked up 50 points of experience for the skill of Flying Thor. You have picked up 60 points of experience in the Flying Thunder God's skill. You have picked up 30 points of experience in the skill of Flying Thor. Clusters of golden light continue to merge into Kazuya's body. Your Flying Thunder God's skill has been upgraded to LV3, 0/1000. You have picked up 20 points of experience in the skill of Flying Thor. You have picked up 15 points of experience for the Flying Thunder God's skill. When the level of the Flying Thunder God's technique was raised to LV3, the skill experience that burst out from the three of them became less and less. From 60 points at the beginning, to 20 points later, and then to single digits, even for more than an hour in a row, no more skill experience will be exposed. Alas, Kazuya sighed silently in his heart. It seems that the pleasant journey of lying down and winning is coming to an end. I don't know that the Flying Thunder Array technique of the three people in the Fire Shanjian is a bankrupt version after all, and it can be regarded as an unexpected joy to be able to raise the Flying Thunder God's technique to LV3. In the evening, Kazuya's Flying Thunder God technique is locked at LV3, 500/1000, and then he didn't reveal any more skill experience. It's okay. Every time you pick up a new skill, you can burst out 1000 skill experience points and directly upgrade to one level. Otherwise, the Flying Thunder God of Kazuya is estimated to be still on LV2. After the training, the four of them went to Ichiraku Ramen for a seafood ramen meal before going home, comfortable and very happy. The taste of Ichiraku Ramen is really good. Of course, the focus is on the Flying Thunder God technique is finally here. The next day, and didn't meet with the Flying Thunder trio again. Anyway, the skill pack has been drained, and it would be a waste of time to train again. He went to the bustling commercial street of Konoha and prepared to create a batch of special kunao. The kunao used in the technique of the Flying Thunder God must be able to attach chakra, and ordinary bitterness is indispensable. In the original plot, the kunao used by Bo Feng Shui Gate is also made separately. On the road, they are all villagers in an endless stream. This afternoon, Konoha and Union Village will officially sign a peace agreement. The villagers on the street had expressions of joy on their faces. In fact, 2 days ago, the delegation of Union Village had already come to the village. It's just that the high-level leaders of the two sides are still negotiating some treaties, and the formal signing ceremony was held at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Of course, these are all things that the Ape Flying Sun Slash and the Konoha Elder Group are worried about, and they don't have much to do with the current Kazuya. It's still not high enough. Kazuya sighed softly. As the saying goes, people go to high places, and water flows outward. This time it made him realize the beauty of power. If Kazuya was just an ordinary ninja, how could he have access to the Book of Seals, and he could still find 3 experience packs to increase the level of the Flying Thunder God, status, power, and also have better expectations for the future? It didn't take long, and he found a ninja shop. I paid some deposits and customized a batch of special kunao. The price is very expensive, but fortunately, Kazuya, who is a ninja, is very rich in itself. As for the style of the kunao, it is enough to follow the 4 generations of Hokage, and there is no need to design a new one. As the strongest Flying Thunder God ninja, Bo Feng Shuman's relevant equipment settings must have been tempered, and he didn't plan to make any more trouble for himself. After the peace treaty was signed, Konoha began to celebrate with great pomp. Under the Hokage building, in the square, and in the streets everywhere, there were cheering crowds everywhere. It's an peace has finally arrived. Konoha, Hokage-sama. Look, the back of those Yunren seems to be a dog. Hahaha, Yun Yinkan's ninja head is so ugly, it's too much different from the adult Zillet. Amid the frantic cheers of the Konoha villagers, Yun Shinobi's mission departed gloomily. The leader is a middle-aged ninja with a worrying appearance, and the Cloud Ninja's forehead is loosely blocked on his right eye, and that appearance is the same style as Kakashi. It's just that the difference in appearance is really miserable. The ninja leader heard the cheers of the Konoha villagers, but a grim smile appeared on his face. Konoha, who loses and who wins, it's not certain yet. Person. It's the one who kidnapped Hinata in the original plot, but was killed by Hinata in seconds. The shinobi leader left ruthlessly, but he didn't see it, and Nara Shikaku's eyes were locked on him. Kazuya-kun's speculation. Will it come true? Nara Shikasa looked thoughtful. Now, Konoha has already laid a net on his side, just waiting for the group of Union Village to do it. Now, Konoha Village. Countless villagers were cheering, and in the sky, there were also ceremonial flowers rising into the sky, blooming with brilliant brilliance. There are many ninjas who have experienced the cruelty of war, and tears are overflowing from the corners of their eyes. It's not easy. To this hard-won peace. Cheers to peace. In the crowd, Sunset's beautiful red eyes were looking for the familiar figure, but after looking for a long time, they didn't find it. What about Kazuya-kun, didn't he come? Sunset's red expression was a little lost. In this kind of celebratory moment, without Hyejun by his side, I always feel that something is missing in my heart. Oh my daughter. The sunset next to him said with a rare smile, you didn't participate in the celebration with your friends, but accompanied me, an old man, just because he didn't come. Father. The always gentle sunset red, rarely glared at his father fiercely. Really? Which pot is not opened, which pot is mentioned? And, this time, she didn't want to go to her friends. Because as long as you go, you're going to run into that nasty guy from 8-Fei Asma. Relying on the fact that he is the son of Hokage-sama, he is either pretending to be forced or bragging every day, and he always says something inexplicable. Annoying people. Can't you be like Kazu-kun, low-key and down-to-earth? With a little achievement, I brag about it everywhere. Poor. Hyejun has repelled 4 generations of Thunder Shadow, but he can live a low-key life as always. Peaceful, restrained, mature, plus a handsome one. This is the real man. Ape-fly Asma? It's just a child, it's too far away from Kazuya-kun. Now. And yes, he was far away from the hustle and bustle of the crowd. He went alone to the village cemetery to pay his respects. After sprinkling water and cleaning up, Kazuya also placed a bouquet of lilies next to the tombstone at his feet. Alas, after all, it's my only relative. I hope you can go to the brave new world in the next life. Kazuya sighed leisurely. Some emotion. But there wasn't much sadness. After all, it's someone you've never met before. In fact, and there is also a full name, Kazuya Nohara. It's a pity that it's not Nohara Shinoshuke's Nohara, but Nohara Rin's. Yes, the woman who changed the entire ninja world, Nohara Rin, is his sister. It's a pity. Nohara Rin died before the Night of the Nine Tails, and the two never met. It's not a coincidence. And also complained in his heart, if I had come a few years earlier, it would have started as a fairy without a father and a mother, with a sister and a house. When the time comes, play hard. Maybe I'll have to go black just after graduating from Obito Ninja School. That's when it happened. Suddenly, a figure appeared. The man crouched down and placed a bouquet of flowers next to the tombstone. Kazuya's gaze looked over. The silver-haired, black-masked teenager greeted with a guilty face, it's been a long time. Hello, Kazuya-senpai. Kakashi. Kazuya nodded. At this moment, the person who appeared next to him was none other than the future 6th Hokage, Kakashi Hakiki. Now Kakashi is still a 17-year-old boy, with an air of indifference that no one can approach. The two were silent. No one spoke. Kakashi seemed to be a little afraid of Kazu, and he just half knelt on the ground, wiping the tombstone in front of him, his gaze empty and distracted, as if looking at some lost treasure. A moment later, Kakashi got up, he looked at Kazuya with a solemn expression, suddenly bowed deeply, and said solemnly, I'm sorry, Kazuya-senpai, I'll do my best to make up for all this. In the future, if Kazuya-senpai needs me to do something, I will do my best if you tell me. Doing your best? So assassinate the 3 generations of Hokage again, do you dare? I'm afraid I'm going to sell me if you turn around. Kazuya sneered in his heart, but said quietly on his face, you don't have to make up for anything, Lin has already made a choice. Even if she does it again, she won't regret it. Where the leaves fly, the fire grows endlessly. Whether it's Lin or Obito, they are all sacrificing for their companions and for the village, and their lives are valuable. After saying that, Kazuya patted Kakashi on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, Kakashi, the night has given us black eyes, but we should go and find the light. So, be brave and live. Kazuya's expression is very sacred, but even he doesn't believe what he says. However, Kakashi was a very different story. He stared blankly at Kazuya, his pupils shaking. With black eyes, to find the light? I don't seem to understand it. But the soul was deeply shaken. Kakashi roared, and his gaze changed as he looked at Kazuya. Surprised, shocked, gratitude, adore, respect. Look for the light with black eyes. Isn't he the one who is in the endless darkness, but yearns for the light world? Kazuya seniors. The Kakashi people were numb, and he had a feeling that his soul had been violently impacted. What kind of realm can a master of this realm realize the truth of the world, and also smile? He was thinking in his heart, should he talk to Kakashi when he had time, if he could blow Rachel out, he would be considered to have not talked so much nonsense today. The noise in the village has disappeared. The villagers who had celebrated for a day also returned home exhausted and soon fell asleep. But, this night, someone is destined to sleep restlessly. At night, there was a flash of figure. Kazuya appeared near the Hyuga clan's clan land. If the speculation is good, the ninja head of Union Village will do it tonight. The peace celebration is over, and it is the time when people's hearts are fluctuating and their vigilance is relaxed. Stop. Suddenly, a shadow stopped in front of Kazuya, and the shadow was stunned and said in surprise, Captain Kazuya, it's me. Kazuya nodded, I'm a little worried, let's take a look for myself. After all, it's Captain Kazuya. The shadow man admired. Hokage-sama personally approved the vacation, but he didn't work hard and took the initiative to work overtime. This is the consciousness that Captain Kazuya is superior to others. I admire it so much. From behind his mask, white eyes can be seen. This person is the Hinatami Shinobi under the command of Kazuya, and he also participated in the fierce battle with the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow before. Apparently, the 3 generations of Hokage accepted Kazuya's suggestion, and after the arrival of the Union Village mission, they focused on the Nine Tails Pillar Force, the Hyuga clan, and the Uchiha clan. The one on duty in the Hyuga clan tonight happens to be the Dark Department under Kazuya. Meantime, in order to allow Kazuya to concentrate on the study of the art of flying Thor, the 3 generations of Hokage also granted him a special vacation for a period of time. It's just that Yun Shinobi kidnaps Hinata, and he will definitely not miss it. Maybe it's a white eye? Maybe. White eyes, as one of the 3 major pupil techniques in the Hokage, are actually quite bastard. To put it simply, it's a 360-degree X-ray. Except for reconnaissance, it's basically useless. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan, the upper ninja is the end, and there is no one higher level. Actually, it's not that the white eyes are weak, but that the Hyuga clan is too weak. In the original plot, the white eyes of the Big Barrel would Kagaya came up and hit Ryudeo Zuoming running all over the ground. It's not that the white eyes are weak, it's the Hinata who doesn't have the chakra of the Big Barrelwood clan, and he can't exert the ability of the white eyes at all. Bloodline. It's lost in the bloodline. Kazuya doesn't worry about this. As long as he lives long enough, he will be able to pick up the chakra of the Itsuki clan sooner or later, and at that time, even if he evolves the white eye into the reincarnated eye, it will not be an impossible thing. When the time comes, the 4 major pupil techniques will open together, and the eyes of dogs all over the world will be brightened. Soon, Kazuya's figure also disappeared into the night. The Dark Department on duty around them, seeing that it was Captain Kazuya coming, didn't have much reaction. Even, I was a little moved. In the evening, as a team leader, he set an example and took the initiative to work overtime. And Captain is a person who can handle it, and he is really good when there is something. 1:30 in the morning, the most tired moment of man. Woohoo! Suddenly, several figures turned into the courtyard of the Hyuga clan. It's coming. Kazuya's eyes lit up. Soon, there was a commotion in the courtyard. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan fought together with the 3 cloud ninjas who attacked at night. However, within 2 minutes, the battle was decided. The 3 Yun ninjas, including the ninja head of Union Village, were all killed on the spot. Under the moonlight, he suffered a set of gossip and 64 palms, and his death was extremely miserable, and also hidden in the shadows. In the field, more than a dozen clusters of golden light kept flying towards him. You have picked up 50 battle XP. You have picked up 50 thunder escape talent. You have picked up the blood inheritance limit, white eye. You have picked up 200 pupil power. Your pupil power has increased its level, currently LV2, 100/500. You have picked up the soft fist method, Bagwa 64 palms. You have picked up 1000 points of Bagwa 64 palm skill experience. Your Bagwa 64 palms have increased their level, and the current level is LV2, 0/1000. Great harvest. White eyes in hand. In a flash, he also felt that a cool energy spread over his eyes. Whew! Kazuya exhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to open his eyes. This is the Hyuga mansion. There are many people, and if someone sees it, I'm afraid that something troublesome will happen. I'll leave it to you, Kazuya commanded lightly. Yes, Captain. The darkness around promises. The next moment, Kazuya's figure disappeared in place. As soon as Union Village died, this matter came to an end. As for the fate of Hinata after that, it has nothing to do with him. Half a month later, Kazuya returned to his daily dark life. Go to the base every day to check in, and then go to the training ground to pick up attributes, and the life is very leisurely. At the level of the detachment leader, there are some small tasks that can be handed over to the people below to complete. If the detachment leader is dispatched, it is basically an S-level mission. Today's ninja world has just entered a period of peace, so naturally there are not too many S-class missions. In half a month, Kazuya picked up another 20,000 chakra, and by the way, he also picked up the 3-body technique to the full level. The current value is, chakra, LV4, 62,500/100,000, more than 60,000 chakras. This is already considered an upper middle level shadow. As for the Flying Thunder God's art, immortal arts, and the like, it remains the same. These powerful skills are too difficult to improve. There are few ninjas who can fly Thor, and there are not many ninjas who can use immortal arts. In the entire Konoha village, it is possible to explode the golden light related to the immortal arts, and it may be with the Great Snake Pill, Orochimaru. When he walked into the dark base, Kazuya was still pondering. Calculate the time, those things about Orochimaru should also be discovered by the 3 generations of Hokage, right? At that time, it will be another bloody drama mixed with friendship and master-apprentice love. However, Kazuya is looking forward to this. Ape Flying Sun Chop, or Akimaru, Zi also. With such a lineup, the quality of the Golden Light Drop should be better than the battle of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow? Kazuya just walked to the door of the office. I was frightened. Captain Kazuya, please train me hard. A cute-looking purple-haired girl knelt on one knee and said in an extremely resolute tone, Kazuya, speak slowly. It's training. That's fine. Kazuya was a little disappointed, but his expression remained unchanged and said, training? I think for you, the intensity of the daily training in the shadows is already very high. Not enough. It's not enough. Mao Yuzian gritted his silver teeth and said, I still want to become stronger, only in this way can I chase in the footsteps of Captain Kazuya. Now. Mao Yuzian raised her head and looked at Kazuya with a determined gaze. What she says is what she thinks in her heart. In the past half a month, the number of times Mao Yuzian and Hiya have met can be counted on one hand. This made her feel inexplicably frightened. After all, Kazuya was promoted to the captain of the detachment, so he didn't have to do some daily guidance. The opportunities for the two to meet are naturally becoming less and less. Kazuya was slightly silent for a moment. Suddenly I had some impressions. Mao Yuzian, this girl, looks very arrogant, but in fact, she has a deep little fangirl attribute in her heart. Worship the strong. I like handsome people of the opposite sex. In the original plot, Atsuki Zien, who had just entered the shadows, followed Kakashi for a while, and behaved like a little fangirl. It's just Kakashi Iceberg, and he's not interested in women at all. Later, he was caught up by the latecomers of Moonlight Blast and picked up the cheapest. Now, and also came back to the taste. The strong, handsome. Isn't that just talking about himself? It seems that the battle of the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow has caused a great impact on the little girl Mao Yuzian. Girlish feelings. Understandable. Please, Captain Kazuya. Mao Yuzian lowered her head and said sincerely, I want to follow your footsteps and become a strong man in my own right. Please. Bang. The girl was so sincere that she even kowtowed directly. All right. Kazuya nodded with an embarrassed face and said, if you want to accept my training, then you will have a lot of hardships to suffer in the future. I'm not afraid of hardship. Mao Yuzian raised her head, her eyes were excited and firm, and she said, as long as I can become stronger, I am willing to suffer no matter what kind of suffering. Alright then, I hope you remember what was said today. Definitely. Mao Yuzian got up and smiled happily, I will remember what I said today, and I will not let you down. Great. It worked. Long live Captain Kazuya. At this moment, the girl Zien is really happy. Kazuya sighed in his heart. 12 years old. What a sin. Mao Yuzian quickly left excitedly. To be honest, if it weren't for the fear of rejection, she would have wanted to worship and be a teacher directly. The Atsuki family does have some ninjutsu inheritance, but it is also very weak. If there is no guidance from a famous teacher, maybe in her life, she will be able to go to the end of special forbearance. Captain Kazuya, a powerful ninja who can fight against the 4 generations of Thunder Shadows, is also a hope that Atsuki Yuyan can't refuse at all. The hope of becoming a truly strong person. That's enough to make her give everything to fight for it. A few minutes later, Yuri Red entered Kazuya's office. Kazuya-kun. Ziriong asked curiously, did you see Zien just now? I saw her smiling and looking very happy. Well, she just left me. Kazuya pointed to the information on the table as he spoke, this is the intelligence information that has been summarized, Hong, and I'll trouble you next. After speaking, and he stood up and gave up his place. The sunset was red and white, and Kazuya glanced at it. What a nemesis. There's a bunch of things arranged every day. I don't know if she's here to be a dark department, or someone to be a secretary. Don't be bitter. Kazuya pinched Sunset's red face, pulled out a smile, and said, you're Sunset Red, the strongest illusion female ninja in Konoha in the future, don't be scared by a little work, come, laugh at it. Wuwu Sunset's red face was ripped like a bun. She opened Kazuya's hand angrily and said fiercely, okay, Kazuya-kun, don't disturb my work anymore. I'm busy, okay. After saying that, Sunset Red glared at Kazuya a few more fiercely, what a bad guy. A moment later, Sunset Red threw herself into the busy work. Actually, she still likes these jobs, and she has a sense of participation in the affairs of the captain in the dark. This is the location of Sunset Red dreams, and also very satisfied. In the original plot, Sunset Red Cien had 8 points, although it was not as good as Tsunade's 10 points, and it was used to be the captain of the dark part at that time, but it was more than JoJo. If you have something to do with the secretary, it feels very good. He also thinks that maybe he should take time out again to cultivate the face of the moon. With Sunset Red and Moon Sunset, you don't have to be afraid of trouble when you deal with government affairs or something in the future. Kazuya sighed. What a precaution. It is he who can have such a far-sighted vision. It is worth mentioning. Half a month ago, the batch of Flying Thunder God Kunao customized by Kazuya has also been ready. They are all in the style of the 4 generations of Hokage periods, a batch of 40 pieces, and the quality is very good. The owner of the ninja shop, after hearing that he wanted it, directly gave a 50% discount and gave 10 more. It turned out that the owner of this ninja shop was a retired ninja. Once on the Night of the Nine Tails, he was saved by his predecessor. This is also a bonus. Now, each Kunao Supreme is engraved with Kazuya's unique technique. The Flying Thunder God technique of LV3 should not be as good as the 4 generations of Hokage, but in the entire ninja world, there are basically no opponents. With today's strength, self-preservation is no problem. Kazuya felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. In the current ninja world, the power of the 6 realms is far from appearing, and the strongest person is probably the shadow of the 5 villages, as well as Pain, Obito, and others. When you meet these top masters, you can definitely run away if you can win or not. The technique of Flying Thunder God, just like that. Knock knock. Just when Kazuya was a little distracted, there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in, Kazuya said softly. Squeak. The door was pushed open. With a solemn face, Sarutobi Shinnishuk walked in. Captain Kazuya, there is an S-class mission. Please gather the upper ninja in the team immediately. Sarutobi Shinnishuk's expression looked very serious, obviously something big had happened. Kazuya was stunned. It was that thing that happened? And said quietly. His expression did not change in the slightest. Captain Kazuya, I'm waiting for you at the training ground. No problem. Hearing this, Sarutobi Shinnishuk turned around and left the office with a gloomy face. The Sunset Red on the chair also hurriedly got up. She was also forbearing, so she naturally wanted to participate in the action. Behold! As soon as Sunset Red got up, he was slapped back by Kazuya. Red, your work is not finished yet, stay in the office honestly for me. But, Sunset was red and puffed up, and his expression was very aggrieved. There are no outsiders at this time, and her delicate and cute temperament has come up again. Nothing, Kazuya said with a dark face. Now, I am your boss, you just need to follow my orders. With Sunset Red was beaten up by Hai, and she was aggrieved and scared, but when she was working, she couldn't show too abnormal. However, in Sunset's red heart, there is a black villain who comes to play. It's too overbearing. Kazuya-kun, you've changed. You used to be very gentle. That's not there yet. That's it. Heh, man. And he didn't know the richness of Sunset's inner drama. His expression was calm, but his heart was excited. Looking at Sarutobi Shinnishuk's Sema face, the 8 achievements are the big snake pills who are making trouble. So, Sunset Red is still forgotten. The enemy this time, but Orochimaru, even Kakashi Heiji was scared of the terrifying ninja. The sunset is red, maybe you will get a box lunch. If you get a boxed lunch in advance, it will be a big loss. On the training ground, there are already 5 squads assembled in the shadows. Sarutobi Shinnishuk's 3 squads, as well as Kakashi's 11th squad, and the 12th squad. As for the Dark Department under Kazuya's command, they are basically out on missions. There is only the 7th squad of the Red Sunset and the Sunset. Forget it. It's also a drag oil bottle when you go up. It can be said that this time it was all the Hokage's direct shadow department. Hinata, Uchiha, Nara, Oil Girl. There is not a ninja from a wealthy family. Even Hinata and Oil Girl, who are good at detection, don't bring. It seems, it's really the Orochimaru incident. Kazuya glanced at the dark ninjas present, and he basically knew it in his heart. A scandal broke out among his disciples, and the old guy of the 3rd generation still wanted to cover it up, and he really cherished his feathers. Captain Kazuya, let's go. Yes, let's go. Naruto building. Yes, Captain. In a flash, the 20 shadows on the training ground all disappeared in an instant. Countless figures swept out of the dark base and headed towards the Hokage building. A few minutes later, on the roof platform of the Hokage building, the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun / dressed in combat uniforms, have been waiting there for a long time. His face was gloomy and terrifying, and his astonishing aura permeated the hearts of the newcomers. Hokage-sama, a group of dark voices said solemnly. The 3 generations of Hokage glanced around with a cold gaze and ordered, Shinnishuk, Kazuya, each of you will bring a small team of shadows with me, and the others will follow the orders of the scroll to monitor the Root and Uchiha clans. Until I return, the people of the Root are not allowed to leave the base, and the people of the Uchiha are not allowed to approach the mission area. Yes, Hokage-sama. There is a dark part of the result command scroll, and it leaves quickly. Kazuya's eyes moved. Monitor the Root organization of the group, understandable, but Uchiha. It can only be said that the current Uchiha, and the contradiction between the upper echelons of the village, is already obvious. Shinnishuk, Kazuya, let's go too. Good. Yes, Hokage-sama. Soon, several more figures disappeared quickly. This moment, The shadows who followed the 3 generations of Hokage were all in a heavy mood. Even 3 generations of adults are going to take action in person, and who is the enemy this time? Who is? I can't imagine it. Could it be the seal of the 9 tails? Is there something wrong again? The hearts of the shadows sank again. The last time the 3 generations of Hokage made a move, it was the disaster of the 9 tails. That time, most of Konoha's shadows died, and the casualties were extremely heavy. Now, I won't do it again. 15 minutes later, the group entered the Forest of Death. Exercise ground number 44. In the original plot, where Zhou Ming took the middle ninja exam, it's all youth, Kazuya sighed in his heart. Then, not far ahead, there are several shadow ninjas who are violently cracking the mechanism of the underground experimental base. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions continued one after another. How's it going? The 3 generations of Hokage came in an instant, and asked with a solemn expression. Hokage-sama, the mechanism and barrier at the entrance have been destroyed, and you can enter at any time. The dark man in the white cat-faced mask said respectfully. Good. The 3 generations of Hokage nodded, and said in a deep voice, Elephant, Shinashuk, Kazuya, the 3 of you go in with me, and the rest of the people go to block all the exits of the underground laboratory, don't let the people inside escape. And the 3rd generation Hokage said in a deep voice, the target of this arrest is Orochimaru, you have to be careful and try to capture it alive. Orochimaru? Captured? Alive. The dark pupils present shook wildly. Nima. The target of this arrest turned out to be Lord Hokage's favorite disciple, Orochimaru, known as the 3 ninjas. OMG. What's the difference between this and going to die? Still captured alive. With our little ability, catch Orochimaru alive? Gan. The hearts of the shadows roared wildly. However, in the loyalty of the 3 generations of Hokage, they all decisively accepted the order. I'm afraid, but I can't hesitate when it's time to work hard. Beside, Kazuya's expression under the mask is a little weird. Elephant. He remembers the code name. This shadow department is the direct escort of the 4 generations of Hokage, and it belongs to the henchman of the henchmen. In the Konoha Honkai project, he was the dark commentator who stood outside the 4 purple flame arrays and was in charge of explaining crumbs in the dark. His own Hokage was besieged and killed in the array, and he didn't want to think of a way, so he explained it with emotion outside. Kazuya's gaze swept over the elephant's body without a trace. I really can't see that this elephant is also a talent in his bones. Fire escape, how fireball technique. The 3 generations of Hokage quickly sealed and directly took action in person. Boom! A terrifying fireball erupted. In an instant, the last wall in front of him was shattered. Follow me. The 3 generations of Hokage didn't wait for the smoke and dust to clear, and rushed in with their heads down. Behind him, Sarutobi Shinashuk and the elephant also did not stop. The underground passages are very narrow and the lights are dim. Because of the poor ventilation, there was a disgusting smell in the air. This is a real ninja. And there is also some admiration. Such an environment made it uncomfortable for him to stay for 10 minutes, but Orochimaru was able to conduct experiments here for many years. It's not an ordinary person. In fact, Orochimaru is still quite humane to Konoha ninjas, and as long as it doesn't involve experimental problems, he will generally not be ruthless. Otherwise, I am afraid that the 3 generations of Hokage will not dare to let his secret troops move. That's 3 shinobi. Shadow ninja. When the dark part of the lone person touches it, it will be killed in an instant. Under the ground. This is a medium-sized experimental base. As soon as I entered, I saw 2 human laboratories. On the left-hand side, dozens of containers are full of humans, and they can't tell what kind of experiments they are doing, but they look very infiltrating. On the right-hand side, it's even more heavyweight. This experiment is very large, and there are several utensils with a field of more than 10 meters, which contain some experimental materials for the human body of a snake head, or a human head and a snake body. Some of the test material, apparently not yet dead, was wailing in pain in the vessel. There were several researchers in the laboratory, and when they saw the 3 generations of Hokage coming, they all knelt on the ground in great fear, trembling. Damn! Kazuya was shocked. Nima. Neurotic. He only knew that Orochimaru was a dark scientist, but he didn't know that the method of doing experiments was so curious. Not feeling well. Looking at those mutated monsters, Gene Kazuya remembered Shaw Tucker in Full Metal Alchemist, who refined his daughter and dog into a synthetic beast. Childhood shadows. You know, this Shaw Tucker is 5 times the champion of Shinura Danzu in the villain vote. Ordinary villains really can't do it. Okay, Kazuya sighed silently. Retracting the sentence just now, Orochimaru is really impersonal. Now he is completely a monster in human skin. Now, even the 3 generations of Hokage, who were accustomed to seeing strong winds and waves, were shocked. Orochimaru. The 3 generations of Hokage gritted their teeth. It seems that this disciple of his has completely degenerated into a demon. If the things in this experimental base leak out, I'm afraid that he, the Hokage, will be under huge pressure from the fishing boat, and it is very likely that he will be forced to abdicate. Just when the 3 generations of Hokage gritted their back molars and were a little undecided. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. Behind him, a sea of fire roared out, engulfing the terrifying laboratory in an instant. Yes, and also, Kazuya shot. The 3 generations of Hokage, Sarutobi Shinnishuk, and Elephant all looked back. I'm sorry, Kazuya said calmly, just now, Orochimaru's subordinates wanted to attack, so I made a move. Anyway, and they were all turned to ashes, and he did whatever he wanted. The face of the 3 generations of Hokage changed, and the anger on his face decreased by 3 points, and said to Kazuya, you have done a good job. These people who have fallen into darkness cannot be forgiven, and can only be executed on the spot. Translate, briefly it's just to extinguish the mouth. Yes, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Shinnishuk and Elephant are both promises. Kazuya. On the expression of the 3 generations of Hokage's rage, there was a rare touch of softness. I really didn't misunderstand you, you are the ninja who can truly inherit the will of fire. All for the village, all for Hokage-sama. Kazuya shouted slogans. It's just that he himself doesn't believe this, and whoever likes to listen to it will believe it. Yes, everything we do is for the sake of the village. The 3 generations of Hokage looked at Kazuya's gaze and became more and more appreciative. Talent. That's what the village needs. Orochimaru. Suddenly, as if he felt something, the expressions of the 3 generations of Hokage instantly became gloomy. He instantaneously disappeared in place. Captain Kazuya, then we. At this time, even Sarutobi Shinnishuk regarded Kazuya as the backbone. You two go and execute those who have fallen into darkness. Kazuya said calmly, I'm going to support Hokage-sama. But Sarutobi Shinnishuk was stunned. The battlefield between my father and Orochimaru is a shadow-level duel. Even if the elite goes to the ninja, it will be 9 deaths. But Captain Kazuya rushed up again without hesitation. It's like when Jiraiya fought against the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow before. What a boldness, what a faith. The elephant on the side suddenly said in a loud voice, Shinnishuk, you go to control the underground experimental base, and Captain Kazuya and I will go to support Hokage-sama. Yes, Vice Captain. Sarutobi Shinnishuk no longer hesitated, and left directly. He wants to take control of this underground experimental base as soon as possible, and then go to support his father. Captain Kazuya. Let's go. And can't wait. The battle between the master and apprentice of the 3 generations of Hokage and Orochimaru is definitely not to be missed. The duel between the 2 peak shadow level, no, it may even be a super shadow level, and the golden light that bursts out must be extremely high. The 3 generations of Hokage may seem a little inconspicuous in the later stage of hanging and flying around. However, among the 5 contemporary shadows, he is worthy of the name of the strongest shadow. Maybe you can't do the 3 major thunder shadows, human bugs such as Sancho Fish Hanzo, but it won't be too much of a problem to suppress the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow AI and the 3rd generation of Earth Shadow Oniki. The 2 of them made an instant all the way and soon found a frontal battlefield. Deputy Captain. Kazuya glanced at the elephant beside him from time to time. On the night of the 9 Tails, the chief captain of the Dark Department died, and this position is still vacant, and this commentator Xiang should be the highest level Dark Department at present. Its power is very large, similar to that of Nara Shikaisa, the captain of the upper ninja class. To a certain extent, you can decide who the Hokage will be. Orochimaru, I'm very disappointed in you. In a small laboratory, the 3rd Hokage glanced at the corpses hanging on the wall a few times, and said gloomily, you have completely forgotten the will of fire and completely fallen into the evil path. Among those corpses were the Uchiha clan and a missing shadow ninja. Obviously, this good apprentice of his has already reached out to the ninja of the village. This is absolutely unforgivable. He. Orochimaru's pale face, the expression became bewitching and evil, and he said disdainfully, my teacher, any will of fire is just a worthless thing. There is, in this world, only the pursuit of eternal life is truly worthwhile. Ha 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 ha. Will of fire. When you are old, can the so-called will of fire allow you to escape the call of death? When the 3 generations of Hokage heard this, their expressions became extremely ugly. It seems his disciple is completely hopeless. The 3 generations of Hokage and Orochimaru, the 2 masters and apprentices, are still engaged in this mouthful battle. Looking at the gloomy face of the 3 generations of Hokage, it is obvious that he has fallen into a disadvantage in the battle. The 2 confronted each other 10 meters apart, and neither of them made a move. Under the mask, Kazuya's smile is gentle. Good. I haven't started a fight yet, that is, I haven't missed any golden light. This wave is not a loss. Orochimaru, today you must pay for your sins. The 3 generations of Hokage were furious. His voice is loud. It's just that I only see the dry howl, but I don't see the hands. As for Orochimaru, he just sneered, and he had nothing to do to provoke again. The master and apprentice looked like they were playing a fake match. This, too, is true. The 3 generations of Hokage didn't do it because they couldn't bear it and didn't want to kill their favorite disciple. If Orochimaru doesn't do it, it's very simple and can't be beaten. It's not going to. Kazuya sighed. If you fake the game again, what will happen to his golden light? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And he was also very decisive, and when he raised his hand, 3 shuriken flew over. Ding ding ding. Such an attack was naturally no threat to Orochimaru, and he was casually chopped away by him with kunao. Is it finally going to start? My teacher. In Orochimaru's snake-like vertical pupils, a strange light flashed. Boom! In a flash, Orochimaru's chakra erupted, producing an astonishing wave of chi. It's finally time to do it. You have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 50 battle XP. Under the mask, a smile of excitement appeared at the corner of Kazuya's mouth. Pull the monster. A great success. Next, it's up to the MT of the 3 generations of Hokage, how to fight the monster. Spiritism. Ape King, Ape Demon. The 3 generations of Hokage quickly sealed, and he slapped the ground with both hands. Bang! White smoke exploded. Immediately, a burly armored ape demon shines on the scene. Ape flying. What tough opponents have you faced this time? The ape demon asked in a muffled voice. I still remember the time it excitedly wanted to come out and let it go, but the opponent it met was a special 9-tailed demon fox. Gan! The ape demon raised his head and said in disbelief, is it Orochimaru? Ape Face said with a gloomy expression, yes, the enemy this time is Orochimaru, he has fallen into the darkness and is incorrigible. Aha! The ape demon was silent. It feels a little weird, and if it's against Orochimaru, it doesn't seem to need to. Itself phew. Phew. The speed of the 3 generations of Hokage and ape demon was very fast, and they rushed directly forward in an instant. Orochimaru. Shulkers have more snake hands. With a flick of his right hand, Orochimaru turned into countless hideous snakes and bit towards the 3 generations of Hokage. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 generations of Hokage were not afraid, and the chakra erupted around him, and he collided with Orochimaru. Physical showdown. White-knuckle combat. He wants to let Orochimaru know, Master, after all, Master. You have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 100 points of combat XP. You have picked up ninjutsu shulker multi-snake hand. You have picked up 1000 shulker multi-snake hand skill experience. Your shulker multi-snake hand has increased its level, currently LV2, 0/1000. Kazuya? What the hell is this? The shulker has many snake hands. Gan! Is this a skill that normal humans can use? That is, the guy who is Orochimaru, can use this trick without changing his face. Forget it. Let's just not see it. The elephant next to him hesitated slightly, and also picked up the kunao and rushed into the battle group. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 figures kept colliding and fighting. Orochimaru was besieged and was in an extremely dangerous situation, so it can be said that he was a man left and right, and he was frightened every step. There's even a burly ape demon in it. It's so hard. However, Kazuya is not satisfied with this. His physical talent has been full. What does it mean that you guys are still practicing boxing? Match fixing, huh? You can't work hard, right? And also understood. Looks like you'll have to add your own fire escape, how fireball technique. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a huge fireball ran towards Orochimaru. Now, the temperature of the whole room became hot as a result. Flash! The 3 generations of Hokage decisively dodged away. Woohoo! The 4 people who were fighting in the field instantly distanced themselves. Boom! Amazing explosion, soaring into the sky. In an instant, the entire room collapsed. Ha! In the small square next to the ruins, Orochimaru sneered, Teacher, it seems that there is another incredible ninja under your men. After speaking, his cold gaze fell on Kazuya. Very strong. Just looking at the power of Hao's fireball just now, it's not an ordinary character. The collapse caused by the explosion naturally posed no threat to several people. After all, the weakest Sarutobi Shinoshoot present also has the strength of an elite shinobi. You're old. Orochimaru snorted coldly, and a scroll suddenly appeared in his hand. Bang! Huge black shuriken. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Orochimaru seal. Immediately, the huge shuriken that flew out was constantly clone in mid-air, rushing towards everyone. Orochimaru, do you want to use the tricks I taught to defeat your own teacher? The 3 generations of Hokage also roared angrily. Bang! He shot. It's also a shuriken shadow clone technique thrown out. Buzz! Buzz! In mid-air, dozens of huge shurikens swirled and flew out, and the scalp of the person who only watched the picture was numb. That's the shuriken shadow clone technique. This is an A-grade ninjutsu developed by Hokage-sama. A huge shuriken flew out in front of it, and then let the shuriken shadow clone to form a dense shuriken attack formation. It's amazing, the elephant exclaimed. Under the mask, Kazuya's gaze glanced at the elephant beside him. Sure enough, it started. The first commentator of the dark part. It seems that this deputy captain of the dark department has had this preference since he was young. Bang, bang, bang. Huge shurikens collided in the air and shattered. Countless shuriken fragments flew towards several people. 2 done, 2 Lyubi, water escape, water array wall. Sarutobi Shinnishuk and elephant perform a quick spell. Moment. The debris was intercepted by the rising walls of earth and water. You have picked up ninjutsu shuriken shadow clone technique. You have picked up 1000 experience points of shuriken shadow clone. Your shuriken shadow clone skill has been upgraded to LV2 0/1000. You have picked up 20 earth escape talent. You have picked up 20 water escape talent. You have picked up 50 points of earth escape, earth flow wall skill experience. You have picked up 50 points of water escape, water array wall skill experience. In a flash, more than a dozen clouds of golden light flew towards Kazuya. Under the mask, Kazuya's face showed a satisfied smile. It's finally starting to explode. Orochimaru. 3 generations of Hokage. Let's just fight so hard. Come on, hit the workers. The battle intensity of the 3 generations of Hokage and Orochimaru instantly rose several levels. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. Shulkers have more snake hands. Fire escape, phoenix fire technique. Shulkers have more snake hands. Water escape, water dragon bomb. Shulkers have more snake hands. Ninjutsu against the bomb. Chakra explosion. That's right. Do you think about fake matches all day long? Like a man, let's blast it with gorgeous ninjutsu. It's the Orochimaru. Don't you have any other ninjutsu? There are many snake hands in the shadows. Let's get some sun. Kazuya felt like his head was getting bigger. System, is there a way to block a specific golden light? I want to block the shulker snake hand. And also asked in my heart, do you shield ninjutsu shulker snake hand? Shield. And also without hesitation. This kind of skill in the underworld is of no use to him. Blocked successfully. The prompt sounded quickly. Whew. Kazuya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Picking up attributes, it's very invincible. However, picking up some very embarrassing skills, and even the blood inheritance limit, is also speechless. For example, this shulker has many snake hands. There is also Orochimaru's blood bag, the smoke of the Ivory clan, to inherit the limit, and I blocked it with the passing. He asked more. It turns out that after picking it up, you can also immediately wash away the ninjutsu you don't want, or the blood inheritance limit, which is no problem. That's for the best. The last wisp of uneasiness in Kazuya's heart also dissipated. Front. More than a dozen clusters of golden light flew in. You have picked up 200 chakra. You have picked up 200 chakra. You have picked up 50 water escape talent. You have picked up 50 earth escape talent. You have picked up ninjutsu fire escape, fire dragon flame bullet. You have picked up 1000 fire escape. Fire dragon flame bullet skill experience. Your fire escape fire dragon flame bullet has increased its level, and it is currently LV2 0/1000. It's worthy of a 3 ninja vs Hokage level battle. An A rank ninjutsu. 3000 chakra. There are also a few hundred points of water escape talent and earth escape talent. It's amazing. Cool. It's a pity that there are no combat type ninjas in Orochimaru's experimental base, so it is impossible for a large area of golden light to burst out. Is it? Orochimaru has already transferred his subordinates in advance. Kazuya looked thoughtful. As a follower of the 3 ninjas, there must be a lot of them. This time, I entered the underground experimental base, but I didn't encounter any of them, which seemed very weird. It seems that Orochimaru has already had a premonition and transferred his strength in advance, and now those who remain in Konoha are probably just useless cannon fodder. It's worthy of the legendary 3 ninjas. In the future, Orochimaru will be able to quickly support the forces of the ninja village behind the scenes, and there are really a few brushes. You can't underestimate the heroes of the world. Kazuya sighed. During the middle ninja exam, Suzuki pretended to be forced and was beaten by Xiaoli Fat. Jiraiya infiltrated the land of rain alone, pretending to be a force, and the person was directly overtaken by Pain's physics. In the end, Madara Uchiha pretended to be a big one, and he was directly taken out of his heart by the filial son Heiju. Man, still have to keep a low profile. Sullen to get rich. Just when Kazuya was in the fugue, in the field, Orochimaru couldn't hold it anymore. The 3 generations of Hokage are still too powerful. Although he was fighting with him, with the help of 2 elite shadows, he was also in danger. No way. Orochimaru's face was the color of the lunar calendar. He tore open a scroll, sealed it, and the chakra exploded instantly. The 3 generations of Hokage were stunned for a moment. He had an ominous premonition. Kazuya reacts faster. He threw a few kunao in the direction of Orochimaru, and the person disappeared in place in an instant. Buzz! Boom! The reels burst. Two completely different piercing sound waves exploded in front of everyone in an instant. Poof! The three generations of Hokage, who were the closest, directly spurted out a mouthful of blood. The ape demon, elephant, and ape flying Shinishuk were even more unbearable, and they were directly shocked out by the sound wave, and the person fell to the ground, dizzy, and even lost control of his body. You really can't do it, Mr. Ape Fei. For a moment, Orochimaru was the only one standing in the field, and he said coldly, "This is a gift I specially prepared for you, a brand new sonic ninjutsu. Isn't the power not bad?" The three generations of Hokage stared coldly at Orochimaru's figure, but didn't say anything more. "It's a pity." Orochimaru suddenly laughed and said, "It seems that a small insect has escaped, it's really." And yet, just when Orochimaru was halfway through his words, phew, a flash of white light. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. Whew! The special flying thunder god Kunao slammed a hole in Orochimaru's back. Orochimaru was directly slashed out, and behind his back, blood was sprayed wildly. "Who is it?" Orochimaru turned his head in horror. "But I saw a dark man wearing a white trench coat and a mask, looking at him playfully." "It's him, the shadow that escaped. How did the appear behind me this moment?" The battle-hardened Orochimaru was directly stunned. Bang, bang, bang. Several smoke bombs exploded. Suddenly, there was smoke in the field. Orochimaru was stunned, but his reaction was extremely fast. He threw out a smoke bomb, and he got out in an instant. "It's big. When did such a strange dark emerge in the village?" He didn't know anything about it. And also, this is of the flying thunder god's technique. The three generations of Hokage were also dumbfounded. And he really learned to? Oh my god. It's incredible. If it weren't for what he saw with his own eyes at this moment, the three generations of Hokage couldn't believe that it only took half a month for someone to learn of flying thunder god. Yes. Hokage-sama. Kazuya nodded. He glanced at the elephant and ape flying Asuma lying on the ground, and suddenly said very angrily, "I would never let go of Orochimaru if I dared to hurt the ninja of the village. I'm going to get him back. Accept the judgment of the village law." Kazuya clenched his fists tightly, his body trembled slightly, and he looked angry. Under the mask, his expression was calm. He even glanced at the three generations of Hokage with some disgust. "Gan. Fake greyhound racing. Obviously it's fine, but he pretends to be lying down and can't work hard. How much golden light has to be wasted?" And also, the eyes of the three generations of Hokage froze, and he looked at Kazuya in front of him, only to feel that Kazuya's figure was more and more overlapping with the Watergate in his memory. Wisdom, justice, love, pure heart, and the iconic flying thunder god technique. All of a sudden, the three generations of Hokage feel that they have figured it out a lot. Even if Orochimaru falls, there is still Kazuya in the village, this true ninja who has inherited the will of fire. The third Hokage sighed deeply and said, "Kazuya, capture Orochimaru alive. Remember, even if you can't complete the task, you have to protect yourself first." "Yes." Kazuya nodded. Disappeared in an instant. The sound of the explosion in the Forest of Death also attracted the attention of the ninjas in the village. Now, Root Organization Base. A man dressed in a white kimono with a white bandage on his head and a cane in his left hand stared at the darkness in front of him with a grim expression. "Are you sure you want to keep stopping me?" the bandaged man on crutches said in a gloomy tone. "Person. It is none other than the Konoha High Level, the leader of the Root Organization, Shimura Danzo." "Danzo-sama." The Shadow Man said resolutely, "This is Hokage-sama's order. You can't step out of the base until he returns. Even if you do, we will stop you." After speaking, the three teammates behind the shadow also focused their eyes on it. "Bold. How dare you be disrespectful to Lord Tuanzang? You dark people are too bold." Before Danzo could speak, several masked Root ninjas suddenly shouted angrily. Soon, the ninjas of the shadows and the Root Organization confronted each other in a tense manner. Tuanzang's gaze froze. "It seems, Ape Fei's attitude is very resolute." "Stand down," Danzang's subordinates beside him whispered. "For no reason, it is a big taboo to attack the shadows of the village. When the time comes, if he is caught by Ape Fei, even he will be in trouble. What's more, Tuanzang's temptation has achieved its goal. This time, the reason why Ape Fei is so resolute seems to be that something happened to Orochimaru. Otherwise, it would be impossible to restrict his actions in the first place." A moment later, after receiving the information, Danzo returned to the room. His expression was gloomy. Something happened to Orochimaru, and it was difficult for him to stay out of it. Now, we have to find a way to deal with the aftermath. A few minutes later, a Root Organization ninja walked in. "Danzo-sama." The Root Organization ninja knelt down on one knee and said, "Hey, Tuanzang took out a scroll from his bosom and handed it over. You go through the secret passage, go to the place marked on the scroll, and then hand this scroll to Orochimaru's hand. Yes, Danzo-sama. The root tissue ninja took the scroll and quickly vanished. Orochimaru, looking at the back of his subordinates leaving, Tuanzang's expression fluctuated a little inexplicably. The other side. Orochimaru stumbled out of the secret exit. On his back, there was a deep wound that could be seen in the bone, and he was covered in blood, and he looked very embarrassed. That's Flying Thor's technique. Orochimaru's gaze was cold. After the initial confusion, he quickly reacted. The speed of that technique far exceeded the ordinary instantaneous technique, and it was definitely the technique of the fourth generation of Flying Thunder Gods. In the village, there was another Flying Thunder God ninja, and it was still a shadow? Orochimaru felt very incredible. The difficulty of Flying Thunder God is definitely hell level. Historically, there have been only 2 ninjas in the entire ninja world who are proficient. Now, another one popped up. It's still an unidentified shadow ninja. What a troublesome dark part. Orochimaru's gaze suddenly swept over the bushes not far in front of him. The next moment, a masked Konoha shadow slowly stood up from the bushes. It is Kakashi Hakiki, who has been waiting here for a long time. It's coming. In the shadows, a smile of excitement appeared on Kazuya's face. Okay, didn't miss it. Kakashi Hakiki vs Orochimaru. The famous scene is coming. Yes. It was from this time that Orochimaru officially became the shadow in Kakashi's heart. This shadow has not been broken until the middle ninja exam 10 years later. Alas, you are a forbearance. What are you doing when you have nothing to do to provoke the peak shadow level? Every time it's hard steel on the front, is it too long to be idle? That is, Kakashi is handsome and popular. If he had changed the face of a dried persimmon ghost shark, he would have been killed by the plot 800 times. But I can understand it. If Kakashi has this talent, it is estimated that people will be crazy and boundless. In the field, Kakashi slowly walked towards Orochimaru, and on his right hand, a bright thunderbolt exploded. His pace is getting faster and faster. And then, instantaneously up. Rachel! This is Kakashi's full blow. The fighting spirit is surging. Kakashi confidently went up. However, the next moment, he was killed back. Obviously, Orochimaru was faster, easily dodging Rachel's attack, and split Kakashi's mask with a backhand. The scarlet riding wheel eyes were also completely exposed. Why? Kakashi had a frightened expression on his face and began to doubt his life. Lost. Why did you lose so simply? The gap between him and Orochimaru is so big that it makes people feel frightened. Now, and also secretly observe. Only in his field of vision could he see clusters of golden light flying towards him. You have picked up 200 chakra. You have picked up 100 chakra. You have picked up 100 points of combat XP. You have picked up 50 thunder escape talent. You have picked up ninjutsu. Rachel, you have picked up 1000 points of experience for Rachel skills. Your Rachel has increased its level, currently LV2, 0/1000. Here it is. S-Class Ninjutsu Rachel. Kakashi's signature ninjutsu. It's finally here. Under the mask. The smile at the corner of Kazuya's mouth is becoming more and more obvious. Today's harvest is really rich. A Rachel, a Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, are all very powerful ninjutsu. Right now, Kazuya's Thunder Escape talent is LV4, 800/1000. It's going to be LV5 soon. When the time comes, using Rachel's power, it is estimated that it will be much stronger than the original Kakashi. That's pretty cool. Not far away, Orochimaru, who split the mask with that move, stared back at Kakashi's riding wheel eyes, and laughed coldly. Your eyes are not bad. But, I don't need an imposter. After speaking, he looked at Kakashi with a wicked smile on his face, his snake-like vertical pupils full of mockery. That contemptuous look seems to be completely disdainful of Kakashi's second-hand riding wheel. Under the mask, Kazuya's expression became extremely weird. Orochimaru-san, are you sure you don't like this fake riding wheel? If it's a sincere, that's funny enough. It seems that even a strong person like Orochimaru is difficult to get rid of the limitations of his vision. Kakashi's Sharingan. This may be one of the strongest riding wheels in the entire Uchiha history, right? Maybe. None of them. If the 2 riding wheel eyes can be combined, the attack has divine power, and the defense has a void. It is really a big barrel of wood to call the BA to BAA. In the future, Orochimaru has a perverted madness about the riding wheel. Pity. Now he has missed one of the strongest level of riding wheels. It's probably fate. Kazuya stared. He knew that it was time for him to play and brush up on a wave of presence. Phew! A flash of white light. Kazuya appeared in front of Orochimaru like a flash. Whew! Before Orochimaru could react. I didn't go up for a long time, and I made a hole in the front again. Orochimaru screamed again and was slashed out. Gan! It's this abominable shadow again. Just come back to the back. Now face it again. You're pretty fair. The white figure, standing proudly like a mountain, stood in front of Kakashi, who was shrouded in the fear of death. Save the day. The sense of security is overwhelming. Teacher. Kakashi's pupils shook wildly. He seemed to see an extremely familiar and nostalgic back. Kakashi was stunned for a moment before finally reacting. Captain, it's you. Kazuya nodded and said with concern, I'm sorry, I'm late. Kakashi, you're not hurt, are you? I'm late. Hearing the familiar words, Kakashi's pupils shook again. He remembered his nightmare. After the battle of the Shinryu Bridge, the teacher who came late also apologized with such a guilty face. Why? Why did he kill Rin with his own hands, and Captain Kazuya still had to save him? That's why. Kakashi's heart is roaring. Meantime, Kazuya stared at Orochimaru and said with a righteous face, Stop, Orochimaru. I won't allow you to attack the ninjas in the village again. But they are all my cherished companions. The voice is sonorous and powerful. The tone is unwavering. Kazuya is happy with his performance. Sure enough, as long as his acting skills are good, he can be like Maki Suko, who is upright. Orochimaru got up in embarrassment, staring at Kazuya angrily. Damn! The wounds on his body, from the front, the wounds behind him are from left to right, and the wounds in front of his body are from right to left, deliberate. Definitely on purpose. This shadow, it's a bastard with no limits. It's so damn it. Now, Orochimaru simply hated it. The dark department dared to tease him like this? Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. Dark, tell me your name, in exchange, I won't kill you today. It's an amazing momentum. In an instant, Kakashi's heart was so nervous that it skipped a beat. Orochimaru, in the future you will know my name, and the face does not change color. Humph. Orochimaru sneered and said, Shadow, I'll remember you. After speaking, bang, white smoke exploded. Orochimaru took advantage of the cover of the smoke bomb and disappeared in an instant. Kazuya stood where he was, and had no intention of chasing. He didn't plan to kill Orochimaru. This is a treasure boy, and Kazuya is also counting on Orochimaru to improve the reincarnation of the filthy earth, and he will brush another wave of attributes in the future. When the time comes, what thousand hands pillars, Uchiha Madara, all kinds of shadows, human pillar power or something will come out. God knows how many high-quality golden lights can be picked up. Kazuya is looking forward to that day very much. Orochimaru fled. Captain, I'm sorry. Kakashi apologized with a guilty face. He knew that Captain Kazuya must be worried about his own safety, so he didn't dare to fight to the death with Orochimaru. Kazuya, Captain, it's so kind. Don't always say you're sorry. Kazuya smiled. Kakashi, you're also my cherished companion. My life is. Then the mission, is it more important? Kazuya Sr., he really doesn't hate himself at all. Captain. Kakashi bowed deeply, and he looked down, tears already streaming down his face. This moment, Kakashi only feels that Kazuya-senpai is a beacon on his life path, guiding him forward. Under the situation that the 3 generations of Hokage released water and Kazuya was rotten, Orochimaru's capture plan finally succeeded in failing. Orochimaru is still alive. The 3 generations of Hokage let go of their beloved apprentices with their own hands. Kakashi has found the beacon of life. Kazuya picked up a bunch of high-quality golden light. Everyone is very happy, and everyone is winning. Pure happy end. But Orochimaru fled, and the 3 generations of Hokage were still very angry, and immediately summoned all the shadows in the village, and they were bound to capture Orochimaru alive. Still caught alive. Obviously, this Hokage-sama can't do anything to his beloved disciple at all. Even the root organization of the group is going to participate in the action. It's just that Tuanzang grabbed the big snake pill, which belongs to letting Xiong to catch Xiong which sounds outrageous. Kazuya. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Sarutobi patted Kazuya on the shoulder and comforted, You have completed this mission very well, don't feel guilty for not catching Orochimaru. I'm a tough ninja to deal with, even if it's me, I'm missing. Yes. Narashika-esa on the side also opened his mouth to help Kazuya-kun. Orochimaru has the name of the 3 ninjas, and you can fight him without defeat, it's already very good. So this idea of resignation, don't have it anymore, whether it's the dark department or the village, you need your strength. The 3rd Hokage also said seriously, That's true, Kazuya, don't feel guilty, relax, after this capture mission is over, I will arrange a special mission for you. You're going to the land of you. You know Kuni? Kazuya was stunned. Now, what are you going to do in the land of you? Yes. However, Kazuya still nodded and did not raise any objections. When he came back this time, he put on a posture that the responsibility for Orochimaru's escape was all mine. Also shouted that he would take the initiative to resign the captain of the dark part, and he was bound to take all the responsibility down. Such a gesture also moved the 3 generations of Hokage. Take a look at This is the true will of fire. Valuing one's companions, having the courage to take responsibility, and not being afraid of sacrifice, this is so touching. Even the 3 generations of Hokage felt very unbearable when they saw Kazuya working so desperately. Alas, in the final analysis, it was his soft-heartedness that let Orochimaru go, so what does it have to do with Kazuya? Thereupon, the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage looked at Kazuya, and they became more and more shining. Such talents can no longer be wasted, and they must be cultivated in a focused manner. The 10 dark teams dispersed to hunt down the rest of Orochimaru's party in the Fire Country. Meantime, the 3rd generation Hokage also issued a wanted warrant, listing Orochimaru as Konoha's S-class traitorous ninja. As for the experimental base of the Death Forest, it was tightly sealed, and no one could approach it without the Hokage's order. Orochimaru actually defected. This incident directly caused an uproar in the village. It also shocked many families. There are even people who have already smelled the smell of war. For generations of sacrifices, Tsunade ran away, and now Orochimaru has defected again. There is a huge vacancy in Konoha's top combat power, and the surrounding major ninja villages. Can they resist the urge to fall into the well? It's hard to say. Of course, none of this has anything to do with and. He's waiting. I'm waiting for news from Jiraiya. In the original plot, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, there is also a battle of defection and salvation. Pity. Just like Zhou later, Zilla couldn't bring his partner back to the village. And I'm looking forward to it. You must know that Jiraiya's attitude towards Orochimaru is not as loving as the 3 generations of Hokage. In order to save his partner, he will really be ruthless. A battle between 2 shadow ninjas. The attraction is great. After Orochimaru escaped from Konoha, there was still a lot of aftermath work. However, those trivial things, there is no harmony and nothing. Ninjas from other departments will do a good job. What's more, today's Kazuya is also very prestigious in the shadows. This kind of prestige is far beyond the level of an ordinary squad leader. Now, not to mention the shadows, the entire village knows that a super strong ninja has emerged in the shadows. Facing the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow head-on, and hitting Orochimaru hard, it can be called an invincible record. Apparently, there is a behind-the-scenes promoter who is deliberately promoting this matter. Kazuya probably understands that if it is as expected, the driving force behind this is the 3rd generation Hokage. It seems, my acting skills are very good. Kazuya is very satisfied with this. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills. Pretty boy. You have picked up 20 chakra, you have picked up 20 chakra, you have picked up 10 battle XP, you have picked up 20 fire escape talent. Kazuya walked towards the dark base. Along, there was a constant flow of golden light into his body. Fire escape talent. And I am surprised. He turned his head to look and saw that there was a ninja from Konoha on the side of the road, and he used the fireball technique to break into the door and capture the remnants of Orochimaru. That's fine. Kazuya rubbed another wave of golden light, and quickly rushed to the dark base. As soon as I entered the office, and he saw the sunset red, and he was looking at himself with tears in his eyes. What's wrong with you? Kazuya wondered. I'm sorry, Kazuya-kun. Sunset pursed her lips and said apologetically, you were all for my good before, but I still blame you in my heart, I'm really sorry. After speaking, Sunset Red walked up, took Kazuya's arm, and asked with a worried face, Kazuya-kun, you're not angry with me, are you? 10 minutes ago, she received the news. It turned out that today's mission was to capture Orochimaru. That's Orochimaru. At this time, Sunset Red came back to her senses. It turned out that Kazuya murdered herself and didn't let her follow to act, she was protecting her. Wrong. Sunset Red is uneasy. If her own intentions are misunderstood by Kazuya-kun, she will also be very uncomfortable. Now in Hayayun's heart, it must be uncomfortable. Angry? Not angry. Even if you're angry, just prick you with a needle. Kazuya was intense, but his expression was gentle. Red, there seems to be something. On your face, what's there? Sunset Red patted her face in a bit of a panic. It's kind of pretty. Kazuya smiled lightly. His business is very skilled, and when he opens his mouth, it is an earthy love word. If it had been left before, it is estimated that as soon as this sentence came out, the girlfriend slap would have come up. But the simple Sunset Red, obviously I have never seen such a burning routine. You hate it. After being stunned for a moment, Sunset Red looked white and white. When is it, and you are talking about some nonsense? Moreover, I'm so skilled, I don't know if I've told a few girls. But Kazuya didn't stay in the dark base for long, and after sorting out useful information, he left the base and headed out of the village. Orochimaru's defection, for him, is an S-class event, and it must not be missed. And this time, with Kazuya, Orochimaru's injuries are even more serious, and if nothing else, he will soon go to the Blood Pack Ibri clan to replenish his energy. The Ibri clan is a ninja family that lives in the Land of Fire, has a smoky blood inheritance limit, This kind of blood inheritance limit is actually very pitted, and after it smokes, it will be blown away directly by the wind, and there will be no corpse. Later, with the help of Orochimaru, the Ivory clan's smoking ability became more stable. This also made the ninjas of the Ivory clan grateful to Orochimaru and regarded him as a savior. It's a pity that these people are about to be wiped out by their own saviors. The ninjas of the Ivory clan are not bad, and the patriarch can suppress Kakashi. Take a look around, I guess there are good drops. As for the place where the Ivory clan lived, Kazuya had no information on it, but he knows the plot. As long as you follow Kakashi, you can find the Ivory clan, and naturally you can also find Orochimaru. Plan to pass. Soon, Kazuya left the village and chased in the direction that Kakashi was in charge of. He has a shadow-level chakra, a LV5 instantaneous technique, and a bug-flying thunder god, so it is naturally not a problem to catch up with Kakashi. It didn't take long, and he found Kakashi. He did not come forward, but hid in the shadows. Anyway, Kazuya's strength is not something that the current Kakashi can discover. The time of the night passed quickly, and also very patient. Finally, in the afternoon, Kakashi followed clues and found a large tree hole. This is it. Kazuya's eyes lit up. He instantaneously. He also quickly followed. Soon, Kakashi met the Ivory clan patriarch and was beaten by a wave. It didn't take long for Yamato to. Nope. It was supposed to be the root tissue, so he ran out to save the scene. He used Mudun to control Kakashi, in fact, to save Kakashi. Now, Kazuya, who was hidden in the dark, looked at several golden lights excitedly and flew towards him. You have picked up 100 would escape talent. You have picked up 100 would escape talent. You have found ninjutsu would escape, would ingot wall. You have picked up ninjutsu Mudun silent killing binding technique. You have picked up 20 yang escape talent. You have picked up 30 yang escape talent. You have picked up 30 yang escape talent. Yang Dun talent is also in hand. Kazuya chuckled. From nothingness, create the yin of the container. There is also Yang Dun, which injects life into the container. The power related to Yin Dun and Yang Dun is basically in the hands of Konoha's top giants, such as Uchiha's Yin Dun Riding Wheel, the power of Yang Dun of Thousand Hands, and the Yang Dun multiplication technique of the Autumn Deo clan. These are either blood inheritance limits or secret techniques. Even if they are harmonious, they can't be easily reached. Now, it's finally bursting. Today's Kazuya, with fire, thunder, wind, water, earth, and yang, these 6 chakra nature changes, from the root bone, are already the same as Zilla, and belong to the first gear of the ninja world. It's invincible. Yamato, the only wooden ninja. Lucky star. Don't underestimate Yamato. In the original plot, his comprehensive value is 4 points lower than Kakashi, and 3 points higher than Sunset Red, who is also a shinobi. This is the power of Mudun. Of course. In Kazuya's eyes, it's just an appetizer before a big meal. Mudun has also arrived. Kazuya groaned. Next, I'm going to find a way to blow out the riding wheel. There are about 3 years left before the night of the Uchiha extermination, which is enough for me to lay out in advance. Kazuya is thinking in his heart. Now, even with the strength of the shadow level, he is still very cautious. When the original plot didn't start, the film level was quite strong, and when those bug characters appeared, the movie level was going to be reduced to a background board. If he wants to live unrestrained, the 6th level and even stronger strength is the. He pursues and also hidden sounds. With his strength deliberately hidden, the ninjas of the Ivory clan would not be able to find out at all. It didn't take long for Kakashi to escape with Yamato. And then, it was the appearance of Orochimaru, and one person wiped out the Ivory clan. You have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 50 chakra, you have picked up 50 chakra, you have picked up 60 points of combat XP. Clusters of golden light continued to fly towards Kazuya. Soon, and he picked up nearly 1,000 chakra. It's a nice bonus. A moment later, Orochimaru left in an instant. Kazuya's expression moved. Next, it's the time for the big explosion. Meanwhile, the land of fire is under martial law. There are a large number of ninjas dispatching, looking for the traces of Orochimaru. The defection of Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, is obviously a big event with a bad impact. If it is not handled properly, it will also be a great damage to Konoha's prestige. Therefore, no matter what the 3 generations of Hokage thought in their hearts, on the surface, he had to be ruthless. Otherwise, everyone will follow the same example, and if they want to defect, they will defect, and let him be the commander of the light pole in Konoha in the future? Soon, there is a ninja of Konoha who found the trace of Orochimaru in the northern part of the Fire Country. As a result, a large number of search and arrest teams were also mobilized. This time, it's really moving, and many of the search teams have the presence of Hinata or Oil Girl ninjas. Now, 3 dark teams are advancing rapidly in the dense forest. At the front of the team, there is a powerful ninja with long white hair. It's one of the 3 ninjas. It's just that Jiraiya's expression looks very gloomy, and it's obviously not in a good mood. Orochimaru, you've really come this far. Jiraiya's mood is very heavy. Before, he had some premonitions, but he didn't expect Orochimaru to do even better, and he actually defected directly. This is a betrayal of friendship and faith, and it is also an act that he absolutely cannot forgive. Jiraiya-sama. Next to him, a dark ninja said in a solemn voice, I just received news that in the direction of the country of Tanaku, traces of Orochimaru and other traitors have been discovered. Tano Kuni. Jiraiya nodded, then speed up the march. Orochimaru is injured, he will never run too fast. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. The shadows agreed, and immediately accelerated their speed. Kazuya, you're such an amazing ninja. Gillette also felt some emotion in his heart. Learning to fly the god of thunder, he also hit Orochimaru hard. He was already at the old man's place, and heard about the incredible record of the Uriya. Coupled with his sincere love for the village, and his cherishing of his companions who do not abandon or give up, he feels that Kazuya already has the potential to become the Hokage. The only pity is that Kazuya's teacher background is a little worse. Alas, Jiraiya sighed, and he forced himself to suppress the cranky thoughts in his heart. Now, there are more important things to do, and it's not time to think about it. The next 2 days, Jiraiya led 3 dark teams, frantically searching for Orochimaru's traces. Finally, on the borderline of the Land of Fire and the country of Tenno, a temporary camp of Orochimaru's subordinates was found. It was a bogland far from the water source, and it was inconspicuous. There is a shielding barrier around it, which can block the detection of perceptual ninjutsu. It's like what Orochimaru would do. Jiraiya groaned. Orochimaru is very cautious by nature, and on the way to escape, he naturally will not go close to the water source with obvious targets, and even when he is resting, he will do a good job of counter-reconnaissance. It's just that shielding the enchantment can block perceptual ninjutsu, but it can't stop of the white eyes. What's going on the other side? Jiraiya asked out loud. The 8th squad of the Dark Department of the Sun Shinobi said, there are a total of 21 people, and one of them has a very strong chakra. I will never admit my mistake, it must be Orochimaru. The others. The strength is not weak. It seems that the worst is the level of the middle ninja, and the number of upper ninja will not be less. As soon as this statement came out, the expressions of the dark members in the team became serious. Obviously, the other side is more numerous and strong. The two of you, when you are fighting for a while, go to deal with the enemy's middle ninja, and I will solve the upper ninja. Sunset Red, who was wearing a mask, whispered. And Yes-kun is not here, she also has to protect her teammates. Yes, Captain. The Moonlight and the Moonlight on the side promised to say. This mission is very dangerous, and they already have the consciousness of sacrifice in their hearts. Jiraiya-sama, do you want to do it now? Hinamai Shinobu of the dark part asked. Wait a little longer. Just when he was still a little hesitant, in the distance, a violent explosion suddenly sounded. Boom, boom. Jiraiya's complexion changed. The direction of the explosion was Orochimaru's temporary camp. Someone, I handed it in first? On top of that swamp. Fire escape, how fireball technique. Boom. Moment. A fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters exploded in Orochimaru's makeshift camp. Who? It. Orochimaru shouted angrily. Water escape, water array wall. He made a seal quickly, his hands slapping on the ground. In a flash, a wall of water rose into the sky, blocking the path of the fireball. Bang! Fire and water are intertwined. Exploded in an instant. The scorching water vapor swept wildly across the swamp like a raging wind. It's so strong. Orochimaru's gaze has changed. This fireball technique is definitely not the level of ordinary ninja. Shadow grade. The one who came was a shadow level? The next moment, Orochimaru saw the answer he wanted. White trench coat, mask. Konoha dark. It's you. In Orochimaru's cold eyes, there was obvious anger burning. Shadows. It's that damn shadow. Bastard who crosses himself. The ghost is not gone. And sure enough, he chased after him. In the past 2 days, Orochimaru has always felt that there are gloomy eyes snooping around him from time to time, and it seems that this dark part has been following him. Orochimaru's seniors. Under the mask, Kazuya chuckled softly, we meet again. What a touching reunion. Hello, gift pack. At the moment of the explosion, Orochimaru's followers dispersed. Now, they all stared at Kazuya, but no one took the initiative. Whoever can be a ninja is not a fool. As long as you are not blind, you can see that this dark person fights with Orochimaru-sama, and he is not an opponent they can deal with. Kazuya's gaze swept around the field. The ingredients are not bad. Only 2 of them are Konoha ninjas, and the others don't have Konoha ninja forward guards on them. It seems that all of them are Orochimaru ninjas from other places, contained. In fact, it's also normal, the ninjas of Konoha have a strong sense of belonging to the village. It's not easy to defect. Even Orochimaru, many of his subordinates choose to stay in the village and wait for the judgment of the will of fire. They are loyal to Orochimaru, but they believe in the will of fire even more. Yes, and also smile. After a while, you can clean up the battlefield with peace of mind, lest you kill too many people and then go back and be beheaded by the old man by ape fury, and pushed out as a scapegoat. And is also very cautious, he does not trust the high level of Konoha. Back then, even Konoha White Fang, who was overwhelmed by the three ninjas, was forced to death alive, and if there was no high-level fanning the flames among them, I am afraid that ghosts would not believe it. Wind escape, big breakthrough, fire escape, dragon fire technique. Orochimaru quickly sealed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 ninjutsu blasted out. Hurricane, mighty dragon fire. The fire borrowed the momentum of the wind, and in an instant, it formed a terrifying sea of fire, submerging the swamp. Orochimaru has been through 100 battles, he is not a fool. This dark part is very hateful, but it is also a real flying thunder god ninja. If he is close, I'm afraid even he will have to take off a layer of skin. Flying Thor. Invincible in melee combat. This is the rule of the 4 generations of Hokage, fought in the ninja war. It's a rule. Even a shadow-level powerhouse like Orochimaru would not dare to risk his life easily. Good. And also very excited. He was almost about to applaud Orochimaru. With snake pills. You've finally got the hang of it. Beautiful. Just use ninjutsu. Don't save blue. Aimed. Give Lao Tzu a hard beating. You have picked up 200 chakra. You have picked up 200 chakra. You have picked up 100 wind escape talent. You have picked up 100 fire escape talents. You have picked up 100 points of wind escape. Great breakthrough skill experience. You have picked up 200 ignition fire escape, dragon fire skill experience. Your fire escape, the dragon fire technique has been upgraded to LV5, 0/1000. Your wind escape talent has increased its level, currently LV4, 0/1000. Endless golden light. Crazy drops. Moment. Kazuya's wind escape talent, as well as the mighty dragon fire technique, have all increased their levels. Big catch. It's worthy of being a ninja at the pinnacle of the movie level. Seriously, the quality of the golden light dropped is really high. Phew. Flying Thor's technique. Kazuya disappeared in an instant. Hundreds of meters away. He looked calmly at the sea of fire burning on the swamp. Flying Thor, what a convenient technique. Kazuya sighed softly. If you can beat it, it's a second kill, but you can't beat others and can't catch up, and the consumption of chakra alone is not large, and it's a pure Lipai ninjutsu. In this way, the character of the Watergate is really not good, and when guiding Kakashi, Obito, and Rin to grab the bell, they even used the Flying Thunder God technique several times. Crumb's Watergate. Grab the bell with Flying Thor. Nima. It's hellish difficulty. Not to mention Kakashi and Obito, if you change the Thunder Shadow, Kiribi, and the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow to form a team, it is estimated that you will not be able to grab the bell of Watergate. People are afraid of comparison. It seems, my character is much better than Watergate. Kazuya smiled slightly. At least, he was using the Flying Thunder God to deal with Orochimaru, the peak shadow level. Phew, a flash of white light, and also reappeared. Orochimaru's gaze froze. It's Flying Thunder again. Crumbs fly Thor. Back then, he lost to the 4 generations in the Hokage campaign, and now he defected to Konoha and ran into a Flying Thunder God again. It's so special that people are speechless. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and quickly sealed. In a flash, a roaring water dragon formed, biting towards Kazuya. However, this time Kazuya didn't dodge, because, in mid-air, a white-haired figure appeared in an instant. Fire escape, great flame bomb. Bang! A burst of fire instantly slammed into the roaring water dragon. Boom! Ninjutsu collision. A terrifying explosion erupted into the sky. The sweeping wind blew the white trench coat on Kazuya's body. Do you use fire to block water? Sure enough. In the entire Hokage world, the so-called attribute restraint is only effective with Deidara. What an unlucky child. Kazuya sighed softly. In the field, Jiraiya waved his hand, and the chakra around him exploded, instantly dispersing the surrounding high-temperature water vapor. Kazuya-kun. He looked back at Kazuya and said loudly, "Don't worry, a beautiful man who will shut up even a crying child." Jiraiya adults came to help. Whoosh whoosh. Before Jiraiya could finish speaking, 11 shadow ninjas appeared behind him in an instant. Captain, we're coming. Captain. When the Konoha shadows saw that he was also present, their expressions were very excited. Moment. And the situation that was also besieged, it became a confrontation between the ninjas of the 2 sides. Humph. Jiraiya snorted coldly, and said coldly, "I'm Konoha's son in Jiraiya." This moment, Jiraiya's expression was very cold, and the momentum of a strong man burst out, which was very domineering. However, Suddenly, his feet slipped. Puff! Jiraiya, who happened to be stepping on the swamp, sank into it like a stake. His eyes glazed over. Sink deeper and deeper. Kazuya-kun, woo, Gugo, Ogo help, Gudo, pull me up. The embarrassed cry for help instantly made the solemn atmosphere in the field become weird. Kazuya had a helpless expression. Sure enough, this guy has nothing to do with being cold and serious in this life. No matter what the occasion, he can give you some work. It's really not born to me, and the harmony is as long as the night. Admire, admire. At last. Still the moonlight wind really couldn't stand it, so he ran over and pulled Jilla out. This moment, the ninjas of Orochimaru's camp were also silent. The legendary Sunin, a character on the same level as Lord Orochimaru, is this virtue outrageous. Even the great snake pill is full of black lines. He used the water escape ninjutsu, and originally wanted to disperse all the flying thunder god's kunai that he might have left behind, but he didn't expect that he would pit the later Jiraiya. Self is also, you're not the same as you were 10 years ago, Orochimaru said with a bit of yin and yang weirdness. Jiraiya, who had just been pulled out of the swamp, had a slightly embarrassed expression. Originally planned a handsome debut, but I didn't expect to pull my crotch directly as soon as I appeared. It's stiff. Ahem. Jiraiya coughed lightly, changed the topic directly, and said righteously, Orochimaru, you can't go wrong any longer, come back to the village with me. Things haven't gotten to the worst. When Orochimaru heard this, he said in a cold tone, Jiraiya, you are still so naive. The world in your eyes is too small. This world, everything tangible, is not worth mentioning, because it is destined to be destroyed. Only the invisible has eternal life. Jiraiya suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Orochimaru, you have gone astray, this time, even if it breaks your legs. I'm going to take you back to the village. Two boom, powerful chakra eruptions. In the eyes of the two, a touch of ruthlessness flashed in unison. The art of messing with the lion's hair. Shulkers have more snake hands. In a split second, the long white hair collided with the large snake in the air, making a dull sound that made a toothacheing sound. Hands on, the legendary three ninjas, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, finally ushered in a fateful showdown. Do it. Kazuya next to him whispered, stay away from the battlefield of Jiraiya's predecessors. If there is a traitor who resists, kill him on the spot. Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain. A group of dark voices agreed. Heh, I can't beat Orochimaru, and I can't beat you traitors? Just kidding. Whoosh whoosh, the shadow ninjas did not hesitate and rushed forward directly. Ninjas, they're all shrewd. If it weren't for the mission of the death, the battle would be very measured. The level is not as high as yours, so you can run when you meet. The level is the same, look at the fight. Levels higher than you? I'm sorry, I'm going to fight to the death this time. Kazuya stopped Hong, patted her on the shoulder, and left a flying thunder god mark in his hand. Captain, be careful and protect yourself. Thank you, you too. Sunset Red took a deep breath, copied the kunai, and rushed towards a middle ninja. The children can be taught. Kazuya nodded in satisfaction. Okay. I haven't been messing around with myself for so long. Bang, bang, bang. In the field, Konoha's shadow ninja and Orochimaru's followers collided in an instant. Bitter and unstrife. The explosion of ninjutsu was heard endlessly. More than 30 ninjas on both sides risked their lives and made all moves to death. On one side is the dark part of Konoha, on the other side is a traitor, opposing positions. When you run into it, it's endless, crazy fierce battle. There was an astonishing smell of murder and blood, echoing across the swamp. There are few people on the dark side, but all of them are seasoned elites, 1-on-2 or even 1-on-3. However, Orochimaru's followers did not show weakness, and no one took a step back. Just kidding, numerical advantage. And Orochimaru-sama is here. As long as the dark part of these Konoha is extinguished, a beautiful freedom awaits them. Wind escape, wind cutting technique. Wind escape, vacuum jade. 2 done, 2 lyubi. Water escapes, water rushes waves. Fire escape, phoenix fire technique. Boom, boom. All of a sudden, the battlefield was filled with fire and moisture. Countless ninjutsu are fighting against each other, and the battle has entered a white-hot stage at the beginning. Kazuya was out of the main battlefield, and he stood in a just right position, paying attention to the battle between Jiraiya and Orochimaru, and he stood still. However, the ninjas on both sides avoided it intentionally or unintentionally. On the battlefield, a strange situation occurred. That is, there is a lot of fighting everywhere, and within a radius of 30 meters, there is not even a shuriken clean. No one is stupid. Just now, Kazuya had a draw with Orochimaru as soon as he appeared on the stage. Who would dare to go up and find fault with it? Shangnin finds Shang Ninja to fight to the death, that's heroic. If you go to find a shadow-level battle alone, you will be looking for death in pure purity. You have picked up 100 chakra. You have picked up 100 chakra. You have picked up 30 wind escape talent. You have picked up 50 fire escape talent. You have picked up 20 thunder escape talent. You have picked up 100 points of water escape and water array wall skill experience. You have picked up 100 wind escape, wind cutting skill experience. You have picked up 200 points of experience for this non-magic skill. You have picked up 100 illusion talents. You have picked up 100 illusion talents. You have picked up the illusion, 3 unique Sakura. You have picked up 1000 points of illusion, 3 peerless Sakura skill experience. Your illusion 3 absolute Sakura has increased the skill level, and it is currently LV2, 0/1000. The golden light in the sky was shining brightly, pouring down like light and rain. What a wonderful picture. Shiny and dazzling. Words can't describe it. So beautiful. And also sighed. That's the fun of lying down and winning. Hit. Beat me to death. If anyone dares to learn the 3 generations of Hokage fake matches, I will send you directly to meet the god of death. In a few minutes, he picked up 4000 chakra. This, worthy of his harvest in the village, 2 days of harvest. It's so cool. Sure enough. I still have to make more money. Ha. Illusion talent. And the illusion skill 3 absolute Sakura. Kazuya suddenly came back to his senses. His gaze subconsciously swept towards the red side of the sunset. Sure enough. It's the golden light that bursts out of the sunset red. At this moment, she used illusion to put down the middle ninja on the opposite side, and killed it directly with one blow. Decisive and ruthless. There is a huge difference with the gentle image next to Kazuya. Nice. Kazuya nodded. Illusion, it's really a very convenient ability. In the original plot, the Attack god who seconds the air is a ninja who specializes in illusion. As soon as he made a move, the big snake pill of the 3 ninja levels would be instantaneous. It's so domineering. There is also Uchiha Shisui, known as the strongest illusion god of other gods. Fearful. The Uchiha clan. It's really troublesome. However, Kazuya is very calm. He is only one distance away from these top-level illusion abilities on the night of extermination. It's close. Divided into 2 battlefields, fierce battles continued. On one side is Konoha Dark vs Rebel Ninja, and on the other side is Jiraiya vs Orochimaru. In 10 minutes, both sides were on fire. Start a crazy killing hand. On the side of the shadows, people have already begun to get hurt. As for Orochimaru's followers, most of them were wandering ninjas in the land of fire, and their strength was far inferior to the elite of the shadows, and after the battle, casualties soon appeared. Under the stimulation of blood, both sides are even more ruthless. On the swamp, shurikens spilled all over the ground. From time to time, there was the explosion of the detonator, and the roar of the ninja, and the screams of the screams. Sunset Red was not hurt. She herself has the strength to endure herself, and with the intentional help of the surrounding shadows, there is no life and death crisis. The dark part of this pursuit is all the people under the command of Kazuya. They naturally know that there is some close relationship between Sunset Red and Captain Kazuya, and when they can help, they will naturally help. This is also human nature. Do me a favor, be familiar, maybe when in the future, the opportunity for promotion will fall on your head. Meantime, the battlefield between Jiraiya and Orochimaru has also entered a white-hot stage. Serpent servants. Orochimaru shouted angrily. Immediately, behind him, there was a large brown snake more than 10 meters long, which tore towards Jiraiya. Against Jiraiya, Orochimaru is not afraid of close combat. Roar! A strong wind is blowing. So fast. Ninja Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's eyes flashed, and his long white hair also hardened in an instant, turning into a ball of armor, protecting his body. Click, click, click. In a flash, the big snake directly bit Jiraiya, soared into the sky, and then turned around and smashed it to the ground. Boom! On the swamp, a deep pit was smashed directly, and an earth-shattering roar erupted. Such a terrifying sound instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding ninjas. Jiraiya-sama. Is it impossible? Don't worry, with the captain here, the adult will be fine. The captain is capable of resisting the existence of the 4 generations of Thunder Shadows. Yes. Seeing this, Konoha's dark part was a little flustered, but when he saw that Kazuya was still present, his heart was steady. Kazuya captain. This damn sense of security. Boom. Suddenly there was an explosion. Jiraiya, who was smashed into the swamp, rushed out with a domineering body. His body, apart from a little dirt, didn't look like he was hurt. Stomp tried. Stomp tried. Jiraiya's pace is getting faster and faster. Moment. Turned into an afterimage. And then, the next moment, Jiraiya's figure jumped high and rushed towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru, this earth-shattering super ninjutsu, let it be engraved in your eyes. Haja. Spiral pill. Buzz. Buzz. Chakra roar. In a flash, a dazzling orb appeared in Jiraiya's hand, exuding an infinite tyrannical aura. The inside of the sphere is composed of high-speed flowing chakras, which are high pressure and irregularly flowing, getting bigger and bigger. Finally, a ball of light with a diameter of more than 2 meters was formed, and it crushed towards Orochimaru. Haja's spiral pill. Jiraiya roared. This moment, Orochimaru's expression also changed. The art of the white snake envoy. Chakra crazy burst. Behind him, a large white snake instantly appeared and bit towards the spiral pill. Boom! Earth-shattering explosion. A shockwave of terror raged in the field. Many ninjas who were fighting were directly blown away by this violent shock wave. Oh my god. Is this the battle between shadow ninjas? It's horrible. If I go up, I'll be killed in a second. There was a look of horror in the eyes of the ninjas present. What a terrible strength. The shadow level and the upper ninja are only one level apart, but the battle is very different. Now, there is only Kazuya, whose complexion remains unchanged. His white coat is blown by the wind and hunts, but his footsteps do not move for half a minute. It's the performance that a shadow should have. 3 generations of Hokage. Fake greyhound racing. Kazuya smacked hard. Now, countless golden rays of light flew towards him. You have picked up 300 chakra, you have picked up 300 chakra, you have picked up 100 illusion talents, you have picked up 100 illusion talents. Your illusion talent has been increased in level, and it is currently LV3, 0/1000. You have picked up 100 thunder escape talent. Your thunder talent has increased its level, currently LV5, 20/1000. Your water escape talent has increased your level. Your earth escape talent has increased your level. It was an endless golden light, especially dazzling. In this battle, Jin and Ya also brushed a wave of bones. His thunder escape, water escape, and earth escape talents have been fully upgraded. Now it is water escape talent LV4, 50/1000. Thunder escape talent LV5, 300/1000. Earth escape talent LV4, 100/1000. It's so invincible. Crazy ascension. Wind escape talent, it's almost going to rise to LV5. Your fire escape talent has been increased to max level LV5, and the reward is a special passive fire escape ninjutsu damage increased by 100%. Following the physical talent, Kazuya's fire escape talent is also at full level. Fire escape ninjutsu damage doubled. Awesome. Definitely no worse than a speeding reaction. Whew, it's so cool. If this is to fill up other escape talents, his ninjutsu attack power will not be? Against the sky during the Fourth War, Madara Uchiha extinguished a fire, and it took a large number of ninjas to offset it. Kazuya felt that if he continued to strengthen, there would definitely be such a day. Even stronger than Madara Uchiha. It is worth mentioning that the heroic spiral pill of Jiraiya, along with the help of Kazuya, has also raised the level of the spiral pill to LV2. Moreover, and that's not all, Kazuya also picked up 8,000 points of chakra. Now, his chakra attribute is chakra LV4, 79,500/100,000. Nearly 80,000 points. So far, Kazuya has picked up nearly 20,000 chakras. His strength skyrocketed like crazy. Now, Kazuya thinks that even if it is himself, he can suppress Orochimaru. Good. Come on workers. Keep up the good work. Don't let me down. Now, after receiving a shot of the great snake pill of the Haja spiral pill, his body was blurred with flesh and blood, and he was obviously injured a lot. Damn. His expression became more and more cold, and his gaze still glanced at Kazuya from time to time. But Jiraiya, it's so troublesome. If that dark person makes another move, I'm afraid it's hard for him to leave the fire country alive today. Orochimaru, let's catch it. Jiraiya said loudly back to the village, you still have a chance to atone for your sins. Atonement. Hearing this, Orochimaru sneered, Jiraiya, you will never understand the meaning of life. Immediately, Orochimaru fell to the ground. He opened his mouth with a cold gaze, 10,000 snakes luo array. The next moment, countless brown vipers crawled out of his mouth frantically. Orochimaru Thousands of brown poisonous snakes crawled out of Orochimaru's mouth, forming a terrifying sea of snakes, and frantically slaughtered Jiraiya. Spooky. Curiosity. Horror. It's just a tingling scalp. This moment. Not to mention the dark ninjas of Konoha, even the followers of Orochimaru are terrified. San value is crazy. Atsuki's expression became wonderful. In terms of age, she is still a little girl, and her tolerance for this kind of curious picture is very limited. Compared to this sea of snakes, Mao Yuzian would rather complete the task of raining the corpse. At least, I'm used to it. In the field. You have picked up 300 chakra, you have picked up 300 chakra, you have picked up 100 combat talents, you have picked up 200 chakra. Clusters of golden light burst out from Orochimaru's body, and the chakra alone saw a full 1,000 points. Obviously, Orochimaru is making a big move. It's just that Kazuya's expression is a little helpless. It's here again. This skill of the underworld. Alas, it's a pity. If only it was Tsunade who defected. Tsunade vs Jiraiya, the golden light that dropped, must be much easier to use than it is now. Phew, in an instant. The next moment. And it also appeared next to Jiraiya. Now, if he doesn't make a move, I'm afraid that none of the Konoha shadows who are present will survive. That's when the fun was really big. Kazuya-kun. Jiraiya said in a deep voice, let's shoot together. Good. Kazuya nodded. In a flash, the momentum on Jiraiya's body changed suddenly, and he slapped his hands, and mysterious lines appeared on his face. Immortal mode. On. Let's see the moves. Jile also roared, fire escape, great flame bomb. Side. Kazuya quickly sealed, fire escape, how fireball technique. Side by side. Fire escape big bang. The next moment. Two fireballs with a diameter of tens of meters and terrifying to the point of indescribability, headed towards the Sea of Snakes. So powerful. Jiraiya was shocked. He has already opened the immortal mode, and the power of ninjutsu has been greatly improved, but it seems that the power of Kazuya-kun's fire escape ninjutsu is not. Less than his own a moment later. Those two terrifying fireballs collided with the Sea of Snakes. Blazing flames, exploding in an instant. Boom, boom. A shocking fire rose into the sky. The area within a radius of 10 kilometers is illuminated by this firelight. Ashes, dust, burst into disarray. That swamp was actually blasted out of a pit more than 10 meters deep. The immortal mode of Jiraiya, coupled with Kazuya's full-level fire escape talent, the fire escape power that erupted. It's horrible. This, maybe it's beyond the limits of the shadow level, reached a whole new level, cleared in an instant. The Sea of Snakes that made people's scalps tingle evaporated directly. You have picked up 500 points of immortal energy. You have picked up 500 points of immortal energy. You have picked up 300 immortal talents. You have picked up 200 immortal talents. You have picked up 300 ignition escape. Great flame bomb skill experience. In the smoke and dust, clouds of golden light flew towards Kazuya. 1000 immortal energy, and 500 immortal talents. Don't underestimate this 1000 points of immortal energy. You must know that the combat ability of immortal energy is far superior to that of ordinary chakra. 1000 points of immortal energy, which is almost equivalent to the chakra of most of the elite ninja. When the smoke and dust cleared, Jiraiya's expression became serious. Orochimaru, if you want to escape, I'll chase him. Then, here. Jiraiya glanced back at the traitorous ninja behind him. Don't worry, I'm here, Kazuya said with a calm expression. Good. Jiraiya nodded, and disappeared in place. Orochimaru, this time, even if you break the other person's leg, you must bring him back to the village. Under the mask, Kazuya's eyes also fell on those traitorous ninjas. Jin Guang has also brushed a lot, and these people are almost over their mission to work as workers. The main event, it's still on Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The harvest of immortal art on Jiraiya alone is much higher than the quality of the golden light here. And also very calm. But faintly, there was a depressing atmosphere, which was crazy in the field. Those followers of the Great Snake Pill all felt a terrifying chill inexplicably. Kazuya-kun. Seeing that he was unharmed, Sunset Hong's heart was very happy. There are many enemies on his side, but the danger of the battle is far less than that of the main battlefield. It's a shadow-level battlefield, and if you're not careful, you'll be at risk of dying at any time. Captain Kazuya. Mao Yuzian was also very excited. Seeing Kazuya's gaze scanning, she suddenly felt extremely tired in her body, and new strength surged again, and then, under the incredulous gaze of the two women, and also jumped. Vacated. He spun in the air, and there were countless kunao in his hands, which rained down. Boom, boom. The kunao collided with each other in the air, changing direction, and flying out at a fast speed and in a strange way. That shadow. What does he want to do? Kuna, do you want to solve us? Shadow level, I don't have this strength. Several followers of Orochimaru were very angry, thinking that Kazuya was purely looking down on them, so he didn't even want to use ninjutsu. Upper ninja, is it incapable of being killed? Who do you look down on? Just when a group of renegade ninjas were ready to shoot down the flying kunao. Phew, Kazuya's figure suddenly disappeared in midair. The next moment, boom, 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 an amazing sonic boom burst in everyone's ears. That's, Sunset's eyes widened. All she saw was a brilliant white light, shrouded in the air, like the sun, completely illuminating the entire space. And then, an incomparably amazing scene occurred. A second. In the blink of an eye, the throats of the 17 renegade ninjas who were still alive were splashed with scarlet blood. Spooky. Suddenly. Unbelievable. They all looked frightened and clutched their necks in horror, but they couldn't stop the passage of life. A few seconds later, these renegade ninjas lost their vitality in their pupils, and their bodies fell to the swamp like rotten wood. Instantly. 17 kills in 1 second. Frightened, crazy, shocked, sluggish. The pupils are all shaking. The dark part of Konoha who was present, his eyes were crazy, and he looked at the road sluggishly, and the familiar figure that suddenly appeared next to him was a blank brain, and he couldn't say a word. Is it a miracle? Floating on the ground. This moment, countless crazy and fiery eyes are focused on Kazuya's body. Quiet, deathly quiet. Under the mask, those dark ninjas were emotional, and their hearts were beating wildly. Flash. A flash of miracles. What an incredible scene it is. It's a roar that makes you want to go crazy. Clean up the battlefield. Kazuya said in a calm voice, I'm going to pursue Orochimaru. After you clean up the battlefield, you will be on guard in place, and you don't need to come to support anymore. Yes, Captain. The dark part of the scene subconsciously responded. Phew. The next moment, Kazuya's figure disappeared in place. The main battlefield is also coming to an end, and he can't miss the end of this fateful duel. Kazuya, after leaving, in the field, there was silence. Those dark ninjas of Konoha are still frozen in place. After a long time, someone suddenly said in a trembling voice, 17 traitorous ninjas, they are gone in a second. It's terrifying, isn't it? Sighed. The Hinata shinobi was even more shocked and said, that's the Flying Thunder God technique. The 4 generations of adults learned it before their deaths, but I didn't expect the captain to learn it too, so fast. Even if it's a white eye, you can't react at all. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the dark parts present became extremely fanatical. Flying Thor. For generations of Hokage. But in the hearts of countless Konoha ninjas, there is a godlike existence. Nowadays, the divine Flying Thunder God technique has appeared again. Glitter reappears. For the dark part present, it was like a flame of hope that had been extinguished and was ignited again. Kazuya Captain. At this moment, Mao Yuexi's beautiful eyes were shining with watery brilliance. It's gorgeous. 17 renegade ninjas were killed in an instant. That white flash was a real miracle to her. Kazuya-kun. At this moment, not to mention the 12-year-old Mao Yuexian, even if it is an adult sunset, I can't help but have a twinkle in my eyes, shock, admiration, fanaticism, and the deepest infatuation. Powerful and low-key. Such a man is simply unstoppable. Distance. That big snake pill, after all, did not escape the pursuit of Jiraiya, and the two soon fought frantically together. Fire escape, great flame bomb. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Ninja needle Jizo. Shulkers have more snake hands. Spiral pills. Serpent servants. Crazy engagements. Jiraiya, who has turned on the immortal mode, has a burst of combat power, and the big snake pill naturally has to go all out, otherwise he will be in danger of defeat at any time. In fact, Orochimaru has fallen behind. He is very strong, but fighting 2 shadow-level ninjas in a row today, the consumption of him is still very large. In addition, Jiraiya, who has opened the immortal mode, is extremely violent, which has already made Orochimaru look a little defeated. And there's also a sinister shadow who won't know when he'll enter. This made Orochimaru uneasy, and the force in his hand became even more ruthless. The White Snake Envoy's technique. Orochimaru snorted. Behind him, a terrifying white snake flew out in an instant, biting at Jiraiya. The speed of the big snake was extremely fast, and it only entangled Jiraiya, who couldn't dodge in an instant. Ninja Needle Jizo. Jiraiya reacted extremely quickly, and his long white hair instantly hardened, blocking the white snake's attack. Boom! However, even so, the power of the white snake's servant technique still knocked him out alive. Ahem. Jiraiya got up, and a few mouthfuls of blood spat out of his mouth, apparently injured. Orochimaru. Jiraiya roared with a gloomy face, are you trying to kill me? He kept his hands everywhere, wanting to capture Orochimaru alive and return to the village, but he didn't want his friends to be friends, but he wanted to kill his. This made Jiraiya's heart feel an extremely sad and angry emotion. He. Orochimaru sneered, Jiraiya, you are still so naive, the life of the human body is too transient and impermanent, and extremely fragile. You are so naive, sooner or later you will die at the hands of someone else. It's better to let me kill you. In this way, I will always remember you, and you have eternal life. Jiraiya didn't speak, he just looked at Orochimaru, his eyes like he was looking at a madman. Not far away, Kazuya sighed softly. At this moment, what Orochimaru said was like a sentence for Jiraiya. Because of innocence, died at the hands of other people, yes. If Zilei, a little more cold-blooded, a little more vicious, and not so naive, maybe he would not die in the hands of his apprentice in the future. However, if it really becomes cold-blooded, then is it still self-sufficient? Swim in the Dragon Angelica Sea. Don't forget the original intention, no one is wrong. It's just that the world is impermanent. In Kazuya's exclamation, the endless golden light was also flying towards him. You have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 200 immortal energy, you have picked up 300 points of immortal energy, you have picked up 50 immortal talents, you have picked up 100 ignition escape. Great flame bomb skill experience, you have picked up 100 points of ninjutsu needle jizo skill experience. Cool. The quality of this wave of golden light is very high. 4,000 points chakra, 1,500 points of immortal energy. There are also a lot of evasive talents. It's really a movie-level battle. Big bang, and very satisfied. Immortals. This is a good thing, even when facing the 6 realms, it has the power to fight. Now, whether it was Orochimaru or Jiraiya, their faces showed tiredness. The battle between the two shadows is very expensive. Self is also the art of the White Snake Envoy. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, and chakra exploded. Look down on people less. Jiraiya roared angrily. The palm of his right hand instantly formed a spiral pill. Immortal law, Haja's spiral pill. The spiral pill in his hand smashed fiercely towards the white snake that was biting. However, the next moment, the spiral pill in his hand suddenly dissipated. Subsequently, the mysterious pattern on Jiraiya's face disappeared in an instant. Jiraiya's jaw was about to fall in shock. Oh my god. If you don't come early, you don't come late. How come it is that at this time, the time for the immortal mode has come to? It's over. Something big is going to happen. Jiraiya lost his strength for a while, and he couldn't dodge Orochimaru's attack a little. In a flash of white light, fire escape, how fireball technique. Boom, boom, moment. A terrifying fireball appeared and ran over the white snake. Explosions burst into the sky. Orochimaru's strongest skill, the White Snake Envoy's technique, was stopped by House Fireball. Just kidding. And you can also have a full-level fire escape talent, 100% fire escape ninjutsu damage bonus. Let alone, his chakra is not weaker than Orochimaru. Now if the two of them are one-on-one, I'm afraid they are all and have a better chance of winning. Wait until the smoke clears. Kazuya set up Jiraiya and dodged dozens of meters away. Kazuya-kun. Zille also touched his head a little embarrassed. Fortunately, you came in time, otherwise I would have a big problem this time. It's embarrassing. Critical moment skill CD. It's fine, Kazuya said lightly. Anyway, I've been used to it for a long time. Jiraiya, Naruto, and Obito, who are not blackened, they're kind of stunned personality. It is normal to do anything. It's just that I can't really watch myself die. This is for the heavyweights. It has a great impact on the future plot. Moreover, Kazuya still has a good impression of Jiraiya. Self-raising, too, Kazuya said in a firm tone. Leave the next battle to me. I will arrest Orochimaru back to the village and let him go to atone for the sins he has committed. Is it just an arrest? When he heard this, he was inexplicably relieved. Kazuya. The shadows. Really? Orochimaru in the distance said with a cold expression. I already remember your name, the ninja of the flying thunder god. I really can't be careless with you. At the moment when Orochimaru was still speaking. Phew. White light instantaneously. Kazuya's figure disappeared on the spot, appearing in front of Orochimaru as if teleporting. Poof. Kunao. Straight into the lower abdomen head-on. Orochimaru's seniors. Under the mask, Kazuya said with a gentle expression. You seem to be careless. When? Orochimaru spat blood from his mouth, and his snake-like vertical pupils were full of horror. So fast. Where did the flying Thor mark come from? Frightened. He looked down, but he found that at his feet, there was an extra flying thunder god Kunao. It's too fast. There is no time to react. Poof. Orochimaru spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell directly to his knees. Looking at that miserable appearance, it was like dying of injuries and about to die. Under the mask, Kazuya's expression became a little weird. Kunao can still kill people? Just kidding. Seeing the scene, he remembered the original plot in which the Thousand Hands pillar was in front of Madara Uchiha and wanted to commit suicide with Kunao. Tisk, the first Hokage, I'm going to commit suicide with Kunao. When you talk about this, the dog won't take a letter. I just deceived the cold Madara. Can only say that one is willing to fight, and the other is willing to suffer. You have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up ninjutsu, Orochimaru flow stand-in technique. You have picked up 1000 points of snake stream stand-in skill experience. Your snake stream stand-in technique has been upgraded to LV2, 0/1000. All of a sudden, clusters of golden light flew over. In Kazuya's field of vision, he could clearly see that these golden lights were flying from the ground, and the farther away they were from the place. With snake pill. What a job. And also that's running really fast. It's obvious. This is after Orochimaru was seriously injured, he directly used the Orakai Flow stand-in technique to escape from the ground with soil. Good. What a good run. The current Orochimaru, he can't die yet. Otherwise, what will happen to those filthy experience packs in the future? But Kazuya, who saw through everything, did not change his expression at all. His tone remained unchanged, and he said righteously, Orochimaru, you have been arrested. After speaking, Kazuya took out a pair of handcuffs from behind him and prepared to handcuff Orochimaru. No need to. At this time, Jiraiya slowly walked over, and said with a depressed expression, Orochimaru has escaped, and the ground is just the skin he left. Jiraiya-senpai, what did you say? Orochimaru escaped. And also pupil seismic. Yes. Jiraiya shook his head and said, it's not your fault, this kind of stand-in technique is very subtle and rare, and no one should know about it except me. Kazuya was silent for a moment. That, Jiraiya-senpai, did you deliberately let Orochimaru go? As soon as you open your mouth. And he also put the black pot on Jiraiya's head. Orochimaru escapes. It is estimated that the 3 generations of Hokage and the first family are very happy. However, the responsibility for the failure of this task must always be borne by one person. It doesn't matter who it is. Anyway, it can't be and also himself. Alas. Jiraiya sighed and said, Kazu-kun, I'm really sorry, in the face of my best friends for many years, I still can't do it. I can understand that. Kazuya said in a sad voice, if Rin had done the same thing, I would have hesitated. No. Jiraiya shook his head and said, Kazuya-kun, your sister is a hero of the village, and she was. Back then. He thought that he didn't know the truth of the year, and when he was about to explain, he was interrupted by Kazuya's words. Self-raising, too. Kazuya said solemnly, I will take the responsibility for Orochimaru's escape and the report. You don't need to worry about anything, just tell Hokage-sama that you will be exhausted during the battle. This is absolutely not going to work. Jiraiya fiercely refused. Kazuya-kun, Orochimaru escaped. I can't escape the blame, don't say that again. I will bear all the consequences. A man who has no means to take responsibility is incompetent. But, don't say it again, Kazuya-kun, I'm going to be angry if I say it again. That. All right. Kazuya nodded in embarrassment. It's hard to resist the hospitality. Alas. Thank you, Blamebreaker. Ah no. It's self-relied. Age, 21 years old. Level, Shadow level. Chakra, LV4, 85,500/100,000. Hitomi Power LV2, 350/500. Immortal Energy LV3, 3900/5000. Ninjutsu Heroic Fireball LV5, Dragon Fire LV5, Phoenix Fire LV5, Wind Cutting LV5, Vacuum Jade LV4. Physical Technique Konoha Fluid Technique LV5, Konoha Whirlwind LV5. Illusion Naruto's Technique LV3, 3 Absolute Sakura LV2, and the Technique of Non-Existence here LV2. Blood Inheritance Limit, White Eyes. Special Skills, Flying Thunder God's Technique LV3, 3-Body Technique LV5, Instantaneous Technique LV5, 85,000 Chakra. Immortals. Flying Thor. After picking up a wave of attributes, Kazuya's strength has skyrocketed again. This configuration is also considered a strong one in the Shadow level. Shadow grade. Infinitely close to the pinnacle of Shadow level. Now in the entire Konoha village, there may only be a few people who can suppress Kazuya head-on, such as the 3 generations of Hokage, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shimura Danzo. Of course, even if the positive strength is slightly lacking, with the Flying Thunder God in hand, it is no problem to keep an undefeated. Even, the strength of Tsunade and Shimura Tunzo may not be above Kazuya. Distance to the Super Shadow. And 15,000 Chakra. And also a little excited. This day is probably not far away. But this time the battle also made Kazuya a lot more cautious. Orochimaru, who has been attacking with ninjutsu and body arts, has not used illusion much. It's also good luck with it. After going back this time, it seems that I have to think of a way to improve my illusion talent. Don't be too strong, at least before you have a riding wheel, don't be easily knocked down. In fact, in ordinary movie-level duels, no one uses illusions. Because everyone's strength is very strong, it is useless to take out the illusion, and it will only waste their chakra. Illusion. Most of them are used to abuse vegetables. Some special types of ninjas are naturally exceptional. Orochimaru is also stuck in habitual thinking. If he uses more illusions, there may be an unexpected joy. It's a pity that there is no if. The other side. Konoha's dark ninjas have already cleaned up all the previous battlefields. The heads of the renegade ninjas were cut off and sealed into scrolls. In this battle, the casualties on the side of the dark side were not large, not a single person died, most of them were lightly wounded, and only a few were seriously injured. Therein too, there is a moonlight blast. He had a shuriken on his body, and he was about to be pierced into a cactus. Originally, Mao Yuzian wanted to go and help him, But inexplicably, I thought of Captain Kazuya. After hesitating for a moment, she finally handed over Moonlight to her teammates. I don't know why. Mao Yuzian always feels that it is better to keep a little distance from the Moonlight Wind, or else, I may regret it in the future. Alas, these two missions, one is the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, and the other is Orochimaru. If it weren't for Captain Kazuya, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, the Sunrise Shinobi sighed. The Dark Department on the side nodded approvingly. Actually, don't look at the majesty of the Dark Department, most of the tasks in ordinary times are at most just dealing with Shangnin. When it comes to the shadow level, it is not the business scope of the Dark Department. Under normal circumstances, the casualty figures of continuous and shadow level battles would be staggering. However, on both occasions, only one person was injured and no one was killed. The reasons: it's Captain Kazuya. For a while, the ninjas in the shadows were full of security. What is the most important thing in a ninja life? Effort? Struggle? Forbearance? Nope, it's a thigh that you can hold. The most important. After Orochimaru escaped, the large-scale manhunt on the Konoha side has not stopped. Kazuya led the team, still in the territory of the Fire Country, looking for the traces of Orochimaru. In this kind of work, the result is important, and the attitude is also important. As for the command of the team, he was handed over to Sunset Red. After the plot is over, there is no golden light, and he is too lazy to use his brain. Sunset Red was also very moved. She feels that this is a kind of importance that High focuses on cultivating herself, and she naturally feels very happy. Mao Yuzian on the side was also very envious. I hope that one day, I can become the right-hand man of Captain Kazuya. Girl, it's simple. She probably doesn't know what a man's left and right hands are used for. As for Jiraiya, he returned to the village early. Even if he really caused trouble, no one dared to say anything about him. That's self-reliant. The legendary three ninjas. Hokage-sama's beloved apprentice. Also not interested in power at all. Who's idle and has nothing to do to go back to find trouble with Jiraiya. The next 3 days, Kazuya led 3 teams of shadows to search aimlessly on the border of the Fire Country. You have picked up 20 points of combat XP. You have picked up 10 chakra. You have picked up 10 chakra. You have picked up 5 chakra. Clusters of golden light continue to merge into Kazuya's body. Alas, Kazuya sighed. The quality of this golden light is really worse day by day. In 3 days, he only picked up a total of more than 1,000 chakras, which can be said to be extremely low. System, you've changed. Kazuya sighed again. It's hard. He had felt that when he was paddling in the dark, he was picking up less and less golden light. In the beginning, there were 5,000 chakras a day, and later, it slowly dropped to about 2,000 a day. Now, 1,000 chakra in 3 days. And also guess. This is presumably a cooldown. The attributes dropped by the same person over a certain period of time will have a decay effect. A lot at first, then slowly less. After a certain period of time, refresh this cooldown and the drop increases. Kazuya's guess has also been confirmed by the system. That's true. Kazuya frowned. It seems that he is going to develop some new experience packs. There is no end to the road of rottenness. Now, Konoha Village. Hokage's office. Sarutobi was smoking a pipe while listening to Jiraiya's report with a serious expression. So, that guy Orochimaru, did you run away in the end? Hearing this news, the expression on the faces of the 3 generations of Hokage was indescribably complicated. Let's be honest. Even the 3 generations of Hokage himself don't know what he really thinks in his heart at the moment. Angry, perhaps, but there is more of a sense of relief in my heart. He really can't kill Orochimaru. Time. The whole office fell into an atmosphere of silence. Orochimaru's defection is a huge blow to the 3 generations of Hokage and Jiraiya. I'm still old. In the end, it was the 3rd Hokage who shook his head with a wry smile. There was a moment of silence. The 3rd Hokage suddenly raised his head and asked in a loud voice, I want Kazuya to worship Tsunade as a teacher. What do you think of this matter? Tsunade, is she worthy? Kazuya's strength has stood at a level comparable to him, and he apprenticed Tsunade. She deserves a hook. So, Zilla's first reaction when he heard this sentence was that it was outrageous. What's more, what Kazuya is good at, and the medical ninjutsu that Tsunade is good at, don't match at all. Could it be that the old man wants to train Kazuya to become a medical ninja? Just kidding. Let a genius who learns to fly Thor become a doctor? What a waste of talent. Jiraiya just wanted to open his mouth to complain, but suddenly saw a meaningful smile on the face of the 3rd generation Hokage. It's a flash of inspiration. He suddenly reacted and said in shock, Teacher, what do you mean? That's right. The 3rd generation Hokage nodded, and said in a deep voice, I am very optimistic about Kazuya. I want to focus on cultivating him. Next, I will hand over the position of the head captain of the Dark Department to him, and then put him on the inspection list of the next Hokage. In fact, the 3 generations of Hokage didn't expect Kazuya to learn anything from Tsunade, but as long as you go, the identity is different. If it weren't for his 3 disciples, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade would still be alive, and Sarutobi would have considered accepting his own apprentices. Onslaught. The remarks of the 3 generations of Hokage, if they spread out, I am afraid that it will cause an uproar in the entire Konoha village. Captain of the Shadow Division. Hokage candidates. What a power this is. Totally a bright new star, on the rise. Let outsiders hear about this, I'm afraid that my jaw will fall in shock. However, Jiraiya's expression was much calmer than he imagined. He thought about it for a long time, and said seriously, "Teacher, your vision is very good." Ha! The third Hokage said unexpectedly, "Jiraiya, do you have similar thoughts?" Yes. Jiraiya also admitted directly, "I have carried out 2 missions with Kazuya. He is very smart, has a big picture, has impeccable character, has a strong faith, cares and cherishes his companions, and is an incomparably good ninja. Moreover, his strength is very strong. To be honest, I'm not completely sure that I'll be able to win Kazuya." The third Hokage nodded. "It seems that you really have a really high opinion of Kazuya." "Of course." Jiraiya smiled. "Ninjas who can learn to fly the Thunder God are naturally amazing and gorgeous." Before the words fell, Jiraiya's eyes suddenly became a little sad. "Yes. Flying Thor's technique. Which ninja with the Flying Thunder God is not the backbone of Konoha?" "Teacher, did she agree with Tsunade?" Jiraiya asked. "Agreed." The third Hokage nodded and said, "She is also very supportive of my idea." Whew! Jiraiya exhaled a deep breath of turbidity. "That's good. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Tsunade." In fact, each village has a different way of passing on the shadow. The Tokage of Iwakuin village is a purely hereditary system, just like an emperor, and it is inherited along the bloodline. The Thunder Shadow of Union Village is equivalent to the role of the Godfather, and every Thunder Shadow is also the leader of the Thunder Country, and he is a group of little brothers who eat together. The Hokage of Konoha is based on the link between master and apprentice, not looking at the bloodline, only looking at the inheritance. That is, you can't enter the circle of the Hokage, and you have no hope of becoming the Hokage for the rest of your life. An ordinary ninja, walking to the position of Nara Shikaku, is already the limit. 8th ARI/Kazuya, and the purpose of apprenticeship Tsunade was naturally to let him integrate into this circle and have a suitable identity to take over. This can be regarded as paving the way in advance. For generations were sacrificed, Tsunade ran away due to hemophobia, Orochimaru defected, and he didn't have a proper shape. This made Konoha's Hokage inheritance directly appear faulty. For this matter, 8th was under a lot of pressure and suffered insomnia all night long. If he is alive, he will naturally be able to suppress Danzang and suppress the Uchiha. But if one day, I also pass away, what will happen to the future of the village? Fortunately, maybe it's the blessing of the previous Hokage. At this critical juncture, Kazuya rose as strong as a comet. Sacrifice, passion, kindness, powerful, I have to say. During this time, Kazuya's strength skyrocketed, and his status in the hearts of the 3 generations of Hokage rose wildly. After all, a ninja like Kazuya with firm beliefs and excellent strength can't find a few in the entire Konoha village. Fortunately, my vision and luck are not too bad. Sarutobi put down the pipe in his hand, and he looked out the window at the bustling Konoha village, his eyes warm. It didn't take long. In the village, there was news that Kazuya had severely injured Orochimaru and used the Flying Thunder God to kill 20 traitorous ninjas in an instant. Glitter reappears. Kazuya's name can be described as an overnight success in Konoha. Countless ninjas were shocked when they learned the news. Flying Thor's technique. Konoha unexpectedly appeared again, a Flying Thunder God ninja. The existence of the 4 generations of Hokage has made the ninjas of the village have a kind of mysterious belief in the Flying Thunder God. Not to mention, heavy blow to Orochimaru. Is this something that ordinary ninjas can do? Therefore, in a short period of time, Kazuya's fame soared wildly. Even those wealthy families have noticed this name. The land of the Uchiha clan. The atmosphere was solemn. In the patriarch's mansion, there were 2 people half kneeling on tatami mats. One of the middle-aged men, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, said in a deep voice, "There is another Flying Thunder God ninja in the village, Kazuya Nohara. He actually has the ability to hit Orochimaru hard." Uchiha Fugaku frowned and asked, "Shisui, you are also in the shadows, do you think this news is true?" Opposite side. The handsome-looking young man smiled and said, "Patriarch, this matter is mostly true. I don't have much contact with Captain Kazuya in the Dark Department, but I have heard the news before. During the signing of the peace treaty, he once led the team to repel the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow." 4 generations of Thunder Shadow. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed slightly. It seems, the rumored news is true. The smile on Zishui's face was very gentle. In any case, there is another shadow-level powerhouse in the village, and his strength has become stronger. which is a thing that makes him happy after all. Peace. It's really exciting. A day later, Kazuya led the team back to Konoha. The search for hundreds of ninjas still allowed Orochimaru to escape. Anyway, he is not the only one who can't catch anyone, and he is not worried about what he will be criticized. That's Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas. You can do it, you can do it. Finally, Konoha's iconic gate appeared in sight. I'm home, Kazuya sighed softly. In the dusty days outside, where is there a rotten place at home, it is cool to lie down and become stronger. Sunset Red stepped forward and showed the pass in his hand. You've done a great job. The ninja who was guarding the gate smiled kindly. As soon as they saw the dozen or so menacing shadows, they knew who was back. However, routine inspections still have to be done. Thank you. Sunset Red turned around. Captain. Kazuya nodded. The dark part beside him followed him into the gate of Konoha. In this mission, Jinkazu's prestige in the shadows rose to its peak. Flying Thor. 17 kills in 1 second. Hit Orochimaru head-on. Such a record is as bright as a star in the environment of the Dark Department, which reveres the strong. It's so dazzling. After a few people left. That seems to be Captain Kazuya. That's right, it's him. It's amazing that he has learned the Flying Thunder God of 4 generations of adults, and he also hit the big snake pill hard. It's too strong. The Konoha ninja guarding the door was talking excitedly. Apparently, Kazuya has gradually gained fame in the village, and many ninjas have begun to worship him. The group was on their way back to the shadow base. Suddenly, there were 4 masked ninjas who stopped in front of everyone. Kazuya Nohara, Danzo-sama has summoned you, you need to come with us. One of the burly ninjas said coldly. Arrogance. How dare you be unreasonable to the captain? Are you root organization people provoking my shadows? Before Kazuya could speak, the shadow ninja behind him asked sharply. Kazuya captain, but they're superior. These root organization ninjas are so arrogant and rude, they are simply slapping their faces in public. Behold. The burly root organization ninja directly pulled out the long knife behind him, and said in a cruel voice, this is the order of Lord Danzo, he is the Hokage's assistant, you are so disobedient, do you want to rebel? You! Sunset's expression became angry, and she stood in front of Kazuya, who was very angry with the other party. Rebellion. After Orochimaru's defection, these 2 words are very forbidden. Under the mask, a strange smile appeared on Kazuya's face. Good guys. It's a peer. Overwhelm people with power. Open your mouth and button your hat. You're so skilled. But, do you have a big snake pill so resistant to beating? The next moment, there was a flash of white light in the field. Phew. Moment. He appeared in front of the burly ninja. Bang. The ninja didn't react, and he was hit the lower abdomen. Tremendous force. Directly made his nearly burly and strong body and was beaten into the air for 2 seconds. Gross. The burly ninja had no power to resist at all, and was beaten to the point of vomiting blood and seriously injured. You, what do you want to do? The other 3 root organization ninjas were shocked. However, they were greeted by Kazuya's attack like a flash. Bang, bang, in a blink of an eye. 2 more root tissue ninjas were beaten to the point of vomiting blood and falling to their knees, crushing like a withering and decaying. LV5 instantaneous technique. LV5 physical talent. Shadow level high chakra. With such a configuration, dealing with several root organization ninjas, and they all feel a bit bullying. The last one looked at Kazuya with horror on his face, and his body began to tremble. It's too strong. It's so much stronger than I thought. They are no match at all. The gap is too big. You have picked up 80 chakra, you have picked up 80 chakra, you have picked up 100 points of combat XP. You have picked up 50 chakra. Clusters of golden light burst out from the 3 root organization ninjas who vomited blood. It's weak. And also silently complained in his heart. Never mind. Mosquito legs are also meat. A little is better than nothing. Kazuya clapped his hands and said lightly, I suspect that these 3 people are related to Orochimaru's betrayal, so I will arrest them and hand them over to the interrogation department for processing. Yes, Captain. A group of dark people agreed, walked up violently, and tied back those root tissue ninjas who vomited blood. Crazy? Ha! Let's see if it's your hard-mouthed guns, or if the torture instruments of the interrogation department are a little harder. The dark part and the root organization belong to different parts, and there are many conflicts in peacetime. Now, seeing that the old opponent is about to be unlucky, the shadow ninjas present are all smiling. Sure enough, it's still the most promising to follow and mix with Captain. Yeah, enjoyable. These punches are enjoyable. It's so relieving. Lead the way. Kazuya glanced at the shivering root tissue ninja beside him. Ha! The ninja thought he had misheard. Didn't you say that Danzo wanted to see me? Kazuya's smile was warm and innocent. Or are you also the remnant of Orochimaru? No, no, no. The root organization ninja hurriedly shook his head in a panic. Captain Kazuya, please come with me. Good. Kazuya nodded. This time, the root organization ninja didn't pretend to be forced anymore, and began to pretend to be a grandson honestly. Captain. Sunset Red on the side stepped forward and grabbed his arm. His eyes were worried. Roots. It's not a good place. She was worried that it would be dangerous for Kazuya to go. Don't worry. Kazuya patted Sunset Red on the shoulder, and left with the root organization ninja. Shinmura Danzo? Kind of interesting. Under the mask, Kazuya's expression was very pleased. Good. The new big pig is coming. The leader of the root organization. Careerists who exterminate humanity. Uchiha Butcher. The only 5.5 generation Hokage with a decimal point. The civil war is infinitely rampant, and the foreign war is joyful. Shinmura Danzo. It's coming, it's coming. It's about to burn. And also very excited. Is there a possibility? Provoke the 3 generations of Hokage and Shinmura Danzo, and come to a wave of Konoha civil war? Kazuya thought about it seriously. Probably hopeless. With Shinmura Danzo's character, if the 3 generations of Hokage were really ruthless to him, he should have knelt down and surrendered as soon as possible. I don't have to fight. Meantime, Kazuya followed the root ninja and soon came to a dimly lit underground base. One in. You can feel a heavy and oppressive atmosphere rushing towards your face. Alas, Kazuya sighed. If you stay in this environment for a long time, even if you are a normal person, you will become somewhat irritable. It's no wonder that every one of Danzang's subordinates has become a cold-blooded killing machine. The root organization ninja is leading the way. Kazuya is in the back, slowly walking up the winding corridor. On the wall, there are dimly lit lights. The corridor continued to descend along the wall, and beside the guardrail on his side, there was a bottomless darkness, and it was impossible to see the underground. It deserves to be the root organization, and also some size. This was the first time he had come to the base of the root organization. I don't know how long I walked on this revolving corridor. The root organization ninja suddenly stopped at the door of a room, bowed slightly, and said, Captain Kazuya, Danzo-sama is waiting for you inside. Good. Kazuya nodded. I'm tired. No. Kazuya, Captain, you're serious. At this moment, this root organization ninja also became polite. The root tissues are cultivated by some cold-blooded killers. In order to complete the mission, even if it is to kill a companion, it will not hesitate. However, even if it is such a killing machine, there will still be fear, and when facing the truly strong, there will be flaws in their hearts. This root organization ninja is like that. Even if his teammates were taken away just now, his face didn't change. But when facing Kazuya, he was shocked by the amazing momentum. Kazuya opened the door and walked into the room. In the room, a man in a black robe and bandages was kneeling on a tatami mat, staring at him with a blank stare. Welcome, it's a pleasure to meet you, Kazuya-kun. Tuanzang opened his mouth, and his voice was inexplicably stained with a little coldness. You have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 100 wind escape talent, you have picked up 100 wind escape talent. Your wind escape talent has been increased in level, and is currently LV50/1000. As soon as he entered the room, he picked up 500 chakras, and by the way, he raised the wind escape talent to LV5. What a catch! It's worthy of being a new character that has just been unlocked, and the quality of this dropped golden light is really high. I'm happy too, Kazuya said with a sincere smile. Ha! Tuanzang's brows furrowed slightly, and he inexplicably felt a sense of excitement from the other party's voice. Why is that? Completely incomprehensible. Under the mask, Kazuya's expression was eager to try. Do you want to make a move, find something to fight with Tuanzang, and also fall into the choice? Shinmura Danzang, one-handed wind escape ninjutsu alone in the ninja world, by no means under the Orochimaru. Fighting with him for a wave, you'll definitely be able to brush the wind escape talent to the full level. It seems, it's a bit of a headset. Anyway, according to his current strength, even if he fights with Tuanzang, he is still on the verge of victory, as long as he is careful of that disgusting sealing technique. Just when Kazuya was eager to try, Danza suddenly took out 2 scrolls from his sleeve and put them on the tatami mat in front of him. Kazuya-kun. Shinmura Danzo said with a hypocritical smile, you and I are both people who want to do great things, and there are some things that I will say straight to the point. I admire you. There are 2 scrolls here, one is the forbidden technique of multiple shadow clones, and the other is my letter of recommendation. As he spoke, Tuanzang looked at Kazuya and said slowly, as long as you are under my command, I will recommend you to enter the Konoha Administration Department, and guarantee that within 5 years, you can take over the position of Koharu and Mito Minion. The Konoha Administration Department, which is also equivalent to the Council of Elders, is responsible for advising the Hokage, as well as communicating between Konoha Village and the daimyo mansion of the Fire Country, which can be regarded as a very oily place. And, transferring the position of Koharu and Mito minion. In other words, it is to keep Hawa into the Konoha Elder Corps. In Tuanzang's view, such conditions are very attractive. This position can be said to be the limit of ordinary ninjas. Kazuya-kun, I really appreciate your. Tuanzang looked very sincere. I hope you can make a wise choice. Konoha Administration Department? It's either a vegetable or a weak chicken, and the dog won't go. And, would Tuanzang be so kind? Just kidding. Kazuya, who is familiar with the plot, knows that the one in front of him is a ruthless character who is not recognized by the 6 relatives for the position of the Hokage. Appreciating yourself? I'm afraid there is something else. Under the mask. Kazuya looked thoughtful. Tuanzang, this guy, his attitude is strange. This is definitely not normal. For what? Simply wooing yourself? It's not that simple. Suddenly. And also seems to have understood. Perhaps, he rose too fast and got too close to the Hokage. And, maybe when he wasn't in the village, the 3 generations of Hokage did something and completely tied himself to the chariot of the Hokage's family, which made Danza start to get anxious. Even in Konoha, a new shadow level is absolutely hot. So this time, Tuanzang couldn't wait to come to the door. Is this being done for the 3 generations of Hokage? Disgusting people? Discord? Even if he doesn't succeed, I'm afraid that if he walks out of the root organization base, he will be subject to some suspicion. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, sooner or later they will take root and sprout. What a calculation! Well, first, even if it doesn't succeed, there is still a backhand to disgust him and the 3 generations of Hokage. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It's like a sinister style of Danzo. Playing routines? Kazuya smiled faintly and said slowly, this time, when I was fighting with Orochimaru, I got some information. Intelligence. When Tuanzang heard this, his face sank instantly. And then, under the mask, Kazuya's voice became righteous and righteous. Shimura Danzo, I suspect that you have something to do with Orochimaru's rebellion, and you need to give an explanation to the village and Hokage-sama about this matter. Now let's get caught. The village will give you a fair trial. After speaking, under Danzang's stunned gaze, Kazuya instantly stepped up and slashed towards his throat. Danzo pupil earthquake. Didn't you say that you can be caught? Why did you wipe at your neck as soon as you came up, Gan? This young man doesn't talk about martial arts. Come on, liar. Come, sneak attack. You're too fast. Danzo flipped the table in front of him and narrowly avoided Kazuya's attack. Whew. Moment. Saber rattling. Quickly protect Tunzo-sama. There are assassins. Stop, bold fanatic. A ninja of the root organization shouted angrily. Just for an instant, 7 people stood in front of Tuanzang and surrounded him. What a life, Kazuya disdains in his heart. This group of hides is still so cowardly, and when it encounters a powerful enemy, its first reaction is to let his subordinates go up to death and test it with his life. He himself is firmly behind the scenes, looking like he is holding a pearl of wisdom. What a hypocrisy. The ape flies and slashes, at least something is real. This group of hiding, always hiding its head and showing its tail, greedy for life and afraid of death. Golden Horn and Silver Horn ran away. The Battle of the 9 Tails escaped. Pain invaded, hidden. Every time there is a good reason, but in fact, I am afraid of death. Soft Egg 1. Kazuya was silent, his gaze coldly swept over the root organization ninja present. Time. That domineering momentum instantly made the ninjas present have an inexplicable feeling of fear. Don't be afraid. Tuanzang shouted coldly, there is only one person, don't dare to be ruthless, take it from me. Yes, Danzo-sama. The dozen or so root organization ninjas promised and immediately divided 10 people and rushed towards Kazuya, while the remaining 5 were still protected in front of Tuanzang. Good. Kazuya's eyes lit up. Here it is. Fire escape, how fireball technique. Hands stamped. Bang. Moment. A terrifying fireball exploded in the middle of the field. What a terrifying power. Shimura Danzo was taken aback. He had only seen Kazuya's strength in the battle report before, and this time he finally saw it with his own eyes. Water escape, water array wall. Water escape, water array wall. 2 done, 2 Lyubi. The root organization ninja also reacted quickly, and several people used ninjutsu to block the way of Hao's fireball. However, the chakra concentration gap is too big. Boom. Fireball explosion. Just for a moment, it shredded all the ninjutsu defenses. Snort. In the field, strong wind swept and the red-hot water vapor was tyrannical. Whoosh. More than a dozen figures dodged out of the collapsed room. Is the level not bad? Kazuya rolled over, and his expression under the mask did not change at all. You have picked up 50 chakra, you have picked up 50 chakra, you have picked up 80 chakra, you have picked up 100 points of combat XP. You have picked up 30 water escape talent. You have picked up 40 Earth Escape talent. Clusters of golden light continue to merge into Kazuya's body. The ninjas of these root organizations are not strong individually, but they basically have the level of elite middle ninja and even upper ninja. It's a good experience pack. Take him down. Tuan Zhang snorted coldly. This man challenged his majesty in public, and if he was not captured alive, he would inevitably be looked down upon by his subordinates. Yes, Danzo-sama. Several root organization ninjas listened to the order, or drew their ninja knives, or took out kunao, and frantically slaughtered Kazuya. They are afraid of the strong, but they are even more afraid of Shimura Danzo. Kill! Many people roared loudly, as if they were emboldening themselves. 10 people siege. They are all good hands on root organizations. For a while, Kazuya's body was full of swords, and countless times he was in danger and dangerous, and he brushed past his body. Ninja's white-knuckle battle. That's it. In the shadow of the sword, there is a danger of dying at any time. This is also the regular battle mode for most ninjas. Only those who are strong can ignore the amount of chakra and use ninjutsu frantically to fight against it. However, the impenetrable siege could not leave any scars on Kazuya's body. He was like a reed, drifting in the wind. Countless swords and lights passed by, only in the air, leaving a thrilling trace. Ha! And it's not cool anymore. Is Lao-Tzu here to accompany you in melee training? These ninjas of the root tissue, under his LV5 physical talent and overspeed reactions, move too slowly. It's like a slow-motion playback of a jam frame. Waste of time. Phew. Moment. Distance. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. Rapid stamping. The next moment. A dragon-shaped sea of fire erupted wildly and poured down towards everyone. What a terrible fire escape ninjutsu. Shimura Danzo's gaze changed. It seems, the information is true. This Kazuya Nohara already has the strength of the shadow level. Moreover, it's still strong. His ability to control chakra seems to be above the old man. Shimura gritted his teeth. Genius. Another genius. Damn. Water escape, water dragon bomb. Water escapes, water rushes waves. Water escape, water array wall. The art of the great waterfall. On the way to the sea of fire, all the ninjas who could use the water escape ninjutsu began to fight back frantically. You have picked up 50 water escape talent. You have picked up 40 water escape talent. You have picked up 100 chakra. You have picked up 100 chakra. You have picked up ninjutsu, water escape, waterfall technique. You have picked up 1000 water escape, waterfall skill experience. Your water escape, waterfall technique has increased its level, and it is currently LV2, 0/1000. The bodies of those root tissue ninjas burst out with golden light in a frenzy. Then, Kazuya's expression under the mask finally became a little relieved. Very impressed. With these new experience packs, I finally learned to work diligently. Teary-eyed. The terrifying waves of water swept towards Kazuya. There was no panic on his face. What a spectacle. Kazuya sighed. This moment. Instantaneous. Jump. Hurry up. Flash. Kazuya is extremely fast. No matter what kind of water escape ninjutsu it is, it can't even touch the corners of Kazuya's clothes. No wonder. The 4 generations of Hokage are at war with people, and they have never seen what attribute ninjutsu is used, and they can easily win with their extreme speed alone. It turns out, when the speed is extremely fast, ninjutsu is meaningless at all. Just, Bofeng Shuman couldn't imagine that when the bloodline was extremely high, the speed was meaningless. This is mutual restraint. No matter how high the talent, no matter how fast the speed, it can't be better than reincarnation. Fortunately, these are not limitations. As long as he has enough experience packs, he will be able to make up all the 6 Deo families. The art of the great waterfall. Water escape, water chaos. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Crazy ninjutsu attacks, one after another. Distance. Shimura Danzo Miwa was only dodging, and it seemed that he was powerless to fight back. He commanded in a cold voice, Nohara Kazuya is good at fire escape, you can suppress him with water escape ninjutsu, and when he is exhausted, he will be captured alive. Yes, Danzo-sama. The root organization ninja said fiercely. The other party is doing it at the base, and he is extremely arrogant, he simply doesn't take the root organization and the Tuanzang in his eyes. Now, under the mask, Kazuya's expression was a little subtle. This group is. It's quite good to add drama to yourself. Suppress fire with water good. That's a good idea. It's much better than the old bastard of the 3rd Hokage. It's touching. Danzo. Burn it. The soul of the worker. All of a sudden, Kazuya's speed slowed down a bit, and it seemed to have a feeling of losing strength. He's running out of steam. Tuanzang's eyes lit up, as if he had seen through everything. Hee, young man is still young. Shimura Danzo sneered, Kazuya Nohara, you are still too young, since the day you were promoted to the captain of the dark part, your information has been placed on the old man's table. You're very good, but you must also know that there are people outside the world, and there are heavens outside the sky. Now, Shimura Tenzo put his hands behind his back and said proudly, increase the output of the water escape ninjutsu, don't stop. Win. Kazuya no Hara. But that's it. Yes. A group of root organization ninjas promised. Moment. The momentum of the water escape ninjutsu has become even more terrifying. Whoa. Whoa. Stormy waves. Waves were sweeping everywhere. You have picked up 100 chakra. You have picked up 100 chakra. You have picked up 200 points of water escape, waterfall skill experience. You have picked up 200 points of water escape, water dragon bullet skill experience. You have picked up 100 water escape talent. You have picked up 100 water escape talent. Your water escape talent has increased its level, currently LV5, 0/1000. The golden light fell like rain, constantly converging into Kazuya's body. After 15 minutes of water escape bombardment, his water escape talent has finally been improved to LV5. Good. This is what a worker should look like, and can't help but praise. These root organization ninjas are working much harder than the 3 generations of Hokage. The strength is not good, but people are desperate. It's a killer move. Fight to the death. After a while, I helped him raise the water escape talent to LV5. This is much better than the fake greyhound racing of the 3 generations of Hokage, especially a female ninja with a ponytail, standing there, either stamping or spitting water, just the waterfall technique. It takes almost 10, this is really work and effort. Teary-eyed. A model for workers. All of a sudden. And also some size. In my impression, there was a female ninja in the original plot who could be stamped with her eyes, and she was quite good looking. I just don't know if there is any female ninja who can use the water escape technique of other places. If so, it can be regarded as a further sublimation of ninjutsu. In the field, some root tissue ninjas also feel that something is wrong. Ahem, ahem, ahem. The ponytailed female ninja coughed a few times and complained the water has been out for too long. I'm choking a little bit, my mouth is numb. It's not right. How do you feel that Kazuya no Hara, who doesn't look hurt much? It's not right, it's just wrong. That's a good point, don't say it next time. The ninjas of the root organization are like this, and Danzang naturally sees that something is wrong. This kid, why is it so easy to? Danzang's expression was not quite right. In fact, that is, Kazuya, it can be so easy. The ninja of the root organization is not a rookie. Each one of them is a cold-blooded killing machine, the weakest person, and there is also the level of ninja among the elites. What I usually practice is also a killing technique. Even if it is an elite ninja, if it encounters more than a dozen root organization ninjas, it will be hated. Pity. Kazuya's strength is too much higher than that of the elite. The time should be almost. Kazuya groaned. Fire escape, how fireball technique. Boom. Moment. It was a fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters, which crushed it in the roar. It's coming. Be careful. Water escape, water array wall. Water escape, water array wall. In a flash, several walls of water rose into the sky, intercepted in the path of Hao's fireball. Bang! Explosions. Boom! Fireball explosion. Water vapor swept the audience. But that's... Tuan Zhang snorted coldly. This Kazuya, even his subordinates can't win. It seems that the intelligence that hit Orochimaru hard, there is a lot of water. Most likely, it's all done from scratch. However, right now, in the mist, I suddenly heard the sound of breaking wind. What? Is that bitter no? Tuan Zhang's face suddenly changed in shock, and the alarm bell in his heart rang out. Be careful, it's a flying. Boom, boom, boom. But, before Danzo could speak, a terrifying sonic boom sounded in the air. In the field, a flash of white light. And then, the dozen or so root organization ninjas didn't react, and they were violently knocked out. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Those ninjas smashed on the wall, all spitting blood, embarrassed, trembling and trying to get up, but they couldn't straighten up for a long time. Obviously, he was not lightly injured. This time, the white figure fell in front of Tuan Zhang. Moment. And the battlefield was emptied. Knocked out the dozen or so root organization ninjas. Crushed. Spike. Destroy the withering. The gap is too big. This is not a level opponent at all. In the field, only 2 root organization ninjas escaped, and they protected Danzo's body, but the eyes that looked at Kazuya were full of fear. It's too strong. Such an enemy is not at all a level they can deal with. Under the mask, Kazuya's expression was calm. Not much has changed. Which V15 would get angry with 0 Krypton? It's just a boring game. It's Flying Thunder God's technique. Tuan Zhang's face was also full of horror. Flying Thor. He really learned to fly Thor. time. There was a flash of jealousy in Tuan Zhang's eyes. That's the Flying Thor. Even if it's not as good as the original Mudun, it's definitely a ninjutsu at the top of the ninja world. It's a pity he can't learn. Do you still want to do something to me? Shimura Danzo said coldly. It's just that in his heart, he is no longer as confident as before. Just now, Kazuya's speed is too fast. The ninja of the root organization, there is no weakness. But it was still seconds. It's, maybe even himself, it's hard to do it easily. It's too strong, far stronger than you think. No wonder it was able to repel the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow and hit Orochimaru hard. Whoosh whoosh distance. There seemed to be a dense sound of breaking the air. Kazuya's expression moved slightly. The next moment, he opened his mouth in a solemn tone and said in a deep voice, no matter who it is, as long as you betray the village and betray Hokage-sama, you will be my enemy. Even if it's Orochimaru, or if it's Danzo-sama, it's no exception. Where the leaves fly, so does the fire. Even if I sacrifice for this, it will turn into a fire and continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. Kazuya held his head high, his tone was excited, and he looked at Shimura Danzo with such a righteous face. Danzo was silent. He felt that this was a good point. But something felt wrong. I thought about it for a long time. Suddenly reacted. Nima. That's not right. You just had a Shimura group just now, how did you change it to a group of people now? Conscience found? It's not like that. That's when it happened. Suddenly, a slightly familiar voice came from not far away. Good. Wearing a hat and wearing a Hokage robe, Sarutobi appeared in the scene, and he looked at Kazuya with relief, and the appreciation in his eyes was not concealed at all. Well said, Kazuya, even if it is sacrificed, it must be turned into fire and continue to illuminate the village. This is the will of fire of our generation. Ape fly. Shimura Danzo's expression changed instantly. He didn't expect that even the Hokage would come in person. Now, behind the 3 generations of Hokage, there are several shadow ninjas. Kazuya-kun. Sunset Red, who was wearing a catface mask, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that Kazuya was not injured. She didn't even go to the dark base, so she ran directly to find Hokage-sama, even if she was afraid and in danger. It's okay. Just in time. Now, the 3 generations of Hokage also saw it, the root organization ninja who was lying on the ground. It looks, only injured, and no one died. He glanced at Kazuya, and in his heart he had a higher evaluation of this young man he valued. This shot is very measured. Hurts people but doesn't kill people. It seems that he is also a person who cares about the overall situation. I won't do anything extreme because of impulse. Powerful. Clever. Sincerity. Knowing the world, but not the world. Experienced cruelty, but the heart is warm. Such a ninja is the successor he needs. It's like Watergate the same. For a while, the more the 3 generations of Hokage really watched Kazuya, the more satisfied they felt. What a talent. Why didn't I find out before? For the 3 generations of Hokage, choosing the next Hokage's candidate, strength, strategy, pattern, and personality are indispensable. Today's Kazuya, in every aspect, makes him very satisfied. Especially the sentence just said moved the hearts of the 3 generations of Hokage. Will of fire. This is the true inheritor of the will of fire. Ape fly. Suddenly, Tuan Zhang said in a cold voice, the dark part of your subordinates has run to the root organization to hurt people in a grand manner. You must give me an explanation for this matter, otherwise I'm not going to give up. After speaking, he also glanced at Kazuya coldly. However, this time, the 3 generations of Hokage did not back down. He took a deep breath and said with an extremely serious expression, Tuanzang, I know a lot about your dealings with Orochimaru, but it's just for the peace of the village, and I don't want to say it. But this time, you're going too far. The 3rd Hokage suddenly raised his voice and said angrily, I'm still the Hokage, not you, Danzo. The voice did not fall. There was an astonishing momentum that spread through the field. Now, not to mention those dark ninjas, even old rivers and lakes like Tuanzang were shocked and their faces changed. In the field, only harmony does not change color. Sure enough, these 3 generations of Hokage are light and thunder, not rain. Why don't you dare to fight with Tuanzang? If you don't move your mouth and don't use your hands, you put this overlord domineering? Waste. If the 3 generations of Hokage can have a good fight with Orochimaru and Danzo, maybe he has broken through to the super shadow level. It's a pity. Danzo. The 3 generations of Hokage stared coldly at Danzang, and said in a deep voice, reflect on it. Within 3 months, you won't open here, I will arrange a special person to investigate you. At that time, be cooperative, don't let the village down. To be surveyed. Shimura Danzo heard the 3 generations of Hokage's categorical tone, and his face instantly became gloomy. Apparently, this is Ape Fei wants to take advantage of this incident to suppress himself. Good. Shimura responded with an annoyed face. Let him be assisted by the Hokage, and the leader of the root organization will be investigated? This is a deliberate blow to his prestige. Tuanzang was furious in his heart, but he could only grit his teeth and endure it. 3 months. God knows what's going to happen out there. Let's go. Yes, Hokage-sama. The shadows followed the ape and left with the sun. Under the mask, Kazuya's expression was a little disappointed. Alas, still haven't fought. Danzu, being slapped in the face twice a day, and putting aside this forbearance, why don't you dare to go out and kill the 3 generations of Hokage here? What a disappointment. The end of power in the entire Konoha village. Countless ninjas aspire to this position. However, only a handful of people can achieve their goals. Kazuya slowly walked into the Hokage's office. At this time, Ape-Face Sunslash had already lit his pipe, and was smoking a cigarette while recessing by the window. And yes, the 3 generations of Hokage turned around and said with a look of relief, "You handled this mission very well. Orochimaru's defection is still my responsibility as a teacher. You've done a great job." The 3rd generation Hokage smiled and said, "In the future, when you do things, when you uphold justice, you must also pay attention to your own safety, and don't easily risk yourself. Even if you have the consciousness of burning yourself and illuminating the whole village, you have to live desperately. Only by staying alive can we make a greater contribution to the village." Got it. Kazuya listened attentively and nodded approvingly from time to time. But they all burst out of the golden light on the 3 generations of Hokage. "You have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 80 points of combat XP, you have picked up 50 water escape talent, you have picked up 50 wind escape talent." A cloud of golden light, this quality, worthy of the 3 generations of Hokage. It's a pity it's a fake greyhound race. I don't work hard. It seems to be. That's it? Got it? What should I know? And also distracted. He was still studying the golden light, but he didn't expect that the 3 generations of Hokage had already finished his tirade. As the boss of Konoha village, his speech is too brief, right? Gan, Hokage-sama. Kazuya came to play quickly, and his eyes turned red directly. Hell knows what was going on. Tears are over. Impressed. Alas, seeing this, the 3 generations of Hokage couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. And also, it's not easy. The only sister, Nohara Rin, sacrificed for the sake of the village. He also sacrificed his life for the sake of the village several times. Maybe it's because I said what I just said so well that it touched Kazuya's memories. This Kazuya, what a good boy. Alas, the 3 generations of Hokage sighed again. That's right. The 3rd generation Hokage suddenly patted Kazuya on the shoulder and said, "In the next period of time, I will give you a vacation. You go to the land of you, and help me complete a task." The land of soup. Kazuya quickly remembered. Before, Ape-Face had mentioned this matter once. What task? Kazuya asked curiously. Go to the land of you, find Tsunade, and worship her as a teacher. And also directly confused. Which one is this singing? Apprenticeship Tsunade. What can she teach herself? Do you want to learn from her Dalai? It seems to be okay too. And also a little moved. But Tsunade. It's much more domineering than the girl's beauty. Don't worry. It was rare for the 3rd generation Hokage to see such an interesting expression on Kazuya's face. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already told Tsunade about this matter in advance, and she has already agreed, so you can go with confidence." After I went, I practiced with Tsunade for a period of time, and it was considered a holiday. Of course, the 3 generations of Hokage suddenly changed their expressions and said, "This holiday, the time may not be too long," and in the recent period, the movement over there in Union Village has become bigger and bigger. There is information from the front that they have organized an elite ninja unit and crossed the border of the Frost Country and are heading southwest. Kazuya nodded. The peace agreement between Konoha and Union Village has already been signed. However, this does not mean that the contradiction between the 2 great ninja villages is completely over. Some time ago, under the influence of Kazuya, Hinata did not die in that incident, but Union endured his head and still died in Konoha village. There must be a saying for this. Now, Union Village is here to explain the law. The shadow of war strikes again. This time, the ape is not afraid. It was because of Kazuya that he saw through the decapitation of Union Village, and repelled the 4 generations of Thunder Shadows, allowing the village to occupy a strategic advantage. The border guards have already been mobilized in advance. Even if Union Village provokes, it will not be exploited because of the emptiness of the troops. It's good that there is Kazuya. Or else, I really don't know how much of a mistake it will be. Talented. Pattern. What an extraordinary ninja. Thinking of this, the 3 generations of Hokage looked at Kazuya's gaze and became more and more appreciative. It didn't take long. Kazuya left the Hokage's office. He was about to go home, but before he left the Hokage building, he was waiting on the corner staircase, and the person who was waiting there also arrived. Kazuya-kun. Jiraiya waved his hand and said with a big grin, "Long time no see." Self-raising, too, and a friendly greeting, too. This is relatively sincere. After all, his impression of Jiraiya is still very good. Kazuya-kun. Jiraiya's expression suddenly straightened, and he said seriously, "Thank you for this incident no matter what, please accept my thanks." After speaking, Jiraiya also bowed to Kazuya. Before, when he captured Orochimaru at the border, if he hadn't come to the rescue, I was afraid that he had been seriously injured and dying by the white snake service technique. It's a lifesaver. Kazuya picked up Jiraiya and said with a smile, "Jiraiya Sr., you are also my companion, no matter who the enemy is, I can't do it to my companion to death. So, you don't have to thank me." Jiraiya raised his head and said with emotion, "Kazuya-kun, you deserve to be a person who is favored by the teacher, and now I like you a little bit." "Forget it." Kazuya had a very disgusted expression, "My sexual orientation is normal." Ha ha ha. Jiraiya laughed out loud. It was the first time in recent days that he had laughed so happily. After laughing, suddenly, in his arms, he took out a scroll and handed it to Kazuya's hand. "This is..." Kazuya wondered. "It's the cultivation method of the spiral pill." Jiraiya said in a solemn tone, "This is developed by Shuman, a powerful ninjutsu without a seal and no attributes, and it can be used with the technique of the Flying Thunder God, which can be described as seamless. On this scroll, the cultivation method of the spiral pill is recorded, and it is, with Yaya-kun. I think with your talent, you should be able to learn this technique quickly." Kazuya had a puzzled expression. Is it the technique of the 4 generations of adults? This is not good. Nothing bad. Jiraiya stuffed the scroll back into Kazuya's hand again, and threatened, "I'll give it to you if I say it's for you, cultivate hard, and the village will depend on you to protect it in the future." "That's all right." And also reluctantly, "Spiral pills? Not bad. It seems that in the future, he will be able to use the spiral pill in the future. It's a self-inflicted one. After finishing my part-time job, I also sent a red envelope to the boss, which is really a good person. However, the subsequent upgrade is a bit troublesome. Nowadays, in the ninja world, there are only a few ninjas who can spiral pills. If you want to pick up skill experience, it is very difficult. It's something that can't be helped. Ninjutsu is a strategic resource, and the major ninja villages attach great importance to it, and the threshold for learning is very high. Not to mention the spiral pill, even if it is a sea-level ninjutsu like how Fireball, it is all secret, and it is not something that ordinary ninjas can access. Fortunately, the cultivation difficulty of the spiral pill is not very high. In my impression, it seems that Jilla has only been studying for 3 days. According to Kazuya's talent, it should be faster. What's more, his spiral pill level is already almost LV3, which is enough for the time being. Spiral pill. Kazuya groaned slightly. Spiral pills have 2 advantages. One is that there is no need to seal, and the other is that there are no attributes. There is no need to seal, it is quick to use, and with the technique of Flying Thunder God, the lethality is very terrifying. If you don't have attributes, you can add various nature changes to it, just like Naruto's various spiral pills in the original plot. Therefore, this spiral pill is like a tailor-made for Heia. You must know that he has both the Flying Thunder God and the 5 nature changes of fire, thunder, wind, earth, and water, and in terms of configuration alone, he is much better than Naruto. Now, my basic configuration is already very luxurious. Next, the most important thing is the blood. In Kazuya's mind, he has a rough plan for the future. His vision is ahead of his time. In this world, even the shadows of the major ninja villages can't stand on the same height as Kazuya, because only he knows everything about the plot. The cultivation of mortals is limited to the 4 generations of Hokage, Kiribi, and Sanshoyo Hanzo. However, when the real 6th-level, large barrel wood level power appeared, the peak of mortals was meaningless at all. It's like a demigod Sanshoyo Hanzo, who has suppressed the ninja world for decades, and was finally unilaterally crushed by Lyudeo Pain. The so-called Ninja Alliance, in front of the 6 roads with soil, does not even have a chance to brush up on the sense of existence, because as soon as he shows up, he will be killed in pieces, and he is powerless to resist. Of course, it's still a long way off. Kazuya still has plenty of time to plan. His short-term goal now is the bloodline of the sons of the 6 realms, Asura and Indra. More specifically, Senju Mori, who has inherited the blood of Asura. There is also the Uchiha clan who have inherited the blood of Indra. 1,000 hands. Uchiha. Kazuya has already set his sights on these 2 clans. Exactly. The 3rd Hokage gave the order to go to Tsunade. In fact, a long time ago, Kazumi was paying attention to the Uchiha clan, but unfortunately, he never found any decent opportunities. Kakashi's body can only burst out of pupil power, but not Indra's bloodline. Moreover, his battle with Orochimaru was crushed too badly. In total, dozens of pupil power exploded, which is pitiful. As for the Uchiha Shisui, there are other people from the Uchiha clan, and Kazuya hasn't even touched it. Alas, Kazuya sighed. Uchiha Fugaku, why are you softer than Tuanzang? It's all a kaleidoscope, don't you dare to fight with the 3 generations of Hokage? It's really disappointing. The next 2 days, Kazuya is still very leisurely. Go to the dark part every day to check in, and then go to the training ground to pick up a wave of golden light. When I was resting, I was also dragged out shopping by Hong, and I picked up another wave by the way. Soon, and he picked up more than 2,000 chakras. Now his chakra is as follows: chakra LV4 92100/100,000 90,000 chakra. It's the pinnacle of the real shadow level. Now Kazuya, who is already confident, is able to suppress Jiraiya head-on. Immortal mode? Sorry. Me too. The strength of this shadow level pinnacle, in today's ninja world, there are not many opponents. Coupled with the Flying Thunder God, an ordinary ninja, there is no threat to Wawa at all. Under the super shadow level, the strongest, and 1 foot, has stepped into the threshold of transcendence. And also when shopping, the 3 generations of Hokage also sent someone to send him a few ninjutsu scrolls. Rank A, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The fire escapes, the fire is extinguished. Thunder escape, thunder clone. Wind escape, vacuum waves. It's all very powerful ninjutsu. Apparently, the recent performance of Kazuya has made the 3 generations of Hokage very satisfied, and he has also made a generous shot. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, and also felt a little strange. Isn't this ninjutsu original to the 3 generations of Hokage and only passed on to the lineage? How did you give yourself? Kazuya's gaze froze. Soon, and he came back to his senses. It's the master of the hand again, and it's the. For me to use the Shuriken Shadow Clone Sarutobi as a fake dog racer, it doesn't mean that he wants to train me to be a Hokage candidate? And also surprised. Usually, he just shouts slogans casually, and the 3 generations of Hokage won't take it seriously, right? That's interesting. Hokage's position. And there is not much interest, but it's always good to be able to stand a little higher. Perhaps, in the future, there will be no need for Uchiha Obito, and he alone will be able to set off the 4th Ninja War. It is worth mentioning, after returning from this mission to capture Orochimaru, Utsuki Zien looked at Kazuya's gaze and worshipped it more and more. Bright light. It's like watching an idol. Crazy. Infatuation. Adore. Captain Kazuya, please train me hard. When Maoyu Zien said this sentence again, he couldn't help it, he called Sunset Red. The 3 of them arrived at a remote training ground. Magic. Bondage kill. Illusion, 3 unique Sakura. Illusion, this is not a spell. Illusion. Naruto clone. Illusion, falling Sakura Nami's technique. Sunset Red is very obedient. At the time of the discussion, he smashed all the illusions he knew on Maoyu Zien's body. Woman, how gentle. There is also a little temper. Looking at the moon and sunset every day, by Kazuya's side, his eyes were shining and shouting train me hard, and Sunset Red is also very emotional. So, she took out the most serious attitude to learn. Upper Ninja vs Middle Ninja. This battle became one-sided in an instant. You have picked up the illusion, the art of falling Sakura Nami. You have picked up the illusion, Naruto clone. You have picked up illusion, magic, bondage kill. You have picked up 100 illusion talents. You have picked up 100 illusion talents. You have picked up 80 illusion talents. Your illusion talent has been leveled up, currently LV4, 0/1000. Soon, watching the battle between the 2 women, he upgraded his illusion talent to LV4. Now his illusion, at least it won't be delayed. Competent. It's still dry. What a good girl. Kazuya looked at the Sunset Red and smiled softly. Kazuya-kun. Sunset Red was tired, but she was smiling happily. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo. Both were happy. Maoyu Zien wiped her tears and ran away. 5 hours. I was tortured by all kinds of illusions for 5 hours. I'm going crazy. At the end of the day, you will be fed a mouthful of dog food. The little girl's mentality collapsed in an instant. Kazuya Captain. The most annoying in Captain 2. And Captain Sunset Red. 2 big bad guys. He also looked at the back of Maoyu Zien running away, and sighed silently. He's not emotionally intelligent. There are some things that can be understood naturally, but just because you can see it doesn't mean you can do something. 12 years old. What can be done? Just because the brush and the water tank can be together doesn't mean that the poles and keyholes can also be used. Truth. That's the reason. So there are some things that can only be left to time to solve, and let's talk about it in 2 years. At the gate, Kazuya said hello to the gate ninja and left Konoha village. Actually, the ninja who guards the gate in Konoha is not easy to mess with. All of them are talents. in the original plot, but Pain was forced to come to the trick of Buddha jumping over the wall, and then entered Konoha village. Not to be underestimated. Soon, Kazuya sets off to find Tsunade in the land of you. Let's be honest. A little bit looking forward to it. Although the popularity of Princess Tsunade is not as good as Asuka, Asuna, Chito Isuzu, Tifa and other book kings, but in the Hokage, it is also unique. Hinata, who pulled away from second place, a distance of a section, the presence of the T0 level. After being discharged from the hospital, Kazuya has never seen Tsunade's real person, but this time he finally has a chance. Absolutely. The point is on the bloodline of Azura, Senju of the Mori. The amount of natural chakra is overwhelming, and it is because of the immortal body of the Azura that he inherited. Kazuya is looking forward to this. It takes about 3 days to get from Konoha village to Yonokuni, and if it is at full speed, it can be reached in 2 days. However, he was not in a hurry. Along, and also very leisurely, while hurrying, also enjoying the scenery of the country of fire. Mountains and forests, sunsets, flowing water. I have to say that because of the geographical location, the scenery of the fire country is still very good. This is also the reason why the Fire Nation is often coveted by several other powers. Just like the Land of the Wind, located in the endless desert, the wind and sand cover the sun all day long. How can you not look at the land of the land of the land of red fire? War. It often starts with a greedy thought. When he was on the road, Kazuya also encountered 2 groups of thieves, seeing that he was a ninja of Konoha and was alone, so he had the idea of robbing. These thieves, many of whom are wandering ninjas, have some strength. They often raid some caravans, as well as lone Omura ninjas. The caravan had money, and the lone Omura ninja had cultivation resources such as ninjutsu, which were all things they desperately needed. But, robbed and also, obviously looking for the wrong opponent. The dozen or so thieves all had their necks broken and their bodies dumped in the mountains and forests. These people who don't fit the plot will not be soft. 4 days later. Yonokuni, a wealthy town. Kazuya was dressed in white and wandered around the bustling streets. He had already taken off Konoha's forward guard and dressed like an ordinary person. The entry of ninjas is still very sensitive. If it is not a mission, when you enter other countries, you will take off your forward protection to avoid some unnecessary trouble. The streets are full of pedestrians. There are 2 things that Yonokuni is famous for. One is the hot springs on Bluebird Mountain, and the other is the bustling casino next to Rose Street. Hot springs, casino. These are also the 2 pillar industries of Yonokuni. As for Tangian village, don't mention it. Except for one who entered the Akatsuki organization's Rebel Ninja Flying section, there have been no famous characters. If there is a war, Konoha will be able to raise Yukage's ashes within 3 days. Fortunately, Tanging also knew his weakness, put on a peace-loving appearance, and basically did not participate in wars between major powers. Over the years, he has barely survived. It's my favorite place to play, Kazuya sighed. In this land of soups, the atmosphere is much more open than Konoha. On the street, from time to time, you can see some young ladies and sisters, enthusiastically pulling you to the store. The names of those shops are not very serious. But, Kazuya has little interest in this. It's all buses, and it's very uncomfortable when people come and go. He wandered around the streets for a long time, found a restaurant, and simply ordered some eel rice, grilled octopus, miso soup, and the like, ready to eat a full stomach before going to Tsunade. 10 minutes later. Kazuya was about to leave when he suddenly heard several men at the table next to him talking excitedly. Have you heard? I lost more than 10 million fat sheep in the casino yesterday, and today I said that I want to use the money to turn over the book. Really? I can lie to you, this matter has spread, saying that I have made up more than 30 million yuan, and I want to win it back. Damn, that pretty woman is so rich. That's not it. Hurry up, you won't have to see it if you're late. Several men chatted and chatted, their expressions twisted with excitement. Gamblers. That's all. What stimulates them the most is the large amount of gambling money, and there are beautiful women. Exactly. This fat sheep is all stained. Pretty fat sheep. Kazuya's eyes moved. The address given to him by the 3 generations of Hokage is on Rose Street in Yonokuni. This fat sheep is beautiful and generous, most of them are Tsunade. Or else, a beautiful and rich fat sheep is probably black, and the corpse doesn't know where to bury it. Kazuya got up, quietly followed. Tsunade's gambling luck is a loss anyway, so why can't he lose to him? What the hell? Everyone is still their own person. A few minutes later, and followed the gamblers into a luxurious casino. As soon as you enter the door, I felt a noisy breath rushing to my face. Inside the casino, some people win with red faces, and some people lose so much that they can't stand on their feet, and also very calm. He's also here to gamble, not to lose. Anyway, it's easy to say if you win, but if you lose, you will directly kill the casino owner, rob the rich and help the poor, and you will not lose after all. Therefore, when I entered the casino, Kazuya was very confident. He walked around the casino, but he didn't see the familiar figure. I thought it was early, but I suddenly heard a commotion at the door. Wow! It's the big fat sheep coming. She's really beautiful. Many gamblers exclaimed loudly, greatly. Great Kazuya's gaze also looked over. In the crowd, two women walked in. One of them had short black hair, held a small pet pig in his hand, and looked a little timid. Beside is a big beauty with pale blonde hair, wearing a green gown, and a bet word printed on her back. The momentum is very strong. Look at all directions. As soon as you enter the casino, you are like a queen and attract everyone's attention. The queen is full of momentum. It is none other than the princess of the land of fire, Tsunade. She looks very young, and her face is so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off it. Step by step, the invisible wave of chi around the body shook the onlookers back half a step. Domineering. It's so domineering. This is matched with a god of gamblers BGM, and it's perfect. Today I'm going to win back everything that belongs to me. Tsunade excitedly. Good. If you don't gamble, it's better to work. That's right. Who is crying every day? How can there be a bet on the dog to lose back? Beauty, the odds are right today, the leverage is full. The gamblers next to him were cheering. Tsunade-sama. The silent voice holding the pet pig on the side said sneeringly, this 30 million is our last money. If we lose, we will have no food tonight. How could I lose? Tsunade glared at the girl beside him fiercely, and said, I'm gambling today. I'm afraid that the owner of the casino won't have the money to pay me. Soon. Tsunade waved his hand and sat down at the table with a bold face. This time, Kazuya, who had changed his appearance with the transformation technique, also sat down. Next. It's simple. Tsunade bets big, and he bets small. Tsunade bets small, and he bets big. 2 hours later, Tsunade had lost more than 5 million and Kazuya had won more than 4 million. Bad luck. Tsunade was angry, and left the table with his money. She ran to a poker table again. And then, Tsunade bets on the banker to win, and the bet on the idol to win. Tsunade bets on the player to win, and the bank also bets on the banker to win. More than an hour passed. Tsunade lost more than 5 million again, and Kazuya won more than 5 million. You kid! Tsunade finally found out, and she was furious. You're using me as a beacon. Kazuya smiled faintly and said mockingly, can't afford to lose. I can't afford to lose. Tsunade's eyes widened, I'll let you see if I can afford to lose. After speaking, she ran to the cockfighting place again. 2 fighting cocks, one red, black all the time, with a tuft of silver gray hair on their heads. 5 million. Tsunade exclaimed, I'll bet on this red cockfight to win. He also said, then I'll bet on this black one. You. Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, and her beautiful forehead was about to wrinkle a tic-tac-toe. Tsunade-sama. Silent whispered exclaim. She was afraid that Tsunade-sama would be angry and kill this provocative man with one punch. I'm fine. Tsunade gritted his teeth. It's unforgivable for this damn guy to use himself as a beacon. Between words, the fighting with the gray hair on the black head won the strong red fighting. Tsunade. Lost again? 5 million are gone again, and is gone side. Kazuya squatted down, patted the winner with gray hair on his black head, and praised, chicken, you are so beautiful. After saying that, he glanced at Tsunade defiantly again. The gaze is very disdainful. This time, Tsunade couldn't help it at all. I'm going to bet with you, alone. Okay. Come and bet on dice, a stud, do you dare? Come on, I'm betting big. Then I'll bet small. Big, big, big. Give me a win. Tsunade went crazy. 1, 2, 3. Small. She also lost her last 15 million. Thank you. Kazuya smiled, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Roll. Tsunade let out a frantic roar. Kazuya smiled slightly, he swept away the 30 million brought by Tsunade and floated away. Tsunade-sama, the money. The silence holding the pet pig burst into tears. That's the last money they have on them, and they're gone, and they're out of money for dinner tonight. Don't talk. Let me. Quietly. Tsunade covered his mouth and felt his angina. The man just now was so hateful. Not only used her as a beacon, but also won her money. Aha. That's 30 million. Tsunade stood up. When I wanted to find the man, I found that the other party had disappeared into the crowd. And as soon as I went out, I noticed that several figures followed. Black eats black. Kazuya's expression does not move. Soon, he walked into a small alley in the middle of nowhere. He. After winning so much money, aren't you afraid that you will die? Tisk, what a novice, with tens of millions on him, dares to walk alone at night. If you know each other, hand over the money, and we'll leave you a whole corpse. Several burly men came out of the darkness with a sinister smile. In their hands, they all had long knives, and 2 of them were holding kunai for ninjas. You have picked up 5 chakra. You have picked up 5 chakra. You have picked up 10 battle XP. You have picked up 5 chakra. Kazuya sighed. He thought that the person who was following him would have some ability, but the golden light that burst out was too stretched. Disappointed. Kill. The burly men rushed forward. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. A series of muffled sounds rang out in the alley. After a few seconds, Kazuya walked out of the alley. Behind, the thieves who robbed were already lying on the ground, and they couldn't see their human form. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Mute are also out of the casino. Tsunade-sama, what are we going to do at night? Shizun asked pitifully. Bear with me. Tsunade's eyes were empty, and he said with a wandering breath, the old man said that someone will come to us in the next 2 days, and we will. When the time comes, let's talk about it then. Looking at the bright lights outside, Tsunade couldn't help but feel sad. 30 million. That's 30 million. Let the damn man win. The next day at noon, Tsunade and Shizun stayed at the inn, and it was time. The two of them carried salutes and walked down the street. Tsunade-sama, I'm hungry, Mute said aggrievedly. Do you think I'm not hungry? Tsunade said fiercely. Wait, if you are hungry, you can't drink more water, people should be coming soon. Alright then. Mute nodded helplessly. At night, under the flyover, in the bridge hole. Mute, you take your little quilt and lend me the cover. But I'm cold. Just cover it for a while. Okay then, Tsunade-sama. Mute is aggrieved again. Until the morning of the 3rd day. When Tsunade returned to the hotel where he had been staying, he found a handsome young man standing at the door, looking somewhat familiar. The other party suddenly turned around and found himself. Tsunade-senpai. The handsome young man's eyes lit up, and he looked as if he was surprised. You are Kazuya Nohara. It was Hokage-sama who asked me to come. Good. Great. Tsunade's mood instantly lifted. Here it is. It's finally here. The man walked over slowly, smiling politely. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Tsunade-senpai. I'm also happy to. Tsunade's expression was suddenly stunned. How do you feel like you've heard this before? You have picked up 100 chakra. You have picked up 200 points of combat experience. You have picked up 50 chakra. You have picked up 50 chakra. Clusters of golden light kept flying from the two women. This made Kazuya's smile even warmer. Tsunade seniors. Kazuya smiled and said, I've just arrived in the land of Unico, and I'm about to go for breakfast. Do you want to go together? Isn't that good? Tsunade hesitated. Coo, however. Her stomach screamed at the right time. Let's do it together. Kazuya laughed. That's good. Tsunade nodded a little embarrassedly. The silence on the side is holding the pet pig, looking at Kazuya curiously. It looks good, just like in the intelligence, a kind man. Shizun thought to herself. Apparently, her first impression of Kazuya is still very good. Soon, the three of them had a hearty meal in the hotel. Tsunade, who hadn't eaten for more than a day, suddenly felt the warmth of the world. Tsunade-senpai, Kazuya said with a smile, I'm in this hotel, I've opened a room, you and Miss Mute, let's live here too, it's close, and it's convenient for some things. Well, that's fine. Tsunade nodded. I was so excited. Hooray! There is food to eat. The problem of the house was also solved. For a moment, her gaze at Kazuya became incomparably bright. What a nice guy. Big nice guys. Seemingly, this Nohara Kazuya is no different from what was described in the teacher's letter, and even kinder. It's not easy. It seems that after so many years of her absence from Konoha, another amazing ninja has appeared in the village. Shortly after the meal, in an empty wilderness, Kazuya confronts Tsunade from afar. Kazuya-kun. Tsunade chuckled softly. Sarutobi-sensei wrote a letter and wanted me to take you as an apprentice, but before that, I still have to see your strength. Let's go all out. Let me see where your limits are. Kazuya nodded. He was worried about how to burst out of Tsunade's body with some high-quality golden light, but he didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to learn. Look at this enlightenment. It is worthy of the legendary 3 ninjas. The initiative of this part-time job is completely at the same level as Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Then you have to be careful, Tsunade-senpai, Kazuya said softly. Ha 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 ha. Tsunade laughed loudly. Don't look down on your seniors, I'm Tsunade. The Mute on the side is also curious. She only knew that Kazuya's strength seemed to be very strong, but she didn't have any idea how strong it was. Come on. Tsunade beckoned. Good, Kazuya nodded. The next moment, his figure turned into a white light and instantly appeared in front of Tsunade. What a quick teleportation. Tsunade was stunned. Whew, Kuai sweeps. Dangerously sliced past her. It's amazing. Tsunade sighed in his heart and decided not to keep his hand anymore. Bang! She threw a punch. There was an alarming detonation in the air. Strange power. Big explosion. In the blink of an eye, The ground under Tsunade's feet was pressed into a spider's web-like trace by the powerful air currents that erupted from the chakra. That punch also slammed into Kazuya. Boom! Terrible power. Strange power. Kazuya's response is also very fast. He instantaneously, directly dodged Tsunade's attack range. Boom! The next moment, there was an amazing roar that rose into the sky. The ground with a radius of 20 meters was smashed by a strange punch. You have picked up 300 chakra, you have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 30 yang escape talent, you have picked up 20 yang escape talent, you have picked up skill, strange force, you have picked up 1000 monster XP, your monster power has increased its level, currently LV2, 0/1000. More than a dozen clusters of golden light flew towards Kazuya. In a flash, he picked up 500 chakra, 50 yang escape talents, and a new skill monster. Strange power. Don't underestimate this skill. The destructive power of the strange force is very amazing, far beyond ordinary ninjutsu. Otherwise, Tsunade would not have given up on conventional ninjutsu and specialized in using strange powers to fight. Moreover, strange power is the same as spiral pills, it is a non-printing skill, and the power is very fast. This, perfect for the flying Thor's technique. Think about it. A strange wave wind in Watergate, or a Tsunade who can jump in space. What a picture is that? Fire escape, how fireball technique. Hands stamped. A fireball with a diameter of more than 20 meters crushed towards Tsunade. The mute watching the battle next to him was stunned. This is a how fireball? Who is it to deceive? Swear by silence. In her life, she had never seen such a big fireball. It's an exaggeration. This kid. Tsunade's expression also became solemn. It's not an ordinary character. Boom, boom, how fireball explodes. Caused a terrifying roar. Tsunade dodges quickly. She didn't plan to take on such a terrifying fire escape ninjutsu. What a tough guy. Tsunade's face tightened. Phew. Suddenly, a white light flashed beside him. Look at my painful feet. Tsunade slammed it down. Boom. This time, it's not just an explosion. In an area of 100 meters, earthquakes have started. The surrounding trees are directly broken. The ground within the attack range has been cracked and covered with shards of boulders. Super attack. The power of terror erupts. What a terrible woman. Women's boxing. Real women's boxing. It's scary. 100 meters away. Kazuya's expression was very calm. He was mentally prepared, but he didn't want to kill Tsunade directly. This is a strong man who is called the Three Ninjas along with Orochimaru and Jiraiya. However, the next moment, several clouds of golden light flew in. Kazuya's expression finally changed. You have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up the skill, painful feet, you have picked up 1000 painful foot XP. Your pain feet have increased their level, currently LV2, 0/1000. You have picked up 30 Azura bloodlines. This, the body of the immortals. It's finally bursting out. And he felt his heart burning. It was as if there was a fire burning there. And then, soon spread to the whole body, every meridian, every inch of flesh and blood, began to burn. Here it is, the power of the body of the immortals. Azura, son of the 6 Dao immortals. His bloodline, that's an incredible thing. Zhou Ming, spotted and intercolumnar. It's because of the chakra with Azura and Indra that it's invincible and powerful. The Azura bloodline may not be as direct as its chakra, but it is enough to let Heia have the key to enter the 6 realms. Good, it's Tsunade. When I met for the first time, I not only gave myself 30 million, but also sent the Azura bloodline. God-level workers, it's really the boss's intimate little padded jacket. Kazuya took a deep breath and suppressed the burning sensation in his body. The battle continues. Speed up again. Tsunade is a medical ninja, and she attacks in mode, and she is a melee attack type. And he doesn't bully people, he bullies himself and fights directly with white edges. Painful feet, fist of heaven, H in the field. From time to time, Tsunade's roar rang out. That clearing was even more shattered by her terrifying power, as if it had passed through an earthquake. Even Mute, who was watching the battle, had to hide 100 meters away for his own safety. It's scary. Shizen hugged the little pet pig and said in horror, Tsunade-sama's battle is still so terrifying, it's really scary. However, what made her feel even more incredible was that under Tsunade's fierce attack, that white figure was still fighting with ease. It's amazing. Kazuya-kun, do you have the strength to rival Tsunade-sama? Mute was very surprised. In her opinion, Tsunade is the ceiling of combat effectiveness in the ninja world. Boom, boom, boom. Strange power erupts. The terrible roar continued. Tsunade exerted his strength frantically, but the expression on her face became more and more serious. The speed is too fast, I can't even touch the corners of his clothes, how can this be beaten? Uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable. It's rare for Tsunade to encounter such a humiliating battle. Crazy outbreaks. But no matter what skill you use, you just can't touch your opponent. It's too fast. This guy's speed is simply terrifying. In the smoke and dust, Kazuya's figure flashed quickly. Tsunade's power, in the entire ninja world, is also the first gear. It's a pity. No matter how strong the force is, as long as it can't hit, it's meaningless. Exactly. And that is, the most restrained Tsunade, Speed Ninja. Physical Talent LV5. Overdrive Reaction. Instantaneous LV5. Flying Thor's Technique. And the speed configuration of the whole ninja world is also unique. It can be said that if the 4 generations of Hokage don't come out, he will be invincible. Blazing Speed. It is also the type that most restrained Tsunade. You have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 50 Yang Escape Talent, you have picked up 50 Yang Escape Talent, you have picked up 30 Azuro Bloodlines, you have picked up 20 points of Azuro Bloodline. Clusters of golden light flew madly towards Kazuya. Soon, he picked up another 300 points of Yang Dun Talent and 50 points of Azuro Bloodline. It's a pity that as the battle progresses, the drop of the Azuro Bloodline is getting less and less. Fight. It's also hierarchical. Fighting and killing each other in life and death, the golden light that bursts out is also different. It's over. Kazuya chuckled softly. He knows. If you continue to fight, it will be difficult to burst out with high-quality golden light. Phew. Moment. A flash of white light. Kazuya's figure, as if teleporting, appeared behind Tsunade. Tsunade-senpai, thank you for teaching. Kazuya smiled faintly, and put the kunao on Tsunade's throat with his backhand. It's crazy. Directly silenced in the distance, the pupils shook, and the pet pigs fell to the ground in shock. No fight, no fight. Tsunade angrily slapped Kazuya's hand away, and said fiercely, what the hell does the old man mean? Let you be a little monster to worship me as a teacher, isn't this a slap in the face? Lost. It's all this time. Tsunade can also see that she is probably not Kazuya's opponent. Even if she still has a lot of useless tricks at the bottom of the box, but the other party doesn't have it? If you continue to fight, it will be enough to turn the tables. Forget it. Tsunade suddenly said with a broken face, I can't win, and I don't have the face to be your master anymore, but if you want to learn something, you can also tell me. Kazuya-kun, Mr. Ape-Fei trusts you very much, and I also think you are a good person. Tsunade said seriously, so, you don't have to be polite with me. Tsunade seniors. Kazuya looked very moved. Yes, how can I be polite to you? Tsunade, your 30 million taels are still with me. Alas. Tsunade sighed and said, of course, if you talk about it to the outside world, you are still my disciple, which is also what Mr. Sarafii meant. He is very optimistic about you and wants you to take over. That's why I asked you to come to apprenticeship. After all, there are few suitable candidates in the village, and teacher Ape-Fei's age is no longer suitable for accepting you as an apprentice. Tsunade's temperament is very direct, she thinks that Kazuya is good, and she believes in the old man's vision, and some of the thoughts in her heart are clearly stated. Well, thank you, Tsunade-senpai. Kazuya smiled and nodded. Sure enough. As expected, the 3 generations of Hokage asked him to come to Tsunade, just because he had the idea of cultivating himself as a successor. You guessed it. This is also normal. Ape-Fei Ri is almost 60 years old, and Kazuya is only 20 years old, and the age difference between the two is too much. If the ape flies to the day and collects the disciples, this generation will not be counted. Just like Naruto in the original plot, if it weren't for the early death of the 4th Hokage, Kakashi was weak, and it would not have been possible for Jiraiya to guide him personally. You guy, you're such a monster. Tsunade glanced at Kazuya, who had a calm face, and muttered. She was already trying hard, but she still couldn't take Kazuya. To be honest, if it was a desperate battle, Tsunade would only have 4 points of certainty that he would survive. Just survive. Not to win. If you want to win, the odds are even lower. This time, Shizen hugged the pet pig and walked over from a distance. She looked at the shattered wilderness that had been destroyed, and her expression twitched a little. Kazuya-kun is too powerful, Tsunade-sama is so serious, and he even lost. That's fine. Let Tsunade-sama calm down a little bit, and save another 30 million. Mute, don't think I'm so quiet that I can't hear you. When Tsunade saw Shizen coming, she suddenly came to her senses, she pinched her waist and roared angrily, and I haven't told you many times, money doesn't matter at all, if you don't have money, just borrow it again. The money in this world is inexhaustible. Ha 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 ha, let's go. With that, Tsunade grabbed Shizen's neck and laughed and walked towards the hotel. Kazuya, is there no end to borrowing money in this world? That's what I said. It's really a dog who shook his head when he heard it. But it's really in line with Tsunade's personality. The three of them quickly walked towards the hotel. Waited until I got back to the hotel. Tsunade deliberately called Kazuya to the courtyard. "Humph, you little one." Tsunade snorted coldly, and said a little arrogantly, "Since you are nominally a master and apprentice, I have to teach you something. Medical ninjutsu is very troublesome to learn, and it is estimated that you don't have the time. Then blame the force." As he spoke, Tsunade took out a scroll from his arms and threw it to Kazuya. "This is the cultivation method of strange power. As for the trick of strange power, it's to precisely control the chakra, gather the chakra, and then burst out from the fist in an instant, so as to blast out the terrifying destructive power. This trick requires a lot of chakra control. I think you can even learn to fly, Thor. It should be no problem, right?" Kazuya nodded and said, "It should be fine, Tsunade-senpai." He held the scroll with temperature in his hand. His expression remained unchanged, but there was some doubt in his heart. "This Tsunade, where did you get the scroll?" "In his arms. It's kind of interesting. I don't think the difficulty of the monster force is high for you. 10 days, it should be about the same. Let's work hard." With that, Tsunade turned and left. Ninjas who can reach the shadow level are all geniuses who are 1 in a million, and when cultivating this kind of thing, naturally there is no need to talk too much nonsense. Click on the key, and the rest depends on their own understanding. As for Kazuya, when he entered the room, he casually threw the scroll on the table. "Cultivation? That's too much of a waste of time. It's better to find an opportunity to fight with Tsunade a few more." Now, Kazuya's strange power skill is already LV3. Like the flying Thor, it's basically enough. For the next 7 days, Kazuya was leisurely paddling in the water, and I went to Tsunade to talk about it again. The number of exchanges has increased, and Tsunade's anger has also risen. Let a junior press and beat every day. As the Tsunade of the 3 ninjas, how can he hold back that irritable temper? Soon, under Kazuya's teasing, the intensity of the battle escalated again. Tsunade exploded with all his might, and in addition to ninjutsu, creation, regeneration, and spiritism, he basically used all the killing moves he could use. However, but he still couldn't take the "You have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 300 chakra, you have picked up 100 monster XP. Your monster power has increased its level, and it is currently LV5, 0/1000. You have picked up 30 Azuro bloodlines. You have picked up 40 Azuro bloodlines. Your Azuro bloodline has been leveled up, currently LV2, 0/1000. You have picked up 50 Yang escape talent. You have picked up 60 Yang escape talent. Your Yang escape talent has increased its level, and it is currently LV3, 0/1000. Clusters of golden light continued to fly into Kazuya's body. Big upgrade. Tsunade's body, the golden light that bursts out, is of high quality. Soon, it increased Kazuya's strange power to LV5, Yang Dun's talent to LV3, and Azura's bloodline to LV2. The amount of his chakra has also increased a lot, and it is now chakra LV4, 98600/100,000, 98,000. It's only 1 step away from the super shadow level. It's a pity that maybe it's because the time to fight Tsunade is too long. The quality of the golden light that fell has dropped a lot. On the 7th day, not even a bit of Azura bloodline burst out. It's really awesome. Tsunade. Kazuya sighed. "It seems I have to wait for another cooldown time before I can burst the Azura blood from Tsunade's body." A few days down, Kazuya's strength has also improved a lot. The Azura bloodline, which is the body of an immortal, represents a massive amount of chakra, a powerful body activity. At the peak of the 1,000 hands pillar, even if there is no seal, the vigorous vitality in the body is far beyond the Tsunade who created regeneration. His chakra volume is even higher than Naruto plus half a 9 tails, which is already very terrifying. This is the anti-heaven aspect of the body of the immortals. Now, and also embarked on this path. Wait until the Azura bloodline level is increased again, and with the Thunder Escape chakra mode, my physical strength can hang the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow and fight. Kazuya is very much looking forward to the future. Even the current Kazuya, in terms of lethality alone, may be stronger than the 4th generation Hokage. Flying Thunder God plus monster attack. Even the spiral pill is saved. The speed of the Flying Thunder God, coupled with the lethality of the strange force, I am afraid that it is an ordinary shadow level ninja, and if you encounter it, you will have to hide and go. Whew! Kazuya exhaled a deep breath of turbidity. This apprenticeship trip is not in vain. Externally, he and Tsunade are commensurate with master and apprentice. In fact, Tsunade, who was pressed and beaten by Heia, could only admit that he was cowardly, and his peers made friends. This is the ninja world. Fists decide status. It's early in the morning again. Kazuya had just finished breakfast when a gray pigeon flew to the hotel. This is the Konoha Shadows, a ninja pigeon used to transmit information. Kazuya's brows couldn't help frowning slightly. At this time, what are you looking for yourself in the shadows? Soon. And he took down the information scroll from the ninja pigeon. These scrolls have special seals, which can only be unlocked with a special technique for the dark part. If you force it, the scroll will self-destruct. Open the reel. Kazuya only glanced at it. His expression became serious. The intelligence is simple. The elite troops of Konoha and Union Village have already confronted each other in the territory of the Frost Country. The atmosphere is very tense, the two sides continue to increase their troops, and the Union Village has even dispatched a human pillar force. Of course, this is just background information. The most critical information is, the two dark teams led by Sunset Red and Kakashi were besieged by the elite Yunin in the territory of Yuno Kuni, and the situation was very critical, and he was asked to support him as quickly as possible. It seems, the strength of the other party is extraordinary. Kazuya destroyed the scroll with a calm expression. Sunset Red and Kakashi are both at the level of the upper ninja, and if they can put them in danger, the strength of the other party will definitely be stronger. The XP pack is here again. Kazuya chuckled. But, be a little faster. Although according to the inertia of the plot, there should be no problem with Red and Kakashi, but accidents are inevitable. Especially the Sunset Red, people haven't arrived yet. Even if you cut a little skin, it will affect the future experience. That's not going to work. Kazuya looked at the map, and the location marked in the information was not very far from the side of Rose Street. If you rush there, 5 hours is enough. Soon, Kazuya found Tsunade and said what was going to happen. You have to be careful, too. Tsunade instructed. Okay, thank you, Tsunade-senpai. Kazuya nodded, and said to the mute on the side, then senior sister mute, goodbye. After speaking, he turned and walked away. Aha. Shizun looked at Kazuya's back, and waved his hand a little reluctantly. Pay attention to safety, senior brother Kazuya. Her age is 3 years younger than Kazuya. In addition, there is a big gap in strength, so he cowardly took over the title of junior sister. Don't look at it, everyone is gone. Tsunade glanced at the small mute beside him. No, Tsunade-sama, I was just. Mute instantly panicked, and his little face turned red. Kazuya's departure made Shizun feel a little lost. This is also a very normal thing. In recent years, she has wandered around with Tsunade, and the men she has come into contact with are either gamblers in casinos, or owners and thugs of loan companies. Anyway, either bald or ugly, there are few normal people. And also as soon as it appears, under the backdrop of those gamblers and thugs, it is too dazzling. Talented. Even in battle, you can suppress Tsunade-sama. People are very gentle and very generous. When they left, they helped the two of them renew the room fee for a month. What a good person. Absolutely. The most important thing is that the person is still very handsome. These are very attractive and silent. She is only 18 years old, the same age as Sunset Red. In the face of such an excellent and still age-appropriate opposite sex, my heart is naturally a little budding. Humph. Tsunade snorted coldly. She saw Shizun's reluctant gaze, and she didn't know the girl's mind. That little bastard, it's really a person who can't live anymore. Tsunade gritted his teeth. The next time, when we meet again, she must get back from her fists. The dignified Konoha 3 ninjas, even if they lose, they must have the backbone to win back. The Land of Thunder. It is located in the northeast of the Land of Fire, and is separated by the country of Soup and the country of Frost. After countless wars, the current great ninja village is very smart. As long as there is a war, it will find ways to open the battlefield within the territory of those small countries, lest their own country be harmed by war. Just like the Second Ninja World War, the major forces fought fiercely in the small country of Rain. During the 3 wars, small countries such as the Land of Soup, the country of Frost, the country of Fields, and the country of Valley did not run away, and they were destroyed by the war. On the contrary, within the territory of the 5 major countries, it has not been hurt too much. This time, the same is true for Union Village. Elite troops have been assembled in the territory of the Land of Frost, ready to put pressure on Konoha. As for Konoha, he did not show weakness and quickly sent ninja troops to the Land of Frost to confront the troops of Union Village. To go from Konoha to the Land of Frost, you have to pass through the Land of Tang first, and Union Village is very cunning, and an ambush has been set up on this route to increase the number of troops. Obviously, Sunset Red and Kakashi's luck is very bad. On the way to the Land of Frost, they were blocked by Union's elite. The strength of the other party was very strong, and after the dark side of Konoha fought, they fell into a disadvantage, and even seriously injured people. After being defeated in battle, he was forced to flee and hide. Now, in the middle of a dense forest, at the mouth of a huge tree hole, there is an enchantment that blocks induction. Inside the tree hole, several scarred Konoha shadows were resting in the dim space. On the ground, there were 2 seriously injured people lying in the shadows, and the other 5 people didn't look very good. Now, sitting in the middle of the crowd were the 2 Shadow Squad leaders, Sunset Red and Kakashi. Sunset Red was wearing a cat face mask, her body was fine, she didn't suffer any injuries, but she was covered in chakra, but she consumed 60%, and she didn't have much energy left. Kakashi on the side, it was even worse. There are scars all over his body, and he looks very miserable, but fortunately, he is not seriously injured and still retains a certain combat effectiveness. Captain, our enchantment may not last long, and this place will soon be discovered by the enemy. Mao Yuzian gasped and reminded while arranging the detonation charm. As for the moonlight blast, it was lying on the ground and dying. He's unlucky enough. When he captured Orochimaru, he was injured a lot, and he was just discharged from the hospital after recovery, and he was seriously injured by the ninjas of Union Village on his first mission. Luck is a bit bad. No wonder in the original plot, eavesdropping was cut by Cheyenne. It's all fate. It's troublesome. If we don't have support, we'll have to break through again. Sunset Red's tone was a little depressed. The ambushed Yunren is a formation of 20 people, and there are 5 elite Shang-Ninis alone, and their combat effectiveness is very strong. Their 2 dark teams were almost defeated as soon as they made contact. If you hadn't run fast when you saw the situation, I'm afraid that someone would have made dumplings. That's all it can. Kakashi, who was next to him, glanced at his companion lying on the ground. If it had been placed in the past, he would probably have chosen to abandon his companions and break through directly by himself. But ever since he heard Kazuya's words, Kakashi has changed himself, the cold thought in his heart. The night has given us black eyes, but I should go and find the light. Kakashi's expression was firm. No matter how impossible it is, he must find a chance to survive and rescue his companions. Just like Kazuya-senpai. To fellow companions, do not abandon and do not give up. Meanwhile, in the middle of this dense forest, there are quite a few ninjas wearing the forward guards of Cloud Hidden Village, searching for the traces of Sunset Red, Kakashi, and others. Those dark parts of Konoha must have arranged an enchantment to stop our perceptual search. Search and see formation, don't be too far apart. The other party still has a shinobi, be careful. The ninja of Union Village, who was the leader, commanded sharply. After speaking, he also glanced back, and the female ninja behind him, who was a little shorter but had delicate facial features, said, Samui, you have to be careful, don't be careless, the other party is a ninja of Konoha, and carelessness will kill you. Yes, the delicate-looking and beautiful female ninja responded. She doesn't look very old, but her facial features are very delicate and beautiful, but she looks a little cold, and with her short blonde hair, she looks very eye-catching. It's just that at this time, the blonde girl ninja's face was filled with a touch of anger. Because, just now, Konoha's dark part broke through from the direction she was guarding. It's a shame. After searching for a while, a cloud ninja suddenly spoke, we have to be careful, those dark parts of Konoha may be counterattacked by the Jedi at any time, and this place is very close to the Fire Country, and the other party's support may arrive at any time. The cloud shinobi in the lead gritted his teeth and said, I know, but no matter what, we have to buy time for the frontal battle. This time Kiribi-sama, the 2 Yuji-sama are here, we will definitely be able to defeat the Konoha ninja. Really? Both adults are on the move. Even Kiribi-sama has joined the war. The crowd of cloud ninjas suddenly boiled. So, we're going to have to hold off Konoha's reinforcement ninjas, got it? Yes. Moment. Those cloud ninjas all became murderous. A figure passed by in an instant, and the speed was so fast that it even set off a violent wind around him. That terrifying speed is far beyond the level of ordinary ninjas. Kazuya, dressed in a dark costume, is moving forward at a rapid pace. Not far ahead, it is a densely wooded forest. For generations of thunder shadow. What a war maniac. Kazuya sighed softly. But, that's a good thing too. For Kazuya, what I'm most afraid of is that the ninja world is too peaceful. Hit. All of them are beaten hard by Lao Tzu. It's better to get all the brains out. The current Kazuya is only one step away from the super shadow level. It's also a self-preservation. A lot of things can be planned slowly. A moment later. And also into the woods. He was also attentive and always on the lookout. According to the location on the intelligence, it should be close to the area where Sunset Red and Kakashi are ambushed. Next, there is a possibility that you will encounter Union's elite ninja at any time. As for Red's safety, Kazuya is not too worried. Has the inertia of the plot, as long as she doesn't make a big death, it shouldn't be a big problem. At this time, 30 kilometers away, in a tree hollow, boom, boom, several explosions rang out into the sky. That's the Konoha Shadow Ninja, and the trap setup has been triggered. Several Yunren were blown away in an instant. One of them had his arm blown off, and he was directly out of breath. It's a detonator. Damn Konoha shadows. What a sinister one. Kill. Don't let go of those shadows. The few Yunren who survived all had furious expressions on their faces. Meantime, the explosion also attracted all the Yunren who were not far away. In the direction of the east, a large number of footsteps were found. I didn't even have time to deal with the traces, the other party must have left in a hurry. Chase! They can't run far. Kill those Konoha shadows. The leader Yun Ren roared loudly. In the siege with the advantage of numbers, it was the ninja on his side who died first, and this kind of thing was simply unacceptable. Whoosh whoosh, those angry cloud ninjas all chased after them murderously. Meanwhile, not far ahead of them, several Konoha shadows are running away in embarrassment. In the position at the back of the team, Sunset's red expression was very ugly. This time, the number of people in the team was already small. Now, one person was also assigned to take care of 2 seriously wounded people. There are only 4 people left who can fight. It's too difficult to face the menacing cloud forbearance. Phantom. At this time, Kakashi suddenly said solemnly, Yun Shinobi is about to catch up. I'll lure the enemy and buy you as much time as possible. Even if I want to lure the enemy, I will. Sunset Red spoke, and was about to say something when Kakashi interrupted her. Phantom. Kakashi said resolutely, the captain taught me the value of life, and I will not turn my back on my companions again. And I have selfish intentions too. Kakashi said in a somewhat sad tone, the captain has lost his sister, I can't let him lose you again, just take it as atonement. And also the matter of being close to Sunset Red, in the entire dark part, is not a secret. The voice did not fall. Kakashi broke away from the group and rushed in the opposite direction. Seeing the scene, not only the sunset was red, but even the breathing of the other dark parts became heavy. Death. When death really comes, people can truly realize the value of life. And only ninjas who recognize the value of life, but are still willing to die generously, can be called heroes. This moment, Kakashi is a hero. There was a long silence. Sunset Hunkei said in a depressed tone, we can't waste Kakashi's determination, let's go quickly, at least we must rescue our seriously injured companions. If the enemy catches up again, you leave with the seriously wounded, and the others follow me to stop the enemy. Yes, Captain. This time, Sunset Red has a determination to face death. She also finally realized how incredible the value of Kazuya-kun's determination to die generously in the face of the Nine Tails back then. However, it didn't take long. The ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village still caught up. It's just that the number of people has been halved, and there are only 10 people. The leading Yun Ren was so angry that his eyes began to turn red. Because, just now, the broken Konoha Shadow Department killed the 2 of them in an instant. Konoha's elite ninja is too strong in individual soldiers. If you continue to fight, even if you can kill the broken Konoha Dark part, you will let the others run away. Therefore, he could only forcibly divide his troops. One team of people surrounded and killed the broken Konoha Dark Division, and the other team came to chase and kill the large army, with more enemies and fewer enemies. And downsizing. This is a mistake on the part of the conductor. I'm afraid that if this mission is completed, my captaincy will have to be taken away by the people above. Not far away. Knowing that there was no way to avoid it, Sunset Red also led the team to stop. There are 3 more people around her, and the shadows that can fight are all there. As for the 2 seriously injured shadows, their attitude is also very resolute, and their bodies are covered with detonation charms. Even if they are going to die, they have to pull a few cushions. I don't think I have confessed to Kazuya-kun yet. Looking at those Yun Ren who were getting closer and closer, a complicated color inexplicably flashed in the beautiful eyes of the sunset. Yes, perhaps only at such times can people really see their hearts. Her heart. Maybe before he dies, there will only be regrets. I'm sorry, Kazuya-kun. I'm sorry, father. But, I'm also a Konoha ninja. Moment. Sunset's red gaze became firm. It's going to be desperate too. 800 meters. 500 meters. 200 meters. The distance between the 2 sides is getting closer. However, just when the ninjas on both sides were about to collide together, there was suddenly a kunai with a special shape, and a bang appeared on the ground in front of Sunset Red. Sunset's red eyes were stunned, and she suddenly realized something. Phew. The next moment. A flash of white light. A dark ninja wearing a white trench coat and a mask appeared in front of Sunset Red. Am I late? Kazuya asked with a chuckle. Yes, Kazuya-kun. Hearing that familiar voice, Sunset Red suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and then it was full of security. Kazuya-kun is here. He really showed up. Captain. It's the captain here. It's the captain who came to support. The dark part of Konoha on the side also had ecstatic expressions. Kazuya Captain. It's Kazuya Captain who is here. These cloud ninjas are completely finished. The Konoha Dark Department who was present was going to die generously, and it was possible to change it to 1, but I didn't expect that at the moment of life and death, Captain Kazuya appeared. Of Captain Kazuya, who repelled the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow and severely damaged Orikimura, the sense of security exploded. That's Captain Kazuya. Even the big snake pill, one of the three ninjas, can't bear it, let alone the little cloud ninja. I have to say, before, the 3 generations of Hokage secretly promoted in the village, which was still very effective. Many Konoha ninjas almost regard Kazuya as a top powerhouse on par with the 3 ninjas, perhaps. And that's a little bit worse, it's the record. At the moment, after several fierce battles, Chakra has consumed a lot, and when she saw Kazuya coming, her face finally couldn't help but show a look of exhaustion. Sorry, I'm in trouble for you again, Sunset Red said a little sadly. He shook his head indifferently, and said casually, I'm not afraid of trouble for you, because you are not only my companion, but also my whole world. After speaking, Kazuya also glanced at Sunset Red affectionately. Ha! Under the ups and downs, Sunset Red made Kazuya a little confused. The whole world. I'm the? Of Kazuya-kun's whole world, oh my god. Just when the sunset was red, confused, and red, those murderous Yunren finally rushed up. Humph, is there only one person for support? Konoha ninjas are really arrogant. Kill them all. Up. On the faces of every Yun ninja, there was a piercing murderous intent. It's just a person. Do you want to change your life against the sky? Who do you look down on? In a flash, countless shuriken flew out of those Yun ninjas' hands. Take care of the wounded. Kazuya said lightly, the next battle, leave it to me. Yes, Captain. This time, the dark part of Konoha, which had been in a desperate situation, was lifted up again. Phew! In an instant. The next moment, Kazuya's figure appeared in front of the sea of shuriken. Fire escape, how fireball technique. Rapid stamping. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a fireball with a diameter of more than 20 meters formed, engulfing the dense shuriken in an instant. Boom! Amazing explosions, soaring into the sky. The scorching firelight shone on the faces of the cloud ninjas. It's so strong. The other party is not an ordinary ninja. Be careful. At least it's a dark part at the level of a detachment leader. There was a loud warning in the cloud ninja. Water escape, water array wall. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Thunderball. Lay done, Sandamu Lyudu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. What, you're a spy, aren't you, and you can even do Shuriken Shadow Clones? How could it be? I just threw a little more Shuriken and deceived that Konoha Shadow. What if he believed it and was scared? Makes sense. What a tactic. Soon, intensive Shuriken and ninjutsu, it's completely enveloped in Kazuya. Sky attack, lightning and thunder. It looks terrifying, however, and also at the center of the attack, but his expression was very calm. Seems, I saw a familiar face. Kazuya's gaze fell on the body of a blonde girl. The girl was delicate and beautiful, with neat short blonde hair, and looked like she had a cold and impersonal temperament. The most important thing is, what a wickedness. This feature is so obvious. Kazuya recognized it at a glance. She was Samaai from Union Village. That female ninja who can compete with Tsunade in terms of physical talent. She also appeared. The next moment, there was a terrifying thunderbolt that exploded beside Kazuya. Boom, boom, boom. Blue thunder was raging. However, Kazuya was very calm. He quickly walked through the opponent's attack. Whether it was the attack of the thunder escape ninjutsu or the shuriken, it could not cause him any damage. Air. Clusters of golden light are also constantly flying. You have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 150 chakra, you have picked up 200 points of combat experience. You have picked up 50 thunder escape talent. You have picked up 50 water escape talent. You have picked up ninjutsu lay done, Sandamu Lyudu. You have picked up 1000 points of thunder escape. Sandamu Lyudu skill experience. Your thunder escape. Sandamu Lyudu has increased its level, and it is currently LV2, 0/1000. The moment of the hand to hand. And I picked up 500 chakra. It's only one step away from upgrading Super Shadow. Good. These experience packs come in well. He wanted to end the battle quickly and directly deal with these cloud ninjas. Now it seems, it's better to brush up on some golden light. The quality of these cloud ninja is much worse than Tsunade, but there are a lot of people. Boom, boom, boom. In the field, the explosion of ninjutsu was constantly sounded. Those 10 cloud ninjas rushed up directly, wanting to besiege and kill Kazuya. 8 kami shinobi, 2 elite shinobi. Such a lineup is a bit of a waste to besiege a Konoha Dark Department. Kill. All of a sudden, 10 cloud ninjas surrounded them, shouting and killing shook the sky. Siege. Absolute numerical superiority. A battle that is impossible to lose. And yet, a few minutes later, the leader of the cloud ninja sensed that something was wrong. This Konoha Dark part, it doesn't look normal. There was a look of confusion on his face. Moreover, why don't the other Konoha shadows come up to support? During the battle, the afterglow of that Yun shinobi saw the other Konoha shadows, either on guard or busy healing. Anyway, it's just that there is no need to go to war at all. Here's why it's. The next moment, he knew the answer. Phew, a flash of white light. Moment. He was punched in the lower abdomen. Bang, the power of terror erupts. And then, that Yun ninja's body exploded directly like a watermelon. Boom, a dull sound. Bloody rain. What a speed. People are gone. Damn. The surrounding Yun Ren was dumbfounded. Their captain was directly aided by the Konoha dark side with a punch. There are no dead bodies. Time. The movements of those Yun ninjas' hands froze, and their eyes were full of fear and horror. They sped away, and they all retreated to the branches of the surrounding trees. One by one, they looked at Kazuya vigilantly and frightenedly. You have picked up 500 chakra. Your chakra amount has increased its level, and it is currently chakra LV5 0/1,000,000. After that Yun Ren died, the golden light that burst out directly raised Kazuya's chakra level by 1 level. Super Shadow. After the shadow level, it is further. Today's Kazuya finally has to step into the extraordinary power moment. He could feel the chakra in his body boiling. This feeling is very good. Kazuya clenched his fist. Finally, this step has been taken. He looked up. Moment. That amazing momentum made Yun Ren present feel that something was wrong. Phew. The next moment, a flash of white light. Boom, boom, boom. An amazing sonic boom rang out. A dazzling white light that explodes in the air. In a flash, blood rushes. The mournful wails continued. By the time the white light disappeared, almost all of the Yun Ren present had been killed. It's just that in the eye, the group is wiped out. Then, the blonde girl ninja didn't seem to react yet. Her expression was confused, and there was a hint of horror that couldn't be concealed. Her teammates, how did he die in an instant? Suddenly, Samui's gaze froze, because she saw the terrible Konoha shadow slowly walking in front of her. You, who the hell are you? At this moment, Samui's beautiful face was full of fear and despair. The gap is too big. Killed in an instant. The other party is definitely not an ordinary dark part. Don't be afraid. Kazuya patted the blonde girl on the shoulder and smiled. I never bully women. Why don't we play a game? Swimming. What game? Samui looked at Kazuya, and his frightened body began to tremble. You have 30 seconds, and then I'll chase you, and if I catch you, I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece. The countdown has begun. 30,29, and also began to count down. The next moment, as if he had gone mad, he ran away, not realizing that a black mark had appeared on his shoulder. Bonfires can be seen burning everywhere. The climate in the land of frost is bitterly cold, and even at noon, the temperature is very low. Many Konoha ninjas who were resting were leaning on the bonfire to keep warm. The three of them walked all the way through to the door of the big tent in the middle of the camp. At this time, a few people in the big tent walked out quickly. It's been a hard work, Captain Kazuya. The first to greet was a very kind-looking fat man, wearing dark green armor and a word for food written on his big belly. Kazuya recognized it at a glance. This kind fat man is one of the 12 powerhouses of Konoha and the father of Autumn Road Dingza. Beside, a short-haired young man with a delicate and handsome appearance also bowed down to say hello, Captain Kazuya. Hello, I'm Uchiha Shisui. It's the first time I've met. It's a pleasure to meet you. When the handsome young man spoke, several balls of golden light burst out and flew towards Kazuya. You have picked up 100 chakra. You have picked up 100 chakra. You have picked up 80 chakra. You have picked up 200 points of combat experience. You have picked up 100 yen escape talent. You have picked up 100 yen escape talent. You have picked up 50 yang escape talent. You have picked up 50 yang escape talent. Gee, it's a debut experience pack. This quality, this grade, is really good. The moment they met, he picked up 200 yen escape talent. 0. Autumn Road Dingji. Uchiha stops water. They are all amazing and glamorous workers. 380. Akito Dingzo seniors, stop the water sang, and everyone is good. Kazuya said kindly, I received an order from Hokage-sama to support the battle on the front line. Great. Chudeo Ding took Kazuya's arm and said enthusiastically, the 3 generations of adults have also informed us. To be honest, if it weren't for Kazuya-kun to come, I would have been a little weak in the face of the human pillar power of Union Village. Really? He asked quietly, has the enemy even dispatched the human pillar force? Chudeo Ding said seriously, we have already fought with the opponent's 2-tailed human pillar force 2 Yamu people, and the opponent's combat effectiveness is very strong, and it must not be underestimated. And there is intelligence that even the 8-tailed pillar force Skirabi has been sent out on the Union side. Chudeo Dingzo said with some embarrassment, in the previous battle, we can still support it, but if the 2 pillars appear at the same time, it will be a little difficult. Kazuya listened and entered the big tent. Then, I saw that in front of the war sand table in the big tent, there was a middle-aged man with a deep face. Kazuya-kun. The man nodded, kind of agreeing, but he didn't look very enthusiastic. You have picked up 70 in escape talent, you have picked up 70 in escape talent, you have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 100, ahad, chakra. A few more clouds of golden light flew towards Kazuya. Not really. It's just over 100 yin escape talents. Oh Fugaku. I said, what are you ordering? Your talent is too different from stopping water. And I can't help but want to complain. He naturally recognized that this man with a gloomy face was the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, who led the Uchiha to perdition, Uchiha Fugaku. Now, Uchiha Fugaku's body was still bandaged, and he was obviously injured. Patriarch Fuyu, are you injured? And asked quietly. Alas. Uchiha Fugaku sighed and said, 2 days ago, I fought with the two-tailed human pillar force of Union Village, and he was scratched by his claws, and the opponent's speed was very fast. That's. Kazuya continued to sprinkle salt on his wounds, pretending to be surprised. Patriarch Fuyu, can't the speed of the opponent's pillar force even capture the riding wheel? Yes, Uchiha Fugaku said with an ugly face, that person is very difficult to deal with, and he is definitely not a general. Obviously, he felt very embarrassed to be mentioned in front of everyone. Even the patriarch of Fuyu has been injured. It seems that the enemy's strength this time is indeed very strong. Kazuya emphasized it again and again. That's true. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. The fat man on the side, Shudeo Dingza, took over the topic and said in a deep voice, this time, a total of 240 ninjas have been dispatched from Union Village, including more than 30 upper ninjas, and there are also human pillar forces. Our side. There are a lot of ordinary ninjas, but there is a lack of top players, and if the other party dispatches the Eight Tails pillar force again, I am afraid that the battle situation will become very dangerous. Speaking of this, a layer of dark clouds appeared on Shudeo Dingzuo's face. The only good news is that Union Village does not seem to have any plans to increase troops, and it seems that the scale of the battle is controlled at the level of 100 people. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku next to the sand table also agreed. Union Village can use 2 people's pillar power, but our Konoha human pillar force does not have the ability to go to the battlefield, and the top-level combat power is too much of a loss. That's right. Before the 6th level flying in the sky, the human pillar power was still very deterrent, and it was the ultimate weapon that could create disasters on the battlefield. And Konoha's 9-tailed human pillar power is still crawling on the ground now, and it is too much of a loss compared to Yunyin, who has a 2-person pillar power. Kazuya nodded. Skirmishes are also reasonable. It seems that even Union's gang of war maniacs don't have the courage to set off the 4th Ninja World War. Merely, the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow is not a fool either. The smaller the scale of the war, the greater the deterrent power of the human column. Because ordinary ninjas, without absolute numerical superiority, it is difficult to deal with human pillar forces. What a cunning fellow. Kazuya sighed in his heart. It seems that the reckless man of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow still has a bit of brains. Kazuya pondered for a moment, then suddenly spoke, and said in an extremely sincere tone, everyone, I will take over all the battles regarding the human pillar force, and the rest of the cloud ninjas, please leave it to everyone. As soon as this remark came out, the atmosphere in the big tent suddenly froze. The ninjas who were present looked at Kazuya's gaze, and it instantly became very complicated. There are surprises, there are shames. It's more admiration. That's Union's human pillar power, the ultimate weapon. To be honest, none of the people present are willing to face the power of the human pillar. Look at Uchiha Fugaku. It's just a trial battle, and he was almost torn apart by the 2-tailed human pillar, and if the 8 tails come, then he must not be pressed to the ground and beaten violently. However, just when the enemy was so terrifying, Kazuya actually opened his mouth and took over the battle with the human pillar force? It's so heroic. It's so dreadnought. It's worthy of you, and yes Kun. Shudeo Dingzo said with a little shame, I thought that the rumors in the village were a bit exaggerated, but I really met today, and I found out that you are indeed a ninja who has the courage to take responsibility and dare to sacrifice. I'm ashamed of myself. Uchiha Fugaku also nodded in admiration, and said, it seems that as Hokage-sama said, Kazuya-kun, you are a ninja who truly inherits the will of fire, which is amazing. The sunset red and the moon on the side, looking at Kazuya's gaze, are full of worship. See, this is the man I have my eye on. How good. Now, the ninja in the big tent was undoubtedly not conquered by Kazuya's bravery and responsibility, and even felt that he was glowing, as if there was something burning on his body, called the will of fire. It's so dazzling. Even some people are ashamed. The people present, who don't know, the battle with the human pillar force is the most dangerous battlefield. Look at the captain of the people's Kazuya. As soon as he comes, he will go to the most dangerous place and fight with the human pillar force. What about them? As soon as he saw the other party's human pillar force come out, he pretended to shout and kill, and rushed to the nearest union next to him to endure it. This is the gap between the will of fire. that's what I'm supposed to do. Kazuya smiled faintly. Under the mask, he glanced at Uchiha Fugaku a little playfully. Gee, and put aside this will of fire. And the so-called battle pillar force is just to find a suitable reason for OB on the battlefield for himself. Unexpectedly, as soon as those words came out, the people in the big tent all showed expressions of shame or admiration. I have a great will of fire, which is far inferior to yours. Seeing this, Kazuya could only sigh silently. Why bother? Life is like a play. Handsome. A moment later, Kazuya saw that the atmosphere was set to this, so he could only speak, and shouted the slogan impassionedly, all for the village, all for Hokage-sama, long live Konoha. Konoha will win, the will of fire will prevail. As soon as they heard this slogan, the faces of the ninjas in the big tent became excited. Atmosphere. It boiled in an instant. Together for the village, all for Hokage-sama, long live Konoha. Konoha will win, the will of fire will prevail. For a moment, the impassioned shouts were deafening. Even Sunset Red and Mao Yuzian clenched their fists excitedly and waved their right hands fiercely. What's even more absurd is that the Uchiha Fugaku next to him is also shouting loudly. Under the mask, Kazuya's expression was also a little excited. Look, this picture, this momentum, isn't it more than Naruto? Apparently, Kazuya, with his pure will to fire, is perfectly integrated into this high-level command team. Burning to burning, the reality still has to be faced. Just like in the ninja camp in Konoha, many ninjas' expressions were heavy, which made the atmosphere of the camp oppressive. Cloud Hidden Village. 2 tails, 8 tails, 2 people pillar force. There are even 4 generations of thunder shadows that are likely to appear. These are all monster-level powerhouses, and for ordinary ninjas like them, they are disaster-like existences. Under the absolute difference in strength, it is necessary to sacrifice a lot of lives to have a chance to reverse and win. And in front of the terrifying human pillar force, these ordinary ninjas are those who need to sacrifice their lives. To put it simply, it's cannon fodder. What's more, Konoha ninjas who have experienced the Night of the 9 Tails, which one is not a little-tailed beast PTSD? Therefore, the expression of every Konoha ninja was very heavy. Death. Who can face death calmly? After leaving the big tent, Kazuya's expression suddenly became subtle. It's a little weird. Cloud Hidden Village. 2 people column force. Under normal circumstances, in the face of an enemy of this level, the shadow-level ninja sent should be self-right. But this time, it was myself who received the task. It didn't show up at all. Seemingly, 8th ARI/that old fox, in addition to testing the Uchiha, he was also testing his combat power level. It's a test. Let's see if he has the strength to deal with a shadow-level ninja alone. After all, whether it was fighting the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow or chasing Orochimaru, there was always Zilla by his side. This also makes the ape fly and slash, and he can't be completely sure of his strength. Union Village is pressing, the human pillar force is dispatched, and the opportunity has finally come. This may be the last temptation. If he can suppress the human pillar force head-on, after this battle is over, he will most likely be able to get the position of the captain of the Dark Department. When the time comes, it can be regarded as a steady progress, and he has completely entered the high-level power circle of Konoha. What an old fox. Kazuya sighed in his heart. Really, Sarutobi can sit in the position of the Hokage for decades, and it is definitely not an ordinary role. Now, when Kazuya frowns and thinks, suddenly, a slightly immature voice sounded behind him. Kazuya-senpai, smell, and also turned back. But I was a little surprised to see that it was Uchiha Shisui who greeted me. Stop the water, Mulberry. Kazuya smiled. Uchiha Shisui bowed slightly and said softly, Kazuya-senpai, I admire you very much, so, please call me Shisui. Otherwise, I always feel a little alienated from you. Kazuya nodded. Okay then, stop the water. Thank you, Kazuya-senpai. Uchiha Shisui seemed to be very happy. He walked up to Kazuya, and said with a serious expression, Kazuya-senpai, regarding the battle of human pillar power, I think I have the ability to help you. When the Fuya Patriarch fought with the 2-tailed pillar force before, I observed it. If I'm not mistaken, my instantaneous technique should be able to keep up with the speed of the 2-tailed man's pillar force. After hearing this, Kazuya's eyes narrowed slightly. Such a confident look. Is it a kaleidoscope? Or is it the extreme triple Magetta? It's hard to say. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. But, even if you can't be sure, this Uchiha's talent for stopping water is too terrifying. Calculate the time, and the current water stop is only 12 or 13 years old. However, his illusion attainments have been able to bring down the upper ninja of the fog-hidden village from a distance. Now, the speed of its instantaneous body is at least comparable to the strength of the 2-tailed human pillar. What a monster! It is worthy of the world-famous instantaneous water stop. Pity, there is no protagonist life. Died too early. If you can really grow up, it is estimated that you will go to the level of Uchiha Izuna, the second generation Hokage Senjima. Stop the water, it's too dangerous to fight with the human pillar force, you must not be strong, Kazuya said in a serious tone. Don't worry, Kazuya-senpai, Uchiha Shisui said very seriously, I'm very sure in my heart, but, that eight-tailed man pillar Ricky Ruby, I shouldn't be an opponent. Give Kirabi to me. Kazuya patted Zishui on the shoulder and smiled. Zishui, I can see the love for the village in your eyes, so I choose to believe you. Let's fight hard together, for the sake of the village. Zishui nodded excitedly, for the sake of the village. Zero begging for flowers and very satisfied. See, it's worthy of the talented and evil Uchiha Shisui. Just looking at the enthusiasm of this part-time job, it is definitely not under the Konoha-sunin. So, go and work hard. Hit the workers. The following day, there were no combat missions. Except for the ninja who was in charge of the guard, everyone else was resting in the camp. The sunset red and the moon and the sunset face also seized the time to return to the blue. Before, after a vicious battle of Yun ninjas volley, the chakra of both of them was about to bottom out. As for Kazuya, he is in good shape. When he was fine, he took a leisurely walk around the camp, picking up the golden light that fell from the ground. Soon, Kazuya's chakra attribute becomes chakra 1v5, 4350/1 million, super shadow level, a super high ceiling of 1 million, 10 times that of the shadow level. At this level, it is probably Bofeng Shumen, the peak 3 generations of Hokage, the immortal Jiraiya, Yaki Orochimaru, the 6 paths of pain, the Uchiha Obito, the fairy fox Naruto, and the eternal Sasuke, these super monsters. Compared to these monsters, Kazuya is only just hitting the road. But Kazuya is very confident, his limit is not just super shadow level. Early in the morning, in Konoha's camp, a sharp whistle sounded. Gather! More than 200 Konoha ninjas, fully armed, quickly stood in line. Before the queue, standing are 3 powerful ninjas, Uchiha Fugaku, Autumn Road Dingji, and Kazuya, dressed in white and wearing a mask. Therein too, standing in the middle is Kazuya, Captain Kazuya. The Autumn Road Ding seat on the side cast an inquiring gaze. Dingza-senpai, come on, and also stood in the C position, but habitually began to rot. Good. Chudeo Dingza took a deep breath and said, there is information from the front of the position, and the ninja troops of Union Village have gathered again, and there is a great intention to attack. So, according to the plan we made yesterday, let's go. Yes, a group of Konoha ninjas said loudly. A moment later, more than 200 Konoha ninjas left the camp and headed for the battlefield ahead. Many people had nervous expressions on their faces. The Great War is coming. The atmosphere is solemn. No one knows if they will come back alive. Now, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze fell on Kazuya's body from time to time. Kazuya no Hara. Is it really as powerful as it rumors? To be honest, Uchiha Fu was a little skeptical. After all, repelling the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow and severely damaging Orochimaru, this kind of record sounds a little too outrageous. It's hard to believe. But the wind is biting. Dark clouds obscured the day. On a vast plain, Konoha and the big camp of Union Village, 5 kilometers apart, confronted each other from afar. Now, Konoha's ninja troops are heading towards the battlefield. This time, in response to Union's provocation, Konoha sent an elite ninja force led by the Uchiha and Aikido clans. Perhaps in order to show loyalty, the Uchiha clan came with 15 people just from the Shangnin, and even the patriarch of Uchiha Fugaku participated in the battle. Apparently, in order to clear their suspicions, the Uchiha clan worked very hard. Merely, the people of Konoha are not blind either. On the night of the 9 tails, the riding willy in the demon fox's eyes was bigger than the head of the ape flying on the Hokage rock, and it could be seen by a person. This is not something that can be easily washed away. Madara Uchiha and Uchiha Obito. Under the mask, Kazuya's expression became a little subtle. He naturally knew that Uchiha Fugaku's struggles were all in vain. Since the 9 tails went berserk, the fate of the Uchiha clan has been sealed. In fact, a few decades later, the Uchiha Obito opened the 9 tails again, and replaced the 4 generations of 907 Hokage and the human pillar Likushina in one wave. These 2 benevolent brothers can be regarded as nailing the coffin board of the Uchiha clan to death with their own hands. Matter. There is no room for maneuver. Kazuya naturally wants a piece of the pie. Riding wheel eye. That's good stuff. Don't miss out. Soon, the ninjas of Konoha entered the position. 32 Kami Shinobi. Nearly 200 middle ninjas. This is the combat power of the Konoha ninja force. Compared to Union's side, the number of Konoha middle ninjas is less, but the number of upper ninjas has a slight advantage, and overall, there are a dozen. It's just that most of the Konoha ninjas have very heavy expressions. The reason is also very simple. In terms of conventional strength, the 2 sides are about the same, but on the side of Union Village, there is still a human pillar force. Human pillar force. It's a bug on the battlefield. If there is no strong shadow-level powerhouse to suppress it, for ordinary ninjas, it will be a natural disaster. However, on Konoha's side, what is missing is shadow-level combat power. Even when he was tempted 2 days ago, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, was almost sent to see the god of death by Union's two-tailed human pillar force and a few claws. It's uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable. Now, many ninjas looked at Kazuya, with a little unhappiness and disappointment. Why is it a shadow ministry who came to support? Where's Jiraiya-sama? Yes, it would be nice if the adults came. SHH, be quiet, that's Captain Kazuya, the strong man who seriously injured Orochimaru. Seriously injured Orochimaru? Who saw it? Maybe the water is very big. I think so. I heard that when I was chasing Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya was also there. Maybe it was Captain Yoya who picked up a bargain. It's possible. Many ninjas were whispering. They all feel that Kazuya's record is very watery. Maybe it's luck. Humph. In the crowd, Mao Yuzian snorted disdainfully. A group of uninformed guys. How do they know that Captain Kazuya is powerful? Frog at the bottom of the well. Haven't seen the world. Mao Yuzian's expression was very proud. Later, when Captain Kazuya exerts his strength, see if it will blind your dog's eyes. The level of the Konoha ninja force is very clear. Each upper ninja will lead several middle ninjas to form a combat squad, several squads, and then a medium-sized battle queue. In this way, it can effectively prevent the enemy's upper ninja from carrying out a one-sided slaughter of his own middle ninja. This is an experience that has been explored in countless wars. Now, Kazuya, with Hong, Mao Yuzian, and 2 dark teams, stood on the edge of the position. Their mission is to solve the shadows of Union Village, and they do not participate in the battle of regular ninjas. Of course, Kazuya also has one of the most important tasks, and that is to deal with the 8 Tails Pillar Force. It didn't take long. On the opposite side, there was a commotion in the Yun ninja position. Here it comes. Kazuya's eyes lit up. The big war is finally about to begin. At this time, in the camp of Naonian Village, a young female ninja with straight beige hair and long braids appeared, and she looked very beautiful. As soon as she appeared, the surrounding Yunren knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Yamodaren." The woman raised her head slightly, and her voice responded coldly. This female ninja is none other than the 2 human pillars of Union Village 2 Ujiren. The next moment, the 2 Ujiren glanced at the surrounding Cloud Ninja and said coldly, "The master of Konoha will be solved by me, you just need to drag the other ninjas. That Kiribi guy will be on the battlefield soon, and when the time comes, we will be able to deal a fatal blow to Konoha." Yes, Yuki-sama. After all the Yunren heard this, their morale was high and they were excited. Oh my. Then adults are coming. The 2 adults join forces, and the ninja of Konoha will surely die without a place to be buried. Looking at the Konoha position in the distance, the faces of the 2 Yuji people showed a touch of contempt. The so-called Konoha is nothing more than that after losing the 4 generations and Orochimaru. That Uchiha ninja is no match for her at all. If you run into it again, you'll definitely be able to kill it. So, read the violent novel, go to the Fila Novel Network. This time, you can't let that Kiribi guy take the credit. Pass my commands. The whole army is on the offensive. The 2 Yuji shouted loudly, "Attack! Attack with all your troops!" Moment. On Yunren's position, a sharp whistle sounded. Su! In a flash, the 2 Yuji people also disappeared in an instant. A moment later, on the sky, suddenly, a dense shuriken appeared. Distance. There was also the sound of Yunren shouting frantically, "The enemy is coming." In the position on Konoha's side, the Hyagon ninja with a warning shouted loudly, "Defense! Kill those damn Cloud Ninja." After speaking, he pulled out the kunai with his backhand and rushed out of the trench. Kill! Follow the patriarch. Dogs Cloud Shinobi, your grandfather Uchiha is here, and your grandpa Akimichi. Kill! 0. Between breaths hundreds of ninjas rushed out of the trenches. Suddenly, the earth-shattering shouts of killing resounded throughout the battlefield. In the trenches, a dozen ninjas quickly sealed. The wind escapes, the air currents are dancing. Wind escape, big breakthrough. Wind escape, heroic sky cannon. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen wind escape ninjutsu swept out, blowing the sea of shuriken that came from the sky and forcibly scattered. Whoa! Whoa! Above the sky, thousands of shuriken fell, and the picture was spectacular. Meantime, the melee troops on both sides also collided together like a torrent. Many ninjas swallowed nervously and spat, and then roared and strangled with the enemy ninjas. Kill! Look at me Konoha whirlwind! Yunliu. Shenglong. Ah, you're already in my gossip array. Fire escape, how fireball technique. Lao Tzu is really grassy, you put a big fireball, and the gossip in Kainama dead. More than 200 ninjas began a frantic white-knuckle battle. The moment of the fight, it directly entered the white-hot level. Beast Batista Bomb. In the crowd, a dark-skinned Union strong man grabbed the Aikido ninja in front of him, and there was an earth-shattering backfall, which shook the ground around him. However, the ninja of the Autumn Deo clan, as if he was fine, turned over and stood up, and his already fat body swelled up again in an instant. Ah, meat bullet chariot. The fat man of the Autumn Deo clan, his head and limbs were retracted into it, and then the whole person turned into a meat bullet and rolled into the Yunren camp frantically. Thundered, the earth roars, smoke and dust. Time. The surrounding Yunren was knocked over on his back. You're special. The burly Yunren strong man roared angrily, dead fatty, who allowed you to drive, stop loud zup. After speaking, he roared wildly, and a 2.4-layer blue thunder light lit up around his body, and then he frantically chased after it, and began a toothaking wrestling with the terrifying meat bullet chariot. This is the purest confrontation of forces. Now, fierce battles are raging. What no one saw was, in midair, there were countless clusters of golden light, flying endlessly towards the edge of the battlefield, some inconspicuous corner. You have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 200 points of combat experience, you have picked up 30 wind escape talent, you have picked up 30 thunder escape talent. Crazy golden light. It's almost overwhelmed. Such a gorgeous picture, with an unparalleled beauty. Under the mask, Kazuya's face also showed a smile of excitement. It turned out to be. That's what war smells like. It's unexpectedly charming, and also very excited. Because, just in this moment of battle, he picked up more than 10,000 chakras. Big bang, big bang. It's crazy to get it. Don't underestimate this number. The chakra limit of the upper ninja is only 5,000 points. In other words, in this moment of battle, Kazuku also picked up the chakra of the 2 Kakashi units. Burst. Earnings explode. The sky is full of golden light. On the battlefield, there are constantly ninjas who are injured, or blown away by ninjutsu, or directly blown out by kunao. The white-knuckle battle of more than 200 elite ninjas was extremely cruel from the beginning. It's a pity. Most ninjas are still based on physical skills. There aren't many people who use ninjutsu to attack, and I also feel a little regretful. But there's no way around it. The situation of the two sides fighting is extremely chaotic. It can be said that you have me, I have you, and the left and right are men. In the midst of the chaos, a fireball technique explodes down, and God knows if the enemy dies more, or the teammates die more. Ninjas are divided into enemies and enemies, but ninjutsu is not. So, in the midst of the chaotic battle, a black figure suddenly rushed to the front of the Konoha melee force. Brunette. Scarlet 3-hook, jade riding wheel eye. It's the Uchiha stopping the water. Fire escape. Zishui jumped high into the air, Phoenix's fire claw red. He shook his hand 07 and threw out several kunao attached to the Phoenix fire towards Yun Shinobi on the ground. Those kunao, the moment they hit the enemy, they exploded directly. Bang, bang, smoke and dust. As soon as they fought, there were 3 middle ninjas from Union Village, who were instantly killed by the water stop. That's Sherinan. It's Konoha's Uchiha. Water support. Support. Our Shangnin. It's an instant stop to the water, and he's killed. Several Yunren who were fighting bloodily suddenly shouted in horror. Enemies of the same level, they are naturally not afraid, but the other party is Konoha's instantaneous water. Uchiha stream, sword leap flame. The next moment, Zishui's attack was far from stopping, and a raging flame burned on the long knife in his hand. He was very fast, and he went straight to the center of the local camp, attacking wildly with his flaming long knife. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Every time the knife is swung, an amazing roar erupts. In the face of such a crazy attack, even if several Shangninas from Union Village joined forces, they could only barely resist it, and the Zhou ninja would be killed in one fell swoop if they encountered it. 1 is 100. Infinitely rampant. It's too strong. It is worthy of the legendary instantaneous water stop. Meantime, the Uchiha Shisui shot also means that the ninjas of the Uchiha clan have begun to fight the enemy. 10 people who have opened the upper ninja of the 3 hooks. 30 single Megatama, double Megatama of the middle ninja. Crazy to join the warband. The other Uchiha ninjas are on the sidelines, ready to recover the corpses of their clansmen killed by the enemy. Riding wheel eye. It's a precious blood limit. Never fall into the hands of the enemy. I have to say, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan are indeed very elite, and as soon as they join the battle, they make the melee troops on Konoha's side begin to suppress the ninjas of Union. Time. The situation in the field has changed significantly. However, just when these Uchiha ninjas were fighting bloodily, there were clusters of golden light on their bodies, which kept falling out. You have picked up 100 chakra. You have picked up 100 chakra. You have picked up 20 Indra bloodline. You have picked up 5 points of Indra's bloodline. You have picked up 40 Indra bloodline. You have picked up 200 pupil power. You have picked up 200 pupil power. Your pupil power has increased in level, currently 1v3, 2300/5000. You have picked up the ninjutsu Uchiha Flow, Sword Leap Flame. You have picked up 1000 Uchiha Flow. Sword Leap Flame skill experience. Your Uchiha stream Sword Leap Flame has increased its level, currently 1v2, 0/1000. The endless golden light came madly. In a flash, he also felt a cool energy in his eyes. That energy, generated from the brain domain, is frantically strengthening and transforming his eyes. Indra bloodline, immortal pupil, writing wheel eye. Moment. Kazuya's eyes turned scarlet. Azura bloodline 1v1, single hook jade writing wheel eye. Right now, the body of the immortal, the pupil of the immortal, are all in hand. It's not going to work on this occasion. And also a thought. Immediately, his scarlet chakra eyes were gone. The next moment, if you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. Kazuya's gaze fell on Uchiha Shisui. He sighed a little. This world-shattering instantaneous water, but surprisingly it was an Azushion boy. What a heart! As soon as they met, they led their clansmen and gave themselves a surprise. That's good. Step up your game. Go harder. Right. How fireball. 2 more cuts. The writing wheel is always open. Just use ninjutsu to beat those cloud ninjas to death. And also on the edge of the battlefield Obi, is really to see the excitement is not a big deal. Then, but there was a sudden change on the battlefield. Laugh at. A figure flashed. Moment. There were 2 Uchiha shinobi who were slashed and flew out. What a speed. I can't even catch the writing wheel. It's her. The 2-tailed human pillar force is here. Everyone, be careful. In Kanaha's camp, there were suddenly bursts of exclamations. Now, in front of the Uchiha Shisui, there was a female ninja with beige straight hair and a cold appearance. On top of her fingers, cat-like claws poked out, and they looked terrifying. 2 Yuji-to. At this moment, Uchiha's expression also became serious. The 2 Yuji people on the opposite side glanced at their companions on the ground who had been killed by Shisui, and their eyes became even colder. Die! Stop the water in an instant. You have to pay for the lives of my ninja in Cloud Hidden Village. The 2 Yuji roared angrily. Immediately, her figure disappeared in an instant. And then, it appeared in front of the water stop like a teleportation. Claw assassination. Boom! There was a crunch. The Uchiha Shisui held a long knife in his hand and accurately blocked the opponent's claws. In my writing wheel's eyes, your speed is not worth mentioning at all, Zishui said angrily. That's a lot to talk about. The 2 Yujito snorted coldly. The next moment, behind her, a blue chakra tail appeared. It's tailed beast. Uchiha's expression changed. Immediately, the 2 of them turned into afterimages, and in the center of the battlefield, they fought frantically. 580 whoosh. Whoosh. Figures flickering. Whether it's Shisui or the 2 Yuji people, they are both speed-type ninjas. Therefore, in the battle between the 2, there was almost no human figure visible, and only a strong wind was blowing. The ninjas next to him also subconsciously stayed away from this battlefield. It's horrible. Just looking at that speed, it's not something that ordinary ninjas can participate in. It's so strong. Who is this Kanaha ninja who can fight against Yuji-sama? It's an instantaneous stop of water. Oh my god, it's horrible. Many Yunren's faces showed a look of shock. The 2 Yamu people, but the shadow level of Union Village, is second only to Lord Thunder's shadow and stronger than adults. 2 days ago, he even made a move, and the patriarch of the Uchiha clan was severely damaged. However, now on the Kanaha side, there is a teenager who has a 5-to-5 conversation with Yuki Lord. It's unbelievable. Distance. Kazuya's eyes lit up. 2 Yuji people. On Union's side, an interesting ninja finally appeared. 2-tailed man pillar force. The royal sister of Gao Leng Fan. Kind of interesting. In the original plot, it was this royal sister who was besieged and killed in a dark sewer by the undead duo organized by Xiao. That's outrageous. An assassin-type human pillar force was actually killed by 2 mages. This even made him wonder if it was Fei Duen, so he went to Union Village in advance and collected the towels of the 2 ants of Yamurin. So, only then did the 2 Yamu people die violently on the spot. It can only be said that in the battle between ninjas, intelligence is indeed very important. Now, a special department that is independent of the regular ninja system, exclusive to Shadows. He is often responsible for completing assassination and intelligence tasks, and specializes in sabotage behind enemy lines. The style of acting in the Dark Department is tough and ruthless. In order to complete the task, you can do anything that has no bottom line. Moreover, the dark parts of the major ninja villages, the tasks are almost the same, so they will naturally run into them often. Both sides are ruthless, so if it falls into the hands of the other party, the torture can be imagined. Therefore, between the shadows of this major ninja village, there is already a deep feud in the sea of blood, and it will never die. On the battlefield, when the dozen or so Union Village shadows saw Kazuya, their eyes instantly turned red. It's the dark part of Konoha. There are only 3 of them. Do it, kill them. There are 12 of us, and there are 3 on the opposite side, which is a big advantage. Up! The 12 clouds were in the dark, and their eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Whoosh! Whoosh! The clouds and shadows instantaneously rushed over. Distance. Mao Yuzian said disdainfully, Captain, why do you say that these dark parts of Union look so ordinary, but they are so confident? In the face of those clouds and shadows who rushed over, Mao Yuzian was really not afraid. Of course, it's not because of how strong she is, but because she has Captain Kazuya by her side. Scold, Kazuya Captain. That's a real powerhouse who can hit Orikimura hard, and kill 17 times in 1 second. Just the secret department of Pyuxin, not as good as the captain and also in case. Now, in the beautiful eyes of the moon and the sunset, there is a shining color of worship. Oh, good punches! And there were some surprises. This moon and sunset looked like a girl, but I didn't expect to have a little talent for boxing. Okay. Between the words, those clouds and shadows have already rushed to within 100 meters. It's time for the event to be honest, Kazuya has been on the edge for a long time, and my hands are a little itchy. This wave of sandbags came just in time. Kill! Kill the Konoha dark side! The shadows roared wildly. However, the next moment, in the field, there was a flash of white light. Shout! Super speed! Moment! The cloud shadow who rushed to the front was forced to fly out. Boom! Strange power erupts. That's the strange power of Kazuya 1v5. Just as soon as he took a look, he directly blew up the dark part of the cloud. What? In a flash, all the clouds and shadows are pupil earthquakes, and they are terrified. What happened? How their teammates, all of a sudden, cracked. And, when did this Konoha dark part rush up? He's too fast, isn't he? Time. The clouds and shadows are a little confused. Okay. They are also experienced in battles, and they reacted quickly. The face of the dark part of Yunyin, led by him, sank suddenly, and he gritted his teeth and said, there is a problem with this Konoha dark department, don't care about the others, solve this guy first. After speaking, his hands were quickly sealed. Lei dun sandam yu lai yudu. In a flash, on the hands of the cloudy shadow, there was a ball of thunderlight, constantly radiating outward. He wasn't sure who the Konoha shadow in front of him was, but just looking at its speed, it was definitely not an ordinary person. Thunderball, Thunder Escape, Thunder Bondage, Thunderbolt, Thanksgiving. On the side, the clouds and shadows also shot wildly. Countless thunder ninjutsu and shuriken kunao, directly shrouded in the place where Kazuya was. All of a sudden, there was lightning and thunder in the field, and the smell of burnt air was everywhere. Rival, the strength is extraordinary. This battle, in the moment of life and death, hesitation will be defeated. Kill! Thunder rises into the sky. The terrifying roar attracted the attention of many ninjas around. However, Kazuya in the killing array, but his face was calm, and his eyes calmly looked at those golden lights, flying in. You have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 150 chakra, you have picked up 50 thunder escape talent, you have picked up 80 thunder escape talent, you have picked up 30 water escape talent, you have picked up 200 thunderball XP. These dark parts, the strength is not bad. Kazuya nodded in approval. Judging from the quality of the golden light that burst out, I'm afraid it's a lot of forbearance. Even if it is compared with the dark part of Konoha, it is not too inferior. This is also normal. The 5 major countries, in terms of ninja strength alone, Konoha and Union Village are most likely to be the top 2. Moment. Kazuya's speed is speeding up. He dodged in the thunder in the sky, his posture was calm, and he was at ease. It's rare. What a rare Thunderbolt experience pack. Finally came across it. Teary-eyed. In the dark part of Konoha, there are very few ninjas who use thunder escape, but this cloud-hidden village has appeared in pieces. Great thing. Play your own. Union part-time troops. In order to make the other party work harder, Kazuya also deliberately reduced his speed, and avoided the opponent's thunder ninjutsu attacks several times. This Konoha shadow. The head of the Union Shadow Department commanded loudly, he should be a physical-type ninja, open the distance, and use ninjutsu to solve him. Read the violent novel, just go to the Fila Novel Network. Yes. The next moment, the output of those thunder escape ninjutsu in the dark part of the cloud has been improved again. Apparently, under Kazuya's acting skills, these dark parts of the clouds, like the ninjas of the Root organization, are born. Snort, snort, bang, bang. One after another bells and whistles of thunder ninjutsu, constantly raging and exploding. In the field, Kazuya's white mask was all reflected by the thunder, and it was a little blue. You have picked up 50 Thunder Escape Talent. You have picked up 50 Thunder Escape Talent. Your Thunder Escape Talent is increased to full level 1v5, and the reward is special passive Thunder Escape Ninjutsu damage increased by 100%. You have 2 Escape Talents, reach the full level of mastery, special reward S level Thunder Escape Ninjutsu Kirin, perfect version, Kirin, perfect edition. No need for thunder and lightning weather or fire escape ninjutsu assistance, you can directly urge with chakra to automatically lock onto the target. This skill is a perfect version, no need to upgrade. The strength of the spell is only related to the host's chakra strength. Refreshing. Lei Dun's talent is also at full level. Double the damage. And this time, I also gave a super powerful Thunder Escape Ninjutsu Kirin. It's still the perfect version. Kirin. It's to draw lightning from the sky and attack enemies on the ground. In the original plot, Suzuki used to split the beard and Itake, the 6 Naruto's thunder ninjutsu. Its power is so strong that you can imagine it. Kirin has many advantages, strong attack power, wide range, and fast speed, but there are also disadvantages. That is, you need the assistance of natural weather, and you also need to right the wheel eye to see the speed and flow direction of the thunder and lightning in order to accurately guide it and attack the enemy. To put it simply, it takes a long time to prepare, it is difficult to cast, and it is easy to be injured by mistake. So, Kirin is an S-level ninjutsu, however, and the perfect version of the Kirin, but all these defects have been solved. Huge boost. Yes, Kazuya smiled lightly. Full level. So, this is the end of the game of experience farming. The next moment, Kazuya seemed to teleport, dodging all the attacks of the Thunder Escape Ninjutsu, and rushed in front of the 2 cloud-hidden shadows. Boom, boom, 2 punches. It's just 2 small pies that appear. And then, it's instantaneous again. Boom, boom, 2 more clouds have been smashed. Moment. Reduced by almost half. What's going on? Those living clouds and shadows all had shocked faces, and a look of fear appeared on their faces. No, is it about to win? How could it be that in the blink of an eye, half of his side was killed? What's the situation? However, under the combination of 1v5 instantaneous technique plus force, the dark part of these cloud-hidden village doesn't even have time to fear. Boom, boom, boom. Clusters of blood and light continued to explode. In front of that terrifying white figure, there was no enemy at all. The situation turned in an instant and turned into a one-sided slaughter. 20 seconds. The shadows of the clouds are almost dead. 4. Why is it all? At this moment, there was only one person left in the field. The leader of the Union Shadow Division was still alive, his legs were weak, and he was looking at it with desperate eyes, and the white figure was slowly coming. On the ground around him, there were blood flowers that burst out of his subordinates' bodies. But he didn't even dare to look at it. The gap is too big. Counterpart. Who is this Konoha dark part? However, before the fear spread, the white figure flashed in. Bang! A knife in one hand. Straight to the top. This Union Shadow Department is estimated to be of a high level, and it is more useful to be alive than dead. Anyway, it's only a few hundred chakras if you kill it, and it's useless. Kazuya's face remained unchanged, turned around slightly, and said, "Deal with it and take it back for interrogation." "Yes, Captain." The sunset red and the moon and sunset behind him are all kneeling on one knee. They looked up. Looking at Kazuya's gaze, it's still that fiery worship. It's too strong. This man is just too strong. The so-called Yunren, in front of him, is just a boat of existence like a chicken, a tile, and a dog. Now, Kazuya's gaze has turned to the center of the battlefield. Na Zishui and the 2 Yuji people were 100 meters around, and there were no ninjas anymore. Anyone who dared to step into this battle circle, without exception, became a corpse lying on the ground. Shadow. An unquestionable film-level showdown. The strength of these two may not have reached the level of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, but they are far beyond ordinary ninjas. Instantaneous technique. Sage Ball Jade. Uchiha Ryu Hinata Dance. Forbidden Claw. Stop the water and the 2 by the wooden people in a crazy fight. In the field, the long knife that burned with flames, and the cat's claw attached to the tailed beast chakra, kept colliding together. This moment, both of them are really on fire. Zishui's body has been opened with 2 scars, and the one in front of Hun is a little deeper. I'm afraid that his heart will be dug out. 2 Yuji were also slightly injured. There were many traces of flame burns on her arms, but with the assistance of the tailed beast chakra, her condition looked much better than that of stopping water. That's the horror of the human pillar force. The amount of chakra that has no solution. Even if the combat power is the same, you can also give birth to a shadow-level ninja of the same level. Now, the Uchiha stopped the water, and in front of the 2 Yuji people, there were already signs of defeat. This also made the hearts of the surrounding Konoha ninjas even heavier. That's a human pillar force. It is worth mentioning. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku's performance was also heroic, but his speed was a little slower, and not long after he joined the battle group, he was slashed out by two wooden people 220 with two claws. Highlight an old wound that has not healed, and a new wound has been added, and now he is kneeling on the side, panting for healing. Intense, bloodthirsty, extremely brutal battles. Now, Uchiha's face was covered with sweat. This two-tailed man is so strong. Zishui gritted his teeth and said, with my current pupil strength, I can't defeat her at all, unless my pupil power can go further. In a flash, the eyes of the riding wheel that stopped the water flashed with scarlet light. 3 hooks Jade riding wheel eye. Being able to use 3-hook Jade, the same person pillar force is undefeated in close combat, and the talent of Uchiha to stop water is indeed extraordinary. Opposite side. The expressions of the two Ujiren also became more and more cold, and the killing intent was awe-inspiring. At her age when Uchiha Shisui was in the water, she didn't have such terrifying strength. The Uchiha clan really can't be underestimated. Today, a genius like instant water stopping must be killed. Otherwise, it will definitely become a big problem for Union in the future. Just when the two faced off. But there were countless golden lights, flying away into the distance. You have picked up 50 Indra bloodline, you have picked up 30 Indra bloodline, you have picked up 400 pupil power, you have picked up 500 pupil power, you have picked up 20 Indra bloodline, your Indra bloodline has increased its level, currently 1v2, 0/1000, you have picked up 500 tailed beast power, you have picked up 200 tailed beast power, your tailed beast strength has increased its level, currently 1v3, 100/1000. Clusters of shining golden light continue to merge into Kazuya's body. Indra bloodline 1v2, double hook Jade riding wheel eye, and also, the power of the tailed beast. Finally, in an instant, he could feel that there was an extra violent energy in his body. The power of the tailed beast. In the original plot, Naruto mastered the chakra of the 9 tails, and his strength soared across the ranks. Tailed beast. It's a complete plug-in. Otherwise, that person's pillar power would not have become the ultimate weapon of the major ninja villages. Now, Kazuya's body has ordinary chakra, pupil power, immortal energy, and tailed beast power. Such a perfect configuration, even beyond the level of Zhou. Invincible. Kazuya's face rarely had a little excited expression. Stop the water in an instant. 2 Yuji people. The part-time work strength of the two of you is by no means under the self-help. Now, on the battlefield, there have been many casualties. The ninjas on both sides have already given up their lives. In such a cruel battlefield, the side that collapses first has no statement of surrender. Finale. Only death. However, for the Konoha ninja, it's bad news. First of all, the frontline commander-in-chief, Uchiha Fugaku, was seriously injured by the two-tailed human pillar force, and then even stopped the water in an instant, and he looked a little unable to hold on. Oh my. If you really release that person's pillar force, will there still be suspense in this battle? They will be chased and killed one by the crazy Yun ninja. If Zishui loses, the battle will collapse. Chu Dao Ding said with an annoyed face, the other party's 8-tailed human pillar force has not yet appeared, and a 2-tailed human pillar force has made us anxious. It's really fatal. It can't go on like this. Chu Dao Dingzo said loudly, Tang Dong, Yudong, follow me, go to support the water stop. Yes, big brother. Ho ho ho, although I am fat, I am very useful. On the battlefield, 2 big fat men suddenly ran out, and rushed to the central battlefield with Chu Dao Dingzuo. They're all ninjas of the Autumn Road clan, read violent novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. Everyone is hundreds of pounds upward, it is a real brotherly force, more than 1,000 pounds. Multiplication. Meat bullet chariot. Flesh bullet needle chariot. Moment. The 3 big fat men turned into meat bullets and rushed over with a roar, off. Thundered. Great earthquake tremors. The ninjas along the way are crazy to dodge. The fate of being rubbed by this meat bullet chariot, the crushed corpses next to it, is the answer. Such a terrifying momentum, even the 2 Yuji people can't ignore it. It's the dead fat man of the Autumn Road clan again. A look of impatience appeared on the cold faces of the 2 Ujiren. Troublesome. These Autumn Road ninjas, after doubling, have extremely strong body defenses, and it takes a lot of chakra to break the defense. It's a hassle to deal with. Kill. It's able to kill. However, the Uchiha Shisui, who had been suppressed by her, probably had a chance to escape. Damn it. The 2 of them were clenched by the silver teeth of the wooden man. The ninjas of Konoha are really in trouble. Moment. Zishui also found an opportunity to fight back, and he took advantage of the offensive of the Autumn Dao clan to start attacking with a backhand. Uchiha Stream, Tempest Sword. He instantaneously followed the meat bullet chariot and rushed up. No way. It's time to turn into a tailed beast. The two Yuji people had already seen that the upper ninja with Konoha around him got rid of the entanglement of the Cloud Ninja and also rushed up to kill. Apparently, the other party seems to take the opportunity to kill himself directly. Roar! The two Yuji people shouted loudly, and a layer of crimson chakra coat instantly appeared around her. The chakra, tyrannical and terrifying, exuded an ominous aura. Moment. Behind her, there were also two crimson chakra tails, wagging up. It's a half-tailed beast. Two Yuji people's ultimate. Even if it's her, it's hard to maintain it for a long time, it's the last killer move. However, just when a group of Konoha ninjas surrounded and killed, and the two Yuji people were ready to fight hard, Yuseiho get up early to cultivate, you're hungry. Two Yuji people, it's really weak. Oi, Konoha, Uncle Ben, who likes to rap, is all destroyed. A strange tone fell from the sky, and then, thundered. Amazing explosions burst into the sky. The smoke and dust are bursting. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. After a few tooth-aching roars, the surrounding Konoha ninjas saw that the water stopper, who had originally rushed up, as well as the Autumn Road Dingza and others, were actually shot out like cannonballs. Gross. Poof. Especially when the water stops, the blood on the body sprays wildly, like pouring rain. In a flash. Seriously injured. Chudeo Dingzo and the others were also beaten to the point of spitting blood, especially the Chudeo Udong, who had a hole in his stomach, and whether he could survive or not was another matter. What? Go and save someone. Water stop. Ato-sama. Moment. Konoha's ninja camp was in chaos. The top combat power has been hit hard, and the Konoha ninjas who are fighting to the death present will see hell if they don't panic. Then, wait until the smoke clears, only to see. Next to the half-tailed beast, I don't know when, there was a strong man with dark skin, wearing sunglasses, carrying 7 knives on his back, and with the word iron tattooed on his right shoulder. Bagaya Road, Kanoya Road, baby. The strong man struck a strange pose, still muttering something in his mouth. Then the adults are coming. We've won, ha 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 ha. After seeing the Comer, those cloud ninjas shouted frantically. Yes, Kirabi, it's over. The two pillars have appeared, and our water stop, as well as Lord Fuyu and Lord Dingza, have all been seriously injured. Something big is going to happen. Compared to the crazy joy of you ninja, the expression on the face of the Konoha ninja was too ugly. 8-tailed man pillar force. Kirabi. What this means, I'm sure any ninja with a little brain knows it. And, on Konoha's side, the ninjas who can fight against the human pillar force were all hit hard at that moment just now. The top combat power has collapsed. It's over. With an unparalleled sense of oppression. What's more, standing in the Union camp at the moment are the half-tailed beast of the second tail, and the powerful 8-tailed human pillar Licky Rubby. That terrifying momentum, just in an instant, made the entire battlefield quiet. It's so suffocating. It's too powerful. Many Konoha ninjas had desperate expressions on their faces. Afraid. Fear. My hands are starting to go soft. That's a terrible human power. Moreover, the top combat power on Konoha's side, as soon as he looked at it, was overturned by Union's 8-tailed human pillar force. The Uchiha was covered in blood and lost consciousness. The elite ninjas of the Autumn Deo clan were also seriously injured and had no strength to fight anymore. Desperate. It's a deathly desperate situation. Yo-Yo Yuji, your situation is really embarrassing. Is it that Konoha's ninja is too strong, or you are too weak? Oi. The 8-tailed man pillar Leaky Rubby was still rapping in a weird tone. Boom. The next moment. I can't last long in this state, Kirabi, you give me less nonsense. The two Yujito snorted coldly. I haven't seen you for a few days, and your temper is still so short-tempered, Yujito. Kilabi's expression became rare and serious, and he said in a deep voice, Big Brother wants me to come, that is, to kill these ninjas of Konoha. Yujito. You have to be careful, Konoha has a very evil dark department, and even the eldest brother has suffered at his hands. I know. The two Yujito nodded coldly. Before, she had seen the intelligence of the Dark Department, severely damaged Orochimaru, and Flying Thunder God killed dozens of people in an instant, which sounded very outrageous. It is estimated that it is fake news released by Konoha in order to stabilize the morale of the army. After all, Lord Thunder's shadow also said that the dark part is very insidious, but if you want to talk about strength, it is just a strong elite ninja. At this time, next to Kirabi, another female ninja with short blonde hair appeared. She has a delicate appearance and an explosive body, which is the Samui who escaped before. Samui, Kirabi said solemnly, if that shadow appears, tell me that I will kill him. Samai's family is the think tank team of Union Village, and they have a high status in the village. This time, Samai came out on a mission, which also means that he has the qualifications of a gangster. After all, there are 2 pillars in front of Union Village, no matter how you look at the victory, it is 9 out of 10. Yes, then my lord. Samai gritted her teeth, and a look of humiliation flashed across her face. What a shame! That damn Konoha dark part, you have to pay the price. So, next, the game is about to begin. Oh yes. As soon as the words fell, Kiribi's body erupted with an extremely powerful momentum. The surrounding Konoha ninjas all looked frightened. Even some Konoha ninjas have the intention of retreating. Can't beat it. The two people on the opposite side are riding on the face. How else can this be beaten? Do you stay where you are, waiting to be slaughtered? It's over. Lying on the ground, Chudeo Dingzo sighed in despair. He came here just to suppress Union's eight-tailed human pillar force. Unexpectedly, after 3 years of not seeing each other, that Kiribi's strength became stronger again. One photo directly injured him. Although there is an element of sneak attack, Aikido Dingza also realizes that he and Union's eight tails are no longer ninjas at the same level. As for Uchiha Fugaku not far away, his face was even more gloomy. At this point, the battle is on the verge of collapse. The commander-in-chief is like this, and the despair in the hearts of the Konoha ninjas who are fighting below can be imagined. However, just when the Cloud Ninja was in a frenzy, the Konoha ninja was extremely desperate. Shout! In the field! Suddenly, a white light flashed. In an instant, beside the eight-tailed human pillar Licky Rubby, there was a white figure, slashing through the air. Waved. Kunao draws out. Laugh at. The Killabi, who was about to kill in all directions, was marked with a terrifying scar on the front Huns. Boom! That huge force even knocked Kiribi out directly. What? Yes, you, too, by the wooden man in Sam Yi pupil earthquake. It's so fast. Before they could react, Kiribi flew out with blood spurting out. See you again. Kazuya smiled, and his tone was calm. In the face of the half-tailed beast turned to Ujiren, he did not have the slightest intention of retreating in his heart. Scold! It takes a lot of effort to stop the water with a single 3-hook jade, and it is estimated that it is the first level of the shadow level, and it is the sky. This kind of strength, in Kazuya's eyes, is a big experience package, and there is not much danger. However, the appearance of Kazuya directly made the entire battlefield become a dead silence. All the eyes of the ninja were on him. Astound! Aghast! Adore! Crazy! I can't believe it. If you read a violent novel, you can go to Fila Novel Network. Whether it was Yun Shinobi or Konoha Ninja, the expressions on their faces became extremely complicated. Even those ninjas who were fighting to the death stopped the battle in their hands and looked at Kazuya's back in dismay. With just one move, it hit the eight-tailed pillar force hard. How shocking is this? Who is he? Then the adult was seriously injured. God, how did this Konoha dark part pass? He actually attacked in front of the two adults. Countless Cloud ninjas stood in place. They never thought that the invincible Lord Bai would be knocked away by a Konoha dark department. Who is it? This moment. On the other hand, the ninjas in the Konoha camp cheered wildly. Here's coming, the Shadow Lord. Could it be that in the rumors of the village before, Lord Kazuya, who repelled the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow and severely damaged Orochimaru? It's definitely Kazuya-sama. It's Kazuya-sama who is here. Flying Thunder God. That flash of white light must be the Flying Thunder God. Oh my god, it seems that the rumors that Kazuya-sama killed dozens of people in an instant are true. In just an instant, the morale was greatly boosted. This is the meaning of the existence of shadow-level ninjas on the battlefield. Roar! Suddenly, a crazy roar sounded on the battlefield. Konoha shadows, it seems that the eldest brother is talking about you, Yukato. The other Konoha ninjas don't care. Let's join forces and slaughter the shadow division first. 0 for flowers, 0 bang. The next moment, Nakirubi roared and rushed back, his body already covered with a crimson chakra coat, and 8 tails wagging behind him. Half-tailed beasthood. As soon as Kiribi came up, he magnified his moves. At this time, Kiribi is not as powerful as at the beginning of the plot. However, as the brother of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, he can completely control the perfect human pillar power of the 8 tails, and his strength is also a stable shadow-level high position, which must not be underestimated. Good. Let's shoot together and kill him. In the voices of the two Ujiren, there was also murderous intent. Seemingly, the most powerful ninja on Konoha's side is not the Uchiha Shisui, but the dark side in front of her at this moment. Thundered. The 2 half-tailed beast-turned human pillar forces joined forces to kill, and the terrifying chakra exploded directly in the air with a dense roar. That power is really amazing. You have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 400-tailed beast power, you have picked up 300-tailed beast power. Clusters of golden light continued to burst out from the bodies of the 2 people. Just for an instant. And he picked up more than 1,000 chakras. At this point, his chakra attributes are, chakra 1v5, 26500/1 million, under the mask. Kazuya's expression was helpless. It seems Sometimes the experience pack is too good, and it's not a good thing. Kazuya sighed. Things to do. There are good and bad. The level of these two people's pillar power experience pack is high enough, but because it is too high, there is not even a ninja who can match Konoha here. The Uchiha Shisui, who he had high hopes for, obviously hadn't opened the kaleidoscope yet, and as soon as he saw it, he was almost crushed by Kiribi. This also forced and had to take action. From the edge of the battlefield again, these two people are about to kill the Konoha ninja troops. That's not going to work. Konoha ninjas, all of them are experience packs that he can brush repeatedly, and it's really one less dead. Come on. Kazuya glanced at the Konoha ninjas, who were stunned in place, and shouted the slogan, "Fight for Konoha, Konoha will win," said. He took the lead and rushed towards the two men. That white figure, facing the strength of the two terrifying human pillars, did not retreat a step. This, Kazuya-sama. Countless Konoha ninjas couldn't help but burst into tears when they saw this scene. Gap. That's the gap. Fight for Konoha, Konoha will win. For Konoha. Rush. The Konoha ninja, whose morale had dropped to freezing, became enthusiastic again, and rushed towards the nearest Union Village ninja beside him with a roar. Under the mask, Kazuya looked relieved. Well, that's right. Beat. You have picked up 80 chakra, you have picked up 200 points of combat experience, you have picked up 30 wind escape talent, you have picked up 50 wind escape talent, you have picked up 100 tail beast power, you have picked up 200 tail beast power. The war is back. The endless golden light instantly submerged the harmony. Good. That's right. Is that what people should do on the battlefield? Go for it. Let's go to the bloody battle. Come on and hit the workers. That's when it happened. The two half-tailed beast-turned human pillar forces also rushed up towards Kazuya. Rumble. Rumble. Two Yuji people. Kiribi. The ultimate weapons of the two Union villages, joined forces to kill. That earth-shattering momentum is definitely not something that ordinary shadow-level ninjas can resist. In the distance, Akito Dingza reminded loudly while vomiting blood. He really wanted to go to 203 to help, but he was seriously injured, and it was difficult to even stand up. This is a real desperate situation. 1 vs 2 human pillar force, and if you can't hold it, Konoha's troops are about to collapse. But it's simply an impossible task. Meanwhile, kill. Forbidden Claw. Thunder Hot Knife. Two crimson-tailed beast shadows attacked. Airplanes. Airplanes. Under the mask, Kazuya's expression was calm, but around him, there was also a terrifying chakra permeating. Click. In a flash, the ground beneath his feet was crushed by the terrifying pressure, forming a spider's web-like crack. Two-tailed human pillar force plus tailman pillar force, such a terrifying enemy, even if it is a harmony, you have to be careful. Moment. On Kazuya's right hand, there was a special flying thunder god kunao, which was thrown out on the spot. The next moment, the two Yuji people, who were faster, slashed towards Kazuya's throat with the sharp claws in their hands. Shout. A flash of white light. At the moment when the claw hit, Kazuya's figure was like a phantom, and it disappeared in place in an instant. This. What a speed. The eyes of the two Yamu people searched frantically in the field. Is it really the flying thunder god technique? Him, where have you been? Now. The battlefield was very chaotic, and Konoha and Union's ninjas strangled together, but they couldn't find the white figure at all. Shout. Moment. Just when the two Yuji people rushed over, Kazuya's figure jumped and came directly behind her. Yes. The Kunao. The two Yukato pupils are shocked. She has never fought with the 4 generations of Hokage, but she also knows that the legendary flying thunder god's technique can jump to the special bitterness. This moment, the two Yuji tried to fight back, but she rushed too fast to deal with the enemy behind her. Something is wrong. However, at the moment when the two Yuji people were at a loss, there was another crimson figure that rushed up. You stupid Konoha shadows, the same tricks, I've seen it with Yellow Flash, oi. So, you're going to die. Thunder Hot Knife. Kiribi, who was a little slower behind him, rushed over with a whistling voice, and his attack slashed directly at Kazuya's throat. He. Kilabi sneered disdainfully in his heart. This trick has no jump, I have already seen it when I fought with my eldest brother in Yellow Flash. How can a powerful ninja suffer 2 losses in a row on top of the same move? Go to hell and repent. In that strange tone, Kiribi's hand knife slashed at Kazuya's throat. No. In the distance, after seeing this scene, his expression became extremely frightened. The sunset red beside her almost fainted. However, the expected picture of blood splattering did not appear. At the moment when the thunder knife slashed at Kazuya's body, his body turned into a ball of fire and exploded. The next moment, before Kiribi could complain, he was completely enveloped in a terrifying explosion. Thundered. An earth-shattering explosion rose into the sky. The two people who were at the center of the explosion began to scream violently. Rumble. White light bursts. A terrible shockwave was tyrannical in the field. Many ninjas who were close were directly blown out by the violent wind formed by the shockwave. Distance. Kazuya's figure flashed again. Under the mask. His smile was warm and innocent. Oh Kirabi, you've seen Bo Feng Shui men use this trick, but I've seen it too. And you've seen it once, and I've seen it countless times. So, who said that whoever uses the flying thunder god must be the deity? If you read a violent novel, you can go to the Fila Novel Network. Doppelganger Blast. This is the art of shadow clone that has added the change of the nature of the fire attribute. To put it simply, it's a fire escape ninjutsu with a 100% damage bonus. In the original plot, Kakashi rubbed it and was almost blown off the line by Uchiha Itaki. Now, these two people are strong, but they have taken a solid shot, and the clone with full power and 200% damage is exploded. Than adults. Yuji-sama. The surrounding Yunren couldn't help but cry out in concern when they saw the situation here. It's so strong. Kazuya-sama is amazing. Too, did you win? The other party is a human pillar force. It's not so simple. Those Konoha ninjas who were fighting were boiling with joy. A moment later. Wait until the smoke clears. The figures of Kirabi and the two Yuji people finally appeared. Bastard, as the eldest brother said, what a sinister shadow ninja, Konoha of the shadow of Kazuya, Uncle Ben remembered your name. Buckle that road. Kirabi's body already had many scars from burns. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Eight Tails chakra, the wounds on his body are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's a bastard indeed. The two Yamo people on the side clenched their silver teeth. She looked much more miserable. If she hadn't just turned on the half-tailed beast mode, just now, it is estimated that half a life would be gone. Yo, if you don't take it seriously, even if it's Uncle Kirabi, you'll be killed. So, the battle begins. Oi. After speaking, all the 7 knives behind Kirabi flew out, and his hands, joints, and mouth, his body was full of long knives. That's it. Beautiful blade, get rid of you, let's die, shadows. The knife. The wild heron Kirabi held the knife in a strange posture, and he was still muttering in a slurred rap tone. However, the next moment, he was like a meat grinder, spinning and grinding towards Kazuya. Wild heron cutting knife. Kirabi's supreme body technique, dancing with 7 swords, a sword dance like a raging tornado. In the original plot, it was this trick that forced King Suzuki to be tied into a cactus ball alive. I'm in a hurry. It's too urgent, and also a little helpless. As soon as you come up, you will magnify the moves. Will you play? Whoosh. Kazuya raised his hand, and it was the 3 flying thunder gods who flew out. Come on, human pillar force. See who's faster. Stomp, 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 stomp. Kazuya accelerated frantically and rushed towards the spinning Kirabi. Kill. Konoha shadows. It's your honor to have Lord Ben's wild heron blade end you. Oh yes. Between the words, Kirabi's speed also soared. He has already turned on the half-tailed beast mode, and the speed and power of the wild heron knife are even more terrifying than when Zaizasuke was used. Spin killer bees. Unrivaled power. Such a majesty made many ninjas around stunned. Come on, Kirabi roared. 5 meters. 1 meter. Get close. Kill. However, just when Kirabi's knife was about to make contact with Kazuya, he was stunned to find that the white figure in front of him disappeared in an instant. 4.6 Watt. Kirabi was stunned. And then, he heard a loud roar behind him. But the second stage of the flying thunder god. Shout. White light flashes. In a flash. And he jumped to a flying kunao, and then the kunao happened to fly in front of the 2 Ujiren. Immortal mode. Open. Spiral pill. Moment. A blue ball of light appeared in Kazuya's hand. The ball of light expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a spiral pill with a diameter of 3 meters. And then, in the eyes of the 2 Yuji people who were frightened and incredulous, the spiral pill came towards her and smashed at her face. Thundered. An extremely powerful energy burst directly on the coats of the 2-tailed beasts of the wooden people. Explode. The wind is blowing through the sky. Under the mask, Kazuya had a smile on her face. Scold. Woman. Immortal mode. Kazuya is firing on fire. 2-tailed. Kirabi. In the face of 2 human pillars who can be half-tailed beasts, he won't joke with his life. At this time, you have to get serious. Rumble. Spiral pellets burst. Under the amplification of the immortal arts, the destructive power of that spiral pill instantly tore apart the coats of the 2 wooden people in chakras. Bang! There was a dull loud thud. Smoke and dust. There is an amazing shockwave raging in the field. Wait until the smoke clears. Those 2 Yamo people reappeared in everyone's field of vision. At this time, her crimson chakra coat had been mostly destroyed, and the man was half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily. You, who the hell is it? It's too strong. With just one move, she was hit so much that her half-tailed beast state was about to collapse. Konoha, when did you have such a perverted dark part? You have picked up 500 tailed beast power, you have picked up 500 tailed beast power, you have picked up 400 chakra, you have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 400 tailed beast power. Clusters of golden light kept falling from the bodies of the two Ujiren. It's just an instant 07 of the fight, and he has picked up more than 2000 points of tailed beast power. Gee, it's really a good woman. Kazuya chuckled softly. Immediately, his figure flashed, and he deceived himself again. Good woman. How much tailed beast power you can farm this time depends on your performance. Don't drop the chain. Shout. A flash of white light. Under the control of Hiyai, the two Yamu people finally reacted. No way. You must not go head to head, I am not his opponent. Her pupils shook, the chakra coat on her body boiled, and she fled into the distance without thinking about it. Laugh at. The air whispered. And also shot slowly, and there was no blank stroke. Behind. The half-tailed beast-shaped Kiribi has also caught up. Bastard. You damn bastard. Kilabi roared. This time, Uncle Kiribi is really angry. Moment. The spinning killer bee machine is coming towards Kazuya. Heh, is Kiribi so weak now? Kazuya chuckled. At this speed, the so-called Baron Heron cutting knife, no matter how weird the knife path is, no matter how strong the lethality is, it can't touch itself at all. And in the original plot, this move, but even Suzuki, who opened the kaleidoscope, couldn't bear it. Seemingly, in the next 10 years, Kiribi's strength has also improved a lot. Shout. A flash of white light. Kazuya didn't think about it, so he chased directly after the two Ujiren. It's rare to encounter a soft persimmon man's pillar force, and it's not a waste to brush up on a wave of experience. As for Kiribi, it is weaker than after the beginning of the plot, but it also has the level of a high level of shadowing. A ninja of this level, even Kazuya, can't easily control the field. If you really fight, you will kill each other to the death. But the two Yuki people are different, and her words can be controlled. Persimmon pick up soft pinch, brush experience, but also skillful. And then, on the battlefield, there was a very strange scene. The two Yamu people who were half-tailed beasts were chased and killed everywhere, and even if they fought, they were suppressed in a few moves, and they could only turn around and escape. And behind Kazuya, chasing the furious Kiribi. His strength is strong enough, but his speed is slow, and he can't catch up with Kazuya's speed at all. I can only scream wildly while chasing frantically. Konoha kid. Damn the shadows. Stop. Stop Uncle Kiribi, if it's a man, come and fight it alone. Aw you damn bastard, Big Brother is right, you're a sinister and shameless bastard. Kiribi was furious, and he couldn't stop furious. Ujiren, you idiot, don't run, drag this bastard in the shadows, let's kill him together. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Kiribi roared loudly, the fists of the two Ujiren exploded with strange power. Bang, bang, the ground around shook as if it were an earthquake. The two Yuji were also furious. Hold on to this dark part? It's easy to say. This bastard's dark strength is as strong as a tailed beast, and his speed is super fast, and if he takes a slow step, he will be hammered into a small cake. You can do it. No, don't beep. Gan. The two Yuji people were extremely aggrieved in their hearts. This bastard's dark department, why is he eyeing me? Read violent novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Why don't you go and hammer Kiribi? Obviously he's an eight-tailed, a little stronger. Thundered. The 1v5 monster power erupts wildly. Kazuya chased after him, and the fist pressure continued to explode around the two Yuji people. Those attacks, like whips, drove the two Yuji people around. Now, the two of them were like plague gods, chasing wherever they went, and the ninjas screamed and scattered. All the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village who ran slower were affected and died under the aftermath of that strange power. All of a sudden, a vacuum area with a radius of several hundred meters appeared on the entire battlefield. In the field, Kazuya single-handedly pursued and killed the two Ujiren, and by the way, delayed the eight-tailed Kiribi, and seemed to be at ease. This also made the Konoha ninja on the battlefield, and the pressure of fighting instantly decreased. You have picked up 400 chakra, you have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 800 tailed beast power, you have picked up 600 tailed beast power, you have picked up 400 tailed beast power, your tailed beast strength has increased its level, 410. Dense golden light, endless. Soon, the power of Kazuya's tailed beast has also increased its level. This is equivalent to a shadow level chakra. Soon, the terrifying tailed beast power formed a red seed in Kazuya's lower abdomen. On that seed, there was a constant exudation of scorching energy, strengthening his body and meridians. This change is completely internal to the body, and it is not visible from the outside at all. However, Kazuya's strength, speed, and physical strength have all increased a lot under the action of this scorching energy. Tailed beasts. Obviously, this is a more advanced tailed beast mode, which will not lose its mind, and there is no crimson chakra coat on the body surface, but it can also improve its combat ability. That's not bad, and very satisfied. The human pillar force is very strong, but there are also two disadvantages. One is that except for Naruto, the tailed beast is ugly after transformation, and the other is that after being stripped of the tailed beast, it will die immediately. Now, his tailed beast power is completely free from these two shortcomings. It's a more perfect tailed beast power. In an instant, when Kazuya's tailed beast power was upgraded to 1v4, the lethality of his attacks was increased again. This also made the two Yuji people who were hunted down obviously feel that something was wrong. Boom! Strange power erupts. Smoke and dust rise into the sky. This time, the ground with a radius of nearly 100 meters was smashed open and sunk 2 meters down. What an exaggeration! The expressions of the two Yuji people have changed. No way! Can't run away! Fight! At this time, the anger of the two Yumo people also came up. She also had shadow-level strength, but she was chased and abused like this, which hurt people's self-esteem too much. Bastard shadows, 687, must make you pay. The two Yuji people were completely angry. Her eyes turned white, and the crimson chakra coat around her body instantly turned blue. Moment! A hideous and terrifying blue cat demon appeared in the field. Roar! Completely tailed beast. As soon as the blue cat demon roared, it spewed a fireball at Kazuya. Quick! The two Yujiren gritted their teeth. This state, she can only maintain a short time, and after the end, she will be exhausted, and she will not be able to fight again. Therefore, until the moment of life and death, I dare not open it easily. Now, that bastard Konoha has completely forced her to be anxious. Bang! Fireball explosion. Fierce fires burst into the sky. Even Kazuya was knocked out in the smoke and firelight. Mid-air. A crimson figure struck. That's the Kiribi who was also flying a kite for half a day. Finally got you. Buckle that road, Baga pressure road. The corners of Kiribi's mouth went up, and his hands danced strangely. Dance like a butterfly. Kill. Moment. 7 or 8 long knives were like meteors, all of which stabbed into Kazuya's body from behind. Snort. Snort. Long knife piercing. Incomparably terrifying graphics. However, before the surrounding ninjas could exclaim, the heavily injured Kazuya's body turned into a flash of fire again and exploded. Why do you want to do this again? Kiribi roared. It's been yin again. This damn dark part, I'll push your lungs. But, no matter how angry Kiribi is, with his speed, he had no chance to dodge, and could only be enveloped in the terrifying fire again. This time, Kazuya was also intimate, and pasted more than a dozen detonation charms on the Shadow Splitter, which can be said to be more powerful. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion. A dazzling fire rises into the sky. Under the buff of fire escape ninjutsu damage plus 100%, the destructive power of the clone's big explosion is really terrifying. Moment. Kiribi, who thought he had succeeded, was engulfed in a terrifying explosion. You have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 1000 tailed beast power, you have picked up 1000 tailed beast power, you have picked up 20 wind escape talent, you have picked up 30 wind escape talent, you have picked up 20 Indra bloodline, you have picked up 50 pupil power. Throughout the battlefield, golden light continued to fly. Especially in the smoke and dust of the explosion, the golden light flying from it was of the highest quality. The power of the tailed beast. That's good stuff. In the original plot, Prince Naruto's top match is Chakra plus Beast plus Natural Energy, and the current Kazuya, in terms of energy configuration alone, is already above Naruto. On the battlefield, seeing Kiribi being hit hard again, the Aikido Dingza, who was lying on the ground vomiting blood, instantly cheered up. Well done. Autumn Road Dingza is excited. Even more so with the Konoha ninjas around. It's horrible. Lord Kazuya actually relied on the power of one person to crush the two people in Union Village and abuse them wildly. Incredible. It's just crazy. Now, the Konoha ninjas present finally believe that those rumored things are true. Kazuya-sama, he does have the power to hit Orochimaru hard, he is a real shadow-level powerhouse. Now, those ninjas in Union Village, their expressions were too ugly. I thought that the arrival of the two adults would be able to quickly defeat the Konoha ninja troops, but I didn't expect that Konoha suddenly appeared in the dark, and the two adults would not be left behind in a single battle. And there's a chance to win. This. Impossible. No such thing. The blonde-haired Yunin Samurai had an expression on his face that his worldview had collapsed. Oh my. In this world, there is such a terrifying dark part. That's Kiribi-sama. Oh, invincible Kiribi-sama. How could he be defeated at the hands of a little-known shadowman? However, just when Konoha's morale soared, Ninja's mentality exploded, and he had the idea of retreating. A shocking change suddenly occurred in the field. Thundered. In the white smoke from the explosion, there was a sudden burst of astonishing roar. Roar. The next moment, there was a terrible beast roar, which resounded throughout the battlefield. You have picked up 1000 chakra, you have picked up 1500 chakra, you have picked up 800 chakra, you have picked up 3000 tailed beast power, you have picked up 3000 tailed beast power. Dazzling golden light. Crazy quality. In just an instant, he picked up more than 4000 chakras and 7000 tailed beast powers. It's a super scary bonus. Under the mask, Kazuya's expression was rarely serious. The next moment, in front of him, a monster about 30 meters tall, with horns and a huge body, had 8 octopus tails dancing. The horn on the left side of the monster was broken and looked asymmetrical, but as soon as the terrifying chakra appeared, it set off a gust of wind on the battlefield. 8-tailed. Kiribi's fully tailed beast mode. It's a perfect human pillar. Kazuya sighed softly. This kind of power is completely beyond the scope of ordinary ninjas. The 8-tailed cow ghost seems to be only half the size in the original plot, but on the battlefield at this moment, it is terrifying enough. Waste would be, stop playing around. This dark part of Konoha is not a simple character, it looks like it is even more powerful than the yellow flash of Konoha. Inside the 8-tailed cow ghost, there were dull voices sounding. Yo-yo Haki, it's true, the incredible dark part is even stronger than the big brother said, so, let's kill him like this, oi. Waste would be, I've said it many times, don't sing your lame rap in my ear anymore. This is art, and what flies in the sky is my rhyme, words, and the road. Shut up. Oh, okay, Haki. The next moment, the 8-tailed cow ghost's gaze was locked on Kazuya in the distance. It's the 8-tails moment. In Konoha's ninja camp, shouts full of fear rang out. Tailed beast, or the strongest level of the 8-tails. That terrifying appearance directly made the Konoha ninjas break their defenses. Behemoth. 8-tailed. Tailed beast PTSD. Kazuya stood at the forefront of the battle line, his expression serious. When the 8-tailed cow ghost appeared, the ordinary ninjas present lost the meaning of existence. The gap is too big. Unless, just like the Knight of the 9 Tails, use human life to pile it up. Roar! The 8-tailed bull ghost roared angrily, and in an instant, it opened its mouth, and a black chakra ball formed in an instant. Buzz, if you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Buzz! The tailed beast chakra is tyrannical. The black-tailed beast jade also became larger and larger, and its diameter soon exceeded 10 meters. It's tailed beast jade. Retreat! We are not opponents. Oh my god, the human pillar power of Union Village can actually use such a terrifying tailed beast jade. Let's go, it's dead when it's over. The Konoha ninja on the battlefield roared hoarsely. Some of them did not care, but took up their companions on the ground and ran to the back. However, how can the speed of a person's escape be faster than that of the tailed beast jade? Dead. On the edge of the battlefield, a touch of despair appeared in the beautiful eyes of the sunset. Tailed beast. It's not a ninja force to match. Whether it's the 8 tails or the 9 tails, it's true. Kazuya-kun. Let's go. No. Kazuya-kun must not die. Too done, too Lyubi. Earth escape, heaven falls. Too done, Tuliu city wall. At least change the trajectory. More than a dozen elite Konoha ninjas roared. On the way the tailed beast jade passed, one after another earthen walls rose from the ground, but they couldn't stop the bombardment of the tailed beast jade at all. It's just that the moment it comes into contact, it is completely shattered, and there is no ability to defend at all. It's over. The gap is too big. Not an opponent at all. The expressions on the faces of those Konoha ninjas who were intercepted with the earth escape ninjutsu also became desperate. Thundered. 100 meters. 50 meters. 20 meters. The distance of the tailed beast jade is getting closer and closer. Many of Konoha ninjas had already given up resistance, and their eyes were frozen in horror and despair. However, that's when it happened. Suddenly, a white figure rushed towards the tailed beast jade. That's Kazuya-sama. He's still here. Kazuya-sama is. He wants to stop the tailed beast jade. This is the real will of fire. It's Kazuya-sama. In the midst of the exclamations of countless Konoha ninjas, shout. It's like a dream. The huge-tailed beast jade disappeared in an instant. A moment later. Rumble. The terrifying white light rose into the sky from more than 10 kilometers away. The shock wave generated by the explosion quickly hit, and even the trees on the edge of the battlefield were swept into the sky. You have picked up 5,000 tailed beast power, you have picked up 5,000 tailed beast power, you have picked up 3,000 tailed beast power, you have picked up the skill, tailed beast jade, you have picked up 1,000, Zhao Qian's, tailed beast jade experience, your tailed beast jade has increased its level, currently 1v2, 0/1000. Clusters of ultra-high quality golden light continue to flow into Kazuya's body. Big catch. And also smile. Really? The flying thunder god is used to transfer the tailed beast jade, which is very easy. In the original plot, Bofeng Shuman can easily transfer even the larger 10-tailed beast Jade, and also transfer a beggar's version of the 8 tails, even more so. Saved. Seeing the terrifying tailed beast Jade disappear, countless Konoha ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. The tailed beast Jade has been transferred. Flying Thor. What a troublesome ninjutsu. Kiribi was furious. The 8-tailed bull ghost opened its mouth even more, and another black-tailed beast Jade was rapidly forming. It's endless, isn't it? And also a little angry. It's always been him who uses others as targets, and this 8-tailed experience pack is a little inflated and unpressed. Laugh at. Laugh at. Laugh at. Instant pure. On Kazuya's right hand, a clear blue thunder shone brightly. Bang, bang. There are terrifying thunder and lightning swimming, and bright thunder is shining. Thundered. Thundered. The terrifying roar made the ninjas present couldn't help but look up. And then, they couldn't believe it when they saw that above the sky, a giant lightning bolt in the shape of a unicorn was formed, roaring down from the sky and bombarding the body of the 8-tailed cow ghost. Rumble. Dazzling blue light explodes. The goal of that 8-tailed bull ghost is too big to avoid at all. In just an instant, it was devoured by that giant thunderlight like a unicorn. Whew! This moment, the entire battlefield was filled with the sound of electric light beating. AHH and the dazzling thunder, the terrible screams of the 8 tails sounded. It's horrible. Not only the 8 tails, but even those Yun shinobi who were closer were also enveloped in the terrifying thunder light. These Yun ninja, without even screaming, were directly scorched by the heavenly thunder. Moment. The unicorn descended from the sky, as if it had the power to destroy the world. A moment later, when the bright and terrifying thunder dissipated, Kiribi and the 2 Yuji figures reappeared in the field. It's just that the 2 of them at this moment have completely lost consciousness. The form of the tailed beast. He was lying on the ground, with white smoke coming out of his body, and the man was seriously injured and unconscious. Joke. This is an S-class ninjutsu unicorn, an instant output of double damage. That tyrannical power is by no means something that the current Kiribi and the 2 Yamu people can resist. We won. On the battlefield, countless Konoha ninjas cheered. Downs. No one dared to believe that under the absolute death situation, Lord Kazuya actually made a move and crushed the 2 pillars of Union Village. Incredible victory. It's like a dream. It's so strong. The Sunset Red, which was halfway through, stood stupidly in place, looking at Kazuya's back with dull eyes. This 727 man. It's so powerful. He's a monster that's even more terrifying than a tailed beast. At this moment, even Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. What a terrible power. This Konoha Dark Part Kazuya no Hara is even more terrifying than Watergate. The thunder of the unicorn dissipated. The Cloud ninjas on the battlefield were also dumbfounded, stunned, and frightened. What's going on? Why did both adults be killed after a thunderstorm fell from the sky? Oh my. What the hell is going on here? In the midst of this stunned fear, the upper ninja of Yun Ninja Village finally reacted and shouted loudly, "Quick, protect the big man, retreat from the wooden man. Tailed beast, it must not fall into Konoha's hands." Before he could finish speaking, he picked up kunao and rushed towards Kazuya. This is a matter of life and death, and we must buy time for the 2 adults. Rush. The ninja who stopped Konoha. For the sake of adults. On nearly 100 Yun ninja roared frantically, and they rushed towards Kazuya with kunao or short knives in their hands. No. Even if the war is lost, the tailed beast can't be allowed to fall into the hands of Konoha. See this scene, and I can't help but feel a little emotional. The people of Union Village are really masters. Unlike Konoha's 9-tailed human pillar force, he has been discriminated against and bullied since he was a child. It's just that, you can't really die, do you? Under the mask, Kazuya's gaze became a little worried. Just now, in order to be safe, he used half of the chakra in his body to trigger the Kailan, plus the bonus of immortal magic and double damage buff. The power is really a bit terrifying. I don't know if those 2 people can bear the experience package. Okay. It didn't take long for Kazuya to see the blonde girl Samui rush to the side of the 2 Yuji people, pick them up and run away. Look at the undulating hun mouth of the 2 Yamu people, there is breathing, and, is alive. Kiribi, who was seriously injured and unconscious, was also carried away by 2 burly clouds. The perfect ending. A smile appeared on Kazuya's face. This battle, his gains, are undoubtedly very terrifying. Indra bloodline is in hand. Lei Dun talent is at full level. And the power of the tailed beast and the huge amount of chakra. Now, Kazuya's chakra and tailed beast strength stats are: chakra 1v5, 156500/1,000,000, tailed beast power 1v4, 17,000/100,000, 500 part-time workers. The Uchiha clan. There are also 2 heavyweight XP packs, Kiribi and 2 Yuji. directly gave and also burst out more than 150,000 chakras, as well as 17,000 points of tail beast power. Meantime, Kazuya's pupil power has also been increased to 1v3, 4200/5000. It's only one step away from 1v4. This is simply a big explosion, a crazy harvest. I hope that the next time we meet, you can get stronger. Kazuya is really looking forward to this. The next moment, his steps trembled, as if he had lost some strength, and he swayed for a moment. Kazuya-kun, Captain. Two shadows came in an instant. One left and one right held Kazuya's crumbling body. It was the sunset red and the moon, and when they saw that he was also like a prostration, they hurriedly came up to help. In her beautiful eyes, it is difficult to hide her anxious and worried emotions. See, really, between the ages of 12 and 18, there is an insurmountable moat. I'm fine, and also a little weak. To the sunset red arms a step forward. Kazuya-kun, you. When Sunset Red heard Kazuya's weak voice, her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and she was about to cry out in distress. Kazuya, he has always protected himself like this, he has always faced the most powerful enemy and undertaken the most tragic battles, but he has never taken half a step back, nor has he complained a word. Such a man. She didn't know what words to use to describe it. That's when it happened. That Konoha shadow is out of strength, take the opportunity to kill him. Protect the two adults from retreating. Kill. Lay done, Sandam Yu Lai Yudu. Read the violent novel, go to the Fila Novel Network. Thunderball. Thunder Escape Gratitude Wave. Thunder Anger Thunder Tiger. Those Yunren who rushed over to kill roared angrily, and at the same time frantically smashed all kinds of Thunder Escape ninjutsu over. For a while, there was lightning and thunder in the air, and the picture was spectacular. However, you don't have to do it yourself. Behind him, there was a shout of killing. Protect Kazuya-sama. Grandson of Union Village, your opponent is Grandpa and me. Wind Escape, Big Breakthrough. Wind Escape, Vacuum Jade. Wind Escape, Vacuum Great Jade. Wind Escape, Vacuum Wave. Shuriken Crazy Throwing Technique. Airsook, your special mother's shuriken is thrown crookedly again. Konoha Ninja support has also arrived. One after another, the Wind Escape ninjutsu completely suppressed the Thunder Escape of Union Village. Wind Cray. Coupled with Kazuya alone, he smashed the two pillars of Union, and the morale of Konoha was greatly boosted, and Yunren's momentum was crushed in an instant. You have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 30 Wind Escape talent, you have picked up 20 Wind Escape talent, you have picked up 40 in Escape talent, you have picked up 20 Indra Bloodline, you have picked up 100 points of Wind Escape. Vacuum Jade skill experience. Your Wind Escape. Vacuum Jade upgraded to full level 1v5. Clusters of golden light continue to merge into Kazuya's body. Here it comes. The XP pack is here again. Kazuya's spirits suddenly lifted. He also stopped acting, and casually scattered a thunderball that flew over, and shouted the slogan in a loud voice, for Konoha, for Hokage-sama, charge. After speaking, and he took the lead in rushing to Yunren's camp. There is only a small half of his chakra left, but it is more than enough to deal with these cloud ninjas. For Konoha, for Hokage-sama, for Kazuya-sama, charge. Brothers are rushing with me. Seeing the back of Kazuya, the ninjas of Konoha also became fanatical. Their eyes were full of awe and adoration. How long has it been? It's been a long time since I've seen a commander who can lead them and charge together. Move. Teary-eyed. The ninjas of Konoha are going berserk. There is also an adult, and the other party's people are still lying down, and if you don't beat the water dog at this time, when will you wait? Kill. Destroy the cloud forbearance. For Kazuya-sama. Rush. The ninjas of Konoha were crazy and majestic, like berserkers who did not want to die, and roared into the line of Cloud Ninja. Boom, boom, boom. Strange power continues to erupt. Kazuya, who rushed to the front line, didn't take long to kill the three Union's upper ninjas. There is no escape. Ordinary shinobi can't keep up with his speed at all. If you're unlucky, you'll be killed in seconds as soon as you see your face. This is the horror of strange power, fighting a ninja of the same level, maybe not much, hitting a low level is a crushing spike. It was with this move that Tsunade became a tank stream medical ninja on the battlefield. Now, Kazuya led the team, and Konoha's morale was fanatical, and he broke through the battle line of Yun Shinobi in an instant. Hold on, resist me. The commander of the Cloud Ninja roared hysterically. In this battle, the army has been defeated, and now there is only one life to buy time for the two adults to retreat. However, before the Yunren commander could finish speaking, a white light instantly appeared to his side. Boom! One punch. Strange power erupts, and also drifted by. Behind, the Cloud Ninja commander's body had exploded, and scarlet blood rained down the battlefield. Shout! 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 Kazuya's figure is constantly shuttling on the battlefield. Wherever he went, the Cloud Ninja who was entangled by the Konoha Ninja was going to be killed in seconds. the terrifying strange power continued to erupt, setting off a bloody storm on the battlefield. At this moment, without the containment of shadow-level ninjas, and also on the battlefield, he is an invincible existence. All the way, all the way. All the Yunren who was caught by Kazuya were killed in an instant, and they didn't even have a chance to struggle. Medium ninja, upper ninja, elite ninja. No matter who it is, under the shadow level, it is a punch with a strange power in an instant. The attack of Flying Thunder God plus force, the speed of killing the enemy, is simply more terrifying than the 4th generation Hokage. Boom, boom, boom. Clusters of blood exploded, and those Yunren who were not afraid of death finally couldn't bear it anymore. Monster! Ah, who's going to save me, please, who's going to save me? Some of them were so frightened that they gave up resisting, knelt on their knees and began to cry. Finally, crashed. Yun Ninja's battle line has completely collapsed. Nearly 100 Yunren were killed on the spot, and Kazuya alone killed most of them. Unmatched. Invincible. Unbeatable. A god-killing god who destroys the withering and decaying. Countless Konoha ninjas, looking at Kazuya's gaze, have become fanatical. Kazuya-sama. Banzai. The Konoha ninjas on the battlefield are not fools, they can all see that the key to this battle is on Kazuya-sama. If it weren't for Lord Kazuya, who suppressed and crushed the 2 pillars, it would be them who would be slaughtered now. Kill. The more Yunren kills, the less he kills. When the last Union Murakami shinobi was killed by Kazuya's punch, the other Yun shinobi also began to flee wildly. The elite ninja troops of Union Village have been completely defeated. Except for the sporadic dozen people who escaped, the other more than 200 ninjas all died on the battlefield. There is and also suppressed the battlefield, and those Yunren who resisted had no power to fight back at all. He is like a god of death, frantically harvesting Yunren's life. You have picked up 400 chakra, you have picked up 300 chakra, you have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 600 chakra. The golden light kept falling. Every dead cloud ninja will burst out with chakras ranging from a few hundred points. Soon, after Kazuya harvested more than 60 people, he picked up more than 2,400 to 0 chakras. Big bang, big bang. The 2 Yuji people in Kiribi are such top experience packs, and he is reluctant to kill them all at once, but those ordinary ninjas, he doesn't care so much. These ordinary experience packs, like leeks, cut off one stubble and soon grow another stubble, are a real endless stream. What's more, for the sake of the future, Harmony also needs prestige. What is prestige? Very simple. It's just one word: kill. For ninjas, the number of enemies killed. The 3 generations of Thunder Shadow have the prestige of 1 enemy in 10,000, and they are killed. The position of the Hokage of Bofang Shuman and the name of the God of Pain are all piled up by human life. Before that, Konoha White Fang, the 3 generations of Hokage, and even the Uchiha Madara among the 1,000 hand pillars, all their prestige was built on the lives of countless enemies. One will make a lot of work, and even more so in the world of ninjas. And so it is. This time, the lives of dozens of Yunren elites, coupled with the record of severely hitting the 2 major pillars, are enough to make his report card in this battle dazzling and brilliant. Now, when the last of the resisting Yun shinobi fell, Kazuya stopped. On the battlefield, there was already a river of blood and corpses all over the field, as terrifying as purgatory on earth. The surrounding Konoha ninjas are sweeping the battlefield without changing their faces. Some people even have a little joy on their faces. Rejoice! If it weren't for Kazuya-sama, I'm afraid they would be lying on the ground right now, waiting for the ninjas from Union Village to clean up. Dressed in white, no blood. The Konoha ninjas present, looking at Kazuya, were all in awe, worship, and even fear. It's too strong. With the power of one person, he crushed the entire battlefield, killing 2 people who were seriously injured and fled in embarrassment. Such an amazing record, not to mention Konoha. Even if you look at the entire ninja world, how many people can do it? At this time, Kazuya just stood there, and the terrifying momentum around him made countless Konoha ninjas tremble, and their nervous breathing became short. It didn't take long. There was a shinobi who flashed in front of Kazuya. He knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Kazuya-sama, this is a rough battle report, please take a look." With that, he presented a scroll with both hands. "Just say it," Kazuya said lightly. "Yes, Kazuya-sama." The Shang-Ren said solemnly, "In this battle, there are a total of 248 ninja troops in Union Village, 187 people died, 12 people were captured, and the ninjutsu of missing and escaped should be around 49 people. At this time, the more the Shang-Nen spoke, the more shocked his expression became. Our side suffered 142 casualties, including 109 lightly wounded, 13 seriously wounded, and 20 killed. 142 casualties. This sounds like a lot, but the number of ninjas who actually died in battle was only 20. On Yunren's side, nearly 200 people died. With a casualty ratio of nearly 10 to 1, this is clearly a big victory. Good. Kazuya nodded and said with a smile, "You have also worked hard. but you still have to speed up a little faster, and before the troops of Union Village counterattack, the bodies of your companions will be retracted. Let's go home together. Yes, Kazuya-sama. The shinobi said loudly, his eyes were already red. Go home. Let's go home together. The day passed slowly. Konoha's ninja troops have all returned to the camp. Unconsciously, Kazuya has become the core figure of this force. The command is already in his hands. However, Kazuya is not very interested in this. After Jiraiya arrived, he retired and continued to start his bad career. Well, yes. 5 hours after the end of the battle, the strongest worker, Jiraiya, rushed to the battlefield with support troops. Then, he was extremely shocked to find that the troops led by the double-pillar force of Union Village had been crushed by Kazuya alone. The 8-tailed man pillar force is Kiribi, and the 2-tailed man pillar force is. By the wooden man there are also 25 Union Murakami ninjas, a large number of middle ninjas. In the big tent, Zille also looked at the battle report in his hand, and looked at Kazuya with a look of surprise. You guy, I haven't seen you for a few days, and it's become even more terrifying. What a monster. Jiraiya Sr., you have won the prize. Kazuya responded with a smile. Now, the elite ninjas in the big tent, including Akito Dingza, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui and others, couldn't help but have their pupils earthquake when they heard such a terrifying record, and their faces were shocked. This is really terrible. If you read a violent novel, you can go to Fila Novel Network. 25 shinobi all died at the hands of Kazuya. You must know that this time in Ninja, a total of about 30 people were dispatched. 80% of them were killed by Kazuya alone. This is a shinobi. Even in big ninja villages like Konoha and Union, they are all high-level combat power with real power, and if they are placed in small ninja villages, they can be mixed with elders and even leaders. That Autumn Road Dingza and Uchiha Fugaku are also people who went to the battlefield. Naturally, I know that many of the Shangninas on Union's side are elite Shangnin, and their strength is similar to theirs. However, is such a powerful Union Shangnin, but he was killed by Kazuya alone. Even after crushing the 2 major pillars, he did it easily. Doesn't it mean that he, in Kazuya's hands, is also an ant that can be killed at will? Suddenly, the Uchiha Fugaku's gaze became complicated. In the village, another super ninja has appeared, who can suppress the power of human pillars. It's hard to say whether this is a good thing or a bad thing for the Uchiha clan. Union Village Hospital. The intensive care unit, also known as the legendary ICU outside the hospital, at the door of the ward, there are a large number of cloud-hidden dark guards guarded. The area within a radius of 500 meters was completely blocked. Now, the sky was overcast. The 4th generation of Lei Ying AI was standing at the door of the ward with a gloomy face. The atmosphere at the door of the ward was also extremely depressing. Beside him, there stood a one-eyed ninja named Tsukade, who was the brains of Union, similar to the character of Konoha Nara Shikaku. Van and Yuji went out together, but they were also defeated. The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow AI gritted his teeth and said, "The damn Konoha dark part has really become a big problem for my Union. I knew this was the case. I should have been ruthless at that time and killed him directly." Tutai on the side said with a serious expression, "Lord Thunder Shadow, I am very lucky that Yukito and Yuji can come back alive, and our next focus is how to adjust the strategic of Konoha. Or, do you want to issue a mission and directly kill that Konoha Shadow, Kazuya Nohara?" Hearing this, the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow AI was silent for a long time before he said in a deep voice, "The old fox of the 3rd generation of Hokage, since he dares to reveal the identity of that dark department, he is naturally completely prepared. And that damn Shadow is not even an opponent. Who else can we send to assassinate him?" After speaking, the eyes of the 4 generations of Lei Ying AI couldn't help but show a touch of disbelief. Kiribi actually lost. Or after being completely tailed into a beast, he was and laid down. This is no longer something that ordinary shadow-level ninjas can do. Against all odds, that damn Konoha dark part is stronger than he thought. Bo-Fang Shuman is dead, and Orikimura defects. When he sent troops this time, he thought that he would be 9 out of 10. However, I didn't expect that not only did I lose, but I also lost so much. 2 people were seriously injured in the column, and the front-line troops were all wiped out. This is already a very ugly defeat. 30 Kami Shinobi, almost wiped out on the battlefield. This made the 4 generations of Lei Ying AI feel extremely distressed. That's a shinobi. Even if it is a big ninja village like Union Village, there are only a few hundred upper ninjas, and this time they fell into 30 at once. It's distressing, especially his younger brother, who was struck by lightning, has not yet come to his senses, which makes him want to go crazy with anger. Kazuya Nohara. For generations of Lei Ying AI finally remembered the name. Konoha Dark. One day in the morning, we will still encounter. Next to a lake, there was a young man with green hair and purple eyes, and a stitched scar under his left eye, looking at the mist in the water and stunned. Suddenly, a burly ninja with long orange hair up to his waist appeared behind him in an instant. This person is the owner of the Shark Muscle, one of the 7 people of the fog-hidden ninja knife, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Mizukage-sama. As soon as the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost appeared, he knelt down on one knee and said, "The information of Konoha and Union Village has been transmitted." Say. The young man turned his head, his expression a little heavy, but his gaze was very gentle. He looks very small, but he is already the supreme ruler of Fog-Hidden Village. Three-tailed human pillar force, the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura. The front line of Union Village has been defeated, and almost all the ninja troops have been killed, with more than 200 dead and wounded. And, on the Union Village side, the 2-tailed and 8-tailed human pillar forces were dispatched, but they were all defeated by Konoha's ninjas. Before the words fell, the expressions of the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura were a little wrong. 180, and he was puzzled. Union dispatched 2 pillar forces, but they were all defeated. Konoha sighed. Did he even go to the Ape Flying Sun? I didn't go. That's Konoha's son in Gia? Also, neither is it. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost replied with some hesitation. Looking at the expression on his face, he seemed a little confused. What the hell is going on here? The 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura asked with a frown. Yes. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost gritted his teeth and said it was a Konoha Dark Department who made a move, named Nohara Kazuya, and his strength was very strong, and he fought alone against 2 people, but he seriously injured his opponent. Because the human pillar force was strongly suppressed, Union's troops were quickly defeated, so Konoha won the victory without paying a lot of price. This time, when the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura heard this, he was even more silent. Are you kidding? A dark part, the front crushed the 2 people's column force? It's a fantasy. If the dark part of Konoha has such strength, then there is no need for the major ninja villages to exist. Everyone will obediently treat Konoha as a dog. It can't be. The 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura didn't believe it at all. Is the information distorted? Puffer Ghost, is there something wrong with your subordinates? No, definitely not. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost said resolutely, Lord Mizukage, this information has been confirmed by several channels and is 100% true. That Konoha Dark Division, with a move of Thunder Escape Ninjutsu, directly hit the tailed beast Kiribi, and his strength is very terrifying. The expression of the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura has finally changed. Konoha Dark. Last time, when I came back from Konoha and Qing, I mentioned a special Konoha Dark part. Will, is this Kazuya Nohara? Do you have any details about this Konoha Dark part? It's still under investigation. Give me the complete information as soon as possible, and also, don't relax the surveillance of the Kagaya clan. This is a matter of the fate of the village, and you must not be careless. Mizukage-sama, I understand. One more thing, has the messenger who went to Konoha to deliver the documents arrived? It's here. Okay, stand down. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Soon, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost retired. At this time, the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura saw his subordinates leaving, and his face finally showed an unbelievable expression. Shadows. Kazuya Nohara. Even the 8-tailed man Zuliki Ruby lost. Doesn't it mean that even he himself may not be an opponent? The dignified Mizukage is not an opponent of the dark part of Konoha? How is this possible? However, you can't go wrong with the information of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Konoha. When did such a terrifying dark appear? At this moment, the eyes of the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura were full of incredulity. Meanwhile, when the information of this battle was transmitted back to Konoha village, the 3 generations of Hokage were stunned. Not only him, but also the high-level Mito minion, Kohara Zuan, Nara Shikaku, and the patriarchs of the major ninja clans were completely shocked by the news. Kazuya-kun. Unexpectedly, with the power of one person, he crushed the human pillar force of Union Village and achieved an incredible victory on the battlefield. This record is really terrible. Now, in the Hokage's office. In addition to the group that is still in confinement, Mito Minion of the Elder Regiment, Kohara Zuan, the chief captain of the ninja class Nara Shikasa, and the deputy chief captain of the Dark Department have all arrived. This is a small meeting on the top floor of Konoha, and the people who can appear here are all big people who have the power in the village. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. I didn't expect. The 3 generations of Hokage said with some shock, Kazuya's performance is even better than I expected. I was a little worried, and I asked Jiraiya to lead the team to support, but I didn't expect that Kazuya solved Yun Shinobi alone. Yes. Nara Luyu on the side nodded and said, Hokage-sama, Kazuya-kun's strength and responsibility, I think it's enough to entrust me with a heavy responsibility. The 3 generations of Hokage pondered for a moment before he said slowly, then let's vote. How about removing Nohara Kazuya's position as the 2nd captain of the Dark Department and promoting him to the head of the Dark Department? Agreed. Nara Shikaku was the first to raise his hand. Agreed. 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 Next, Mito Minion of the Elder Regiment, Kohara Zuan, and the deputy chief of the Dark Department, Xiang, also raised their hands in agreement. 5 votes. The third generation Hokage smiled. The vote that the group has in the collection, it doesn't matter. Then from now on, Kazuya Nohara will be promoted to the captain of the Dark Department. Elephant, before Kazuya returns to the village, you have to prepare for the handover 0. Yes, Hokage-sama, the only dark elephant in the field, kneeling on one knee in the tunnel. The appointment of high-level personnel in Konoha is voted by the majority of the minority, and the Hokage also has a veto power. Basically, no one will deliberately disagree with the things that the 3 generations of Hokage have identified. Xuan Xiaochun suddenly smiled and said, "Alright Chop, I saw the shadow of your youth in Hyayun's body, the ninjutsu professor, who was so powerful that he was overwhelmed by one person." Yes. Mito Minion on the side also agreed. When Orikimura defected, the rise of Kazuya was of great significance to the village. The amazing strength of one person to crush the 2-tailed and 8-tailed human pillar forces, perhaps, before Naruto grows up, he is the most important combat power of the village on the battlefield. And the most important thing is that Kazuya-kun is very loyal to the village, his heart is pure, he has a spirit of sacrifice, and his love for the village and his companions is really touching. Mito Monitis, who has always been very discerning, gave a very high evaluation. Hearing this, the 3 generations of Hokage smiled with relief. It seems that Minion's vision is as good as his. Kazuya-kun is indeed an incredible ninja. He loves Konoha deeply. To peers, there is responsibility and responsibility. That fiery will of fire, every time I think of it, it makes Ape Fei very happy. It is worthy of being a talent that he is optimistic about. Konoha vs Union. This battle has attracted the attention of the entire ninja world. Konoha, cloud, fog, sand, rock. The information of this battle, every detail, is spreading wildly. 2.8 in the major ninja villages. Shadows. Kazuya Nohara. 1 vs 2, crushed the 2 people's pillar force. Such a terrifying record has caused an uproar in the entire ninja world. Shadow. No, maybe something even more powerful. Kazuya Darkside. A super ninja who can tear people apart. This time, Kazuya's name has finally entered the sight of the major ninja villages and high-level leaders. Even in Union Village, news has spread that it is the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow AI roaring, vowing to kill the Dark Kazuya. A shame. There are even many people who have put him on the same level as Konoha Sunin. No way, the so-called record. The most important thing is the level of the opponent. And in this battle, Kazuya's opponent is undoubtedly the top and strongest 2 in the entire ninja world. Record. After the defeat of Union, Konoha's ninja troops did not withdraw directly, but stationed in place to defend in case of the enemy's counterattack. At this time, the follow-up reinforcements have also converged with the frontal troops. At this moment, there are more than 600 Konoha ninjas stationed in the territory of the Frost Country. This is a very large force. Even if Union Village has the intention of counterattacking, it can be suppressed. What's more, the Konoha ninjas in the camp are all confident, because they not only have one of the 3 ninjas, but also the invincible Kazuya-sama. Fight to fame. After single-handedly crushing the power of the cloud-hidden pillar, Kazuya has become a godlike existence in the hearts of these hundreds of Konoha ninjas. Now, wherever Kazuya goes, there are Konoha ninjas, either excited or in awe to greet him. There are some beautiful female ninjas with big eyes that blink non-stop, and when they say hello, they can't wait to put up their whole person. To be honest, it's not a bad feeling. Sure enough, strength and power are things that are born with their own aura. Kazuya sighed. He stood on the territory of the Frost Country, looking in the direction of Union Village, but what he thought in his heart was the picture of the ninja war more than 10 years later. 07 in the near future, there will be countless strong men who will kill in this land. Madara Uchiha, who is completely Susa, would escape Thousand Hands Pillar, Black and Obito, Eternal Suzuki, Fairy Fox Naruto, 10 Tails, and those 6-level powers. These are all Super Shadow level, and even 6-level existences. Each of them has the terrifying power to suppress the entire ninja world. What an exciting future! And also with a look of fascination. Mighty Susa vs really thousands of hands. 6 roads Zoming vs 6 paths Madara. The heart of the Black Absolute. The appearance of Kagaya at Tsuki. What a magnificent scene it is. God knows what a terrifying golden light it will burst out at that time. The Lyudeo part-time worker group is going online, and I'm looking forward to this. In the next 10 days, Konoha continued to increase troops, completely dispelling the idea of counterattacking from Union Village. The top leaders on both sides were very restrained. It only controlled the scale of the battle within the range of 100 people, and did not increase the number of troops on a large scale. After the war, it was the negotiation phase. Soon, after several rounds of intense negotiations, the top leaders of the 2 sides reached some private agreements. Union paid reparations, Konoha withdrew troops, and the 2 sides reached a friendly consensus. Well, just very friendly. Of course, it is to ignore the fact that the angry 4 generations of Thunder Shadow AI smashed the office to a pulp. As for the Hayaga family's loss of life, that's how it passed. The frontal battlefield collapsed, the human pillar force was seriously injured, and the 4 generations of Thunder's shadow naturally had no capital to exert any more pressure. All in all, it's Konoha who has won. Of course, all these advantages are built on the unparalleled combat power of the Harmony. In the village, a large number of rumors also began to appear, and Jin Kazuya's reputation rose to a level again. Last time, it was to repel the 4 generations of Thunder's shadow and hit Orochimaru hard, and there were very few people who saw it. This time, there are too many people who have seen the matter of smashing the 2 pillars and killing the Union army in front of them. All of a sudden, not only among the ordinary people, but also in the eyes of the village leaders, he has also become a hot figure. Some of the patriarchs of the great ninja clan are already thinking of ways to entrap some of them. At this time, Uchiha clan land. Uchiha Fugaku, who had returned to the village a few days earlier, was kneeling on a tatami mat, his body covered in bandages and looking like a mummy. Obviously, in this battle, the damage caused to him by the 2 wooden people was great. If it weren't for luck, this life would have been handed over to the land of frost. Kazuya no Hara. He groaned in his heart, but his expression was serious. Itachi, this is the opportunity one have fought for you, you have to find a way to stay by this adult side, and it is best to become his personal disciple. This matter is very important, both for you and for the Uchiha clan, do you understand? Yes, father. The Uchiha Itachi, who was kneeling opposite, nodded seriously. Kazuya dark side. Kazuya-sama is not only strong, but also has a fiery heart. Fuya saw the serious expression on Uchiha Itachi's face, and his heart was also a little more steady. As the patriarch of the Uchiha, how could he not see some things clearly? The top management of Konoha, since the second Hokage, has an attitude of disgust and defensiveness towards the Uchiha clan. It's like a depressing powder keg that could explode at any moment. Mito Minion, Koharu, Shinura Danzo, and even Hokage-sama, are all unreliable. Therefore, after thinking about it for a long time, Uchiha Fugaku plans to put the chips on Nohara Kazuya. He could see that the rumors in the village had been true recently. Hokage-sama, I really let Kazuya Nohara go to worship Tsunade as a teacher. This is an obvious signal. In the circle of the Hokage, accepting apprentices is a very serious matter. The apprentice of the second generation of Hokage, in addition to the Hokage of Sarutobi Hitobi, there are also Konoha high-level leaders such as Tuanzang. The 3 generations of Hokage, the personal disciple is Konoha Sunin, among which Tsunade and Orochimaru almost became the 4th generation Hokage. Watergate, on the other hand, is a disciple of Zilei, and he is regarded as a disciple of 3 generations. During the Third World War, the relationship between Uchiha and the village eased, and at that time, the Bofang Shuiman accepted Kakashi, Obito, and Rin as his personal disciples. This is actually cultivating as a 5th generation Hokage. Pity. Obito sacrificed. On the night of the 9 tails, the eyes of the demon fox were riding wheels again, which directly made the relationship between Uchiha and the village explode again. As soon as he thought of it, Uchiha Fugaku felt a pain in his liver. Damn! 3 years ago, even he, the patriarch, didn't have the ability to control the 9 tails. Who was that Sherinon? This black cauldron was buckled on Uchiha's head at once, and he couldn't pick it off. If he found out who it was, he would have to screw the man's head off. A few days later, version 2.0 of the peace agreement between Konoha and Union is officially launched. If nothing else, the peace agreement will be real and valid until Kiribi and the 2 Yuji people are out of the ICU. To be honest, Kazuya still admires Union's gang of war maniacs. If they were all as cowardly as Wind Shadow Luasha, where would he go to farm so many attributes? Now, Kazuya's personal panel is, host, Kazuya age, 21 years old, grade, super shadow level, chakra, 1v5, 159382900/1,000,000, pupil power, 1v3, 4700/5000, immortal energy, 1v3, 3900/5000, tail beast power, 1v4, 17000/100,000, ninjutsu Kirin. Perfect edition, how fireball 1v5, dragon fire 1v5, phoenix fire 1v5, wind cutting 1v5, vacuum jade 1v5, physical technique, Konoha fluid technique 1v5, Konoha whirlwind 1v5, illusion Narakumi no jutsu 1v3, 3 absolute, Sakura 1v2, Hirnanjutsu 1v2, blood inheritance limit, riding wheel eye, white eye, would escape, special skills, flying thunder gods technique 1v3, 3 body technique 1v5, instantaneous technique 1v5, super shadow level, 180,000 chakra. In addition, the power of pupils, immortal energy, and tailed beasts are fully equipped, and the properties of fire, thunder, wind, earth, water, yin, and yang, all 7 chakra properties are fully opened. Unconsciously, Kazuya's natural strength has reached a very unnatural level. Now even if I meet the 6 Dao pain, it's hard to say who wins and who loses. And also very confident. Because, in addition to the strength and talent against the sky, he also has a perverted golden finger, that is, omniscient and all-powerful intelligence. In the battle between ninjas, intelligence is very important. And Kazuya is the one who knows everything. The details of the 6 paths of pain, I'm afraid he knows better than Nagato himself. Even if it happens, it won't be like Gillet, who will be in because of lack of intelligence. When the Peace Agreement 2.0 was launched, Konoha's troops also began to withdraw to the village in batches. The ninjas in the camp had a look of joy on their faces that could not be concealed. No matter who it is a happy thing to be able to survive on the battlefield. This time, because of Kazuya's crushing performance, Konoha's casualties were only a small number. However, the daimyo mansion of the Land of Fire still asked for a large amount of military expenses from the daimyo mansion of the Land of You. The name is beautiful, Homeland Defense Support Fund. After all, nominally speaking, this time Konoha sent troops to help the Land of Frost and defend against the invasion of Union Village, for the purpose of complete justice. This is the will of fire. Where the leaves fly, the fire is endless, which can also be explained as the sacrifice of ninjas in other countries is valuable, and the nutrients produced will make the ninjas of Konoha burn like flames, and will never be extinguished. As for whether other countries will be extinguished, what does it have to do with me, Konoha? What if the Land of Frost doesn't give this money, you ask? Scold. I'm in the dark and also, Konoha-Sunen hasn't left yet. Don't give money? You are the great name of the Frost country, so you are not afraid to go to the heavens to see your ancestors tomorrow? Trouble. A few days later, when Konoha's ninja troops completely withdrew from the Frost Country, both the daimyo mansion of the Frost Country and the ninjas of the Frost Hidden Village were finally relieved. Misery. No, it's the heroes of Konoha who have finally triumphed. Tears. It's good to come this time, don't come again in the future. On the way home, Kazuya went to the Rose Street of Yuno Kuni alone, Rose Street. In this big battle, Tsunade can be regarded as a great help. If it weren't for the 1v5 strange power that burst out from her body, as well as the Azura bloodline, it would be difficult for him to suppress the two people's pillar power alone. The reason why people are human is because they have a grateful heart. And that's exactly what happened. He came to the neighborhood of Rose Street and unsurprisingly, Tsunade and Shizune were still staying in the same hotel they had been staying in. When Kazuya arrived, he happened to see Shizune go out with a small pet pig and dolphin in his arms and go to a loan company. Waited a while. Shizune held a few boxes of money and ran out of the door of the loan company with a panicked expression. If it is as expected, this money is borrowed by her ability. Tsunade, I guess I don't plan to return it. It seems. Last time, I really hollowed out Tsunade. Kazuya saw this scene and smiled a little embarrassed. 30 million. That's a lot of numbers. Soon, Kazuya saw that Tsunade rushed out of the hotel, completely ignoring the silence's obstruction, and walked towards the largest casino on Rose Street. Alas. I can't let Tsunade seniors lose money to others anymore, doesn't this weaken the prestige of Konoha-Sunen? And also heartbroken. He burst out so much golden light from Tsunade, and he should be grateful for it. Didn't hesitate. Kazuya followed in Tsunade's footsteps and entered the casino. Noisy. Boiling. One after another shouts. A familiar place, a familiar picture, and Kazuya sat in a familiar position again. I'm betting small. And also put the chips on the table. What? Tsunade, who was on the other side, was directly anxious when she saw this, and as soon as she slapped the table, she jumped up from the chair and roared, "It's you again! It's you bastard again, you dared to appear in front of me!" Tsunade slammed the table, and there was an angry expression on his fair and beautiful face. Appeared. The bastard who used her as a beacon reappeared. Last time, it was this bastard who won her 30 million at once. Ha! After placing the bet, Kazuya smiled disdainfully. What dare you dare? I know you are Tsunade, who are you scaring for? Gee. Kazuya's eyes lit up. Looking at the earth-shattering shock wave, I can only say that it is worthy of Tsunade. This kind of evil is really a complete explosion of Asuna, far better than Nanxiao Torai, not under the 1,000-bucket Isuzu. You said I didn't dare. Tsunade's eyes widened in anger and he yelled, "Today I swear that I will win back all the things I lost." Then you're amazing. And also did not respond in a yin or yang manner. You. What's wrong with me? Come on, if it's a man, come and bet on the size. Come on, whoever is afraid of whom. Great. Small. Holy. Again, great. Small. Small. Oh no. Heh, if you are an enemy of me who has copied thousands of gambling techniques, you have no chance of winning. Half an hour later, there were 12 small ones on the table in a row, and the gamblers around him were dumbfounded. This buddy, the god of gamblers. That's awesome. I won 20 million in half an hour, I'm envious. I think the main reason is that the great Hungarian woman is too stupid. Tisk, it's worthy of the legendary big fat sheep. The gamblers around were all talking about it, looking surprised. Goodbye. Kazuya swept all the money off the table and said to Tsunade with a smile, "Thank you, Tsunade. Shinai-ima." Click, click. Tsunade's fist clenched, and the bruises on her forehead erupted, and she was eager to go up and punch the dog man into a small cake. Don't. The mute on the side was in a hurry. She hurriedly grabbed Tsunade and persuaded, Tsunade-sama, you can't make a move. If you really kill someone, no casino will dare to let you play in the future. That's right. Tsunade gritted his teeth for a long time, but he could only choose to endure this breath. Gan. This dog man has won 50 million from her, and he still wins with her as a beacon. Shame. It's a shame. After leaving the casino, Kazuya walked into a dark alley, and when he saw that no one was following him, he released the transformation technique. The money in hand is heavy. Kazukan also feel that these are his gratitude to Tsunade, which can be said to be very sincere. It's a pity. This time there is no Azura bloodline, and there are some regrets. This time, he was on Tsunade, and he burst out a few hundred chakras, which is better than nothing. Anyway, 20 million is in hand, and the purpose of helping Tsunade quit gambling addiction has been achieved. All the gratitude is for the sake of rushing into the way, and I really tried my best. A few days later, Kazuya returned to Konoha village. A long-lost village, a familiar atmosphere. Kazuya looked up and looked at the Hokage rock in the distance, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Finally, I stood at the same height as the Hokage. After returning to the village, it was a tedious handover. First, go to the dark department to check in, show your face, and write a mission report. Then go to the 3 generations of Hokage, accept the praise, and flutter for a while in the shocked eyes of everyone. This time, Ape Fei Ri/ was very generous, and directly opened the Book of Seals to him. It's just that the current Kazuya has little interest in the Book of Seals. He randomly chose an illusion, the dark technique, and dealt with it. Okay, the techniques in the Book of Seals are strong, but the difficulty of cultivation is too high. In addition to the Flying Thunder God, it is difficult to find someone to brush up on other techniques. Kazuya is naturally too lazy to waste time. Of course, there is also a good thing, that is, he has been promoted again, Captain of the Shadows. Ape Fei Ri/ and directly handed over the appointment documents to him, looking very trusting. Not bad. Kazuya is very satisfied with this. In Konoha village, the position of the head captain of the dark department is already very high. If you count the Hokage, it's probably within the top 6 position. Its power is slightly weaker than that of the elder groups Zuan Koharu, Mito Minion and Danzo, and the chief captain of the upper ninja class, Nara Shikaku, is basically on par. From then on, Kazuya will be considered to be at the core of Konoha power. Not bad feeling. And also lazily lying on the sofa at home, enjoying this rare bad time. Knock. It's late in the evening. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Kazuya staggered open the door, only to see an unexpected visitor. Sunset Red, dressed in red and white coats, is standing there prettily. In her hand, she was holding a small lunchbox, with beautiful red eyes, looking at Kazuya gently. Kazuya-kun. Sunset Hontian smiled and said hello. Why are you here? And also asked with some surprise. What, aren't you welcome? Sunset Red pretended to be angry and said, No, come in, I'm alone anyway. Kazuya smiled softly and let Sunset Red into the room. Sunset Hong put the lunchbox on the table, looked at the messy room a few times, and suddenly said helplessly, I'm all home, and I don't know how to clean up, the house is a mess. He waved his hand indifferently. Anyway, it's all me, it's okay to mess around. By the way, what you brought is eel rice, your favorite eel rice. Haha, then I'm welcome. Kazuya smiled. He took a clean spoon from the kitchen, sat down at the table, and began his pleasant dinner. After the promotion and salary increase, there is a beautiful little chef to deliver food when you go home, and this life is very good. Kazuya was eating, and Sunset Red was cleaning up the room. She skillfully took the dirty clothes and socks into the bathroom and soaked them in the basin. After a long time, Sunset Red is also used to such a role. She loved the homely feeling. I feel that I can do what I can for Kazuya-kun, and I am very happy. When cleaning up the room, Sunset Hong suddenly picked up a white pearl necklace from the sofa. She took it in her hand, looked at it carefully for a while, and asked curiously, Kazuya-kun, is this the pearl necklace you bought? Why does it look weird? These pearls are the size of walnuts, and they are. Sunset Red took the pearl necklace and gestured around her neck. It seems to be a little too long. Were you deceived by the person who sold things? That's not how this thing works. Kazuya complained in his heart, but his face did not change and said, Red, this was originally a New Year's gift for you, but I didn't expect it to be discovered by you in advance. I don't usually pay much attention to girls' jewelry. Maybe I was deceived. That's normal, too. Ziriong said distressfully, you usually practice so hard, you have little time, and it's normal for girls to be unfamiliar with things, but I didn't expect you to prepare New Year's gifts for me in advance. It's really touching. Yes. Hyejun's strength is so strong, even the human pillar force can crush it. It is estimated that the usual time is spent cultivating hard. It's normal for some girls to not understand it. As she spoke, she took the pearl necklace again and looked at it carefully. This is the first gift that Kazuya-kun gave me. What to do if you are so impressed? Why are you still looking at it? You don't need to look closely at this thing. I've seen it too much. This fool knows that it's not on his neck. Kazuya hurriedly got up. He came over and pinched Sunset's red face, and said with a doting face, "Red, I always think you're weird today. What's wrong?" Sunset's face was red, and his expression was a little worried. "It's weird and pretty," Kazuya said seriously, and by the way, he took the pearl necklace in Sunset's hand. You hate it, Kazuya-kun." The Sunset glanced at Kazuya, and her pretty face was slightly red. "Scoundrel. Suddenly, I flirted with people, and I didn't know what bad thoughts I was hiding." She also took away the pearl necklace when she saw it, and she didn't care. If you say it's a New Year's gift for yourself, it's definitely your own. Anyway, it's only been a month, and I'm not in a hurry, as long as it's not for other bad women. By the way, congratulations. Zirion suddenly smiled and said, "I heard my father say that you have been promoted, and you will be the captain of the dark department in the future, right?" "Well, yes," Kazuya nodded. "Then you will be a big man in the future, and you won't look down on a small role like me, right?" Sunset Red has a bit of half-truths and half-truths. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. No. He also said seriously, "You are my best little secretary, I will take you wherever I go. That's for sure. Or who will do all those tedious daily tasks? Cut lazy worm." Sunset Red said as she walked into the bathroom, "I'm not a little secretary, heck, I'm also a glorious Konoha shinobi." After that, she was in the bathroom, fighting with those dirty clothes and socks. After being promoted to the head of the dark department, Kazuya became a popular man in Konoha. The patriarchs of the major ninja clans all came to visit him in person. Hinata, Akimichi, Nara, Inyazuka, and even the patriarch of the Uchiha clan all came to visit enthusiastically. The captain of the dark department is already a powerful figure. Even the patriarchs of these big clans dare not slack off. Of course, the most important thing is that Kazuya's strength is too strong. Since his fame, he has faced no simple role in the enemy. The 4 generations of Thunder Shadow, the Great Snake Pill, the 2-tailed human Pillar Force, the 2 Yamo people, and the 8-tailed human Pillar Force Chi Ruby. Such a lineup is terrifying to listen to. However, Kazuya is unparalleled all the way, and he has pushed it sideways. Especially in that battle, the record of crushing the 2 people's Pillar Force was even more famous in the entire ninja world. Even, there are some people with bright heads who have begun to stuff people into Kazuya's hands. You must know that so far, Kazuya has not had a personal disciple. Many ninjas are eyeing this. If the junior in the family can become the personal disciple of the captain of Kazuya, it will be a step to the sky. It's so appealing. A few days later, Dark Base, in a spacious office. Kazuya sat at his desk and looked at the materials on the desk. Above, they are all the patriarchs of the major ninja clans, and the potential new stars sent up. What graduated from ninja school at the age of 7, ninja at the age of 11, and opened his eyes at the age of 9, his resume looks like he is full of talent. It's really a boring choice. Kazuya shook his head and sighed. This generation of Konoha little ninjas is actually quite embarrassing. Counting forward, it's the outbreak period of genius, what Kakashi, Obito, Sunset Red, Genma, Ibhai, Shizu, and so on. In the next few years, it will be the outbreak period of hanging, and the protagonist group represented by Zhou Ming is about to appear. And this generation is not very conspicuous. In addition to the Uchiha stopping the water and the Uchiha Itaka, it is also okay with the moon and the moonlight wind. Just as I was thinking about it, Kazuya suddenly turned to 2 interesting materials. Uchiha Itake, graduated from ninja school at the age of 7, opened the writing willy at the age of 8, and is good at fire escape, ninja throwing, etc. Izumi Uchiha, 9 years old, is a double-hooked jade writing willy when he opens his eyes, and he is good at physical arts. Kazuya's expression instantly became subtle. Itaki Uchiha, Izumi Uchiha. These 2 names are kind of interesting. In the original plot, these 2 also have a bit of a hard-working Mandarin duck. Gee, it's a pity. What a waste. Now, seeing the information of these 2 people, Kazuya can't help but have some special thoughts in his heart. Do you want to find a way to cultivate the Uchiha Itaki in the direction of the Moonlight Blast? Just right. It is worth mentioning that the treatment of the captain of the Dark Department is very good. In addition to the high salary, the village will also provide a separate house. Prime location, the kind of mansion with garden. Although it is not as good as the clan house of the Hayaga family, it is much more luxurious than the previous residence of Kazuya. In the past 2 days, Kazuya has been busy moving, tired and happy. It's a pity. Kazuya looked at the magnificent new home, but sighed in his heart. Knowing that he was promoted to the captain of the Dark Department and had a big house reward, he didn't go to Tsunade to raise money for the house. Alas! Don't accumulate virtue. I don't know if Tsunade's seniors and Shizun will end up on the streets because of this. Never mind. I don't want to, how can I not even handle this little thing? Believed Tsunade. There is no end to borrowing money in this world. In the next few days, in addition to his new home, Kazuya went to the dark department to deal with the handover work. From the detachment leader to the general captain, the level has been upgraded by 1 level, and the workload has also increased a lot. And also stay in the office, we'll also pick out some interesting to see. The rest, basically, will be handed over to Sunset Red for processing. Of course, strictly speaking, this is somewhat illegal. It's just that there are only 2 people in the office. Who knows what Sunset Red has done? Sunset Red, it's really a bit easy to use. Can go up to the hall, down to the kitchen, and even the office can be done, which can be described as an all-round talent. With the little secretary of Sunset Red, he can start smoothly and have a bad career. Every day, I go to the dark department to open, tease the little secretary in the office, and then wander to the training ground and pick up a wave of golden light. You have picked up 50 chakra, you have picked up 40 chakra, you have picked up 60 chakra, you have picked up 100 battle XP, you have picked up 20 wind escape talent, you have picked up 20 earth escape talent. Clusters of falling golden light continue to merge into Kazuya's body. In a day of paddling in the shadows, he can probably pick up more than 2,000 chakras. Although it is not as explosive as the battlefield explosion, it is easy to win without risk, and it can be regarded as a good benefit. Noon one day. In Kazuya's office, 3 new guests arrived. The people who came were heavyweights. Uchiha Suzui, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Izumi. 3 genius ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Well, Izumi Uchiha, let's just count it out. How can it be regarded as a little genius who opened the double-hook jade? Kazuya-sama. Hello, Kazuya-sama. The first time they met, Itachi looked a little reserved, and the Uchiha Izumi next to him also looked at Kazuya curiously. This is a peerless powerhouse who has to be befriended no matter what, as the patriarch said. Don't be nervous. Kazuya smiled and said, Itachi, Izumi, in the future, the 2 of you will be members of the Dark Intelligence Analysis Department, and you will directly accept my orders, and the others can ignore it. In the future, everyone will be companions, so get along well. As soon as the words fell, Kazuya's gaze swept over Izumi Uchiha's body. It's really beautiful. Although he is only 9 years old, he is not inferior to the moon and sunset when he was a child. There's a lot of potential. Yes, Kazuya-sama. Itachi and Izumi Uchiha are both bowing down. I said it a long time ago. Shisui on the side smiled and said, Kazuya-senpai, he is a very kind ninja, he will get along very well, you 2 don't have to worry. Kazuya nodded and said with concern, Zishui, your injuries are okay? Much better. Zishui had a grateful expression at that time. Fortunately, there was a help from Kazuya's seniors, otherwise, I would probably have been killed by the 2-tailed human pillar force. Kazuya shook his head and said with a serious face, I can't watch my companion fall into a dangerous situation. In order to save my companion, I will not hesitate to risk my life. Zishui, you don't need to thank me, everything I do is for the sake of the village. Where the leaves fly, the fire is endless, and the meaning of my life is to protect the new generation of you leaves, and grow up healthy and strong. After speaking, he looked at Zishui and Weasel with soft eyes, with a relieved and caring expression on his face. Read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Kaleidoscope, don't stop the water. Kaleidoscope. Tsukiyomi Amaterasu Uchiha Itachi. These are 2 heavyweight experience packs. Whether you can brush the kaleidoscope depends on the performance of these 2 people. Come on, Uchiha's strongest worker. Now, as soon as Kazuya's words fell, the Uchiha trio all had their pupils shook, and they looked stunned. Is it the legendary Kazuya-sama? Sacrifice yourself to save your companions. His will to fire is really incomparably hot. To be honest, if someone else said this, it would really be a dog who shook his head when he heard it. However, when it comes out of Kazuya's mouth, the effect is completely different. But he really did it. On the night of the 9 tails, save the village with your life. Orochimaru defects and fights desperately. The Battle of Union, and he was not afraid of death, and fought fiercely against the 2 Union pillars. Actions speak louder than words. All of a sudden, the Uchiha trio all had a feeling in their hearts that my will to fire was far inferior to that of Kazuya-sama. Is it all for the village? Hearing this, the Weasel, who has always been young and old, his eyes lit up. He seems to see a new understanding of life. At this time in this period of time, Shisui is already the strongest ninja in Uchiha, and the title of Instant Susui is famous in the ninja world. And Uchiha Itachi is still in the development period of a super genius. In terms of strength, there is probably a level of elite ninja. Of course, this is already very strong. You must know that Uchiha Itachi just graduated from ninja school a year ago. In terms of talent alone, Itachi's level should be above Kakashi. As for Izumi Uchiha, not to mention the talent, at least he is quite good looking. A big family like the Uchiha naturally has no shortage of inheritance. Moreover, the cultivation of the riding wheel and there is no way to guide anything. So he basically didn't care much about the training of the two, he just arranged Kakashi and Utsuki Zien casually, and they were responsible for the people. Kakashi is in charge of instructing Uchiha Itachi, and Uzuki Yuin is instructing Uchiha Izumi, so the combination is very reasonable. Of course, the arrival of Uchiha Itachi and Izumi Uchiha was due to the efforts of the patriarch Fugaku, as well as the acquiescence of the 3 generations of Hokage. It seems that the old man wants the people of Uchiha to feel the pure will of fire here and see if there is any salvation. Well, it's just a bit of a stretch. Recent. Mayu Zien has some bright sadness, she often looks up at Captain Kazuya at a 45-degree angle, feeling the sense of loss that is close in front of her, but far away in the sky. Especially the beautiful girl ninja in front of her, when she appeared, the sense of loss was even stronger. Izumi Uchiha. It's so angry. Why is there always a feeling that the junior has not been beaten yet, and the junior has already been online? Fortunately, this Uchiha Izumi is gentle and cute, but his strength is not as strong as his own. So, when guiding the practice, Utsuki Zien transferred all the hardships that he had suffered on Sunset Red to Uchiha Izumi. Konoha Whirlwind. Konoha Stream Swordsmanship, Dance of the Three Suns and Moon. Konoha Stream Swordsmanship, Moonlit Night. On the dark training ground, Mayu Zien made all his big moves, and hit the Uchiha Izumi on the opposite side, and directly began to hold his head and squat. Zien Sr. I lost. Izumi Uchiha confessed. Seeing this, Mayu Zien felt a little more happy in her heart. You have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 40 Indra bloodline, you have picked up 20 Indra bloodline, you have picked up 50 pupil power, you have picked up 50 pupil power. Clusters of golden light kept flying towards Kazuya. Especially the pair of Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi broke out to him, a lot of Indra bloodline and pupil power. The harvest is very good. Kazuya nodded with satisfaction, his expression was even more pleased, and he set it up next to the training ground. Recently, the shadows of Konoha have found that their chief captain and Lord Yaya have come to the training ground much more frequently. Sometimes, he would open his mouth and give them guidance on their cultivation. What a treasure! You know, Kazuya-sama, but a strong man who can crush the power of human pillars head-on. His guidance is worth $1,000. Moreover, after Kazuya took office 187, he has not yet determined his direct dark team. This makes the shadows of Konoha fiercely competitive. And also the direct shadow of the adult, that's the most sought-after position. This day, Kazuya was in a daze at the training ground, and when he picked up a wave of attributes, Uchiha Shisui suddenly found him. Kazuya Sr. Uchiha Shisui smiled and said, Hokage-sama's order, please go to the office. Oh, Kazuya nodded, no problem. That's a great thing. Kazuya is eager to try. Soon, Kazuya followed Uchiha Shisui and came to the Hokage's office. The guards at the door, when they saw him coming, bowed down to say hello and were very respectful. The door opens. Kazuya, stop the water, you're here. Seeing the two of them walk into the office, the third Hokage stood up from his chair with a smile, and he looked at Kazuya's gaze with undisguised appreciation. You have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 100 battle XP, you have picked up 50 wind escape talent. Clusters of high-quality golden light fell from the ape's body. Hokage-sama. Kazuya smiled. Gee, not bad. Ape Fei slashes this fake hound, although it is not a work, but every time they meet, the fixed drop is of good quality, and it deserves to be the strongest Hokage in history. Kazuya, ah. The third Hokage put down the pipe in his hand and said, I called you here today, there is a new S-Class mission to be handed over to you, it may be dangerous, are you mentally prepared? S-Class mission? Kill Orochimaru? Probably not. Ape Fei is estimated to be reluctant to slash his beloved disciple. Kazuya guessed in his heart, but on the surface, he said righteously, of course, Hokage-sama, for the sake of the village, no matter how dangerous the task is, I will risk my life to complete it. It's you, Kazuya. The third-generation Hokage said with great relief, however, this mission is not so dangerous, and it is very simple to say. Some time ago, the newly appointed fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura in Fog Hidden Village sent someone to send diplomatic documents. Your task is also very simple, send Konoha's documents to Fog Hidden Village, and take the opportunity to find out the information. After speaking, the three generations of Hokage paused, and then continued. Over there in the Fog Hidden Village, there seems to be an intention to form an alliance. You can contact the people in the Fog Hidden Village, discuss a draft, and then bring it back and the village will decide, understand? Kazuya nodded. This is the right to make decisions on the spot. It seems that the three generations of Hokage really value him, and even the matter of diplomatic negotiations has been released. Of course, this is also a test. If he works out and signs a XX contract, then the road after that should be completely cut off. This mission, let Zishui accompany you. Read the violent novel, go to the Fila Novel Network. The third Hokage smiled and said, "You can also pick a guard. The attitude of the fog-hidden village is very friendly, and the village is not suitable for sending too many people, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings." Kazuya pondered for a moment. "I see, Hokage-sama, that's good." The third Hokage said to Uchiha Shisui again, "Shisui, this time you go to the land of water, you have to obey Kazuya's command throughout the whole process, and you have to protect his safety, understand?" "Yes, Hokage-sama." "Stop the water in response to the channel. Hear the words." The faces of the 3 generations of Hokage also showed a satisfied smile. "Stop the water in an instant. Kazuya Darkside." The combination of these 2 people is enough to give Wien village some shock. After leaving the Hokage's office, Shisui thought about it again and again, but still asked, "Kazuya-senpai, there is also a guard, who do you want to choose?" Kazuya thought for a moment and smiled, "Just Uchiha Itachi. With the 2 of us here, there won't be too much of a problem with safety, so let's take this child to meet the world." Joke. That's 2 kaleidoscope experience packs. If you have the chance, you should definitely take it with you. This. Uchiha Shisui looked surprised, and he said with some embarrassment Itaka's words, "Will it not be inappropriate? After all, no, it won't." And also a serious way. "Recently, I have seen wisdom far beyond this age in Itaka's body. I think he is not an ordinary child, he is a ninja with real strength 0. I want to. He should be allowed to see the outside world, which may be a good thing for the village and the Uchiha clan." As far as the identities of the 2 are concerned, the contradiction between the village and the Uchiha is no secret. What Shisui has been working hard to do all along is to resolve this contradiction. Therefore, when he heard what Kazuya said, a touched expression suddenly appeared on his face. "Kazuya-senpai, thank you so much." Before the words fell, he bowed directly to Kazuya. "You're welcome." Kazuya said softly, "All this is for the sake of the village. Compared to those comrades who died on the battlefield, what I do is just a trivial matter." After speaking, Kazuya's face showed a sad expression at the right time. Kazuya Sr. Shisui felt the same way, and he felt as if a hot breath was rising in his heart, making his eyes slightly red. Confidant. It's really a hateful night. The beliefs and ideas of Kazuya's predecessors are more profound and firmer than their own. He is really for the village, and he loves 0.3 deeply. Ultimately, the ninja team that's sent to the fog-hidden village, led by Kazuya, with Uchiha Shisui and Itaki as escorts. The 3-person team is small in number, but no one is worried about safety. Joke. Stop the water in an instant, but the strongest ninja of the Uchiha clan, at the age of only 12 years old, he had already crossed the title of genius and became a real powerhouse. Shisui's performance in the 3 battles even suppressed Kakashi, who was also a genius ninja. As for Kazuya-sama, he is a strong man who cannot be described in words. Hit the big snake pill hard and crush the human pillar force. This is all a dazzling label on the body of Lord Kazuya. If these 2 join forces, they may be able to kill Mizukage. Kazuya and Uchiha stopped the water, and went in different directions. From the point of view of reading comprehension, this should symbolize the very different fates of the 2 in the future. But the reality is that Kazuya's home with the water stop is located in a different direction from Konoha. Over-understanding, or unacceptable. On the way home, and also bumped into, waiting on the side of the road Utsuki Zien. The little girl was carrying a white paper bag in her hand, and when she saw Kazuya coming, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. "Captain Kazuya." Maoyu Zien happily ran over and stopped in front of Kazuya. "What's wrong, Zien?" Kazuya asked curiously. As soon as the words fell, Maoyu Zien's little face floated red. She handed the paper bag in her hand to Kazuya's hand, and said shyly, "Captain Kazuya, this is my gift to you. Thank you for saving me from death." What Maoyu Zien said was also the truth. Last mission, if Kazuya hadn't arrived in time, their shadows would have become the souls of Yunren's sword. "Don't care." Kazuya smiled and said, "Zien, you are also my 07's cherished companion." A cherished companion. Maoyu Zien was happy and disappointed in her heart, looking at the handsome face of Captain Kazuya. The more she looked at it, the more shy she became, and finally stomped her foot and ran away. What a little girl. Kazuya shook his head helplessly. He opened the paper bag and saw that there was a delicately shaped music box inside. Gee, sure enough, it's something that only a little girl likes. Kazuya had a disgusted look on his face. He also thought that it would be a room card for a luxury hotel, or an invitation ticket for a 2-day stay at a famous hot spring, but he didn't expect it to be just a mediocre music box. Disappointed, I thought to myself. And he changed directions and walked to the door of Sunset's house. Knock knock. Impatient knocking on the door. Soon, Sunset, who was wearing casual clothes, ran over to open the door. "Kazuya-kun, why are you here?" Sunset Red had a surprised look on her face. Kazuya smiled and said a little embarrassedly, "Red, you have been working so hard to help me recently, which makes me feel very sorry in my heart, so before I leave the village tomorrow, I want to buy a gift for you. I hope you will not dislike it." Really? Hearing this, the beautiful red eyes lit up instantly. She happily took the paper bag in Kazuya's hand and opened it to take a look. What a beautiful music box. Sunset Red said happily, "Hi-kun, I like this gift very much, thank you so much, I'm so happy. I thought you would give me the pearl necklace when you reached New Year's Eve, but I didn't expect it to." And surprises. Sunset Red carefully held the music box, looking like she couldn't put it down. "Don't mention the pearl necklace, you won't need it for a while," complained in his heart, but Kazuya's face was full of gratifying expressions. "Red, if you like it, thank you." Sunset Red was moved, she was stunned, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. "Hi-kun, are you leaving the village tomorrow? It's red, and I noticed it." He nodded quietly and said, "I'm going to go to the land of water, and I'll go to the base later, and I'll get the things I need for tomorrow ready." "No need." When Ziriong heard this, he said resolutely, "Hi-yun, you go home directly to rest. I will help you prepare the things you need for the mission, don't worry." "That's not good." Kazuya looked embarrassed. "No," Sunset Red smiled and said, "I'm very happy to be able to do something for Kazuya-kun." After speaking, she ran back into her room, put down the delicate music box, and ran to the dark base in a hurry. What a good woman. And also looked at the back of the Sunset Red running away, and his eyes were a little emotional. "I just don't know if I can bear it, the doubling technique of the Autumn Deo clan. This multiplication technique, Kazuya hasn't found a chance to use it since he picked it up on the battlefield." Early the next morning, the three-person team assembled at the door of Konoha. Sunset Red also held a large backpack and handed it to Kazuya's hand. "If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. And Yejun, there are forbearance tools, antidotes, hemostatic bandages, food and water to be used in it. You must be careful on the road, pay attention to safety." After speaking, Sunset Red also stretched out his hand and straightened out his neckline, which was also a little messy. "I will." Kazuya pinched Sunset's red face and said with a smile. Sunset Hong nodded a little shyly. It was the first time she was so close to Kazuya in front of outsiders. The Uchiha Shisui on the side couldn't help but roll his eyes. Early in the morning, before breakfast was eaten, someone fed a mouthful of dog food. As for the Uchiha Itake next to him, he has no feelings, maybe he doesn't have the slightest interest in women in essence. Soon, Kazuya said goodbye to Sunset Red, and took Shisui and Itake to move quickly to the east of Konoha village, the land of water. Located in the vast sea east of the Fire Country, it is a country surrounded by islands. The distance is also very long, and there is a boat ride in between, which is difficult to reach every few days. However, Kazuya is not in a hurry. After Orochimaru's defection, there shouldn't be any big incidents in the plot. The land of water is also a good place to visit. Judging from the information on Sarutobi's side, the newly appointed fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura is a ruler with relatively gentle governance. Starting from the 3 generations of Mizukage, the long-standing blood mist policy has changed for the better in his hands. This also makes the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura have a high prestige among the ninjas of the Fog-Hidden Village. In short, everything in Wien Village seems to be developing in the direction of revival. Unfortunately, it's far from that simple. Kazuya smiled faintly in his heart. The current Wien Village is just a return to the light. When Obito frees his hands and controls the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura, the Fog-Hidden Village will fall back into the darkness of hell. No way. Who told you to kill Lin in the dark part of Wien Village, if nothing else? Karma. And you don't want the Fog 560 Hidden Village to be harmonious, it's best for everyone to be enthusiastic and beat out their brains. Whoosh, whoosh. On the road. In Kazuya's hands, rubble continued to shoot out like shurikens. The Uchiha Itake and Shisui, who were on the way, would be attacked from time to time. Fortunately, both of them are geniuses among geniuses, and it is natural that they will no longer have a problem dodging this kind of attack. "Kazuya-sama," Itake said seriously, "I'm used to your speed, and I can go a little faster." Kazuya nodded. "Well said, don't say it again next time." "Itake, you thick-eyed kid, can't you really be a?" However, the spit is complaining, and the gravel attack in his hand has not stopped. "You have picked up 50 chakra, you have picked up 40 chakra, you have picked up 80 points of combat experience, you have picked up 10 Indra bloodline, you have picked up 10 Indra bloodline, you have picked up 50 pupil power." Clusters of golden light continued to fly towards Kazuya. "Boy, Uchiha Itake, did you even open the writing wheel in order to hide a few stones? The children can be taught." Kazuya's gravel attack is not idle and boring. In order to burst out the golden light related to the writing wheel from the 2 of them, the 3 of them made their way east, moving quickly. A few days later, we arrived at the border of the Fire Country. At the ferry, there were already Konoha ninjas, ready for the 3 of them. There is still a long way to go from the border area of the Fire Nation to the territory of the Water Nation. If you don't take a boat and tread all the way, I'm afraid that in addition to Kazuya, the experience bags of the 2 Uchiha and the chakra on their bodies will be completely hollowed out, and finally a farce will be staged, and the kaleidoscope will be tragically drowned in the sea. The sea boat travels, and the waves are full of sound all the way. About half a day later, I passed by a very deserted island. It was the land of the Vortex, once thriving, but now a silent dead place. In the war, the Vortex clan of Vortex Village was slaughtered, and the entire Vortex country was completely defeated. Look at that deserted island. When the power of guardianship no longer exists, not only the ninja village, but even the entire country, will perish with it. Kazuya looked at the barren island and sighed softly. Yes. Uchiha Zishui nodded, and said thoughtfully, that's true, ninja village is the important weapon of the country. If the village is in chaos, the country will be in chaos, and Kazuya seniors, you can still see it thoroughly. He. Kazuya chuckled lightly and said, therefore, the village that you and I have dedicated our lives to protect is valuable. Only in this way, our families, our companions, and our descendants can live in peace in this troubled world. The Uchiha Itachi on the side showed a thoughtful expression when he heard this. And when he saw this, he stopped at the point. He didn't have any interest. He accompanied Zishui to point out the country, and what he said was not just to brainwash him again. These two Uchihas experience packs. And also with the water, there is a ride along the way to chat. After sailing for 3 days, the ship finally entered the territory of the water country. Kazuya senpai, the country of water is ahead. Zishui pointed to the distant and looming land. At the end of the Third Ninja World War, he participated in the battlefield of Konoha vs Kirigakur, so he was naturally much familiar with the land of water. Kazuya's eyes were a little distracted. The land of water, the village of Wien. I don't know if the Kagaya clan where Jun Malu is located has been wiped out by the fog-hidden village. In fact, there are also a lot of good things in Wien village. The Kagaya clan, the Ghost Lantern clan, the three-tailed human pillar force, the tailless tail beast dried persimmon ghost shark, and the future 5 generations of Mizu Cage illumination and so on. If you're lucky, you might be able to burst out with a lot of high-quality gold. And I'm looking forward to this. As the saying goes, the outline of the continent looks very close, but the sea ship sailed for several hours before it finally landed. The 3 of them boarded the ferry and stepped on the ground again. Sure. There are already a dozen mist ninjas waiting there. The leader was a strong man with long orange hair and waist-length teeth. With sharp teeth, he was burly, his face was hideous, and he looked very domineering. Scold. I saw it from afar, and I smiled disdainfully. I know you're a watermelon mountain puffer ghost. Even Konoha's shinobi mate Dai can't do it, so let's wash and sleep early. The ninjas next to the watermelon mountain puffer ghost don't know most of them, and they are probably all soy sauce characters in the original plot. However, there were 2 of them, and he recognized them at a glance. The only one with white eyes, green. There are also 5 generations of Mizu Cage in the future, Terumi Dark. You have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 50 points of combat experience, you have picked up 30 water escape talent, you have picked up 20 water escape talent. As soon as he saw it, there were several clouds of golden light, flying towards Kazuya. Seeing that the 3 of them had gone ashore, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost led by him took the initiative to come up. On his hideous face, there was a strange smile of kindness, and he said, the messenger of Konoha, I am the watermelon mountain puffer ghost of the intelligence department of Wien village, welcome to the land of water. Kazuya. Itaki Uchiha. Uchiha Susui. Nima. What a curiosity. It's like a killing god with a chainsaw, gently singing a lullaby to you, and that feeling highlights a weirdness. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. The head captain of the Konoha Shadow Division, Kazuya Nohara. Kazuya smiled. Seemingly. In the high-level game, Wien Village gave in a lot, otherwise it would be impossible for these killers who came out of the Blood Mist policy to be so friendly. B. Has the rebellion of the Blood Succession family begun? Or is it that the 4th generation of Mizuke Gyakura is too hasty, and the position is still very unstable? Kazuya's eyes narrowed slightly, and many speculations flashed in his heart. However, before he finished speaking, the expressions on the faces of the mist-hidden ninjas present changed. Kazuya Nohara? Isn't this the super dark part that is on the frontal battlefield, swiping 2 cloud-hidden pillar forces in a single swipe? How is he coming? Moment. The atmosphere in the stadium was stagnant. In those beautiful eyes, a look of horror flashed. A familiar body shape, an exact same dark outfit. As soon as she looked at it, she recognized it. This Nohara Kazuya was in the land of fire at the time, and he almost killed his Konoha Dark Division. Fortunately, those ninjas in the fog-hidden village are not ordinary characters. Even though there are countless complex emotions in their hearts, there are still not too many expressions on their faces. So, please, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost spoke. Good. Kazuya nodded, followed the group of fog ninjas, and walked in the direction of the fog-hidden village. Sighed. Uchiha Itaki hadn't felt anything yet, but the expression that stopped the water had changed. Before, he had fought with the Misty Ninja, but he had never seen those murderous Misty Ninja become as well-behaved as sheep. all I can say is, it's worthy of Kazuya's predecessors. His momentum and oppressive power have already changed the color of the murderous fog ninja. Soon, the group entered the fog-hidden village. Unlike Konoha's sunny days, Kirikuan village is shrouded in thick rain clouds all year round, and it rains half the time of the year, 365 days a year. The moisture content in the air is very high, which makes people a little uncomfortable, but it is also conducive to the performance of the water escape ninja. Therefore, over the years, very few ninjas from other countries have been able to invade the territory of Fog-Hidden Village. After entering the fog, Di Zhao, Hidden Village, Kazuya, and the others were arranged in a luxurious manner. This is the Fog-Hidden Village, a place used to receive messengers from other ninja villages. All the way, he can also clearly feel that both the villagers and ninjas in the Fog-Hidden Village have relaxed and happy smiles on their faces. I hardly have the impression of that feeling of bitterness and hatred. It seems the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura does have some ability. Kazuya looked at the mist outside the window, and his eyes were full of thought. At this time, at the gate of the manor, there was a sudden knock on the door. Before Kazuya could speak, the Uchiha Shisui next to him opened the door very sensibly. A moment later, the iconic long reddish-brown curly hair, turquoise eyes, delicate and beautiful face, coupled with the already somewhat explosive figure, 14 Terumi Ming, the visual impact is already very strong. In a few years, it will be a talent monster at the level of Tsunade, Hinata, and Samui. Now, seeing Kazuya standing by the window, Zayome's gaze couldn't help but tremble slightly. It's all scared. Last time, she almost died at Kazuya's hands. Later, I heard about this man's terrifying record, which made Terumi even more frightened, and her momentum was a little shorter when she met Captain Nohara. Terumi steadied her mind and spoke, according to the order of Lord Mizukage, I will be in charge of your schedule in the Fog-Hidden Village. If you have any needs, you can inform me as soon as possible. I live in the mansion next door. And the ninjas at the door are already in the dark of the mist, and they are all responsible for guarding your safety, so please don't have unnecessary misunderstandings. Kazuya nodded, I'm tired. Terumi smiled and said, for the sake of the friendship between the Fog-Hidden Village and Konoha, these are all things I should do. Listen to the sound. Looks very handsome. Terumi was a little curious, but through the mask, she couldn't see Kazuya's appearance. After a few more pleasantries, she bowed and withdrew. Something strange. After Terumi left, Uchiha Shisui said with a strange expression, it really looks strange that those crazy people in Fog-Hidden Village who kill people without blinking an eye have become so kind and polite. Hearing this, Kazuya smiled and said, this is the power of upward and downward effects. It seems that the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura is a 900 guy with great wisdom. He also saw that if the current Fog-Hidden Village continued the policy in the Blood Mist, it would soon be on the road to destruction. Upside down. Uchiha Shisui asked a little strangely, Kazuya-senpai, what does this mean? He also said quietly, the so-called upward and downward effect means that people at the lower level often unconsciously imitate the behavior of people at the upper level. Just like this Fog-Hidden Village, the three generations of Mizukage are extremely murderous, usually moody, cruel and tyrannical, and the ninjas below follow suit, so naturally there is the soil for the implementation of the Blood Mist policy, and gradually the entire Fog Shadow Village has become crazy. And most of these four generations of Mizukage Yakura are gentle people, so after he took the throne, the atmosphere of the entire Fog-Hidden Village has become relaxed, and over time, the power of the Fog-Hidden Village may be restored. Hearing this, the Uchiha nodded a little as if he didn't understand. It was the Uchiha Itake next to him, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Uplink and downward. Now, the conflict between the village and the Uchiha is becoming more and more intense. Could there be such a reason? As Kazuya-sama said, if the upper echelons of the village and Uchiha become gentle people like the four generations of Mizukage, will the situation also change for the better? Suddenly, Uchiha Itake's eyes lit up. It was as if he had seen a completely new path. A day later. Wuyin Village. Mizukage building, in the conference room. In front of the round table, Kazuya sat opposite the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura, and behind him stood Shisui, who was also dressed as and Uchiha Itake. Captain Nohara. The fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura said in a friendly manner, we in the Fog-Hidden Village have good expectations for peace, so please convey this expectation to Hokage-sama in full. Of course. Kazuya smiled. You have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 100 battle XP, you have picked up 100 water escape talents, you have picked up 50 water escape talents. Between talking and laughing, clusters of golden light continued to fly into Kazuya's body. It's worthy of the fourth generation of Mizukage. The quality of this golden light is even slightly stronger than that of the elderly ape flying sun slash. If it can be killed, the quality of the golden light will definitely be even more explosive. Now, just when Kazuya was eager to try, he wanted to burst out some golden light on the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura. Thundered. The walls of the conference room were suddenly blown open. In an instant, gravel flew around, and smoke and dust filled the field. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several figures rushed in from the broken wall. For the sake of 3 generations of adults, kill Gaji Yakura. For the sake of the fog, for the Kagaya clan, kill. There were several amazing chakras that burst out in that scene. Bone veins, 10 fingers piercing, dance of the willows, water escape, water array wall, water escape, water dragon bomb, 1,000 needles. Those attackers who rushed out of the explosion were instantly strangled with the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura and the guards of the Foghide. Shout! A flash of white light, and has also withdrawn from the center of the battle. He stood on a tall tower and looked at the exploding conference room. Some ninjas dressed in white robes, with strange hairstyles and 2 red dots tattooed on their foreheads, are besieging the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura and his guards. You have picked up 300 chakra, you have picked up 300 chakra, you have picked up 200 points of combat experience, you have picked up 50 water escape talents, you have picked up 100 water escape talents, you have picked up 100 points of water escape, water array wall skill experience, you have picked up 200 points of water escape, water dragon bullet skill experience, read the violent novel, go to the Fila Novel Network. Endless golden light flew from the exploding conference room. The quality of those golden rays is extremely high, and obviously, the ninjas who participated in the battle are of a very high standard. Bones. Is it a ninja from the Kagaya clan? And there are some unexpected surprises. Unexpectedly, just thinking about how to explode more high-quality golden light from the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura, the Kagaya clan directly attacked the venue. It seems that the rebellion of the Blood Succession family in the Fog-Hidden Village has begun, and the courage of the Kagaya clan is really big enough. In broad daylight, he actually came directly to assassinate the 4 generations of Mizukage. Have courage, there's a future. Kazuya was excited. Come on, Kagaya workers. This time, if you don't kill Mizukage, you're not a hero. Bang, bang. 2 more terrifying explosions rang out. The next moment, the Mizukage building in the center of the Fog-Hidden Village actually collapsed with a roar. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of figures emerged from the ruins of the building. Those high-level mist hidden who participated in the meeting were being chased and killed by the ninjas of the Kagaya clan. Especially around the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura, there are 5 people to surround and kill. One of them, the most powerful, is estimated to be the leader of these assassins. Kagaya Tintori. The 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura said coldly, "You Kagaya clan, if you are really rebellious, then the village will not be able to keep you." He. The middle-aged man named Kagaya Tintori was already covered in bones, and he said fiercely, "Yakura, what have you done since you took the throne? I know that the big family of the entire village can no longer tolerate you, so, you can die in peace. Kill him. Kill, for the Kagaya clan. Follow the patriarch." The 4 Kagaya ninjas who participated in the siege of Mizukage also rushed forward with a roar. The ninjas who rushed to assassinate Mizukage were naturally the elite of the elite, and their strength was also at the upper ninja level. Coupled with the presence of the patriarch of Kagaya Tintori, the situation of the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura has become a little critical. Protect Mizukage-sama. Quick, where's the dark part? Kill Kagaya rebellion. At this time, the ninjas of the Fog-Hidden Village who were on guard nearby also reacted, and saw that they were frantically rushing up to protect the Mizukage. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Dance of the bones and bones, Tang song. Suddenly more than a dozen bones grew out of Kagaya's body, spinning like a meat grinder, and slaughtered towards the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura. Bone veins. One of the strongest melee bloodline limits. The terrifying melee power made the later filthy earth monarch Maro able to kill the ninja coalition with heavy casualties. Now, in the field, it's still the strongest of the Kagaya clan, Kagaya Tintori. That terrifying lethality, even the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura didn't dare to take it lightly. Strangled all the way. Houses along the line are collapsing like crazy. Countless white bones, shining with a chilling light. In a matter of moments, more than 200 Kagaya ninjas gathered near the Mizukage office building. Kill! The combat power of those 200 corpse bones and veins was simply terrifying. Moment. The ninja of the Fog-Hidden Village who took care of him had huge casualties. The chaos is non-stop, and the strangulation is continuous. Blood is flying in the field, and the picture is terrifying to the extreme. However, not far away, Kazuya looked at the cruel picture with a relieved face. Good. Give Lao Tzu a beating to death. Kazuya is already on the edge of the battlefield, picking up close to 20,000 chakra, and the income can be said to be a big explosion. Now, the patriarch of the Kagaya clan has forced the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura to use even the tailed beast chakra. Good. That's great. I really didn't expect that this Fog-Hidden Village usually looks inconspicuous, but the ninjas in the village have a very high level. In this rebel battle, the quality of the golden light that broke out is almost higher than the outpost battle of Konoha vs Union. Incredible. It seems that this Kagaya clan, in order to assassinate the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura, is to the best of the whole cards and go all out. The center of the field. The 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura dodged the attack of the Bone Spurs and slapped a Kagaya elite shinobi out with a single slap. And then, the Kagaya shinobi's body grows patches of coral, which looks very infiltrating. Coral Paw. This move is very lethal to a physical type ninja, and it can be said to be the corpse vein of the Tenki Kabaya clan. In the original plot, even Naruto, who opened the golden body, suffered a lot in this move. At this moment, it's 160, not to mention those ninjas of the Kagaya clan. Boom, boom. The 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura exerted his strength, and in an instant, he knocked the 2 Kagaya shinobi away. Whoosh, whoosh. Bone veins, 10 fingers piercing. Then, several Kagaya ninjas teamed up and shot a dense rain of bones at the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura. Can't go on like this. The 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura glanced around the houses that had collapsed, and his face instantly became ugly. If this continues, no matter what the outcome is, the village does not know how many casualties will occur. The battlefield must be opened outside the village. He made up his mind in his heart, and followed the attack of those bone rains, and flew away into the distance. Chase, don't let Yakura run away. The Kagaya patriarch Kagaya Tentori roared, and chased after him in an instant. Bone veins. It is worthy of the blood inheritance limit of the body technique, and the speed is so fast that even if it is the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura, it is quite inferior. A few hundred meters away, the galloping 4th generation Mizukage Yakura was stopped by Kagaya Tentori. Water escape, water mirror technique. The 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura quickly sealed. With one move, a mirror formed by water instantly appeared in front of him. Immediately, in the water mirror, there was a ninja who looked exactly like Kagaya Tentori and rushed towards him. It's this troublesome ninjutsu again. Dance of the Willows. Moment. Kagaya Tentori turned into a series of afterimages and killed the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura. However, Kagaya Tentori, who appeared in the water mirror, turned out to be the same as him, using the same willow dance, and slamming the words together. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Seconds, dozens of fights and collisions. The white bones collided together, and there was a sense of being evenly matched. Exactly the same power. Kagaya Tentori gritted his teeth. This damn Mizukage Yakura is such a super troublesome ninja. Each of his abilities is the corpse vein of the Heavenly Radiance clan. If it weren't for the day, this damn human pillar force would not have become the 4th generation of Mizukage in Fog Hidden Village. Boom boom. A series of roars sounded continuously. Finally, it took a lot of effort for Kagaya to get rid of the person in the mirror. You have picked up 400 chakra, you have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 500 tail beast power, you have picked up 400 tail beast power, you have picked up ninjutsu, water escape, water mirror, you have picked up 1000 water escape, water mirror skill experience. Your water escape, water mirror technique has increased its level, currently 1v2, 0/1000. Clusters of golden light continued to fly in. Water mirror technique. Kazuya's eyes were a little curious. I don't know if this water mirror technique can replicate the combat power of the 6 realms. If it can, it is worthy of being the strongest water escape ninjutsu. In the original plot, the mirror image created by this water mirror technique was able to repel even the golden body Naruto and Kiribi. The potential that can be tapped is too great. Now, just when the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura was fighting with the Kagaya patriarch, Kagaya Tentori, those elite ninjas in the rebel party also pursued them. Behind him, there are still some shadows of the fog-hidden village chasing and killing, especially the sharp-toothed watermelon mountain pufferfish. At this time, a tiger wielding a shark muscle, frantically chasing and killing those rebellious ninjas. Die, you traitors who betrayed Mizukage-sama will die, he roared loudly, as if there was a monstrous anger in his heart. Distance. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Under the Mask. Kazuya smiled lightly. This fruit ninja watermelon mountain also looks too weak. If it is expected, this assassination of Kagaya's traitorous ninja is most likely due to him, the intelligence chief, who has made a big mistake. Hundreds of rebels, still elite, organized rebellion assassinations, really almost succeeded. Gee, if Kanaha's intelligence leader does such a crotch-pulling thing, I'm afraid that even Shimura Tunzo will have to give the 3 generations of Hokage a hand to the end. If you are asked to engage in intelligence, you will clock in and out of work every day, right? I don't know if my family is ridden by someone. What do you want? Water escape, water dragon bomb. Water escape, water breaks waves. Water escape, waterfall technique. Who repairs the dam? In a flash, countless water escape ninjutsu exploded everywhere on the battlefield, causing the surrounding area of hundreds of meters to be swept away by the water waves. Hearing the familiar ninjutsu, Kazuya's gaze subconsciously looked over. A piece of work. White shark face. Oh, the youth version of the dried persimmon ghost shark. Sure enough, it's you. At this time, the ghost shark is still a little green, and it is a subordinate of the fruit ninja watermelon mountain pufferfish. At this moment, he also appeared on the battlefield and killed the traitorous ninja led by Kagaya. This one, but a ruthless man known as the tailed beast. In the original plot, he almost couldn't do it to the 8 tails. You have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 100 battle XP, you have picked up 80 water escape talent, you have picked up 100 water escape talents, your water escape talent is increased to full level 1v5, and the reward is special passive, water escape ninjutsu damage increased by 100%, you have 3 escape talents, fire escape, thunder escape, water escape, reach the full level of mastery, and get a special reward, talent, Muji Ninjutsu Muji. Ninjutsu. When using any ninjutsu, you can ignore the sealing process and directly send the imprint instantly. Here it comes. In that endless golden light, Kazuya's water escape talent has finally reached the 1v5 full level of mastery. This time, in addition to the daily water escape ninjutsu plus 100% damage, a new talent has been obtained. Muji Ninjutsu. Ignore the stamping process and have a super talent that comes directly and instantly. This kind of talent, in the ninja battle, is too rebellious. No print. Ignore this preparation time. Its rebellion against the sky can be imagined. It can be said that this reward is by no means worse than the previous unicorn. The applicability is even more extensive. At this time, several Kagaya's shinobi suddenly discovered the edge of Ob's Kazuya. There's a dark part there. Single, let's go up and kill him. 3.7 Look at my bones, Willow dance. Several shinobi of the Kagaya clan roared and attacked. In their opinion, a lonely Konoha dark part is just a fish on the board. However, Kazuya, who was on the edge, glanced at them indifferently. The next moment. Syllable. Clap your hands. Fire escape, fire dragon flame bomb. Thundered. Moment. A terrifying roaring fire dragon engulfed the Kagaya clan shinobi. Blazing flames, terrifying power erupting. In a flash, the slightly dim sky of the fog-hidden village was completely illuminated. Terrifying fire escape ninjutsu. And most importantly, before those Kagaya shinobi were dying, they didn't understand why this lone shadow ninja started to set fire with both hands. Nima, you don't need to seal it. What a fool. Isn't the fire dragon flame bullet going for 7 seals? Can you just slap your hands? The blazing fire dragon was engulfed in an instant. Those Kagaya clan shinobi who killed them were burned to ashes in an instant. Joke. The fire escape talent is proficient at the full level, and the 100% damage bonus is not something that ordinary ninjas can bear. Even the bones of the corpses will melt in an instant in the terrifying flame heat. You have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 600 chakra, you have picked up 700 chakra. The bodies of the 4 Kagaya shinobi burst out with 2,300 chakra. Nice catch. It seems the Kagaya clan dares to organize a rebellion. They still have some ability. Kazuya's eyes were a little distracted. Judging from the level of the 3 hooks, the bone veins of the Kagaya clan are to slightly suppress the Uchiha's writing wheel eye. However, when the writing wheel evolves into a kaleidoscope, the situation will be reversed in an instant. The power of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye can hang the veins of corpse bones and fight. This is the qualitative change of the kaleidoscope. Thundered. Thundered. Distance. Suddenly, there was an amazing roar. Yakura, dance of the bone veins and morning ferns. In the midst of the fight Kagaya Tentori, there was suddenly an extremely terrifying chakra around him, and it broke out. The next moment, in the 07 water under his feet, there were countless sharpened white bones, rushing out like spears. Moment. The water area with a radius of hundreds of meters, which was created by the water escape ninjutsu, was pierced by dense white bones. Flashing with ghostly light, the white bones are dense, as terrifying as a dense forest. Evacuate. The watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost who was carrying the shark's muscles, seeing that this was wrong, shouted frantically. Dance of the bone veins and morning ferns. This is the Kagaya clan, the strongest and most terrifying ultimate. This move is in one place, where the white bones reach, no one can resist it, and all ninjas who touch it will be killed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless misty and traitorous ninjas didn't care about killing each other, and evacuated into the distance like crazy. There were a few rebellious ninjas who ran slowly, and before they could stop, they were directly stabbed in the heart by the terrifying white bones. Dance of the morning fern. Kagaya's ultimate nirvana. In the original plot, as soon as Jun Malo came out of the ICU, he almost had this trick and sent Xiaoli and my Ailuo away together. Moment. Countless white bone spurs are raging. Water escape, water dragon. The water was half sprayed, and she was suddenly stunned. Nima. Put half of the ninjutsu. What should I do if the big move on the opposite side comes? Wait online, I'm in a hurry. In a flash. Zayome's eyes were full of panic. Finished. Barbie. In my life, I haven't even been in love. Is it going to be so cool? I'm so unwilling. Now. just when Terumi's mind was in chaos. Shout! A flash of white light. The next moment, the terrifying white bone spurs swept out of her clothes. Before Zhao Miming could react, she felt like she was soaring into the clouds, appearing on the rooftop of a tall building in the distance. Myself, it looks like it's still in the air. Terumi was stunned for a moment, and when she came back to her senses, she was stunned to find that she had been hugged by a princess. Shadows. It's the dark part of that Konoha. Terumi looked up, only to see the white mask of the dark part, slowly cracking through the middle. And then, a handsome face that was somewhat unfamiliar appeared in her field of vision. He's the Konoha shadow, Kazuya Nohara. The fawn in Terumi's heart collided. It was he who saved himself. So handsome. Surprisingly super handsome. The current Terumi is not as ruthless as seeing Suzuki and sighing more than 10 years later. Objectively speaking, she is only a 14-year-old girl, not much older than Mao Yuzian. A moment later, some of the people who came back to their senses were blushing slightly. Captain Kazuya, thank you for coming to the rescue. It's just a good deal. Kazuya smiled slightly. Of course, this is not a good hand, but he is in addition to the battlefield OB, by the way, a wave of girls. In order to make the effect better, Kazuya also deliberately cut his mask. Well, men are handsome and can take shortcuts when they do many things. In addition, it is somewhat unexpected that now Terumi Ming's physical talent seems to be stronger than Sunset Red. Yes, it is worthy of being called the Big Four along with Tsunade, Hinata, and Samui. Soon, he withdrew his hand silently, and said lightly, "Go and change your clothes, the next battle is not the level you can participate in." The voice did not fall. Shout! The white light flashed instantly. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Kazuya's figure disappeared in place again. To change clothes. Hearing this, she looked down a little strangely. Yes? When? Oh my. It's over. Didn't they all see it all? Moment. On Terumi's head, white smoke rose up. You have picked up 800 chakra, you have picked up 600 chakra, you have picked up 1000 tail beast power, you have picked up 1000 tail beast power, you have picked up 800 tail beast power, you have picked up 200 points of water escape. Water dragon bullet skill experience. On that battlefield, there was an endless stream of golden light, flying towards Kazuya. In a flash. And there are more than 4000 chakra points, and nearly 3000 points of tailed beast power in hand. The patriarch of the Kagaya clan, Kagaya Tentori, is not a simple character, and as soon as his big move, the dance of the morning bracken, came out, and even forced the half-tailed beast of the 4 generations of Mizuke Chakra, all of them out. In the field, a terrifying monster dressed in crimson chakra and with 3 tails wagging wildly behind it has appeared. Half-tailed beasthood. It can instantly improve the offensive and defensive ability of human pillar force to the extreme. This is also the reason why the human pillar force is called the ultimate weapon. Once the half-tailed beast state is activated, it has the strength to rival the shadow level, or even stronger, and can instantly kill ninjas at the upper ninja level. Bang, bang, bang. The 4th generation Mizuke Chakra, the half-tailed beast, changed his previous fighting style and frantically strangled towards Kagaya. Super speed, super strength, super terrifying chakra. The combat power that erupted actually suppressed the Kagaya patriarch in an instant. Bang, bang, an astonishing half-tailed beast bombardment. Directly let the white bones taken by the sky of Kagaya appear dense cracks. Burst, burst. Scarlet blood, sprayed constantly. In an instant, Kabaya Tiantori's body had countless terrifying scars. Terrible screams. That Kagaya Tentori is already very powerful. However, in front of the 000 pillar force of the half-tailed beastman, there are still some who are not opponents. The stronger the situation, the more ruthless the attack. After gaining the upper hand, the attacks of the 4 generations of Mizuke Chakra became even more crazy. Rebellion. These rebels of the blood family are going to die. Now, the eyes of the 4th generation of Mizuke Chakra were already blood red. When he saw those subordinates who had been killed by the corpses and bones, and the ruined village, there was a violent intent burning wildly in his heart. Kill, kill, kill. These damned traitors will be broken into pieces. Thundered. Finally, that Kagaya Tentori couldn't bear it anymore, and his corpse bone veins were directly torn apart by the hands of the 4th generation Mizuke Chakra of the half-tailed beast. Click. The person is directly cracked. It was split in half from the middle. Brutal killer moves. Spike. Mizuki-sama has won. Great. You traitors are finished. Kill. Follow Mizuki-sama to kill. The ninjas of the surrounding fog-hidden village all let out cheering sounds. That Kagaya will take a death, and the other traitors will not be Mizuki-sama's opponents at all. This battle is won. Whoosh. Soon, there are 3 misty hidden shadows, who instantly go up and want to help Mizukage clear out the enemy. However, at the moment when they went up, roar! A terrifying beastly roar rang out. The mist shadow that rushed to the front was directly torn apart by the fourth generation of Mizuke Gyakura. It's Rampage. The terrifying roar of the beast resounded throughout the fog-hidden village. Those ninjas who were killed on the battlefield were all shocked by the rampage of the 4 generations of Mizukage. Fear from the soul. Some ninjas began to stiffen and tremble. Moment. The rampaging 4th generation Mizuke Gyakura's speed is fast to the limit. But in the blink of an eye, there were several renegade ninjas who were torn in half by the rampaging Gyakura, crushing the strength gap. Even if it's a ninja, you can't face the rampaging human pillar force, for generations of Mizukage have gone crazy. Can't escape, willow dance, water escape, water array wall, dance of clematis. When those traitorous ninjas saw that they couldn't escape, they began to attack the rampaging Mizukage frantically. Bones, ninjutsu, the overwhelming shuriken, kunao, detonation charm, countless attacks, shrouded towards the 4 generations of Mizuke Gyakura. However, but it's of no use. Just the moment he looked at his face, all the bones of his body were cracked, and his entire body was shattered. It's horrible. The rampaging human pillar force is simply a big killer on the battlefield. Just like the previous Konoha vs Union battle, when the two-tailed human pillar force appeared, the elite ninjas on Konoha's side were directly hit hard. After Kiribi appeared, it instantly collapsed Konoha's top combat power. That's the power of the human pillar. What's more, the monster in front of the mist-hidden ninja at this moment is the 4th generation of Mizukage. His strength may be weaker than Kiribi, but it is definitely stronger than the 2 Yuji. Roar! Crimson Chakra Tyranny. In just a few minutes, the water created by the water escape has been completely stained red with blood. Nearly 100 ninjas were tortured and killed by the rampaging 4 generations of Mizuke Gyakura, and they had no backhand power at all. Fortunately, that Gyakura is worthy of being a perfect human pillar force. Even if it is in a violent state, there is still a touch of reason in his mind. Nearly 80% of the ninjas he killed were ninjas who rebelled against the party. The ninjas of the Kagaya clan who were present were about to be killed by Gyakura alone. Is this the power of Mizukage-sama? The face of the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost also showed a look of horror. The shark muscles in his hands were actually somewhat restrained, but seeing Gyakura's violent and murderous appearance, the fruit ninja felt a little cowardly in his heart. Nima. The lethality of this rampage is even more terrifying than that dog day mate die. Psychological shadows. Last time, I finally managed to get down, and this time I can't go up and send it again. Go, follow Mizukage-sama and kill all those traitorous ninjas. The watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost roared. As the leader of the fog-hidden intelligence department, he can't just stand there and tremble, he always has to find something to do for himself. Mizukage-sama doesn't dare to go up, so let's change our minds and slaughter those traitorous ninjas. After speaking, he picked up the shark muscle in his hand and rushed towards the nearest traitor. Kill. The watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost was domineering, and he cut down the traitor Zongnin in a few strokes. The surrounding fog ninjas also looked like each other, whether it was the upper ninja or the elite upper ninja, they all found the traitorous middle ninja to start. All of a sudden, the traitorous middle ninja was hidden by those fierce gods and evil fog, and he was killed with his head scurried. This watermelon mountain puffer ghost is really a talent. In the distance, Kazuya of OB, on the edge of the battlefield, had a meaningful smile on his face. I've met my peers. It's just that the strength is too poor, resulting in poor acting skills. If it were him, he would definitely empty the Reninja of the rebel party as soon as possible, and then shout the slogan, rush up to find the water shadow and show his face. In this way, the after-the-fact report will become very good-looking. Like the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost, he specially picked the middle ninja to start, and when the battle report came out afterwards, when he saw that the battle record was all middle ninja, the reputation of being greedy for life and afraid of death was afraid that it was going to resound in the fog-hidden village. The top brass of the ninja village are not fools, they don't have enough records, and they are not so easy to fool. So, vegetables are the original sin. You have picked up 1000 chakra, you have picked up 800 chakra, you have picked up 2000 tailed beast power, you have picked up 3000 points of tailed beast power. Read the violent novel, go to the Fila Novel Network. You have picked up 1500 tailed beast power. Clusters of brilliant golden light continue to merge into Kazuya's body. The quality is amazing. The power of the tailed beast alone exploded nearly 10,000 points. This is already a big explosion. For generations of Mizuke Gyakura. Good. Kill more. When you kill all the mist ninja present, half of the village will be destroyed, and you Mizukage won't do it. Let's go home and farm. Under the mask, Kazuya's expression was a little helpless. This Mizuke Gyakura is really a waste. A good experience package, kill them all, wait for the next stubble to grow again, how young will it be? Besides, this fog-hidden village has just recovered from the blood mist, and let the water shadow go on a rampage, wouldn't it go back again? If it goes on like this, there will be few fog ninjas in the future. How can he find experience in Wien village? Now, on that bloody battlefield. Maybe it was because he felt that Kazuya's body, the amazing chakra, the 4 generations of Mizuke Gyakura, who was frantically killing, suddenly turned his beast-like gaze over. Roar! And then, as if he had found something of interest, he frantically pounced towards Kazuya. Whoosh! Whoosh! The speed of the 4th generation of Mizuke Gyakura is getting faster and faster, and several astonishing afterimages are almost pulled out of the air. That's Captain Nohara, get out of the way. Mizuki-sama has gone berserk. He's going to kill you. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, who was fighting with the Reninja in the rebel party, suddenly roared in horror. Something is wrong. If the captain of the dark part of Konoha is killed by Mizuki-sama, the war between the two countries will start soon. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost kicked away the middle ninja in front of him, and chased after the 4 generations of Mizuki frantically. Mizuki-sama slaughtered, he was afraid of death, so he couldn't go up. But if you want to kill the dark part of Konoha, it will definitely not work. That would bring disaster to the village, to the land of water. However, the speed of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost is still too slow. By the time he reacted, the 4th generation of Mizuke Gyakura had already crossed the entire battlefield and killed in front of Kazuya. Roar! Crimson Chakra Tyranny. His terrible claws crushed Kazuya. Buzz! Buzz! The astonishing tailed beast chakra burst into a buzzing sound. It's horrible. Runaway pillar force. An unstoppable attack. And then, boom! The terrifying rampaging water shadow was directly knocked out with a punch. Thundered! Thundered! The half-tailed beast Yakura, like a cannonball, smashed the mountain in the distance and collapsed wildly. For a time, the mountain shook and the smoke and dust soared into the sky. That's it. Kazuya smiled slightly. Human column force? Run away? A crimson glow weaved across the battlefield. It's the rampage of the 4 generations of Mizuke Gyakura, and it's coming towards Kazuya's crazy killing. Shuttle, he was beaten out like a defeated dog. Thundered. The earth-shattering roar made all the ninjas present couldn't help but stop the killing in their hands. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish. Mist Ninja. Traitor. Changing clothes. The Uchiha stopped the water when he finally arrived. What happened? The rampaging human pillar force of the 4th generation of Mizukage was unexpectedly punched out by the dark part of Konoha and flew out? Oh my! How is this possible? In a flash. In the hearts of all the ninjas present, 2 big words came to mind: ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Shouldn't that crazy human pillar force be an invincible existence? How did you take a look at the face, and you were hammered by the dark part of that Konoha blast? Gan! Is it the 4th generation of Water Shadow Fake competition? I bought the spinach I lost. Roar! Roaring! In the midst of the collapsing mountain, the crimson 3-tailed beast figure stood up again. His chakra exploded, and he covered the mountain rocks on his body. Far away, the terrifying beast eyes stared at Kazuya with an indifferent face. It's just that the rampaging 4th generation Mizuke Gyakura hasn't attacked immediately. It seems that he was also hammered, a little stunned by the punch just now. You have picked up 800 chakra, you have picked up 1000 chakra, you have picked up 1000 tailed beast power, 680, you have picked up 2000 tailed beast power, you have picked up 1800 tailed beast power. Clusters of golden light continued to fly towards Kazuya. Pull the monster is a big success. In fact, and also a little inexplicable, these 4 generations of Mizuke Gyakura, why did they suddenly set their sights on themselves? Of course, this is also a good thing. The patriarch of the Kagaya clan, Kagaya Tintori, is really a little weak. As soon as I came up, I made a big news about the assassination of Mizukage, and I thought I had some ability. I didn't expect that even the half-tailed beast Yakura couldn't cope with it, which was really disappointing. Now, it can only be the boss of Kazuya, who has gone down in person and brushed up his experience on the 4 generations of Mizuke Gyakura. A lifetime of hard work, eh? He also suddenly sighed with emotion. It would be nice if that guy from Jiraiya was here. His level is more than enough to brush up on the human pillar power experience pack. Bang! That's when it happened. The half-tailed beast Yakura suddenly exerted his strength and rushed towards Kazuya. Around Yakura's body, an extremely terrifying chakra erupted. Moment! Just above that water, there were amazing waves. To be careful of its coral paw. Kazuya didn't take the 4 generations of Mizukage too lightly. The perfect human pillar power is also a strong shadow-level combat power, otherwise, the later Xiao would not have deliberately dispatched the lineup of Obito and Pain plus Zionin to control the 4 generations of Mizuke Gyakura. Syllable. Clap your hands. Fire escape. How fireball technique. Moment. A terrifying fireball with a diameter of more than 20 meters ran towards the 4th generation of Mizuke Gyakura. Thundered. Thundered. The terrifying fireball, looking at the surrounding fog, was dumbfounded. What a terrible fire escape ninjutsu. He's Kazuya Dark, I recognize it. Amazing, it seems that the rumors are true, the human pillar power of Union Village is really planted in his hands. And, isn't he without a seal? Seeing Kazuya's hands clapping, he released a fireball, and the surrounding fog shinobi was shocked and scared. Muji? Isn't that outrageous? It's amazing. Zaome in the distance, seeing this scene, her beautiful eyes were also full of shock. He's so strong. Could it be that in the land of fire that time, did you deliberately let yourself go? In the field. At the moment when the fireball appeared, the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura stopped rushing to kill. His intuition told him that if he rushed up against this huge fireball, he would really die. Whew, he opened his mouth. Moment. There was a pitch-black tailed beast jade formation. Buzz, buzz, the beep sounds. Among the tailed beast jade, there was an extremely terrifying chakra, which came out tyrannically. Roar. Thundered. Immediately, the pitch-black tailed beast jade slammed into the fireball. Bang! Amazing shockwaves, raging. The terrifying heat and destructive power that erupted in that instant actually vaporized that vast area of water in an instant. Thundered. Thundered. A blinding white light exploded. Some ninjas were directly blown away by the hurricane-like shock wave. Explode. In Wien Village, there was a mushroom cloud tens of meters high in an instant, rising into the sky. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. It was an apocalyptic sight. The strength of Kazuya's predecessors is really terrifying. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Shisui had an expression of shock and awe on his face. Last time, in the Konoha vs Union battle, he was knocked out by Zillai early, and he didn't see the scene of the follow-up battle. Those about the strength of Kazuya's predecessors have all been heard, but they have not seen it with their own eyes. He finally saw it. Incredible. It was a terrifying fire escape ninjutsu that far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. Uchiha Shisui, knows very well that the destructive power comparable to the tailed beast jade is a realm that he is far from reaching now. Snort! Snort! The explosion produced a large amount of red-hot steam, making it difficult to see clearly. Shout! A flash of white light. Kazuya took advantage of the mist and instantly rushed to the front of the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura. The kunao in his hand was directly drawn out. Coral palm. Melee? It's funny. His coral palm, the most restrained, is a melee body flow ninja. Once you are hit by coral paw, coral will grow on your body and you will lose the ability to fight again. Syllable. A slap on the slap firmly. Under the crimson-tailed beast coat, the face of the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura suddenly had a somewhat humane expression. He seems to have gradually regained his senses. Kazuya. Shadow, now that the fight has begun, I want you to see the strength of the fog-hidden village. Can you stop my 20 years of hard work? Look at. Bang. The next moment. In the disbelieving gaze of the four generations of Mizukage Yakura, the body of Kazuya, who came in an instant, actually bloomed with flame like fireworks. This doppelganger blast. Burst. Thundered. The terrifying fire rose into the sky again. The four generations of Mizukage Yakura were directly engulfed by an earth-shattering fire. Mizukage-sama. The watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost 100 meters away was waving his shark muscles wildly, looking like he was in pain. Next to it, several misty shadows, their eyes became weird. You're shouting a hook here. I'm so worried, rush in and save people. A moment later. When the smoke and dust cleared, Yakura, dressed in a crimson-tailed beast coat, reappeared in everyone's field of vision. It's just that. At this moment, Yakura looked a little embarrassed. The crimson chakra coat had a lot of gaps, revealing his true appearance. Syllable. Clap your hands. On the sky. The dark clouds pressed on the top, the thunder roared, and in an instant, a terrifying unicorn thunder light formed. Kazuya smiled slightly, and his breath had locked on the four generations of Mizukage Yakura. In fact, he didn't need to clap his hands, and he could release ninjutsu without a seal. It's just a momentary addiction to drama, and I can't help but want to cosplay the first Hokage Senjutsu Suruma. Click, click, amazing thunder resounded. Could it be that the thunder escape ninjutsu can't? Countless mist-hidden ninjas looked up at the Kirin thunder light shining in the dark clouds. That's Kazuya-senpai, who is using chakra to direct the flow of thunder and lightning. Uchiha's riding wheel eyes flashed with scarlet light, and he was shocked. This kind of thunder ninjutsu is too difficult, isn't it? Is it that the predecessor of Kazuya used this trick to severely damage the power of the Union People's pillars? Thunder roared in the sky. Lightning. Countless mist-hidden ninjas have an inexplicable expectation in their hearts. How will their Mizukage-sama deal with this terrifying thunder ninjutsu? Moment. Everyone's eyes were on the four generations of Mizukage Yakura. Mizukage-sama, please be sure to play the majesty of the fog-hidden village. However, the next moment, everyone saw the four generations of Mizukage Yakura, who lifted the half-tailed beast state, and said with a wry smile while shaking his hand, if you don't fight, if you don't fight, if you fight again, the village will disappear. Captain Nohara, for the sake of the peace between Konoha and Kirigakure, please stop. I lost control just now, and for this, I would like to extend my sincerest apologies to you. Intimate Marseille. After speaking, the fourth generation of Mizuke Gyakura also bowed sincerely. What? Intimate Marseille? Why did you start a private Marseille with a fight? Why do you bow down? The mist ninja was stunned. In the face of such a terrifying thunder escape ninjutsu, their Mizuke-sama actually confessed to it? You bowed down. Everyone is waiting for you to raise the power of my mist. Why did you start bowing to the Konoha shadows? Intimate Marseille. Now, countless mist ninjas are pupil earthquakes. This style of painting is wrong, Honorable Mizuke-sama. The strange gazes of those subordinates, the fourth generation of Mizuke Gyakura naturally noticed it. However, even if he noticed it, he could only admit it. When the Thunderlight Unicorn in the sky appeared, the fourth generation of Mizuke Gyakura knew that he was going to lose. In the previous information, even Kiribi, who was completely tailed by a beast, did not resist this move. His words, if you take a unicorn, you may die on the spot. Life. It's more important than face. Bang. The last thunderclap. The terrifying thunder that filled the sky disappeared in an instant as if it had never existed. You have picked up 1000 chakra, you have picked up 1000 chakra, you have picked up 2000 tailed beast power, you have picked up 3000 tailed beast power, you have picked up 200 tailed beast jade XP, you pick up 600 to 300 tailed beast jade experience, your tailed beast jade has increased its level, currently 1v3, 0/1000, you have picked up the blood relay limit, melt away you have picked up the blood relay limit, bone vein, you have picked up 300 bone vein talents, your bone vein has increased its level, your bone vein has increased its level, you have found ninjutsu bone vein, dance of Yihu, you have picked up ninjutsu bone vein, dance of the early fern. The clumps of golden light that fell on the edge of the battlefield and had not had time to pick up also quickly merged into Kazuya's body. Great harvest. Super hit. This time, the rebellion of the Kagaya clan directly allowed Kazuya to pick up nearly 100,000 chakras, as well as a full 30,000 points of tailed beast power. Now, Kazuya's chakra and tailed beast's power is, tailed beast power, 1v4, 47,000/100,000, chakra 1v5 277900/1,000,000, 47,000 tailed beast strength, 277,900 chakra. Now, Kazuya's chakra, in the super shadow level, can be regarded as the level of entering the house. Perhaps his chakra has gradually evolved into a chat horn. Super scary. Moreover, after the Writing Wheel Eye, White Eye, and Mu Dun, Kazuya has 2 new blood inheritance limits. Bone veins. Melt away. It's all a very practical blood succession. The upper limit may not be as high as imagined, but it is used to improve instant combat power and enrich tactics, which is also a very good blood inheritance limit. The strength has been greatly improved. Gee, thank you Kagaya. Sacrificed the lives of hundreds of people in the whole clan, just to bring more, better and higher quality golden light, such a moth to the fire. The attitude of sacrificing one's life for righteousness is really the will of the fog-hidden version of fire. Burn yourself, light up others. The ninjas of the Kagaya clan are all saints. Awesome. The kind that will go to heaven after death. Feeling the terrifying power in his body, Kazuya's heart was excited, but the expression on his face was still calm. He slowly stepped forward a few steps, and said with admiration, it is worthy of the Mizukage of the Fog Hide. Before I came, the Hokage-sama once mentioned that the 4 generations of the Mizukage of the Fog Shadow Village are leaders with great goodness and a big pattern. I didn't understand it at first, but when I saw it today, I found out that it was really the case. Where have the 4 generations of Mizuke Gyakura seen this routine, and they are a little confused. Alas. Just now, if you hadn't shouted to stop in time, I was afraid that if the thunderlight fell, it would have ruined the lives of the people, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Mizuke-sama, it was you who made me see the shadow of a village, and the real responsibility is the courage to give everything for the safety of the village and the people. Am I really that great? At this moment, the 4th generation of Mizuke Gyakura couldn't care about being confused. He hurriedly walked up, held Kazuya's right hand tightly, and said excitedly, everything is for the village, Captain Kazuya, you know me, I know you so well. You're going to GG in a few years, short-lived ghost. Complained in his heart, but Kazuya said with a serious face, yes, today I feel the responsibility of Lord Mizukage, I have seen the future, and the friendship between Konoha and Kirihide will last forever. You're so right. Friendship lasts forever, Kazuya-kun, what Mizukage-sama, it's too outward, how old am I to you, you can call me Yakura-senpai. Okay, Yakura-senpai. Kazuya-kun. For friendship. Yes, for friendship. The 4th generation of Mizuke Gyakura burst into tears. At this time, the fog-hidden ninja on the side also reacted. It turned out that Mizukage-sama took the initiative to admit defeat just now because he wanted to protect the village and protect them. That's right, read the violent novel, just go to the Fila Novel Network. As a perfect human pillar force, how could Mizuki-sama not be able to withstand the attack of Thunder Escape? He's all for the village. If that terrifying thunder light falls from the sky, I'm afraid that no one present will survive except Mizuki-sama. Oh my. We blamed Mizuki-sama. Shame. The heart of a villain is the belly of a gentleman. What a shame. For a while, even the intelligence leader Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost lowered his head in shame. In the field. Instantly, there was an atmosphere of genuine affection. The Uchiha on the side was also moved. The ferret, who was wrapped in bandages, had an expression of adoration and awe, and looked at Kazuya's back excitedly. Oh, yes. Whose sacrifice is not for the sake of the village? Maybe. No. In this world, only Kazuya-sama is the most qualified to say this. At this moment, only he watched all this quietly. Well, these 4 generations of Mizuki Gyakura don't seem to have a very good brain, and they just take it seriously if they blow 2 words that dogs don't believe. Why don't you put it all on hold for the sake of the village? What a face to say. If it weren't for the sake of brushing up on more experience, the old paper and a unicorn just now took you away directly. But this not-so-smart 4th generation Mizuki is quite easy to fool Zero. Presumably, if you brush some good things from him, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? In the next few days, Wien Village was busy dispatching forces to raid homes and exterminate the clan. Nearly 1,000 members of the Kagaya clan, both ninjas and civilians, were all beheaded for public display. For a long time, the air in Wien Village was filled with the smell of blood. Moreover, the 4th generation Mizuki Gyakura probably really took Kazuya's words seriously. When he ruthlessly cleaned up the remnants of the renegade, he also specially arranged for Zaome Ming and Ching to be responsible for the safety of the 3 of them. When I have free time, the 4 generations of Mizuki Gyakura will come here to discuss the principles of life with Kazuya. Of course, Kazuya is not interested in this. He casually made some excuses and dragged Gyakura to the sea outside Wien Village. Why? Of course, it's the power of the tailed beast. The words that the dogs didn't believe before obviously played a role. The 4 generations of Mizuki Gyakura, who felt that he owed something in his heart, went happily. From time to time, the 2 would have a friendly exchange. After all, in the eyes of the 4th generation of Mizuki Gyakura, Kazuya is just like him, a ninja with peace in his heart and a large amount of weapons. And at that time, I also relieved myself. The grace of dripping water, the spring reciprocates. Therefore, the 4 generations of Mizuki Gyakura worked very hard when they were sparring. What kind of coral palm, tailed beast jade, water escape ninjutsu, almost used it all over again. A few days later, Kazuya brushed more than 50,000 tailed beasts on the 4th generation of Mizuki Gyakura, and directly upgraded the power of tailed beasts. Now, his tailed beast's power is, tailed beast's power, 1v5, 0/1,000,000, 1v5-2. It's about the same level as Chakra's Super Shadow. Moreover, the power of Kazuya's tailed beast is particularly powerful. Because he is different from ordinary human pillar power, he can be turned into a tailed beast in an infinite amount of time. With such combat power, it is naturally terrifying to the extreme. 5.2 Yes. Kazuya nodded in satisfaction. On the body of the 4th generation of Mizuki Gyakura, the quality of the golden light he brushed was extremely high. It was this Mizuki, the bloodline was really too rubbish, and there was no good blood inheritance limit. It's a pity. It is worth mentioning that during this time, Kazuya's relationship with Terumi also has a sense of rapid progress. One sentence to say, and he is quite sympathetic to Terumi. This male ninja in the fog looks quite strange. Not to mention Suzuki and Kakashi. Even if you take Moonlight Blaster and Shimura Danzo, you can compete for the village grass of Fog Hidden Village. Well, that's it. Kazuya sighed. Born in Wien Village, it's really hard to be embarrassed by the super face control of Zaomiming. Meantime, Terumi looked at Kazuya's handsome face, and she was also thinking about it. That time in the Land of Fire, he spared himself, and this time he saved his life again. Obviously a hostile ninja, but so good to himself. Kazuya no Hara. A girl's feelings are always complicated. It's just that Kazuya doesn't have much interest in Miming's complicated feelings. Falling in love? No, it's okay to flow into a river. Let's be realistic. Fortunately, with Terumi and Yakura, his trip to Wien Village was quite interesting and rewarding. Tailed Beast Power 1v5. Water Escape, Water Array Wall, Water Dragon Bullet, Waterfall Technique, Water Rush 1v5. The increase in strength is terrifying. Especially the power of Kazuya's 1v5 Tailed Beast. It can be normalized as a Tailed Beast, coupled with that immortal energy, his combat power. Even if he encounters the filthy soil Nagato, there is a possibility of suppression. Huge boost. Other than that, at the time of the negotiations, the 4th generation of Mizuki Gyakura also made great concessions. In addition to opening 2 tax-free treaty ports to Konoha, all the Konoha prisoners of war in Wien village were released. 74 Konoha prisoners of war, all of them were Konoha ninjas who were captured by the Fog in the Third Ninja World War. This time, because Kazuya came, they were all released from the prison and were faintly released by the Fog. All of a sudden, Kazuya simply became the god in the hearts of these Konoha ninjas. They thought that they would spend the rest of their lives in a foggy prison, waiting for death and agony. But I didn't expect that one day I would see the light of day again. Kazuya-sama. Whoa, oh, you are simply our savior. 09 Thank you, Kazuya-sama. Great, Kazuya-sama, you are too great. Kowtow. Knock knock knock. Those Konoha ninjas who were released were all in tears. Even, some people knelt on the ground excitedly, knocking their heads. You have picked up 50 chakra, you have picked up 40 chakra, you have picked up 20 wind escape talent, you have picked up 20 earth escape talent, you have picked up 50 points of combat experience. Clusters of golden light kept flying. This quality, it's barely enough. Kazuya was a little disappointed in his heart, but he had a deeply moved expression on his face, and said in a trembling voice, "You are all ninjas of Konoha and heroes who shed blood for the sake of the village. You don't have to thank me. What I have done is far from comparable to the sacrifices you have made for the village. This time, the most important purpose of my coming to Wien village, it's just to take everyone home." After speaking, Kazuya also patted him encouragingly, and the one who kowtowed the most just now was the most energetic. "The lad is very funny. I don't know, I thought I added money to you just now. Kazuya-sama. Go home, we can go home. It turns out that the village has not forgotten us. Thank you, Kazuya-sama, for giving us a new life. Kazuya-sama, I will never forget your kindness to me for the rest of my life." The Konoha ninjas present were all excited. Even the Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itaki on the side had red eyes. What a touching picture. Respect for this hard-won peace. To the great Kazuya-sama. 2 days later. After the preliminary draft of the cooperation was drafted, Kazuya took a group of Konoha ninjas and embarked on the journey home. When it came, it was a ship. When I returned, it was 5 ships. Soon, the ship broke the waves and sailed westward. Kazuya-kun, what a ninja with a righteous heart. If he can become the 5th Hokage, the future of Kigakuin and Konoha will surely usher in a long-lost peace. The 4th generation of Mizuke Gyakura looked at the disappearance of the sea ship from a distance and sighed softly. The fog-hidden ninja on the side also nodded approvingly. Yes, Mizuke-sama. At this time, the expression of Terumi in the crowd was a little complicated. In her beautiful eyes, there was a feeling of relief, but more regret and loss, as well as a kind of sourness that even she couldn't explain. This time, the information of the fog-hidden village was also transmitted back to Konoha. Now, Hokage's office. The 3rd generation of Hokage Ape Flying Sun Slash was sitting in the Hokage chair, smoking his pipe while looking at the information scroll in his hand with a surprised expression. Kazuya. That's amazing. The 3 generations of Hokage smiled with rare joy. It was really a wise decision to send him to Fog Hidden Village this time, and Kazuya completed the task perfectly. Moreover, I also brought back 74 captured village ninjas. Read the violent novel, go to the Fila Novel Network. That's an amazing thing. The 3 generations of Hokage were very happy. Pow! It is a headache for the high-level leaders of the major ninja villages. It can't be ignored, but it is very troublesome and difficult to operate. This time, I don't know how Kazuya did it, and he actually rescued all the ninjas who were captured by the fog in the village. What an incredible miracle. The return of the prisoners of war, with a little publicity, can greatly enhance the prestige of the village's upper echelons. Kazuya. It's better than I expected. The 3 generations of Hokage suddenly spat out a smoke ring, and his old face was full of relief. Really, the age of youth is coming. Root Organization Base. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. In one room, Ryoma, the ninja of the Root Organization, was kneeling on one knee with a cold sweat on her face. In front of him stood a man covered in bandages. That's the leader of the Root Organization, Shimura Danzo. Is the information all true? Danzang asked with a gloomy face. Yes, Danzo-sama. The oil girl Ryoma's eyes were a little frightened, and she also said with some awe, Nohara Kazuya went to the fog-hidden village, which coincided with the rebellion of the Kagaya clan, and the information during the period is unknown. But Kazuya Nohara, who finally took 74 Konoha prisoners of war, set off from the land of water and was on his way back. It was my mistake. At this moment, Tuan Zhang is very remorseful in his heart. If I knew this, when I was in the hospital 3 years ago, I should have killed Kazuya Nohara directly. Regret not being at the beginning. I must not let him return to the village safely, otherwise, it will be even more difficult for me to become a Hokage in the future. In Tuan Zhang's heart, he was already gritting his teeth with hatred. According to Ape Fei's temperament, he will definitely hype up this prisoner of war incident, in order to enhance Nohara's prestige in the village. Ape Fei wants to support this damn kid on the throne. Why don't you choose me? I'm better suited to be the Hokage. Tuanzang thought about it for a while, and finally said in a grim tone, Ryoma, go and assemble the ninjas in the base. There is a combat mission. We are going to intercept and kill Kazuya Nohara. We must not let him return to the village safely. Tuanzang's murderous aura overflowed, and the temperature in that room instantly dropped by a few points. Yes, Danzo-sama 477. The oil girl Ryoma responded. His expression didn't change much. What's wrong with the head captain of the Dark Department? As long as it is the order of Lord Danzo, the ninjas of the Root Organization dare to kill even the Hokage. Tuanzang's eyes narrowed slightly. Since Apefei hesitated, then I will make a choice for you. You'll know early in the evening that only I, Shimura Danzo, am the best candidate for the Hokage. Meantime, in a corner of the Land of Water, a strange black and white figure suddenly emerged from the ground. Is Kazu Nohara too? Even the human pillar power can't handle him. Ho 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 ho. Do you want to go back and tell that guy? Definitely, he's the most important part of Madara-sama's plan. Then get out of here, ho. In bursts of eerie laughter, the black and white figure disappeared into the air again, as if it had never appeared. Now, Kazuya led the team and embarked on the road home. From the Land of Water, it will take a few more days to reach the border of the Land of Fire. He stood at the bow of the ship, staring at the endless sea. Suddenly, there were two figures that appeared behind Kazuya. Kazuya-senpai, I have something I want to ask you. Uchiha Shisui stood there and said with a solemn face, and also turned back, only to find that Zishui and Itaki were standing behind him with serious expressions. Excuse me? Kazuya's eyes froze slightly. Kazuya turned around and smiled slightly. Zishui, it's rare to see you look so serious. At this time, Uchiha Shisui pondered for a moment before he spoke very cautiously. Kazuya-senpai, do you think the future Uchiha clan will embark on the road of Kagaya's destruction? As soon as these words came out, even the Uchiha Itake next to him became solemn. This is obviously a very heavy topic. Recently, what they have seen and heard in the fog-hidden village has made the kaleidoscope duo of Uchiha feel very depressed. They seem to see a blood-colored future that belongs to the Uchiha. If things really develop to that point, I'm afraid that the Uchiha will completely disappear from this world like Kagaya. Hear the words. The smile on Kazuya's face also disappeared. He was silent for a long time before he said seriously, of course not. Really? Uchiha asked expectantly. Of course it's true. And also smile. That must be true. If everything follows the original plot, the Kagaya clan will be killed and only one Kimimaro will be left. You Uchiha clan, at least there are 3 heroes left, right? How much better? Shisui, Itake, you have to trust the village, and you have to trust Hokage-sama. Kazuya also said in an official tone, Hokage-sama, I will definitely find a solution, so that the Uchiha clan can coexist peacefully with the village. Konoha 51 years. The contradictions between the upper echelons of the village and the Uchiha clan are no secret. Even, because of the Uchiha's long-term tenure, the relationship with the villagers has gradually become bad because of the Konoha police force. As a result, the radical martial forces within the Uchiha clan have also slowly grown. It seems that everything is going slowly according to the inertia of the original plot. Do you believe Hokage-sama? The Uchiha stopped the water and groaned. Stop the water, be a little more patient. Kazuya patted Uchiha Shisui on the shoulder and encouraged softly. Thank you, Kazuya-senpai. Uchiha Shisui bowed slightly. He. Kazuya chuckled. Actually, he just said a bunch of nonsense that sounded useful, but was actually useless. Let's be honest. In terms of his attitude towards the Uchiha, Kazuya himself is very hesitant. At the beginning, he wanted to follow the plot and kill them all. The reason is also very simple. It's the other gods of the Uchiha Waterstop, and the Uchiha Itake's Tsukiyo, who has too much restraint on himself. If you don't kill it, if you are really controlled by illusion one day, you will be in big trouble. However, now, Kazuya inexplicably feels that the other gods and moon readings may not be of obvious use to themselves. In particular, he also has the power of a 1v5-tailed beast. That red-tailed beast power core is probably able to break through all illusions, right? It's hard to say. After returning to the village this time, Kazuya is going to do some special training for illusions. If you can really be immune to illusions, this Uchiha clan will not be able to kill. That's a bunch of Indra's bloodline experience packs. If you really kill them all, where will you find them? Prepare with both hands. Therefore, Kazuya's answer to Uchiha Shisui is very official. Because he is also making a two-handed plan, if the illusion problem is solved, he will leave the Uchiha brush experience, and if he can't do it, he will kill them all according to the inertia of the original plot. A few days later, sea ships docked. The group finally set foot on the territory of the Fire Nation again. Many Konoha ninjas who were released by the fog couldn't help but shed tears. Homecoming. I'm finally going home. Kazuya-sama. Now, Those Konoha ninjas looked at Kazuya as if they were looking at a god. God knows how terrifying the prison in Wien village is. To come out of there alive is simply a miracle of life. Thank you, and also adult. Saved everything for me. Rush all the way. Everyone turned to their hearts like arrows, and the speed on the road became faster and faster. You have picked up 50 chakra, you have picked up 30 chakra, you have picked up 50 points of combat experience. Read the violent novel, go to the Fila Novel Network. You have picked up 20 wind escape talent, you have picked up 10 points of Indra bloodline, you have picked up 20 Indra bloodline. Clusters of golden light kept falling down on the Konoha ninja's body. He is still using the previous method, from time to time with stones, attacking the water stop and the weasel, and a little Indra bloodline can also burst out, which is better than nothing. Everyone stopped and stopped all the way, and they were about to reach Konoha village. At this time, those Konoha ninjas couldn't help but get excited. It's a cowardice of homesickness. It's a complicated feeling. However, just when everyone was walking through a dense forest, Kazuya stopped with a solemn face. He waved his hand and motioned for the whole team to stop. Ha! The Uchiha on the side stopped the water and frowned and turned over the fallen leaves at his feet. Moment. The hidden tightrope under the fallen leaves appeared. On top of each wire, there are several detonation charms tied to them, hidden under the fallen leaves, which are difficult to find. It's... Uchiha's expression changed. It's the trap technique of the village ninjas. Has there been a battle here? As soon as Zishui stopped, he thought that it was those war maniacs Yunren who wanted to start a war again. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Kazuya said lightly. On the way back, he deliberately chose a remote route, but he still ran into people. Was it when I was at the supply depot before the information leaked? Kazuya groaned in his heart. If this is the case, the person who made the move can only be the upper echelons of the village. So, Shinmura Danzo? Under the mask. A smile appeared on Kazuya's face. Gee, if it's really Tuan Zhang, this guy is too diligent, right? The last time I was at the route base, I helped brush a wave of surprise. How long has it been, and I can't help it. Whoosh, whoosh, that's when it happened. Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared in the dense forest in an instant. On the ground, on the branches, on the boulders, there were masked root tissue ninjas standing everywhere. Kazuya Nohara. In the shadow of the woods, a man on crutches suddenly appeared. He was covered with bandages, so good as Zhao, and said with a cold gaze, "Do you want to attack Konoha with these ninjas who betrayed the village? What arrogance! You! Do you want to betray the village too?" This person is none other than Tuan Zhang. As soon as he opened his mouth, a large black cauldron buckled up. "No, Lord Tuan Zhang, we are not traitors. We're just..." Those Konoha ninjas still wanted to explain, but they were coldly interrupted by Tuan Zhang. "The ninjas who were captured by the fog are no longer trustworthy. In order to protect the village, kill all these traitorous ninjas." "Yes, Danzo-sama." The root organization ninjas in the field all responded, and rushed up with murderous energy. "Boy, it's you, Tuan Zhang." Moment. And also have a feeling of sympathy. Look at this skillful framing and framing, it really deserves to be the darkness of the ninja world. Merely, did you pick the wrong opponent? The root organization ninja is the purest killing machine. They have only one will, and that is the order of Shinmura Danzo. As long as Danzo dares to shout, the root organization ninjas will dare to rush to the Hokage building and kill the ape and fly to the sun. Therefore, even the Hokage dares to kill, let alone an ordinary Konoha ninja. Whoosh, whoosh. More than 50 ninjas from the root organization frantically slaughtered up. As soon as possible, he was strangled with those Konoha ninjas who were eager to return home. Fire escape, how fireball technique. Water escape, water array wall. Thunderball. Wind escape, vacuum jade. Kill. The order of Lord Tuanzang, no one will be left behind. In the dense forest, there were countless shouts of killing in an instant, as well as the explosion of ninjutsu. Bang, bang. The flames are blazing. Countless large trees were directly destroyed by the terrifying power of ninjutsu and broke apart with a bang. The ninjas of that organization are all elites who have been in battle for a long time. As soon as they saw each other, several people were directly cut down by the root organization ninjas, and let out a terrible cry. Damn it! Even the Uchiha Shisui was entangled by several root organization ninjas, and he couldn't get out of his hands at all. Because, he not only has to protect the ferret, but also pays attention to not too heavy a hand. These root organization ninjas are all subordinates of Shinmura Danzo. If he kills him, he is afraid that the Uchiha clan will fall into the realm of 10,000 tribulations. 383. You have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 80 chakra, you have picked up 50 earth escape talent, you have picked up 40 wind escape talent, you have picked up 100 points of earth escape. Earth flow wall skill experience, you have picked up 30 Indra bloodline, you have picked up 100 pupil power, you have picked up 100 pupil power. In that dense forest, the killing continued. Clusters of golden light, and those ninjas, fell wildly. If you can kill more. The more you kill now, the more ruthless the retribution will be. Tuanzang, don't be soft, it's better to kill half of it, and leave the other half for me to pay for. Under the mask, the expression on Kazuya's face is subtle. This Shimura Tunzo, for the position of Hokage, can really do anything. Now, Kazuya naturally saw that this was Shimura Danzo, thinking that he was blocking his Hokage's path, and began to desperately clear the obstacles. Merely, is this group worthy of it? Was it the courage that Konao stabbed Susa to him? Then, there were still a few people in the field who didn't move. That was Shimura Danzo, and the 8 root guards around him. Kazuya no Hara. Tuanzang Senran said, betraying the village and mixing with these traitors will not end well. As long as you don't make a move, I can let you go today. Let's be honest. Shimura Tunzo is still very jealous of this, the newly appointed captain of the Dark Department. Ajay, it's not that he doesn't dare to kill, but he feels that he can't kill it. Severely hit the pillar force of the cloud-hidden people and suppress the 4 generations of Mizuke Gyakura, such a terrifying record. Even if he is as confident as Tuanzang, he feels that he is most likely to be unable to take the harmony. Therefore, Shimura Tuanzang deliberately left 8 guards, and kindly opened the mouth escape mode. If the opponent is weaker, he will already pick up the kunao and start stabbing him. Leave me alone, Kazuya said with a calm face. Danzo, when you turn the butcher knife in your hand towards the village ninja, you and I will be opposing enemies. Your actions are hurting everything I am guarding, and in order to protect the village and his companions, even if it is at the cost of his life, he will not hesitate to do so. The more he talked, the louder he became. The kind of neutral appearance highlighted a great light. It's not okay not to be loud. The field is all a pot of porridge, don't be loud, who can hear it? Kazuya no Hara, you're too young. Shimura Danzo stared at Kazuya with cold eyes, and said, in this world, where there is sunshine, there must be darkness, and only balance, the peace of the village can continue to exist. These rebellious deaths will be turned into nourishment, allowing Konoha to grow stronger. So, shout! A flash of white light. Kazuya stepped forward in an instant, and directly slashed an elite root organization ninja and flew out. You have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 200 points of combat experience. Clouds of golden light fell from the body of the root organization ninja. That's right. Don't be forced to chatter, let's do it, try not to make noise. Shimura Danzo didn't dare to make a move, but Kazuya dared to cut Tuanzang. The darkness of the ninja world, the shadow level experience pack, what a pity to miss it. Be careful. Read the violent novel, go to the Fila Novel Network. This person is amazing and gorgeous, and he is by no means an ordinary character. Speaking of Nima, this is the captain of the Dark Department, and I still need you to remind you? Protect the Tunzo-sama. Those elite root organization ninjas were all terrified. Half of them were victims of the last time and also, when they bombed the root organization's base. Now that he saw that the monster was coming again, he didn't fight yet, and he was scared of 3 points in his heart. Moment. The elite guards took out their weapons and strangled them with Kazuya, who came up in an instant. Physical. Those elite root organization ninjas are guaranteed to be at the upper ninja level, and their combat power is very terrifying. However, at this moment, the opponent in front of them is Kazuya at the level of physical skill bugs. Overdrive. Flying Thor. Instantaneous 1v5. Physical talent is at full level of mastery. Strange power 1v5. To be honest, even if you look at the entire ninja world, there are not many people who can break their wrists with him in physical skills. These root organization ninjas, not to mention. Boom, boom, in a flash. There were 2 ninjas of the upper ninja root organization, who were knocked out by Kazuya. This time, he deliberately collected his strength and did not directly blossom with a punch. Konoha ninjas are all experience packs that can be brushed repeatedly, and it's a pity to kill too much. Fire escape, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Water escape, Water Dragon Bomb. Wind escape, Big Breakthrough. Several other root organization ninjas hurriedly distanced themselves and wanted to fight with ninjutsu. However, but he was chased by Hai, and flew out punch by punch. Bang, bang, in a dull roar. All the root organization ninjas who were attacked flew out upside down with blood-spitting blood, and instantly lost their combat power. 1v5 strange power, even if it is a half-power output, is not an ordinary upper ninja, the power that can be resisted. Ha! Tuanzang, how long do you want to hide behind your subordinates? After clearing the mobs, Kazuya began to taunt the boss, or are you already a waste that has been eliminated by the old era? Kazuya no Hara, you are just a junior, how dare you be so? Tuanzang roared angrily, and his hands quickly sealed wind escape, vacuum waves. Moment. There were several side-like breaths that took shape, flying towards Kazuya. You have picked up 300 chakra, you have picked up 300 chakra, you have picked up 50 wind escape talent, you have picked up ninjutsu, wind escape, vacuum wave, you have picked up 1000 points of wind escape. Vacuum wave skill experience. Your wind escape. Vacuum wave has increased its level. The current is 1v2, 0/1000. Clusters of golden light frantically fell on Nashimura Danzo's body. Gee, it is worthy of being one of the most popular ninjas in the ninja world. It's really extraordinary to drop like this. Under the mask, a smile of relief appeared on Kazuya's face. This Bara monster, no loss. It seems that just hiding an experience pack in the group is enough to brush the wind escape talent to the full level of 1v5. It's really a group collection. Kazuya looked relieved, but said in an extremely solemn tone, "Is your wind escape ninjutsu already so powerful to such a terrifying degree? It's really terrifying." Then pull the boss and continue the taunt. "Heh, Kazuya Nohara, you have a good eye." Tuanzang said with a rare smile, "The old man's wind escape ninjutsu is the existence of the ninja world. Today, let you, the junior, have a good look." "What?" Kazuya was shocked and said, I'm going to lose. He. I warned you a long time ago." Shimura Danzo said hatefully, "It's just that everything is over. Wind escape, vacuum wave. Wind escape, vacuum jade. Wind escape, vacuum great jade. Wind escape, shuriken. In a flash. Wind escape. Shuriken. Inject the wind escape chakra into the shuriken, so that the shuriken spins quickly and increases the power of the ninjutsu. It's the real wind escape. Spiral shuriken." Gee, Kazuya looked at the two, and the spinning fang done shuriken almost burst out laughing. Is this the wind escape ninjutsu of the ninja realm? It's really powerful enough. Before, I dared to stab Susa, but now I can't escape the wind and shuriken, and I have thousands of hands against the boom. Terrifying. It's terrifying. Shout. Kazuya's figure flickered continuously in the dense forest. Behind him, there is Tuanzang's wind escape ninjutsu, crazy pursuit. Bang. Pieces of trees, torn apart by the wind escape ninjutsu, collapsed with a roar. However, those wind escape ninjutsu, but there is no right and also. Every time, it was dangerous, rubbing Kazuya's body, whistling by. Tuanzang. In addition to dodging, Kazuya also shouted loudly, "Do you know what you are doing? If Hokage-sama knew all this, he would not forgive you." After speaking, when Shimura Tenzo heard this, he said with a cold expression, "Nohara Kazuya, I see that I am not the old man's opponent. Do you know that I use the ape to fly to suppress people? Don't be delusional, don't say it is the ape fly today. Even if the gods are here, they can't save you. Orochimaru used to be my subordinate, and even if you can defeat Orochimaru, you are far from being my opponent. Kill them all." Tuanzang's killing machine boiled and said, "Don't leave a single live mouth." After speaking, his gaze swept over Shisui and Uchiha Itaki in the crowd. "Two people, for riding wheels, it's worth taking some risks yourself." Now, under the mask, Kazuya's expression was a little helpless. "Tuanzangsan, can we stop beeping? Promise me, your mouth is only for letting loose today, don't talk useless nonsense, okay? Is it so difficult to make an experience pack quietly?" The next moment, maybe I felt Kazuya's will. That Shimura Tuanzang, after releasing a wave of cruel words, has started a crazy wind escape ninjutsu output. Wind escape, vacuum great jade. Wind escape, big breakthrough. Wind escape, vacuum waves. Wind escape, wind cutting technique. One after another, the extremely terrifying wind escape ninjutsu overwhelmingly crushed towards Kazuya. That kind of picture made the Uchiha who was fighting in the distance stop the water, and they all looked shocked. Kazuya Sr. He shouldered the toughest battle again. There was emotion in Zishui's eyes, but more admiration. No matter when or who the enemy is, Kazuya will always take the initiative to face the most terrible enemies. Cloud-hidden Kiribi, two Yuji people, the fourth generation of Mizuke Gyakura, and also, now Shimura Danzo. Kazuya Sr., he always bears everything silently, but he never complains. Such a noble spirit simply brings tears to people's eyes. No way, I must not let Kazuya Sr.'s alone, heavy. In an instant, the scarlet in the eyes of the waterstop shone more and more. Uchiha Stream, Sword Leap Flame. Uchiha Stream, Wind Dance. Uchiha Ryu Hinata Dance. Zishui's firepower is in full swing, and he is so dry that he is surrounded by the dark ninjas. No! This time, even if he offends Tuanzang, he has to desperately catch up, and the footsteps of his predecessors. We must not let Kazuya's predecessors go alone. I can't let the predecessors of Hai shed blood and tears. Now, just when the Uchiha stopped the water and burst into tears. In that field, there was an endless stream of golden light, flying towards Kazuya. You have picked up 300 chakra, you have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 20 points of Indra's bloodline, you have picked up 20 Indra bloodline, you have picked up 100 points of Wind Escape. Vacuum Jade skill experience, you have picked up 200 Uchiha Flow, Sun Halo Dance skill experience, you have picked up 15 Yin Escape talent, read the Violent novel, go to the Fila novel network. You have picked up 50 Wind Escape talent, you have picked up 80 Wind Escape talent, your Wind Escape talent is increased to full level 1v5, and the reward is special passive, Wind Escape ninjutsu damage increased by 100%, you have 4 escape talents, reach the full level of mastery, special reward S level Wind Escape ninjutsu, Wind Escape, Spiral Shuriken, perfect version, Wind Escape, Spiral Shuriken, perfect version use the Wind Escape chakra to form a Spiral Shuriken that can be thrown. This skill is a perfect version, no need to upgrade, it can be used by a single person, it can be thrown, and it can be used to increase the power of immortal methods. Finally, the Wind Escape talent is also at full level. This time, in addition to the buff of Wind Escape ninjutsu damage plus 100%, a brand new ninjutsu is also rewarded. S-Class, Wind Escape, Spiral Shuriken, the ultimate advanced version of the normal spiral pill. This is in the original plot, the Super Wind Escape ninjutsu that shines. It can be said that it is the strongest ninjutsu in the Wind Escape, and there is no one. Under the explosion of its power, even the 6 paths of pain can be directly annihilated. Spiral Shuriken with unparalleled super lethality. It's a supreme ninjutsu comparable to a unicorn. Perfect. Such a reward is simply impeccable. Moreover, like Lei Dun Kailan, it is the perfect version to get started, and there is no need to level up at all. Good group. I approve of you. You are a part-time worker comparable to Kiribi and the 4th generation of Mizuke Gyakura. This time, Kazuya directly brushed up on the Shimura Danzo to get a full 700 points of Wind Escape talent. Gee, it's really a treasure Ajizan. Even, in addition to the full level of Fang Dun's talent, Kazuya also broke out more than 30,000 chakras, which can be regarded as a big explosion. Shimura Danzo has a very hard part-time job. His subordinates, the ninjas of the Root Order, are not far behind. Coupled with those Konoha ninjas who were unwilling to die, the field was simply a mess, and the endless golden light exploded. The only pity is that those experience packs rescued from Wien Village have begun to suffer tragic casualties. Those ninjas of the Root organization are still too strong, and most of these captured Konoha ninjas are at the level of middle ninjas and lower ninjas, and there are not a few upper ninjas. When you run into the killing-loving Root organization ninjas, the battle situation looks ugly. Just when Kazuya, walking the dog Shimura Danzo, there were already more than a dozen Konoha ninjas who were killed by the ninjas of the Root organization. The others also suffered a lot of injuries. Almost. It is estimated that there will be no good things on Tuanzang's body at this time. Fight! From now on. The next moment, Kazuya's gaze swept over the Konoha ninjas who were either injured or dead, and then, he shouted in a sad and angry tone, Danzang, even if I risk my life today, I will stop your massacre of the ninjas in the village. They are all my companions, and they are the existence that I will desperately protect. For the sake of the village, for the sake of Konoha, I will burn everything. After speaking, he rushed towards Shimura Danzo in an instant. Indomitable. A charge that sacrificed everything. Oh my god, Kazuya-sama. Kazuya-sama dared to do something to the Hokage for us. What a sacrifice. Those Konoha ninjas who were being crushed madly couldn't help but have red eyes. Everyone knows that it definitely takes courage to do something to assist the Hokage. That represents a challenge to the supreme authority of the village. Even, it is possible that this will be regarded as a traitor. And Kazuya-sama, the captain of the dignified Dark Department, actually did this for the sake of ordinary ninjas like them. It makes me want to cry. Now, the Konoha ninjas in the field all have an urge to die for their confidants. For Kazuya-sama, we can't afford to lose. I can't let Kazuya-sama shed blood and tears. Follow Kazuya-sama to rush, even if it is regarded as a traitor, it's worth it. The battle between ninjas is actually a very complicated thing. Hard power, terrain, intelligence, morale, physical condition, etc., may affect the final outcome of the victory. Just like these Konoha ninjas, after being inspired by Kazuya's morale, their combat effectiveness soared, and they actually recovered the scene in an instant. The ninjas who beat those Root organizations were miserable. Of course, there is a more important reason, that is, the 2 brothers of the Kaleidoscope also killed the Red Eye. Not to mention, when he was in the fog-hidden village, Uchiha Itaki also awakened the Sengoda. Now, his strength has been able to touch the threshold of forbearance. 8-year-old shinobi. The degree of its genius is even more exaggerated than in the original plot. Now, in the midst of that chaotic battle, Uchiha Itaki was already able to hold back the upper shinobi of the Root organization. This talent is worthy of the existence of Kishimoto's own son. Meantime, Kazuya turned from defense to offense, and rushed towards Shimura Danzo and his escort ninja. This group of hides is really afraid of death. Words say sacrifice, but it is the sacrifice of other people's lives. When it was his turn to be 420, he didn't look like a man. In this chaotic battle, the behavior of leaving a few elites to endure as guards can be seen. Shout! A flash of white light. Moment. Kazuya crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and appeared in front of Shinura Danzo. What? Shinura Danzo's eyes were shocked. Is it a delusion? How do you feel that the speed of this Nohara Kazuya has become a lot faster in an instant? Syllable. Clap your hands. Fire escape, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Moment. There were balls of impatience fireballs that burst towards Shinura Danzo. Is it Muji Ninjutsu? How is it possible? This Nohara Kazuya actually knows Muji Ninjutsu. Impossible, never possible. The root organization ninjas who were guarding were all stunned. What's going on? With a clapping of his hands, the fire escape came. Didn't he need to seal it? It's so fast. Those ninjas of the root organization didn't even have time to fight back with water, so they were directly knocked out. Some people reacted quickly and barely escaped with a stand-in. And at this time, Kazuya is already close. Spiral pill. Chakra circulated, and on Kazuya's right hand, a blue ball of light instantly appeared. His speed was extremely fast, and he took off directly into the air and blasted towards Shinura Danzo. Damn it! That guy from Jiraiya even handed over the spiral pill. It was unexpected. Tuan Zhang's gaze froze. It seems that the relationship between this Nohara Kazuya and Jiraiya is also better than imagined. Sure enough, it's a tricky problem. I knew that I would have killed him a few years ago. In the flash of his mind, Shinura Danzo's reaction was also very fast, and he didn't even hesitate for a moment, so he pulled a subordinate who was knocked away by the phoenix fire and blocked in front of him. Thundered. That spiral pill exploded wildly directly on the unlucky root tissue ninja. Bang! There was a loud bang. Immediately, that unlucky guy was directly blown away by the power of the spiral pill. His body slammed down the big tree behind him, and the Hun mouth was sunken, and the person looked basically cool. Oh, under the mask. Kazuya's expression was a little surprised. Don't underestimate it. This Shinura Tunzang is worthy of being a strong man who has experienced 2 ninja wars, and the choice at this critical moment is really so decisive that the 6 relatives don't recognize it. In the face of the attack of the spiral pill, he didn't even hesitate for a minute, and he was able to pull his subordinates over to resist damage, which can be regarded as a ruthless person. Gee, ordinary people really can't do this. In the field, taking advantage of the sudden death of his subordinates, Tuanzang also opened the distance in an instant. As he retreated, he shouted sharply, "Spiritism!" Boom! The next moment, in front of Tuanzang, white smoke exploded. A moment later, when the white smoke cleared, you could see a psychic beast more than 10 meters tall and looking a little like an elephant, the Dream Eater Dream Taper, appeared in the dense forest. As soon as the Dream Eater Dream Taper appeared, it crushed a tree, causing a great roar. You have picked up 1000 chakra, you have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 500 chakra. Read the violent novel, go to the Fila Novel Network. You have found a psychic technique, Dream Eater Dream Taper. This psychic is proprietary, non-upgradable mode, and each time the host uses it, it can only summon psychic beasts corresponding to the psychic technique. Clusters of golden light kept flying towards Kazuya. Spiritism. Dream Eater Dream Taper. This is the first time Kazuya has picked up Spiritism. Before, when Jiraiya fought with Orochimaru, the water release was too serious, and he didn't use Spiritism at all. This time, it's finally easy here in Danzo. The Dream Eater Dream Taper is even bigger than expected, and its attack mode is to use a hurricane to suck everything into its mouth and devour it. It's a psychic beast that can be devoured by nightmares. In the original plot, even Suzuki, who opened Susanengu, was very uncomfortable by this Dream Taper. It can be said that this may be a more powerful psychic beast than the ape demon that the ape flies and slashes. After all, in the world of Naruto, body size is still very important. In the early stage, the reason why the 3 ninjas of Konoha are powerful is that they each have a giant beast-like psychic beast. When Konoha collapsed the plan, those big snakes that were tens of meters away also made Konoha's upper ninja feel powerless. Later, the psychic beast of the beast Deo Pain also made a mess of Konoha. In the 4th Ninja World War, Autumn Road Dingji and Autumn Road Dingza can even fight with the Outer Way Golems. That's the terrifying combat power of the body. Therefore, when the huge Dream Taper appeared, it instantly made a touch of horror appear in the eyes of countless ninjas. What's that? It's terrifying. Dream Taper, it's a summoned beast of Lord Tuanzang. Get out of the way, if you get sucked in, you're done. There are elite ninjas of some root organizations who react quickly. Seeing the appearance of the Dream Taper, he immediately broke away from the battle and fled in the direction behind the Dream Taper. In just an instant, the battlefield that was originally being brutally strangled ended because of the appearance of the terrifying psychic beast. Gan! And it's not cool anymore. Originally, the workers present were working hard, performing their own crazy battles, and in this kind of crazy lying to win, hanging up and brushing experience, Tuanzang started to live again, right? Dream Taper. Kill them all. Shimura Danzo stood beside the Dream Taper and said in an extremely cold tone, "There is a Dream Eater Dream Taper, and the victory is decided." The next moment, the terrifying giant beast Dream Taper opened its bloody mouth. Whew, after a furious beast roar. In the field, there was a hurricane. Now, not to mention ninjas, even the trees and boulders in the dense forest were blown up by the hurricane and flew towards the blood basin of the Dream Taper. Don't. It's over. It's horrible. Help. The ninjas who didn't have time to escape couldn't even stand still, so they were blown away and flew towards the Dream Taper. Engulf. Flesh and blood. The terrifying solution instantly made the faces of the ninjas in Konoha change drastically, and they were so pale that they couldn't see the slightest blood. 5.5 Oops. Even the Uchiha Shisui looked shocked, and he took out a chain from his ninja bag and threw it on the mountain rock next to him. And then, Shisui hugged the flying Uchiha Itachi, and the two struggled in midair with difficulty. Shimura Danzo. As a high-level person in the village, he is really not that simple. Click. But the hurricane made the chains rattle, as if they would break in the next moment. No way. We have to find a way to solve that Dream Taper. In the eyes of the Uchiha Shisui, there was a blinding red light shining, just when he wanted to let go and give it a go. Buzz. Buzz. A piercing buzz suddenly sounded not far away. The high-frequency beep was especially noticeable even in the midst of the strong winds. The next moment, Uchiha's gaze couldn't help but look in the direction where the beeping sound came from. Extreme wind attribute chakra, crazy compression, explosion. The buzzing sound of that moment made people feel a tremor from the soul. It's horrible. Now, the Uchiha stopped the water and saw it. In the hands of that Kazuya Sr., an extremely terrifying chakra air mass appeared. In that air mass, there was an incomparably huge chakra, which was being compressed and rotated like crazy, so that in the air, there were bursts of amazing sonic booms. And then, the chakra air mass gradually formed a terrifying energy body in the shape of a shuriken, non-stop spinning, roaring. What is ninjutsu? Uchiha Shisui's scarlet writing will eyes flashed with a look of shock and horror. He swore that this was the most terrifying ninjutsu he had ever seen in his life, and there was absolutely no one. Bang, bang. In that amazing sonic boom, Kazuya directly threw the spiral shuriken in his hand out. Wind escape. Spiral shuriken. The terrifying spiral shuriken didn't need to be aimed at all, and it shot towards the Dream Taper in the direction of the hurricane. Boom 09. Instant hits. And then, the wind escape spiral shuriken, when it came into contact with the Dream Taper, was still spreading in place, and soon formed an extremely amazing tornado. Airplanes. 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 Countless blade-like violent energy tore apart the defense of the huge Dream Taper in the first moment. What? The Shimura group on the side finally changed color. He sensed something was wrong when the spiral shuriken flew in. Regardless of it, he frantically evacuated into the distance. However, the Dream Taper, as well as the surrounding root organization ninjas who didn't have time to evacuate, were not so lucky. After the tornado-like violent energy spread in place, they were directly engulfed in. Bang! Bang! A shrill sonic boom exploded. In the horrified eyes of countless ninjas, the huge giant beast Dream Taper was completely torn apart by the tornado generated by the spiral shuriken. Thundered. Horizon. A storm of wind rises into the sky. White light bursts. Rumble. After the last roar, only the dense forest was seen, and it was directly blasted out of a large vacuum area. At the core of the spiral shuriken explosion, a large crater with a diameter of more than 50 meters appeared. Now, in the big pit, there are countless fine wind escape chakra needles, which are constantly exploding and buzzing. Deafening. World shaking. Fear is so terrifying. At this time, some Konoha ninjas with poor psychological endurance directly weakened their legs and fell to the ground in embarrassment. If they had run a little slower just now, they would have been swept into it and torn to pieces, and they would have died without a corpse. It's wind escape ninjutsu. The old and spicy Shimura Danzo saw the root of this technique, but he was still speechless in shock. Tuanzang, who claims to be the strongest person in the ninja world, but even he has not mastered such a terrifying wind escape ninjutsu. This move, the amazing destructive power, is comparable to the tailed beast Jade. At this time, Danzang is like this, and the root organization ninjas under him look even more unbearable. No matter how ruthless the killing machine is, it will feel scared when facing an enemy who is crushed by absolute strength. In particular, the other party is still Kazuya Nohara, the invincible captain of the Dark Department who has hit the human pillar force hard. The remaining 30 or so root organization ninjas were all guarding Danzo, but when they looked at Kazuya, they all looked so weak and helpless, so frightened and desperate. Fighting such a terrifying enemy, you will really die without a corpse. Damn! In an instant, Shimura Danzo's face became gloomy. At this moment, Tuanzang's heart was even more distressed and about to bleed. The terrifying wind escape ninjutsu just now not only smashed his psychic beast Dream Taper, but even the ninjas of the Root Organization were killed by the way. These ninjas of the Root Organization are all loyal dogs that he has spent countless efforts to cultivate. A ninja of the Root Organization at the upper ninja level doesn't know how much energy and resources it will take. But, in that moment just now, more than a dozen elites were killed. My heart hurts and I am dripping blood. At this moment, Shimura Danzo's gaze towards Kazuya finally changed completely. This young man, unconsciously, has grown into an existence beyond imagination. Read violent novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. You have picked up 2000 chakra, you have picked up 2000 chakra, you have picked up 600 chakra, you have picked up 800 chakra, you have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 500 chakra air. There is an endless stream of golden light, constantly flying towards Kazuya. Those are the slain Dream Tapers, and the golden light burst from the ninjas of the Dead Root Organization. In a flash. And he also picked up more than 15,000 chakras. That's a huge bonus. It's a pity, it's a disposable. Unlucky bunched. Kazuya's expression was helpless. If it weren't for this group of hiding, forcing him to amplify his moves, these Root Organization ninjas would still be able to continue to be perpetual motion machines and continue to provide golden light. It's a pity to kill it once. Fortunately, more than 15,000 chakras also broke out, which is considered to be a lot of money. The reward for killing psychic beasts seems to be much better than ninjas. Kazuya's eyes froze slightly. Ordinary Shangnin, if you kill it, it will explode a few hundred points of golden light, and this psychic beast Dream Taper will explode a full 4,000 points when killed. Moment. And also had a bold idea. If you kill the three holy places, Miyama Mountain, Wetbone Forest, and Dragon Land Cave, it is estimated that you can burst out an astronomical amount of chakra, right? Seemingly. Very funny. After all, those psychic beasts live in a different space, and they can't usually be touched at all, so they can't brush up on experience. If you look at it this way, it is a good choice to cut it all at once. This battle. Kazuya's harvest is already very terrifying. Full level wind escape talent. S-level ninjutsu, wind escape, spiral shuriken, and a full 50,000 chakra. Now, Kazuya's chakra attribute is chakra 1v5, 327,900/100067000, super shadow level, 320,000. That's a scary number. Today's Konoha may only have a few people, and he also has the power to fight. And it's just the power of a battle, but there is almost no suspense about the outcome or defeat, and also will win, because he already has crushing combat power. It's a crazy boost. In the field, because of the terrifying spiral shuriken of Kazuya, the ninjas on both sides confronted each other, and no one dared to strike again. Even Shimura Tunzo is very jealous, for fear that if he makes a rash move, he will be directly evaporated by a spiral shuriken. He is very afraid of death. That's when it happened. Kazuya suddenly felt that there were several powerful chakras, rapidly approaching from a distance. The next moment, his steps trembled. Revealed, very weak, Kazuya-senpai, Kazuya-sama. The water stoppers and ferrets next to them hurriedly came up to help. Alas! Kazuya sighed silently in his heart. At this time, it would be nice if it was red. After the war, there is also the company of Gentle Township, which is a very good feeling. Even if it's the moon and the sunset, it's good. No Hun is not Hun and no Huns, at least it's a girl. It's a pity. Just when Kazuya complained silently in his heart. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than a dozen figures came in an instant from afar. The next moment, there was a majestic voice full of anger that suddenly sounded in the middle of the scene. Looks like you've descended into darkness. The ape in the Hokage robe, looking at the corpse of the Konoha ninja in the field, said with an angry expression, "You have committed an unforgivable crime, stop it. Otherwise." The three generations of Hokage didn't speak again, he just had a cold gaze and glanced at Danzo, as well as the Root Organization ninjas present. The words were not finished, but the coldness in those eyes had an undisguised warning. If the group hides in obsession and does not come to his senses, then the Sarutobi Slash, who is the third generation of Hokage, will take action and end this mess. Now, beside the three generations of Hokage, there were several powerful figures. The deputy captain of the Dark Department, the captain of the ninja class, Nara Shikasa, and the most conspicuous, white-haired Jiraiya. Coupled with more than a dozen elite Shangnin and Shadow Ministry, such a lineup may not be too many, but it has unrivaled strength. This force, if placed on the battlefield, can be easily defeated even in the face of 1,000 troops. In a flash. Seeing the group of people who came to the lineup, his face became ugly. Ape flying. Even the self has arrived. The time has passed. That damn Kazuya Nohara let him escape again. When he went out of the village to intercept and kill, Tuanzang knew that it was impossible for such a large-scale transfer of the root organization to completely hide from the village. He just wanted to kill all the released Konoha ninjas before Sarutobi found out, or directly kill Kazuya Nohara. Pity. The plan has failed again. Unwilling. Tuanzang gritted his teeth with hatred in his heart. If it weren't for Kazuya Nohara, the terrifying wind escape ninjutsu, his plan would have succeeded. As for doing it again, Shinmura Danzo didn't have the courage anymore. Sarutobi, Jiraiya, Nohara, Kazuya. Just these 3 people, killing him 100 times is enough. At this time, just as Tuanzang was about to open his mouth and give up resistance, the Jiraiya, who was standing on the tree, laughed and said, Kazuya-kun, don't worry, the famous Miyama mountain white-haired boy toad immortal Jiraiya, come to the rescue. You're in control. Rest assured, everyone. Before the words fell, he stood on the treetops and posed a very strange pose. However, maybe it's the choice of the gate of the Destiny Stone, that Zilla unexpectedly stepped on the air with his left foot, and fell directly from a tree more than 10 meters high, like an upside-down onion. Bang! Smoke and dust. A pit was smashed directly into the ground. Kazuya, Uchiha Susui, Shinmura Danzo. 3 generations of Hokage apes flying to the sun. The ninjas present all had black lines on their faces. Ahem, 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 ahem. Zilla also got up from the pit, fanned the dust in front of him, and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, ha ha ha, I drank too much wine yesterday, probably because I haven't woken up yet. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, he laughed as if no one was around. It's just that maybe it's Jiraiya's behavior, which is too tricky, which makes the originally extremely depressing atmosphere in that scene instantly become a lot more relaxed. At least, in the angry expression on the face of the 3 generations of Hokage, there was also a little more helplessness about the loved disciple. Under the mask, Kazuya's expression became a little subtle. Is Jiraiya really stupid? Stop it. I'm afraid that those who think that the Toad Immortal is a fool have the grass on the grave 3 meters high. This, probably Jiraiya's love for the village. The people present, whether they were ninjas of the root organization or others, were all ninjas of Konoha. If there is a real fight, it will be the village that will be lost. Therefore, the moment he saw that the atmosphere was wrong, Jiraiya's nonsensical temperament became skinny. It is better for him to lose face alone than for many to lose his life. Danzo, I'm the Hokage of the village, and there are some things I don't want to say a second time. At this time, the 3 generations of Hokage also spoke at the right time. After a long silence, Shinmura Danzo raised his hand and said in a somewhat unwilling tone, put down your weapons, don't be disrespectful to Hokage-sama. Yes, Danzo-sama. The ninjas of the root organization obeyed the order and put down their weapons. Jingle jingle bells. Jingle jingle bells. For a while, the kunao and short knives were thrown to the ground in the clearing. The group is done hiding. A smile appeared on Kazuya's face. Before, the 3 generations of Hokage said so much nonsense, and none of the ninjas of the root organization gave up resistance. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. Well, now that your Shinmura Tunzang said a word, your subordinates will give up resistance, and it looks really majestic. But, if something really happens in the future, will this organization listen to your group or the 3 generations of Hokage? And also smile. Is this Shinmura Danzo accustomed to being connived by the 3 generations of Hokage, and he doesn't even have basic political sensitivity? I can't remember how the ninja head of Union Village died. Elder Tunzang, he also opened his mouth and said, your subordinates are really forbidden, and the elite is extraordinary. Humph. Shinmura Danzo snorted coldly and said proudly, as long as it is the old man's order, no matter what happens, even if it is sacrificing their lives, they will not hesitate at all. Awesome. He didn't speak again, his eyes swept away. Really? The faces of the 3 generations of Hokage ape flying sun slash are almost black into carbon. Gee, no matter what, sacrifice your life will do it. Dare to kill the deputy head of the dark department today, dare to kill the Konoha elder group tomorrow, and in a few days, it is natural to kill a Hokage, right? Anyway, it's not something I haven't done. Shinmura Danzo. The corners of the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage twitched several times before he finally relented. In the name of the Hokage, I announce that from today onwards, I will be relieved of the position of assistant to the Hokage of the Shinmura group. After speaking, the 3 generations of Hokage hesitated for a long time before he spoke again. Tuanzang, follow me back to the village, and accept the treatment of the village. Good. Shinmura Danzo's eyes were full of unwillingness, but he could only nod stiffly. No way. The situation is weaker than people, and if you can't beat it, you can't do it. Soon. Later, a large group of dark troops came and escorted the disarmed root ninjas back to the village. Attacking the ninjas of the same village and assassinating the captain of the dark department, such a crime is enough for Shinmura Danzo to drink a pot. The so-called Hokage assistant. It's just the beginning. Kazuya saw through the hesitation of the 3 generations of Hokage. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people brought by the group this time, he was afraid that things would change badly. The handling just now is not just as simple as removing the Hokage's assistants. If it is as expected, this time when I return to the village, most of the group is going to be swept to the end. This assassination was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Previously, Shimura Danzo had provoked the Hokage's authority several times, but he was endured by Sarutobi. Why? One is the feelings, and the other is Konoha, and no one really uses it. If the 4 generations were still alive, I am afraid that those operations of the group would have been wiped out to the end. Now, the 3 generations of Hokage have a better choice. That's Kazuya. He already has the basic conditions for doing something to Tuanzang. Of course, these are Kazuya's guesses, whether they are true, well, good, or false, and we will not know until we return to the village. You, Guy. At this time, Jile also suddenly walked over and said with some emotion, I haven't seen you for a while, and it has become more terrifying. You have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 200 points of combat experience. What a rotten golden light. Jiraiya seniors. Kazuya punched the Hun mouth of Zilla at meat again. You are still so handsome and handsome. Boom. Small explosion of strange power. Bang. That Jiraiya was directly punched and flew out. You have picked up 800 chakra, you have picked up 600 chakra, you have picked up 300 battle XP gong, you have picked up 400 chakra. Clusters of brilliant golden light fell from Jiraiya's body. Under the mask, Kazuya's face showed a satisfied smile. Gee, the quality of this golden light is worthy of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. Jiraiya. Tuanzang, looks like you've descended into darkness. The ape in the Hokage robe, looking at the corpse of the Konoha ninja in the field, said with an angry expression, you have committed an unforgivable crime, stop it. Otherwise, the 3 generations of Hokage didn't speak again. He just had a cold gaze and glanced at Danzo, as well as the root organization ninjas present. The words were not finished, but the coldness in those eyes had an undisguised warning. If the group hides in obsession and does not come to his senses, then the Sarutobi / who is the 3rd generation of Hokage, will take action and end this mess. Now, beside the 3 generations of Hokage, there were several powerful figures. The deputy captain of the Dark Department, the captain of the ninja class, Nara Shikasa, and the most conspicuous, white-haired Jiraiya. Coupled with more than a dozen elite Shangnin and Shadow Ministry, such a lineup may not be too many, but it has unrivaled strength. This force, if placed on the battlefield, can be easily defeated even in the face of 1,000 troops. In a flash, seeing the group of people who came to the lineup, his face became ugly. Ape flying, even the self has arrived. The time has passed. That damn Kazuya Nohara let him escape again. When he went out of the village to intercept and kill, Tuanzang knew that it was impossible for such a large-scale transfer of the root organization to completely hide from the village. He just wanted to kill all the released Konoha ninjas before Sarutobi found out, or directly kill Kazuya Nohara. Pity, the plan has failed again. Unwilling, Tuanzang gritted his teeth with hatred in his heart. If it weren't for Kazuya Nohara, the terrifying wind escape ninjutsu, his plan would have succeeded. As for doing it again, Shimura Danzo didn't have the courage anymore. Sarutobi, Jiraiya, Nohara, Kazuya. Just these 3 people, killing him 100 times is enough. At this time, just as Tuanzang was about to open his mouth and give up resistance, the Jiraiya, who was standing on the tree, laughed and said, Kazuya-kun, don't worry, the famous Miyama mountain white-haired boy toad immortal Jiraiya, come to the rescue. You're in control. Rest assured, everyone. Before the words fell, he stood on the treetops and posed a very strange pose. However, maybe it's the choice of the gate of the Destiny Stone, that Zilla unexpectedly stepped on the air with his left foot, and fell directly from a tree more than 10 meters high, like an upside-down onion. Bang! Smoke and dust. A pit was smashed directly into the ground. Kazuya, Uchiha Susui, Shimura Danzo. 3 generations of Hokage apes flying to the sun. The ninjas present all had black lines on their faces. Ahem, 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 ahem. Zilla also got up from the pit, fanned the dust in front of him, and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, ha ha ha, I drank too much wine yesterday, probably because I haven't woken up yet. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, he laughed as if no one was around. It's just that maybe it's Jiraiya's behavior, which is too tricky, which makes the originally extremely depressing atmosphere in that scene instantly become a lot more relaxed. At least, in the angry expression on the face of the 3 generations of Hokage, there was also a little more helplessness about the loved disciple. Under the mask, Kazuya's expression became a little subtle. Is Jiraiya really stupid? Stop it. I'm afraid that those who think that the Toad Immortal is a fool have the grass on the grave 3 meters high. This, probably Jiraiya's love for the village. The people present, whether they were ninjas of the root organization or others, were all ninjas of Konoha. If there is a real fight, it will be the village that will be lost. Therefore, the moment he saw that the atmosphere was wrong, Jiraiya's nonsensical temperament became skinny. It is better for him to lose face alone than for many to lose his life. Danzo, I'm the Hokage of the village, and there are some things I don't want to say a second time. At this time, the 3 generations of Hokage also spoke at the right time. After a long silence, Shimura Danzo raised his hand and said in a somewhat unwilling tone, "Put down your weapons, don't be disrespectful to Hokage-sama." "Yes, Danzo-sama." The ninjas of the Root organization obeyed the order and put down their weapons. Jingle jingle bells. Jingle jingle bells. For a while, the kunao and short knives were thrown to the ground in the clearing. The group is done hiding. A smile appeared on Kazuya's face. Before, the 3 generations of Hokage said so much nonsense, and none of the ninjas of the Root organization gave up resistance. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. Well, now that Shimura Tunzang said a word, your subordinates will give up resistance, and it looks really majestic. But, if something really happens in the future, will this organization listen to your group or the 3 generations of Hokage? And also smile. Is this Shimura Danzo accustomed to being connived at by the 3 generations of Hokage, and he doesn't even have basic political sensitivity? I can't remember how the ninja head of Union Village died. Elder Tunzang, he also opened his mouth and said, "Your subordinates are really forbidden, and the elite is extraordinary." Humph. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and said proudly, "As long as it is the old man's order, no matter what happens, even if it is sacrificing their lives, they will not hesitate at all." Awesome. He didn't speak again, his eyes swept away. Really? The faces of the 3 generations of Hokage ape flying sun slash are almost black into carbon. Gee, no matter what, sacrifice your life will do it. Dare to kill the deputy head of the Dark Department today, dare to kill the Konoha Elder Group tomorrow, and in a few days, it is natural to kill a Hokage, right? Anyway, it's not something I haven't done. Shimura Danzo. The corners of the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage twitched several times before he finally relented. "In the name of the Hokage, I announce that from today onwards, I will be relieved of the position of assistant to the Hokage of the Shimura group." After speaking, the 3 generations of Hokage hesitated for a long time before he spoke again. "Tuanzang, follow me back to the village, and accept the treatment of the village." "Good." Shimura Danzo's eyes were full of unwillingness, but he could only nod stiffly. "No way. The situation is weaker than people, and if you can't beat it, you can't do it." Soon later, a large group of dark troops came and escorted the disarmed Root ninjas back to the village. Attacking the ninjas of the same village and assassinating the captain of the Dark Department, such a crime is enough for Shimura Danzo to drink a pot. The so-called Hokage assistant. It's just the beginning. Kazuya saw through the hesitation of the 3 generations of Hokage. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people brought by the group this time, he was afraid that things would change badly. The handling just now is not just as simple as removing the Hokage's assistants. If it is as expected, this time when I return to the village, most of the group is going to be swept to the end. This assassination was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Previously, Shimura Danzo had provoked the Hokage's authority several times, but he was endured by Sarutobi. Why? One is the feelings, and the other is Konoha, and no one really uses it. If the 4 generations were still alive, I am afraid that those operations of the group would have been wiped out to the end. Now, the 3 generations of Hokage have a better choice. That's Kazuya. He already has the basic conditions for doing something to Tuanzang. Of course, these are Kazuya's guesses, whether they are true, well, good, or false, and we will not know until we return to the village. "You, guy." At this time, Jile also suddenly walked over and said with some emotion, "I haven't seen you for a while, and it has become more terrifying. You have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 200 points of combat experience. What a rotten golden light." Jiraiya seniors. Kazuya punched the Hun mouth of Zilet meat again. "You are still so handsome and handsome." Boom. Small explosion of strange power. Bang. That Jiraiya was directly punched and flew out. "You have picked up 800 chakra, you have picked up 600 chakra, you have picked up 300 battle XP gong, you have picked up 400 chakra. Clusters of brilliant golden light fell from Jiraiya's body. Under the mask, Kazuya's face showed a satisfied smile. Jilla also stood up a little embarrassed, and he laughed and said, "Kazuya-kun, even if you are jealous of my handsomeness, you can't use this kind of trick against your seniors. Ha ha ha. However, your talent is really terrifying. In such a short period of time, you have mastered Tsunade's strange power." Jiraiya patted the dust on his body and didn't care. "In fact, Kazuya, just now, it looks very lethal, but it really doesn't take much effort. The effect is so good, mainly because of Jiraiya's addiction to drama, and he performed a wave with him. It's chakra's control." Kazuya smiled slightly. "Tsunade's seniors are willing to teach, so I can naturally learn it." "Yes." Jiraiya nodded approvingly. In his opinion, Kazuya's talent in ninjas seems to be even better than Watergate. Seriously, it's already a pretty incredible thing. "That's right. Jireya's expression suddenly became a little embarrassed, and he asked a little embarrassed that Kazuya-kun, how is Tsunade doing lately? If you want to know, why don't you go and see for yourself? Kazuya asked with an innocent face. It's not easy to say about the affairs of our older generation, probably because we have been rejected a lot, and we can only watch from afar. Jiraiya scratched his head and smiled a little shyly. It's good. 860 Kazuya said in a real tone. Tsunade's predecessors are in the country of you, and they are with Shizun, living a worry-free life of food and clothing, probably living a good life. Gee, that's right. With Tsunade's ability, it's only 60 million, she can find a way to borrow it by herself. Believed Tsunade. That's good. Jiraiya nodded. And also smile. But there was some disdain in my heart. Licked the dog to the last with nothing. Anyway, he didn't plan to let Tsunade go, even if the feelings were not in place, as long as the fists could be in place. As long as the strength is strong enough, there is nothing that cannot be done. After returning to the village, as soon as possible, the 3 generations of Hokage invited Kazuya to the Hokage's office under the sun. Kazuya sat on the sofa, basking in the warm sun, and people also felt a little lazy. However, his expression was very serious, and he listened carefully to the talk of the 3 generations of Hokage. Kazuya, the 3rd generation Hokage said with great relief, your performance in going to Fog Hidden Village this time is really good beyond my expectations. You have won a lot of advantages for the village, especially those Konoha ninjas who have been released. You're doing a great job. Kazuya said in an impassioned tone, Hokage-sama, these are all things I should do. I can't bear to see those heroes who sacrificed for Konoha shed blood and tears. Yes. The 3rd Hokage nodded and praised, you are right, you are doing well, and you have lived up to my expectations. Kazuya, there's more responsibility on your shoulders and you have to be mentally prepared. More responsibility. Kazuya had some doubts in his heart, but his expression did not change at all. At this time, the 3 generations of Hokage asked with a serious expression, what do you think should be done with this matter of Tuanzang? This time, he has lost the bottom line in the things he has done. For the sake of power, not only did he do it to the ninjas of the village, but he also wanted to assassinate you, the captain of the dark department. It's become the darkness that hurts Konoha. And also with a thoughtful look in his eyes, but he was complaining frantically in his heart. Ape Flying Sunday. What is going to happen to that guy in Tuanzang? Haven't you planned it all? After returning to the village, the root organization ninjas under Shimura Danzo were scattered. Some of them were detained by the shadows. Some of them were taken away directly by the interrogation department. Now, the area around the root organization's base is already crowded, and there are ninjas from the shadows and Konoha everywhere, right? Actually, this is also normal. Tuanzang, this guy, for the position of the Hokage, has the heart of killing the ape and flying the sun several times. If it weren't for the fact that there were really no people in the village who could resist the banner, Ape Fury would have already moved to kill him. Now that the end is already doomed, there is no need to go down the ground again. After all, over the years, everything Elder Tuanzang has done for the village, there is no merit, there is also hard work. Gee, that's Shimura Danzo. A very high-quality experience package. If you don't blow him up, you must not go offline easily. Read violent novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Alas. Aged Rico sighed, but his expression was a little relieved and said, Heya, you are too kind, so I will handle this matter personally. Am I too kind? Oh, Hokage-sama, you old and dizzy eyes, you need to be cured sooner. I just don't want to hurt my fellow villagers in the village. Kazuya got up from the sofa and said a little shyly, I really didn't misread you. The 3rd Hokage patted Kazuya's shoulder with a warm smile. When the boss cultivates a successor, he is worried that the successor will be indecisive and not decisive enough, but he will be even more worried that the successor will be too ruthless. In case of, after you take the throne, what if you settle on me? As a boss, who doesn't want to have a decent old age? In the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage, the harmony is also very good. Externally, the wrist is tough, ruthless, and ruthless. It's good to treat your fellow villagers with a gentle and tolerant measure. As a superior person, it is a very important ability to maintain balance in all aspects. In the next few days, the ninjas of Konoha could feel that a lot had changed in the village. On the streets, you can see patrolling shadows everywhere. Even, in some places, there is martial law for ninja squads. Some news came from the top, saying that it was Shimura Danzo, the leader of the root organization, that it was wiped out to the end. His position as Hokage's assistant was relieved, and his root organization ninjas were also disbanded and temporarily incorporated into the shadows. Ordinary ninjas, maybe only hear some rumors. However, those ninjas of big families or high-ranking ninjas know the accurate news. The Nara clan. Nara Keiku, the head captain of the upper ninja class, Shimura Danzo has completely collapsed, and Kazuya, the head captain, has begun to take over the forces he left behind, and in the future, the upper echelons of Konoha will undergo earth-shaking changes. The Uchiha clan. Patriarch Uchiha Fugaku. According to what Shisui and Itaka said, Captain Kazuya is a person who is gentle with his fellow villagers in the village, and he has become a new choice for the Uchiha clan, and we may be able to find a different future from him. The Hyuga family. Patriarch Hinata, the last union incident, it was the captain of Kazuya who helped the Hyuga family, and it seems that he will maintain a good relationship with him in the future, but it's a pity that Hinata is too young, otherwise marriage will be a perfect choice. Sunset family. The patriarch Sunset is really red, my stupid daughter, it's so ugly, can't even a man handle it. After the collapse of Shinura Danzo, Kazuya's work also became busy. It's so busy that there is a little secretary at Sunset, and it's completely insufficient. It was noon that day. The desk was piled up with intelligence materials and personnel files, stacked more than 2 meters high, and also helpless. However, these are things that cannot be escaped. With the fall of Tuanzang, the Dark Department also mastered the power of the Root Organization, and his power as the captain of the Dark Department also reached its peak. With 2 major intelligence organizations in hand, Kazuya is already Konoha's trump card. Knock knock. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Kazuya buried himself in processing the information and said casually, "Yes, Kazuya-sama." Kazuya looked up. "Oh, you have picked up 50 chakra, you have picked up 100 chakra, you have picked up 100 battle XP, you have picked up 20 yang escape talent, you pick up to 20 yang escape talent, you have picked up 10 yang escape talent." Clusters of golden light continue to merge into Kazuya's body. Moment. He picked up 50 points of yang dun talent, which is a good income. This time, appearing in Kazuya's office, are 3 ninjas of the Root Organization, Ryoma, Terai, and Yamato. At this time, they were not wearing masks on their faces, and they were kneeling on one knee and saluting Kazuya. "Kazuya-sama," the 3 of them said respectfully. It's just that the oil girl Ryoma, as well as Terai's expression, really can't see much sincerity. It's the youngest Yamato in it, and his eyes are a little curious and secretly look at Kazuya. Kazuya chuckled and glanced at Yamato with relief. This made Yamato, who had just arrived, suddenly bow his head nervously. "Gee, don't be nervous. My would escape experience pack." To be honest, Kazuya is not interested in the other 2. Oil girl Ryoma, a die-hard loyalist of Tuanzang, was a loyal subordinate of Tuanzang's guards with Orochimaru back then. Terai, too, has been brainwashed for so many years. Only Yamato, there is still room for salvation. And, most importantly, the oil girl Ryoma and Terai are really useless. This kind of experience package is too ordinary, and it is not eye-catching. Oil Maiden Ryoma, after that, the captain of the dark part, Sarutobi Shinishuk, will cooperate with you to deal with the affairs of the Root Organization, and I hope you can actively cooperate, Kazuya said in a light tone. "Yes, Kazuya-sama." The oil girl Ryoma knelt on one knee and bowed her head. To be honest, he was surprised that the whole village knew that he was a die-hard loyalist of Lord Tuanzang. Kazuya, the captain of the team, still dares to put the Root Organization in his hands? It's unbelievable. Now, Kazuya naturally sensed the surprise of the oil girl Ryoma, but he didn't care about it. Root Organization? Shinura Danzo? In the face of the real general trend, they are all floating clouds. Dozens of ninjas of the Root Organization, and they don't care at all. If he really rebelled, he would be able to kill them all by himself. It's just an experience pack, which V15 would be angry with 0 Krypton? Plunges. So that organization, Kazuya was packed and thrown to Sarafii Shinishuk. The other party is the Hokage's own son. Even if something goes wrong, he can bear the Black Cauldron. Besides, in his hands, if he really mastered the dark part and the Root Organization, then the 3 generations of Hokage could not be suspicious? So, let the XP pack handle it. It's all soy sauce, and I'm too lazy to take it seriously. After a few words to send away the oil girl Ryoma and Terai, he specially left Yamato behind. Yamato was a little nervous. Before, he had never been in contact with the captain of the Dark Department, and the first time they officially met, he was very uncertain. It's quiet inside the office. Yamato knelt on one knee, sweat already dripping from his forehead. In silence, he felt a tremendous pressure. Kazuya Captain. It is rumored to be a super strong man who can crush the strength of human pillars. It's still not good to nourish chi. Kazuya chuckled and shook his head, but said in a gentle tone, Hokage-sama has already agreed to my application, and in the future, you will be transferred from the Root to the Dark Department, and the task is to serve as my guardian of the Dark Department. Ha! Yamato looked up, a surprised expression. Your name? Kazuya groaned slightly, and said, I once heard Kakashi talk about you, and he thought you were a very kind ninja, so, say goodbye to the past, and in the future, your name will be Tenzo. Yes, Kazuya-sama. Tenzo responded. You don't have to be so serious in the future, this is the dark part, not the root, there will be a lot of differences, you will slowly have an experience. Kazuya smiled and said, by the way, there is one more thing, when you have time, go to the Ivory Clan to have a look. Some of the past can be forgotten, but you have to remember it well, understand? Kazuya-sama. When Tenzo heard the words of the Ivory Clan, the expression on his face suddenly became sad. Come on. And also patted Tianzang's shoulder hard. Go to the equipment office to get the equipment. From today onwards, it's a new beginning. You have picked up 100 chakra. You have picked up 100 chakra. You have picked up 20 points of Yang escape talent. Read the violent novel. Go to the Fila novel network. You have picked up 30 wood escape talent. You have picked up 30 wood escape talent. Really? You still have to be in a fighting state to reveal Mu-Dun's talent. Kazuya smiled with satisfaction. Now, the Mu-Dun experience pack is also here. After that, it's time to open up the brush experience. After Tenzo left, Kazuya sat in his office, thinking about his next plans. The position of the captain of this dark department is already high enough, and no matter how he chooses in the future, he will no longer be too restricted. Next, it is necessary to put our eyes on a more global perspective. So, two things are important. One is the attitude towards the Uchiha, which is very critical to the future development. Another thing is that this peaceful ninja world makes Kazuya very unhappy. Everyone is peaceful, where does he go to brush up on experience? Well, peace is a no-hold. Now, Kazuya's status has allowed him to do something. Wuyan Village, Sand Hidden Village, Union Village, and a Xiao Hidden in the Dark. These are massive experience packs that are definitely not to be missed. Just when Kazuya is contemplating it, bang dang, the door to his office was pushed open. It's loud. Kazuya frowned. In the shadows, no one should have the courage to go wild in his office. When he looked up, he saw the white-haired Jiraiya, like a raging dinosaur, rushing into the office. Jiraiya Sr., you are. And there were some surprises. Kazuya-kun, you're really hard to find these days. Zilla also said loudly, I searched the whole village to find out that you guys are hiding in the office to be idle. Idle? Kazuya was speechless and said, Jiraiya Sr., you look at these materials, do you really feel that I am very idle? Let's go. Jiraiya grabbed Kazuya's arm and said with a smile, since you're busy, you have to relax even more. Accompany me to have a drink, maybe there won't be a chance in the future. Ha! Kazuya's brow furrowed slightly. No chance? Is Jiraiya leaving Konoha yet? That's not going to work. Gan, the diamond-level worker has run away, where will he find another one? It's not a cabbage, this kind of worker, there are not many in the entire ninja world. Soon. And it was also pulled out of the shadows by Zilla, very violently. Actually, the identity of Jiraiya is a little inappropriate to appear in the shadows. It's just that no one is idle to find something to do and go to make a small report. That's the captain of Kazuya, and the lord of Jiraiya, who dares to make a small report. Don't be bitter in your head, right? On the road, Kazuya has been brewing feelings. Gee, self-relied. Workers at this level can't be let go easily. Kazuya originally planned to have the opportunity to go to Miyama Mountain to brush up on a wave of experience in the future through the channel of Jiraiya. No way. It is the most prosperous food street in Konoha. In the original plot, Kakashi was on this street, guarding the Uchiha Itaki and dried persimmon Onai who came to Konoha to capture the Nine Tails. At this time, it is the noon meal, the busiest time on the Tea Street. As soon as Kazuya and Jiraiya appeared, many ninjas and villagers greeted them warmly. Kazuya-sama. Jiraiya is good. Kazuya-sama, let's try our new sake bar. Haha Kazuya-sama, are you still single? Don't make a fuss. Your daughter is only 12 years old, can you like it? Maybe Kazuya-sama will be able to take this bite? Yes, then I can try it myself. What if Kazuya-sama likes to burn it? Makes sense. The villagers were very welcoming, but the greetings became more and more outrageous. When Kazuya heard this, he could only smile helplessly. It's nice to be young. Zille on the side couldn't help but feel a little emotional. 263 back then, when he was still very young, he didn't seem to be so popular. Man. There is still an advantage to being good-looking. Zille also hung his head. In his love life and this life, he probably lost to the word handsome. A moment later, the two entered a barbecue restaurant. This saw that Zille on the side was even more depressed. After a few glasses of sake, Jiraiya suddenly sighed and said sadly, Kazuya-kun, the old man always said that you were a very powerful and well-structured ninja. Now we're friends, right? Then where do you think my next path should go? After speaking, Jiraiya's gaze was so stunned. When he heard this, he also groaned slightly for a moment. Today's self is unlucky enough. Favored woman Tsunade, love but can't. Orochimaru, the most cherished companion, defected to the village. The most proud disciple, Bofeng Shuman, died young. If he had come to himself, he would probably have begun to doubt life. Jiraiya Seniors. Kazuya smiled slightly. Now do you have the idea of leaving the village? It's worthy of you, and yes kun. Seeing Kazuya broke through his thoughts in one word, and said with a wry smile, "Since Orikimura defected, I feel that my life has lost its direction. To tell you the truth, the great Toad Immortal once said that my disciple will be a ninja who can change the pattern of the ninja world. So, I'm also hesitating whether to stay in the village or to travel outside to find the one prophesied by the great Toad Immortal, the Child of Prophecy." Child of Prophecy? The expression on Kazuya's face suddenly became extremely serious. In his heart, he was complaining frantically. "And the Son of Prophecy. Calculate the time, the Child of Prophecy you are looking for will start drinking expired milk in 2 years. Let alone. And he doesn't believe in any prophetic sons at all, and what kind of Toad Immortals, when he finds the opportunity, it's his experience package. The Lord is hanging. What immortals, prophecies, stand aside. Jiraiya seniors." Kazuya suddenly got up and said with a smile, "Let's go out for a walk." After speaking, he didn't wait for Jiraiya to respond, and walked out of the store first. "Alas! You wait for me, Kazuya-kun." Jiraiya was about to catch up, but was stopped by the proprietress. "Jiraiya, you haven't paid yet." Jiraiya's face was dark, so he could only take out his wallet to settle the bill. "Strange, didn't you just tell Yejun that he had a treat? How do you pay for the person who suddenly becomes yourself?" On the Hokage Rock, the two stood side by side. Kazuya looked at the thriving village and suddenly said, "Senior Jiraiya, how long do you think such a beautiful piece in front of you can last?" Zille also shook his head and said, "I don't know, it probably won't be long. Read the violent novel, go to the Fila Novel Network. He has experienced too many cruel wars, and he understands better that there is no long-term peace in this world. The village, which now seems to be prosperous, does not know when it will fall into war again. I think Jiraiya's predecessor should also know the reason why the Third Ninja World War ended in a hurry." Kazuya said softly, "Actually, the village, as well as the Hokage-sama, are unwilling, but it is only the disaster of the Nine Tails that caused the accidental death of the 4 generations and the predecessors of Kushina, so that the strategic direction of the village has shifted from offensive to defensive. As for the war-maniac Union Village, and that Tsuchikage who has suffered a big loss, I don't think they will give up. War. Sooner or later." Jiraiya nodded. After all, what Kazuya said was true. 3 years ago, if it weren't for the unexpected death of Mizuman and Kushina, the power that Konoha possessed could have been completely transferred to a strategic offensive posture, instead of being squeezed out of a lot of strategic space by Union Village and Union Village as it is now. So, Kazuya smiled slightly. "War is inevitable, and my ideal is to end all wars in my lifetime and leave a peaceful and beautiful world for our descendants. If you seek peace through struggle, you will survive peacefully, and if you seek peace through compromise, you will die peacefully. There are wars that we don't fight, we have to fight our descendants. Only when we finish fighting, can future generations enjoy the real peace and prosperity." Jiraiya seniors. "I think you know that." After saying that, Kazuya patted Jiraiya's shoulder vigorously. "You have picked up 300 chakra, you have picked up 400 chakra, you have picked up 200 points of combat experience. Gee, this wave is not a loss." Now, I was a little stunned. If you seek peace through struggle, you will live in peace, and if you seek peace through compromise, you will die peacefully. Sounds reasonable. If we don't fight the war, will future generations resist? Jiraiya's expression suddenly became serious. If this is the case, then the struggle and fighting of his life will become worthless. This time, Kazuya put his hands behind his back and added the last fire. "I have a dream. I dream of a day when the valley rises, the mountain falls, and the bumpy and winding road becomes a smooth road, so that the will of fire will shine on the world." So, with this belief, I did not hesitate to sacrifice everything for the village. The previous Hokage has not finished the road, I will walk what the previous Hokage didn't finish. I'll do. In the not too distant future, let the voice of peace sound from the mountains and mountains of the land of fire. If Konoha is to become a great ninja village, then this dream must come true. From our generation. After speaking, 4.2 and there was no looking back. Just left an unfathomable back. Bang. Moment. Zille only felt that there was a thunderbolt that exploded from his mind. It was as if his whole soul had become clear. This moment. Jiraiya stared blankly, looking at Kazuya's back, and he didn't know if it was an illusion. He seemed to see a golden light shining on Kazuya's body. Shocked. The soul is trembling. No wonder. The teacher will make Kazuya-kun a candidate for Hokage. Now, I also understand a lot. He suddenly felt that in front of the great Hyajin, his fragile mind seemed incomparably small. It's better to be Kazuya-kun. Jiraiya shook his head, but there was a glint of excitement in his eyes. "I dream of one day, the bumpy and tortuous road will become a smooth road, so that the will of fire will shine on the world." Jiraiya's eyes were glazed, and he kept repeating this sentence in his mouth. This sentence seems to be the ideal of his youth, and it is also the epitome of this life. Oh, yes, let the will of fire shine on the world. He, Mizuman, Kushina, and the countless ninjas who sacrificed for the village, isn't that what he, Mizuman, Kushina, and the countless ninjas who sacrificed for the sake of the village, not this sentence in their lives? It's too high. Jiraiya looked at Kazuya's back with a shocked expression. It's numb. Completely numb. What a measure and what a pattern of ninjas, this is the truth of the world that can be comprehended. I don't know how long it took, Kazuya finally turned around in Jiraiya's admiration and shocked gaze. Kazuya smiled, Jiraiya Sr., my soul has been engraved with the imprint of Konoha, I don't think I will feel lost in my life. Gee. Seeing Jiraiya's shocked appearance, Kazuya knew that his goal should have almost been achieved. In fact, this is the negotiation strategy of the East and the West. Kazuya didn't talk about life confusion at all, but directly stood on a higher position to talk about war and peace. Then, 09 solved this problem at the root. Do you want to leave the village? Evade responsibility. Let future generations fall into the flames of war, contrary to the true will of fire. Kazuya didn't say anything, but it seemed like he said everything. Now, he was very satisfied with Jiraiya's reaction. How can such a high-quality top migrant worker be easily let go? In fact, the words that Kazuya said, the position is too high, and if you change to an ordinary person, you can't control it at all, and it can only make people laugh. However, he's different. And it can also be a heroic ninja who sacrifices his life to protect the village on the night of the Nine Tails. His younger sister, Nohara Rin, also for the sake of the village, cut herself off from Kakashi's hands. This is called being innocent and politically competent. And Kazuya's strength is also far beyond the scope of ordinary ninjas. He's a super ninja who can crush people's pillar power. Under Muchian's psychology, people will subconsciously believe what Kazuya said. Even if it's self-serving, it's no exception. Now, maybe it was because he saw the warm smile on Kazuya's face, and Jiraiya suddenly said with relief, Kazuya-kun, I admit that what you said is very reasonable, but you also want me to see if you have completed the path of the previous Hokage. Come on, let the whole world. They are all invincible 3 ninja white-haired boy-toad immortals. Let's take a look at your strength. After speaking, Zilla also spread his 5 fingers and put on a very curious pose. Jiraiya Seniors. Kazuya smiled, although your pose is very handsome, if you start fighting from here, the Hokage rock will be destroyed. That's. Jilla also smiled a little embarrassedly, Haikun, you are still thoughtful, then let's change places, let me see how much stronger you have become during this time. Let's be honest. I'm looking forward to it. Before, he had fought with Kazuya, side by side with the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow and Orochimaru, but he did not participate in the shocking battle of Konoha vs Union. This made Zilla a little regretful for a while. Legend has it that the powerful thunder escape ninjutsu that can crush the power of the human pillar, I really want to see it for myself. Soon, the 2 of them appeared outside Konoha village, in a thriving dense forest. Kazuya-kun. Jiraiya said with a serious face, I'm going to be serious next. Good. Kazuya nodded, the smile on his face warm and innocent. Gee, how wonderful. But Kazuya was not careless. After all, his opponent, but the legendary Konoha-sunin, if he is not careful, he may really lose. We have to find a way to force out the immortal mode. Kazuya had a rough plan in mind. His immortal energy has been stuck in 1v3 for a long time, and he is waiting for the experience package to come to the door. Let's do it. Jiraiya clasped his shoulders with both hands and said confidently, Kazuya-kun, I haven't fought with you yet, but as a senior in the village, why do you have to make 3 moves first? Ugh, forget it. Zilla also thought about it for a while, and suddenly said with a little weakness, let's let you make a move, after all, it's the captain of the dark department, and I can't be too careless, ha 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 ha, that's good, and nodded non-committally. After speaking, his right hand was raised slightly. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. The next moment, there was an extremely terrifying wind attribute chakra, roaring in the palm of his hand, and instantly formed the appearance of an enlarged version of the shuriken. Buzz! Buzz! A shrill beep popped. Under the action of ultra-high-intensity chakra, the air was blown apart, and an astonishing sonic boom continued to resound through the dense forest. Ah, is this a spiral pill? Jiraiya looked at the terrifying spiral shuriken, and he was directly numb. His eyes were white, and his jaw was about to drop to the ground. Spiral pill. Did Mizuman create Muji ninjutsu and let Kazuya-kun further develop it? What a genius! Just when Jiraiya was shocked, Kazuya in the distance chuckled and said, Jiraiya Sr., this is my newly developed ninjutsu Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken, please advise. After speaking, he threw the terrifying spiral shuriken out under his extremely frightened gaze at, can you still throw this thing? I feel like I'm not feeling good. Fire escape, great flame bullet. In a flash, Jiraiya's hands were sealed, and there was a huge fireball mixed with oil in his mouth, which intercepted towards the spiral shuriken. And then, he didn't think about it, so he skipped 100 meters away. Oh my. At this time, Jiraiya finally understood that the psychic beast dream taper hidden by Shimura was killed by some ninjutsu. Buzz. Buzz. Wind attribute chakra, super high-speed rotation. Moment. It collided with the big flame bullet. Thundered. Immediately, there was a terrifying white light rising into the sky. It was an explosion from the collision of wind and fire. In terms of attributes, Huo Dun restrained Feng Dun, but the power of the spiral shuriken was too strong, and ordinary Huo Dun was difficult to stop at all. 490 bang, bang. The tornado, accompanied by flames, exploded in the field. In a flash, the dense forest with a radius of 100 meters was directly emptied by the terrifying spiral shuriken. The trees shattered, and the earth sank several meters. You have picked up 500 Shakura, you have picked up 500 Chakra, you have picked up 300 battle talents, you have picked up 400 ignition escape. Great Flame Bomb skill experience. Your fire escape, Great Flame Bullet has increased its level, currently 1v4, 0/1000. Clusters of golden light continued to fly into Kazuya's body. Gee, it's still Konoha Sunin. This fight, the chakra that broke out, is about to catch up with the reward for killing the upper ninja. Moment. A figure appeared behind Kazuya. Thundered. Spiral pills smashed down hard. However, Kazuya was faster and left the spot directly. Spiral pellets burst. The earth roars again. He also stood on the big branch dozens of meters away, and said with a smile, "Senior, what about a good move?" Guy Zilla also laughed and said, "Just think, it's my toad immortal who repented, ha ha ha. It's really careless. If this immortal reacted slowly just now, he would really be killed by you." Now, he was also smiling, but his gaze at Kazuya was full of seriousness and solemnity. The sound of the air popping. Moment. He also felt that behind him, an extremely powerful aura appeared. Is it a shadow clone? The next moment, Kazuya had already jumped high and dodged the sneak attack from behind. However, the speed of that Jiraiya was also very fast, and he caught up directly. Spiral pills. A brilliant ball of light blooms in the palm of your hand. You have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 300 points of combat experience, you have picked up 200 spiral pill skill XP, you have picked up 200 spiral pill skill XP. There is constantly a high-quality golden light that falls from Jiraiya's body. In this regard, he also naturally accepted all the orders. He backhanded, and another spiral pill pressed down. Bang! Mid-air. The two spiral pills slammed into each other fiercely. Bang! Amazing power burst out of it. What a quick response. At this moment, a bright color couldn't help flashing in the eyes of that Jiraiya. Kazuya-kun is worthy of being a super ninja who can learn even the flying thunder god. His reaction speed alone is far beyond the level of ordinary people, and it seems that he is by no means under the Watergate. Feeling the pain in his palm, he also knew that Kazuya's strength may be far beyond his imagination. Jiraiya chased after him again. This time, in his hands, it was rare to have an extra handful of kunao. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of kunao's impact continued to resound in this empty dense forest. Physical. A duel of speed and power in its purest form. Each time, the kunao brushes the most dangerous places, and the picture can be described as full of dangers. Jiraiya's expression was very serious. After discovering that Kazuya's strength far exceeded his expectations, he no longer stayed behind and completely exploded his combat power. Let's be honest. Now Jiraiya, he fights much more seriously than when he was chasing Orochimaru. Opposite side. Kazuya's expression is also serious. It's just that he can't say what he is suffering. Let's play hair. The physical talent is 1v5 at the full level, and I still brush a yarn. And also helpless. The ninja in this Hokage always likes to come up and fight a wave of physical skills first, warm up, and then start throwing big moves. Can't you be more in line with the trend of the times, and just throw off the big move when you come up? Airplanes. Chakra roar. And also angry. His backhand was a spiral pill and pressed it on Jiraiya's face. You guy doesn't play by the routine. I was shocked. Moment. His gray hair grew like crazy, and then turned into a shield, blocking the path of spiral pill. Thundered. Spiral pellets burst. It's powerful. The explosion forced Zilla to take a few steps back, but he still didn't break through the white hair's defense. The art of chaotic lion hair. Moment. The white hair turned from defense to offense, and it was frantically wound towards Kazuya. Fire escape, Hall on fire technique. Kazuya retreated, and at the same time used the 1v5 dragon fire technique to suppress the chaotic lion hair technique of the self. Thundered. The terrifying fire dragon came out violently, directly colliding with the white hair that was entwined. No stamps. Jiraiya's pupils shook. Are you already proficient enough to use ninjutsu without sealing? It's crazy. It's only been a long time since I saw you. Since I have come, I feel that Kazuya's strength has simply undergone earth-shaking changes. Spiral Pill advanced. The terrifying thunder escape Kirin. Did you even get the Muji ninjutsu? It's crazy. Rumble. In the field, that terrifying fire dragon collided with the chaotic lion hair technique. Originally, there was a confident smile on the face of the Selfreya, thinking that his chaotic lion hair technique could completely suppress the other party's fire escape. However, it was just a split second that he sensed something was wrong, because, in the midst of that blazing fire, there was a terrible heat, which was burning his gray hair rapidly. What is this? Oh my god. The power of this fire escape ninjutsu is too strong. The pupil earthquake is also in the air. To be honest, he hadn't seen such a strong fire escape ninjutsu for a long time. The last time I saw it, maybe it was in the teacher at the peak. Water escape, waterfall technique, hands are quickly sealed. Moment. An astonishing wave of water formed, sweeping towards the terrifying fire dragon. Snort. Snort. Water and fire are intertwined, producing a sky of red-hot steam. Boom, it's so hot. It's so hot. Read the violent novel, go to the Fila novel network. Jiraiya screamed loudly, looking very painful. Heh, is it still so perfunctory? Kazuya sneered. Gee, what should I do if I don't work hard? Then you have to find a way to fight to the death. Shout. A flash of white light. Moment. Kazuya's figure appeared in front of Jiraiya. What? When is it? Jiraiya was shocked. Mark. He looked down and soon spotted a flying thunder god Kunao at his feet. Was it when the fire escaped just now? What a cunning fellow, when the inner drama is abundant in the self. Boom! Strange power erupts. Even if it was through the defense of the white hair, it was punched by Kazuya and flew out directly. Bang! 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 The power of terror erupted in Jiraiya's body. He flew out frantically upside down, directly spanning a distance of 100 meters, and knocked over an unknown number of trees. In a dilemma. The dignified Konoha Sunin, in close combat, was directly ruled by Kazuya. In fact, and didn't take it very seriously. It is no exaggeration to say that he already has the strength to kill the normal mode, since also, the regular values of physical skills, strength, and speed are 9. This is an extremely strong existence in shadow-level ninjas. However, in front of Kazuya, it's too inadequate. In terms of numerical values, Kazuya's physical skills, strength, and speed are definitely 10 at the full level. Moreover, his value is 10 because the maximum value is only 10. Kazuya's limits are much more than that. Shout! Instantly, Kazuya chased after him directly. It seems that this time, if he doesn't put a little pressure on Zilla, he won't work hard. Rumble! Rumble! Suddenly, in the smoke and dust in the distance, there was an extremely powerful momentum that burst out. Seeing this, Kazuya's serious expression on his face instantly softened a little. You have picked up 1000 chakra, you have picked up 1000 chakra, you have picked up 50 immortal talents, you have picked up 50 immortal talents, you have picked up 500 points of immortal energy, you have picked up 500 points of immortal energy, you have picked up 200 points of immortal energy, your immortal energy has increased its level, currently 1v4, 100/100,000. Clouds of extremely high-quality golden light fell from the figure in the smoke and dust. It's coming, it's coming, immortal mode is finally here. Kazuya breathed a sigh of relief. The paddling Jiraiya is finally back on the right path. Work hard. Congratulations. Now, Jiraiya, who stood up, already had some mysterious patterns on his face. Immortal mode. Real full fire. Kazuya-kun. He's just too fast. Zilla's expression was extremely solemn and said, Good Chien Zhao, if I continue to play around, I will really be killed by a junior. What a shame. Let's talk about it. I even used the immortal mode. Just when he was hesitating, the white figure appeared in front of him again. Here it comes. Rumble. Fists collided wildly together. Moment. There was a terrifying shockwave, scattered from the position where the two were fighting. The surrounding trees were all swept away by the shockwave. Rumble. 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 The next moment, the two turned into phantoms, constantly fighting each other in midair, but in the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of collisions, all of which were the purest power confrontations. The ultimate speed island. The power of rage. This is a duel that is far beyond the ordinary film level, and yet Kun, so strong. Even in the face of my immortal mode, he won't fall behind. Zilla's predecessor is worthy of being a gold medal worker. His seriousness is far above that of the fake dog race ape Flying Sun. In the fight, both of them were secretly shocked by each other's strength. Now, in the distance, there are also several eyes paying attention to this shocking duel. There are 3 figures, paying attention to the earth-shattering battle in the field. Beside them, there are several masked shadows guarding them. The person at the head, wearing the Hokage robe, is none other than the 3 generations of Hokage apes flying to the sun. Next to him was Mito Minion of the Konoha Elder Regiment, who turned to sleep in Koharu. It can be said that in addition to the Tuanzang who has been wiped to the end, the highest level of power in Konoha has appeared here. Now, the 3 generations of Hokage looked at the battle in the distance, and said with some emotion, I even used the immortal mode in Jiraiya, I haven't seen it for a long time. Yes. Mito Minion on the side also nodded, and said, during the Third Ninja World War, Jiraiya used this move to suppress the 4 generations of Union Village, but one didn't expect that Jiraiya, who is now using the immortal mode, was actually pressed and beaten by someone. It's incredible. Speaking of this, the 3 generations of Hokage and the 2 members of the Konoha Elder Group all looked surprised. The dark part on the side stood even more solemnly, looking into the distance, becoming extremely awe and worship. Kazuya Captain. It's too strong. Compared to him, even the legendary Konoha Sunin is not good enough. Kazuya. You're going further than I expected. The 3rd generation Hokage whispered with a little loud gaze, perhaps, you can create a new future for the village. Such an evaluation can be described as extremely high. Mito Minion on the side, and Koharu on the side, couldn't help but have a different color on their faces. Meantime, the speed of the 2 in the battle is still accelerating. Kazuya vs Immortal Mode Jiraiya. Rumble. 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 Between the high-speed collision between the 2, there was a dull sonic boom in the air. It's amazing. This is a completely unimaginable physical showdown. It's simply the roar of power of 2 humanoid-tailed beasts. Immortal Law, Great Jade Spiral Pill. Jiraiya volleyed into the air, and there was a light blue ball of light in his hand, which took shape in an instant. And then, in the roar, the diameter of that ball of light instantly expanded to more than 5 meters. Fire escape, how fireball technique, and also do not show weakness. Moment. It's an even more terrifying fireball that has been returned. The technique of the Great Jade Spiral Pill vs how fireball. A showdown of Muji Ninjutsu. The terrifying chakra exploded in an instant. Thundered. Earth-shattering fires rose into the sky, kicking up a cloud of ash and dust tens of meters high. That kind of power is beyond the realm of ordinary ninjas. Even after the earth-shattering explosion ended, the area within a radius of 100 meters was emptied by the flames of the explosion. The blazing flames swirled, turning into sultry dreadful 393 terrifying fire snakes, sweeping in all directions. You have picked up 800 chakra, you have picked up 1000 chakra, you have picked up 200 spiral pill XP, you have picked up 200 spiral pill XP, your spiral pill has increased its level, it is currently 1v4, 0/1000, you have picked up 100 immortal talents, you have picked up 50 immortal talents, you have picked up 30 immortal talents, your immortal talent has increased its level, currently 1v3, 130/1000, hint the current immortal talent is 1v3, which can support 20 minutes of immortal mode status, and after 20 minutes, the immortal mode will be automatically cancelled. The continuous golden light continued to fly into Kazuya's body. It's really worthy of being a gold medal worker. At this time, the smile on Kazuya's face became warm and warm. Refreshing. A wave of fighting directly upgraded the spiral pill to 1v4, and the immortal talent was also increased to 1v3. Immortal talent 1v3. The duration of the immortal mode has been doubled from 10 minutes to 20 minutes, which is a huge increase. This directly let Kazuya's combat effectiveness be improved. It's terrifying. At this time, Kazuya rarely let out a long breath of exhaustion. Jiraiya in immortal mode is really a terrifying opponent. To be honest, this is the strongest opponent that Kazuya has ever encountered. If you want to control the field, it is very difficult. Even the self of the immortal mode has been forced to make peace, and the tailed beast has been opened. Otherwise, relying on the strange power of 1v5 alone, in the frontal physical arts, it is really a bit unbearable. Immortal mode. Ninjutsu, physical arts, and illusions are in full swing. Combat power soars. If a shadow-level ninja is not careful, it is estimated that his head will be screwed off by Jiraiya. Now, and also with the flying thunder god, left the center of the explosion. Then I didn't have such good luck. Blazing flames, furious shockwaves, exploded all over his body at the same time. If it weren't for Zilla's quick reaction and the use of the lion hair technique to protect his body, I'm afraid he would have been seriously injured this time. Flying Thor. What a tough opponent. After the blazing dust cleared, Zilla also withdrew the Whitehair's defenses. It's just that a wry smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Flying Thor's technique. Extreme speed. If you run into it, even if it's him, it's an annoying bag. A Jack, moreover, if you are imprinted with the Flying Thunder God mark in the process of fighting, the trouble will be even greater. Fortunately, Kazuya-kun and I are friends, not enemies. Jiraiya suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Back then, when Mizuman was still alive, it was the real first plague god in the ninja world, and everyone talked about it. That Iwane village finally retreated, and there were 3 generations of Tsuchikage, and the reason why he was afraid of the flying thunder god was there. Ninjas are human beings, and there will be times when they are slack. So, who can always be on guard against the flying Thor? Printed. Be careful for the rest of your life. Otherwise, when eating and sleeping, you may be killed by a bitter and unmischievous death. Who can live this kind of life? For the high level of the major ninja villages, the ninja of the flying thunder god is definitely a more terrifying existence than the human pillar power. At this time, Zilla also looked at the white figure in the distance, and his breathing became a little short. The immortal mode is very strong, but the cost is very large. Especially the opponent, who is still a monster-level Kazuya, which makes Jiraiya feel like he can't fight for a long time. What a horrible chakra. Jiraiya bit his finger and said with a wry smile, "Why do you feel that this guy Kazuya, the chakra in his body is more terrifying than the tailed beast? Is it because I am old and as old and dizzy as the old man?" After speaking, he slapped his right hand to the ground fiercely. "I'm sorry, if it was just an ordinary fight, I might have thrown in the towel," Jiraiya said in a deep voice, "but only this time. Let me see your limit, Kazuya-kun." Spiritism. Boom. Moment. A cloud of white smoke exploded in the field. Thundered. It was as if something heavy had landed, and the earth was roaring. The 3 generations of Hokage and the others who were watching the battle were also shaken by the shock. Jiraiya, this guy, was forced to use this trick. The 3 generations of Hokage shook their heads helplessly. His chakra was boiling in an instant. If something happens, it's time for me, an old man, to take action. In an instant, a gleam flashed in the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage. The earth roars. Tremor. In a flash, a giant red toad with a pipe in its mouth and a bandage around its waist appeared in the dense forest. The red toad, dozens of meters high, is very huge. As soon as it appeared, it gave people an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Jiraiya. The giant red toad said, "If you call me out this time, won't you be dealing with the 9 tails again? I just recovered from the injury last time, so you will really make trouble for me. Ha 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 ha. It's not the 9 tails this time, but it's also a very troublesome opponent, Wenta." Jiraiya crossed his waist and laughed. "That's right." At this moment, the psychic is the first thug of Miyama Mountain, who fought with 10,000 snakes, 1 tail Shower He, and 9 tails in the original plot, Toad Wenta. It's too big. Appearing in front of him, it is like a high mountain, giving people an extremely terrifying sense of coercion. At this time, Jiraiya laughed confidently and said, "Kazuya-kun, I'm going to get serious next. If you're scared, admit defeat as soon as possible. I don't want to beat you too badly, ha 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 ha." Get carried away. Originally, he was a little aggrieved by being suppressed, but now that the psychic Toad Wenta is here, he is suddenly full of confidence again. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. You have picked up 2,000 chakra, you have picked up 2,000 chakra, you have picked up 2,000 chakra, you have picked up 1,000 points of immortal energy, you have picked up 1,000 points of immortal energy, you have picked up 500 points of immortal energy, you have found Spiritism, Miyama Mountain Toad Buntab. This psychic technique is unique and cannot be upgraded, and when the host uses it, it can only summon the corresponding psychic beast. Clusters of shining golden light continue to fall from Toad Bunta, as well as Jiraiya, who is standing on top of the toad's head. Here it comes. It is worthy of the Toad Wenta, who is known as Zero Tail. As soon as it appeared, it sent more than 2,000 points of immortal energy, which is really a super big experience package. Moment. Kazu's account has 6,000 chakra points, which is already a big gain for more than 1 Kakashi unit. Toad Bunta. This is a powerful psychic beast that is 100 times more powerful than the garbage dream taper in Tuanzang. In the initial setting of the Hokage, the combat power of this big red toad is definitely at the level of a tailed beast. It's all out. Spiritism plus human mode. Since it has also opened the strongest part-time job mode. Buzz. Wind attribute chakra roars wildly. Is that? Wind escape spiral shuriken. Burst. Burst the golden light for me. Bang. Bang. The spiral shuriken flew frantically towards Jiraiya. It's. The Toad Bunta, who was holding a pipe, suddenly became a little serious. Be careful. Jiraiya also said solemnly, although it's just a competition, if you really don't take it seriously, you'll be killed by this technique. Good. Then come along, Bunta. No problem. Fire escape, toad oil flame. The next moment. In Toad Bunta's mouth, a massive amount of toad oil spewed out, and with Jiraiya's fire escape ninjutsu, a terrifying and blazing sea of fire was formed in the air in an instant. Bang. Bang. The sea of fire, facing the spiral shuriken, spread upward. Fire escape. But restrain the wind. Coupled with the bonus of the toad oil, the power of this toad oil flame bomb is definitely not under the wind escape spiral shuriken. But between the giant beasts, the tricks of the battle, the sky is full of fire, surging like a tide. When I fight with all my might, it's still too difficult to control the field, and also a little helpless. The legendary 3 ninjas, coupled with Miyama Mountain's leader Wenta, this superimposed combat power, even if the 6 paths of pain are coming, they all have to be cautious. It seems Mudun's cultivation is also on the agenda. Kazuya's mind has a rough plan. There's no way, in the Hokage world, if you want to deal with the enemies of giant beasts, Mudun and Susanenbu are basically necessary configurations. Otherwise, under the huge size gap, no matter how strong a ninja is, he will feel powerless. For example, the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow AI, Kakudu, and Scorpion will be very powerless against humanoid ninjas when they encounter giant beast-like enemies. Of course, and are not among them. Shout! White light flashes. The next moment, his figure disappeared in place. A moment later, when the sea of fire dissipated, Jiraiya unexpectedly found that he had lost the trace of Kazuya. People, where did you go? Just when Jiraiya frowned. Thundered. Above the sky, there are dark clouds. Soon, there was a dull and terrible roar of thunder. Click, click, click. Thunder shines. In a flash, a huge and terrifying unicorn thunderlight appeared in the sky. The thunder shone brightly, causing a blue glow onto Jiraiya's face. Bang, bang. The next moment, before Jiraiya could react, the unicorn thunder in the sky roared and slashed down. Click, click. It's so fast. That toad Wenta is huge, but the sacrifice is speed. It felt the horror of the thunder and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Boom, boom. 2 unicorn thunder rays were accurately draped on Toad Wenta's body. Thundered, earth-shattering white light, soaring into the sky. The Toad Wenta, the bearer of Miyama Mountain, was directly shrouded in the shining thunder. It also enjoyed the treatment of the 8 tails once. Aha! HH in the dazzling thunder, a low and terrible scream sounded. You have picked up 3,000 chakra, you have picked up 2,000 chakra, you have picked up 4,000 chakra, you have picked up 100 immortal talents, you have picked up 50 immortal talents, you have picked up 1,000 points of immortal energy, you have picked up 1,000 points of immortal energy, you have picked up 2,000 points of immortal energy. When the dazzling unicorn exploded, there was an endless stream of golden light, flying into Kazuya's body. A lot of chakra, and immortal energy. And also smile. I'm sorry. What kind of monster horror? That's for ordinary ninjas. This concept, in front of the open V15, it won't work at all. I don't know how long it took for the terrifying unicorn thunder light to gradually dissipate. This time, Kazuya directly launched the Kirin twice for the sake of insurance. That terrifying power far surpassed the level that the 8-tailed Kiribi had once withstanded. In the field, the area of thousands of kilometers in a radius was almost flattened. The trees were charred as carbon, and the air smelled of burning. As for the majestic Toad Wenta, at this moment, his limbs had bounced off, and he was lying on the ground unconscious, humming in pain in his mouth. It's miserable. What kind of Miyama Mountain is this? It's like a critically ill patient who has just come out of the ICU. Boom! White smoke rises. The Toad Bunta, who was almost unconscious, disappeared directly and ran back to Miyama Mountain to heal his injuries. Shout! White light instantaneously. The next moment, Kazuya, who was dressed in white, appeared in front of Jiraiya with a decadent face. Jiraiya Sr., you lost. Kazuya chuckled softly. Then, the smoky Jiraiya finally came to his senses, and a complicated smile of bitterness and surprise appeared on his face, and he said with difficulty, Kazuya-kun, you are really a monster. After speaking, he ignored it and fell directly on his back. I'm so tired. This little monster. Why is it so powerful? It's crazy. The atmosphere is quiet. Jiraiya lay on the ground with a tired face, and he ignored the scorched ground around him, just staring at the birds flying in the sky. I want to come. Even if it's a bird soaring in the sky, it will eventually return to the land where it was born. I sighed slowly. He was covered in chakra, and 70% of it was consumed. Although he had the strength to fight again, it was meaningless. If you lose, you lose. If it weren't for the immortal mode just now, and the chaotic lion hair technique to resist the damage, it is estimated that the thunder escape ninjutsu just now would have killed him directly. Until now, I still have some fear in my heart. Kazuya-kun, did you stay in the power just now? In that silent atmosphere, Jiraiya suddenly asked. Of course. Kazuya smiled and said in a light tone, when you fight with Jiraiya's seniors, you naturally have to do your best. You're a liar. When he heard this, suddenly a salted fish turned over, and he stood up from the ground with his arms propped up. You obviously haven't even changed the rhythm of your breathing, and you even said that you did your best. After speaking, Jiraiya's eyes widened, and he looked at Kazuya with an incredible expression, and said in surprise, your chakra amount is really terrifying, such a terrifying ninjutsu, constantly released, it doesn't look like a burden. At this point, I'm afraid Watergate is not your opponent. Not necessarily. Kazuya smiled slightly. In the body of the 4 generations, there is still half a 9-tailed existence, and the true filthy soil is reincarnated, and his chakra amount must be at the top level. It seems. Gillette was also a little happy, and also a little shocked and said, Kazuya-kun, you do have the strength to complete the unfinished business of the previous Hokage. Go ahead and do it. Zilla also laughed loudly, my handsome middle-aged uncle may be useless, but I am willing to continue to burn like a flame for your ideals and the future of the village. As he spoke, he felt a sense of pride boiling from his body. It's been a long time. He seems to have found his young self again. No matter how many desperate situations there are, Jiraiya will move forward bravely. The war is over. Those earth-shattering explosions have attracted the attention of countless people. It's just that the 3 generations of Hokage have already arranged people to block all the areas within a radius of 3,000 meters. The information of the peak battle of Kazuya vs Jiraiya has not been leaked. After all, for the major ninja villages, the information of every shadow-level ninja, and even the upper ninja, is very important. Especially the ninjutsu that he is good at, his ability, and his fighting habits are all top secrets, and they are absolutely not allowed to be passed on. After the battle, there are ninjas from the shadows who come to clean up the battlefield. Jiraiya, who was hit by 2 Kirin, was quickly carried to the hospital by the ninja of the medical class. To be honest, those ninjas in the medical class, when they saw Jiraiya, their pupils were shaken, and they suspected that they were hallucinating. Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, how did he be beaten like this? His face is crooked, his mouth is slanted, his whole body is scorched, and his white hair is fried, and he looks like a poodle. It's so miserable. Soon, he was sent to the hospital. Several medical ninjas, with a faint green light flashing on their hands, were helping him heal. In fact, the body of a ninja is very strong. As long as you use chakra to stimulate the protein secretion in the body, most of the injuries can heal themselves. At most, even if it is, the minor injury is a little more serious. Kazuya's ability to control the field is still very strong. A gold medal worker like Gillette, he is reluctant to have any accidents. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Apei Chop was pacing, smoking a pipe and said, Kazuya, you have to become a little more mature in the future, that guy likes to mess around, you can't accompany him to mess around. Besides, you and Zilla are both valuable treasures of the village, if something happens to you, you will regret it. Kazuya nodded, and said with a sincere face, Hokage-sama, I and Jiraiya seniors, I just wanted to have a fight, but I didn't expect it to really start, but I couldn't hold it back. I'm sorry. When the 3 generations of Hokage heard this, they waved their hands and said indifferently, there's nothing to apologize for, it's just Kazuya. I want to remind you that the path between you and Jiraiya in the future is different. There are some things that he can mess around, but you can't. After speaking, the 3rd generation Hokage said with a warm smile, Kazuya, with your wisdom and strength, the position of the head captain of the dark department is not your end, so when you usually do things, you should also pay attention to some influences. First Tsunade left the village, then Mizuman and Kushina died again, and this year Orochimaru defected again. The young ninjas in those villages are still far from being able to shoulder heavy responsibilities, so Kazuya has to work hard to bear a little more, and look at the problem from the height of the Hokage. Do you understand what I mean? Read the violent novel, go to the Phelan Novel Network. As soon as the words fell, the 3 generations of Hokage looked at Kazuya expectantly. Is this a direct showdown? Kazuya listened to the words of the 3 generations of Hokage with a smile on his face, but he was a little distracted in his heart. 0 for flowers 0 unconsciously, he seems to have become the first Hokage candidate. Seemingly, this is also normal. Now in Konoha village, the strongest young man is nesting in the land of rain, preparing to create a world of Rin. As for the original plot, the future 5 generations of Tsunade, the 5 and 5 generations of Tsunade, and the 6th generation of Kakashi, are all ordinary goods that are also single-handed. It's pretty average. Danzo. Kazuya suddenly became a little curious, when will this dark ninja world make a comeback and let himself brush up on a wave of experience? But he deliberately left the root organization and didn't care, so he waited for Shinmura to collect and show the operation. After leaving the Hokage building, and also take a leisurely walk on the street. On the side of the street, from time to time, there will be golden light, falling from the ninja's body. You have picked up 20 chakra, you have picked up 30 chakra, you have picked up 50 combat talents, you have picked up 5 earth escape talents. The quality of the golden light is not very good, but this feeling of watching yourself with your own eyes and slowly becoming stronger is very pleasant. Let alone, the battle with Jiraiya, and the harvest of Kazuya, have earned a lot of money. Chakra alone exploded a full 40,000 points. Big bang big bang. Coupled with the immortal talent that has increased in level, as well as the immortal energy, the energy attributes of Kazuya now are, Chakra, 1v5, 367,900/1 million, Pupil Power, 1v4, 800/100,000, Immortal Energy, 1v4, 12,000/100,000, Tailed Beast Power, 1v5, 0/1 million. Chakra, Pupil Power, Immortal Arts, and the power of the Tailed Beast are full. With this configuration, as long as the level is increased a little more, and the chakra of the big barrel wood is added, it can be comparable to the Uchiha Madara of the Fourth Ninja World War. Invincibility. It's invincible. After solving the hidden danger of Jiraiya leaving the village, Kazuya quickly set his sights on the illusion talent. Now, Kazuya's illusion talent is 1v4. It's not weak, but above the level of Super Shadow, it's an obvious shortcoming. Moreover, it also affects his strategic choice of the Uchiha clan. It's troublesome. Therefore, after thinking about it slightly, Kazuya decided to take the next step and solve the problem of illusion talent first. The weather is sunny and the sky is clear. Kazuya went to the discount store, bought 2 fruit baskets that were about to expire, and walked leisurely to Konoha Hospital. In the hospital, there are 2 sick people lying down. One is in the fog-hidden village, opened the 3-hook jade, but was split by Kagaya's corpse vein, almost GG Uchiha Itaki. The other one is Jiraiya, who was hit by 2 unicorns yesterday and was almost split into charcoal. Both of these are and also like the experience package. One represents the powerful Sharingan, and the other represents the immortal technique with infinite possibilities. It's all important. So, it's appropriate to take care of it. Jiraiya, who was covered in bandages, was obviously moved to see Kazuya come to visit him. He excitedly took the fruit basket and talked with Kazuya. Ha 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 ha. While nibbling on the apple that was about to expire, Jiraiya laughed and said, Kazuya, don't you know, after when Teiwi returned to Miyama Mountain in 790, he was almost angry. It's still clamoring to take revenge on you when healed. Boon-ta. Kazuya made a puzzled expression at the right time. Oh, I forgot. You don't know when Tai, it's the big toad from yesterday, doesn't it look stupid? Jiraiya said with a grin. Maybe after yesterday's war, his relationship with Kazuya is obviously much closer. That's a man. After carrying the gun together in fighting hands, the feelings will become sincere. That's right. Jiraiya put the half-eaten expired apple on the table, wiped his hands with a sheet, and then said with a solemn expression, although Wenta is very angry, he also recognizes your strength, and the Toad Immortal also said that if you want, you can sign a psychic contract with Miyama Mountain. To tell the truth, the Toad Immortals of Miyama Mountain have a very high vision, and Shuman and I have gone through a lot of tests before we successfully sign a psychic contract. Zilla also paused, and said with a little envy, I didn't expect you, a little monster, to be directly taken by the Immortals, and you can sign a psychic contract so smoothly. Gee, it's really you, Jiraiya. With such an active worker, it is estimated that you are the only one in the whole ninja world, and also has been thinking about how to whitewash his immortal arts, but he didn't expect to take the initiative to send it to the door. In fact, after his immortal mode is turned on, there will be a transcendent aura. Ordinary ninjas don't feel abnormal at all. However, an immortal master like Jiraiya will definitely be able to detect it. So when fighting against Jiraiya, he was also very cautious and did not turn on the immortal mode. Right now, don't worry about it, is that okay? Isn't that good? Kazuya's expression did not move, but his tone was a little embarrassed and declined. Nothing bad. Seeing that he was embarrassed, Zilla suddenly pretended to be angry and said, the vision of me and the Toad Immortal will never go wrong. Besides, if you enter Miyama Mountain, if you can successfully learn immortal arts, your strength will definitely be greatly improved, which is also a good thing for the village. Afterwards, after another wave of pushing, Kazuya reluctantly agreed to Jiraiya's request. Well, the appointed time was after Jiraiya was discharged from the hospital. At that time, his immortal energy will be completely whitewashed. Moreover, Kazuya still thinks a lot in his heart. In the entire ninja world, there are only 1 people who can be immortal experience packs, and there is only 1 of them, and Orochimaru and half of them. This immortal technique is even more difficult than writing the power of the Wheel Eye and the Tailed Beast, and it is basically at the same level as Mudun. Therefore, Kazuya's heart has long had a bold idea. That is to expand the scope of migrant workers to the 3 holy places of Miyama Mountain, Longdi Cave, and Wet Bone Forest. If you want to work, then work together. No matter what human beings or psychic beasts are, all beings are equal. That's fairness. In fact, the threshold of Miyama Mountain's psychic contract seems to be quite high. In the original plot, and there is also an impression of the 3 ninjas, such as Jiraiya, Bofeng Shuman, and Naruto. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. 1 Konoha Suninja, 2 Super Hokage, it can be seen that the toads of this Miyama Mountain have a vision that is not ordinarily high. So, that big toad immortal, how did you take a fancy to me? And there are also some doubts. It's just that I don't know, the big toad immortal, the battle with the big barrel with Kagaya, is it the kind of Narasa, or the kind of Kakito vs the first Hokage? Around noon, after giving the discount fruit basket to Uchiha Itaki, Kazuya came to the dark base. He's in the exclusive locker room, on. After being promoted to the captain of the dark department, Kazuya's costume has also changed. The original white trench coat has been replaced with a more gorgeous white robe. In order to look good, Kazuya also deliberately found a tailor, and embroidered the 4 big characters Will of Fire on the back of the robe of the gods. This is true, and the consciousness is too strong. After the 3 generations of Hokage saw it, they praised it again and again, calling Kazuya's will of fire extremely sincere. Actually, at the level of Kazuya, it doesn't matter if you hide your identity. It's like Uchiha Shisui, he is also a ninja of the Dark Department, but he is the direct special Dark Department of the 3 generations of Hokage, and he usually shows up in the deity when he performs tasks, without the mask of the Dark Department. This is because of the name of instantaneous water stopping, which has shocked the ninja world. During the mission, as long as the face of Uchiha Shisui appears, it will be a great threat to the enemy. And Kazuya's fame is undoubtedly more terrifying than stopping the water in an instant. His record is extravagant. Nowadays, there is no need to hide your identity, you just have to have iconic characteristics, so that the enemy realizes that the opponent in front of you is the legendary Shadow and the Good. Hello Captain. Hello Kazuya-sama. Kazuya-sama. Along the way, all the dark ninjas I met were extremely respectful and took the initiative to greet each other. Those shadow ninjas, as soon as they saw Kazuya coming, couldn't suppress the light of excitement and awe in their eyes. Kazuya Captain Chief, that's a legendary character. Moreover, the news of Kazuya's victory over Jiraiya has also spread crazy within the shadows. Although the 3 generations of Hokage, in order to care about the face of their beloved disciples, did not publicize this matter in the village, but the witnesses of the Dark Department all knew that their Kazuya-sama defeated Konoha-san and 0.6 Jiraiya head-on. It's horrible. It's like a dream. You have picked up 50 chakra, you have picked up 40 chakra, you have picked up 50 points of combat experience, you have picked up 30 chakra. Clusters of golden light kept falling from the bodies of those dark ninjas. Kazuya nodded in satisfaction. If you can put it badly, who wants to fight desperately all day long? After entering the office, Kazuya directly called Sunset Red, Kakashi, and Uchiha Shisui to the office. Well, since returning from the fog-hidden village, Shisui has applied to the 3 generations of Hokage and transferred back to the Shadow headquarters, and is currently by Kazuya's side. In fact, the dark part of Konoha has to be trained intensively every once in a while, but this time, it's something special, because the organizer of the training camp is the newly appointed Captain Kazuya-sama, the one who repelled the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow, severely damaged Orochimaru, and crushed the power of the human pillar. It can be said that in the eyes of many dark ninjas, there is no one who is the strongest captain of the dark part in the history of Konoha and is the strongest of them. And it is rumored that Lord Kazuya will select his own direct shadow department according to the performance of this training camp, and it is possible that the potential new stars in it will be accepted as disciples. This directly made the entire dark part boil. As long as you are not stupid, you can see it. Becoming the direct subordinate of Lord Kazuya, or even a disciple, this is completely a road to prosperity. Lose your marbles. It's all crazy. People worship the strong. And Lord Kazuya is undoubtedly the strongest of the strong. And there are already many people who know that Jiraiya lost to Kazuya. Nowadays, Zilla is lying in the hospital, and after reasoning according to some clues, many people can get the correct answer. Some people even have even wilder speculations. Could this 09 ever be the strongest captain of the Shadow Division? Will he already be stronger than Hokage-sama? It's an incredible conjecture, but it's very likely to be true. It's shocking, and it's even more exciting. Soon, Uchiha clan land. Patriarch Uchiha Fugaku Shisui Itaki, don't miss this opportunity. If you can become a personal disciple of Kazuya-kun, you will have the opportunity to change the difficult situation of the Uchiha clan now. The mansion of the Nara family. Nara Luyu, it's worthy of Kazuya-kun. I was still thinking about how he would deal with the situation in the shadows, but I didn't expect to organize a training camp, which can not only win people's hearts, but also establish authority. It is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If I'm not mistaken, Kazuya-kun will probably do it himself. Hyaga clan. Patriarch Hinata, let the dark ninjas in the clan pay attention to this training camp, and we, the Hyaga clan, must also seize the opportunity to get closer to the captain of the Dark Department. After all, Kazuya Nohara, he already has the possibility of becoming the next Hokage, a great possibility. Hokage's office. The 3rd generation of Hokage Ape Flying Sun / support Kazuya's decision. If the venue is concerned, let's go to the number 44 training field. The Death Forest is very dangerous, and it is enough for the training level of the Dark Department. Konoha Hospital. Zia, the most tragic thing in life is to eat a few bites of apples, but find that there is still half a worm in it. Vomit, what a black-hearted businessman, even dare to cheat Kazuya's money, and after I am discharged from the hospital, I must teach the profiteer a lesson. 2 days later. Konoha Village. Exercise ground number 44, Forest of Death. The meeting point is located just outside Gate 1 of the Forest of Death. In the early morning, 60 masked ninjas from the shadows were assembled. Behind him, there was also the deputy head of the Dark Department, Elephant, and the leader of the first detachment, Sarutobi Shinashuk. Now, the eyes of the audience were focused on Kazuya. The dark ninjas present were undoubtedly not looking at Kazuya with reverence and excitement. The atmosphere was so hot that it was like a pilgrimage. And also adult. Invincible powerhouse. Big shots with real power in their hands. Now, they have the opportunity to become the direct director of this big man. It is even possible to go one step further and become a personal disciple of Kazuya-sama. All of a sudden, the eyes of all the ninjas present became hot. This is a unique opportunity. Not to be missed. You have picked up 50 chakra, you have picked up 60 chakra, you have picked up 100 battle XP, you have picked up 100 battle XP, you have picked up 20 points of Earth Escape talent, read the violent novel, go to the Fila Novel Network. You have picked up 20 Earth Escape talent. Now, there were clusters of golden light, constantly falling from the bodies of these dark ninjas. Under the mask, a satisfied smile appeared on Kazuya's face. This wave is not a loss. As soon as we met, I picked up more than 2,000 chakras, and I gained a lot. Shadows. Worthy of being an elite ninja unit, the drop of this chakra is very extraordinary. And there are already some expectations, and when the training and battle is in place for a while, on these dark experience packs, it will explode. Glance at random. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itaki, Kakashi, Ui Red, Tenzo, Atsuki Yuyan. The workers who should come are here. The field was quiet. Kazuya was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. This time, the training site is at the number 44 exercise ground, the Forest of Death. This training camp is of a selection nature, so the first project is the elimination battle. Kazuya pointed to the brown scroll in the elephant's hand, and then said, the rules of this elimination battle are also very simple. In the Death Forest, there are 10 heavenly scrolls, and those who find the scrolls can go to the tower in the center of the Death Forest. As long as they stay in the tower for 20 minutes, they will be considered to have passed. And before the start of the training camp, I also want to remind everyone that everyone is a companion who fights side by side, so this elimination battle is forbidden to fight to the death, and it is okay to fight, but you must pay attention to proportion, understand? When the dark ninjas present heard this, they all said solemnly, yes, Kazuya-sama. So, Kazuya smiled. I announce, the training camp begins. Whoosh, whoosh, moment. The 60 ninjas of the shadow side rushed into the Forest of Death in an instant. In the Forest of Death, there are only 10 scrolls of heaven. In other words, in this elimination battle, at least 50 people will be eliminated. It's very stressful. It can be said that every shadow member present is an opponent. Soon, only Kazuya, and the elephant and ape on the side, Shinosuke Sarutobi, remained in place. Let's go too. Kazuya chuckled. Yes, Captain. Both of them are 370 responders. In a flash, 3 figures appeared in an instant, and they also disappeared into the Forest of Death, among the flourishing trees. Forest of Death. After the 60 shadow ninjas entered, they quickly dispersed. The ninjas of the shadows, each of them is the elite of the elite. Naturally, it can be seen that this selection training camp is Lord Kazuya, who is selecting the dark department directly under him. If your performance is good enough, you may even become a personal disciple of Kazuya-sama. It can be said that every dark part is a competitor to each other. So, as soon as you enter the Forest of Death, the ninjas of the shadows are all scattered, and no one chooses to team up at all. Find the scroll, then go to the center tower and wait for 20 minutes to clear the level. Kakashi stood on a tree branch, looking at the silent Forest of Death, and said to himself with a somewhat distracted gaze, the project of this training camp is very difficult, and it requires not only the ability to find the scroll of intelligence gathering, but also the ability to have strong combat capabilities and tracking and anti-tracking capabilities. However, no matter what, I have to win and become the direct shadow of Kazuya's predecessors. Kilometers away, Sunset Red has already found a scroll of heaven hidden behind a boulder according to clues. Sunset Red held the scroll and said a little strangely, how do you feel that this scroll was not specially hidden at all, but just thrown here at random? That's when it happened. Whoosh! Suddenly, those 3 figures are all dark departments participating in the training camp. They followed the clues and also found the scroll of the sky. Put it down, one of the burly shadows said, otherwise, I'm going to move. Syllable. When he was making a threat, he was suddenly slapped on the back by the dark part next to him. What are you doing? The burly dark man said angrily. What's the matter? Before the scroll arrived, did you think of 2 tricks? Who knows? The dark part of the beater glared at him and said in a low voice, are you blind? Even this one dares to do it. In case you are injured, you are not afraid of being torn apart alive by Lord Kazuya? What do you mean? The burly dark part was stunned for a moment, and he took a closer look. Black hair, red eyes, look at the body shape is still a woman, if you are dark. Yes? Pupil earthquake. Be terribly alarmed. The black-haired and red-eyed female dark part, besides Sunset Red, who else could it be? Sorry to interrupt. The burly shadow apologized loudly, and left in an instant. Excuse me. The other 2 shadows, as if they hadn't seen anything, quickly turned and left. Joke. In order to become the direct subordinate of Waya-sama, they are not afraid of anything, and even the Uchiha Shisui dares to fight. But if the sunset is red, forget it. Don't die. Leave. The ninja of the dark part, who doesn't know, Sunset Red has an excellent relationship with Kazuya-sama. It's basically the relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend. Aren't you afraid of death if you shoot at this person? Sunset Red. Why do you suddenly feel that this blood-boiling dark training camp has become boring? Meanwhile, after Uchiha stopped water and entered the forest of death, he didn't look for any scrolls of heaven, but quickly rushed directly to the tower in the center. Even if you find the scroll, you have to stay in the center tower for 20 minutes to get through. Uchiha Shisui muttered to himself, this is actually a rule that encourages fighting. As long as I am confident enough in my strength, I just need to go to the center tower in advance and grab other people's scrolls. Soon, the water stops and you reach the central tower area. It's just that the ninjas in this dark department are all elites, and naturally there are people who see the purpose of this training camp. When the Uchiha Shisui arrived at the tower, several people had already arrived early. Uchiha stops? Stopped the water in an instant? He even came straight away? The expressions of those who were in the dark of the advance were a little surprised. When several of them were confronting each other, the Uchiha stopped the water and arrived. It's just that no one is stupid enough to take the initiative. These dark subordinates are all at the level of upper ninja, and their strength is extraordinary. But if you really fight with the instantaneous water stop and both lose, wouldn't it be a good idea for others to pick up the advantage? Of course. Not every dark ninja is so low-key and forbearing. Some of them have a short temper. In order to snatch the ownership of the scroll, they have already started to do it. Bang! Bang! In the forest of death, the explosion of the detonation charm rang out from time to time. Said that he didn't kill or something, but when he really fought, no one showed mercy. If you lie down next, you will have one less competitor. It's about the future of life, and no one will give up easily. New Dun, the art of silent killing. Would escape, would ingot wall. New Dun, the art of the great forest. New Dun, violent spear technique. In a clearing, there is a wooden ninjutsu roaring wildly. It turned out that after Tianzang entered the forest of death, he quickly found a scroll of heaven. It's just that when he was about to leave, he was followed by several dark ninjas. Soon, the two sides began to skirmish. The ninjas in the shadows, the worst has the level of ninja in the elite, most of them are even upper ninjas. That super combat power made Mudun Tianzang feel a huge pressure. I must not lose. Tianzou gritted his teeth. Kazuya-sama values himself so much, he must not let Kazuya-sama down. Desperately. You have to win. It's just that the dark ninja who besieged Tianzou is not a good stubble. Among the 5 people, there are 4 upper ninjas, and 1 elite middle ninja. This kind of combat power, if it weren't for Tianzang Yumodun's body, I'm afraid I would have lost a long time ago. Read the violent novel, go to the Fila Novel Network. Win! Let's join forces and kill him. The person from the root organization must not be allowed to become the direct shadow of Lord Waya. Cooperate and then decide again. Several people glanced at each other, and there was a common decision in their hearts. Beat. Fight to the death. Don't let the outsiders of the root organization underestimate their ninjas in the shadows. All of a sudden, the intensity of the attacks on the hands of those 5 people became higher and higher. It's just that these dark parts are very restrained and don't use ninjutsu, but mainly use body techniques and illusions to fight. In this training camp, everyone is an opponent, and the battles must be continuous, so you must control the consumption of chakra. Otherwise, if you hit the back, chakra will be dry, and you will make a wedding dress for others. Therefore, the ninjas who are fighting in the forest of death, almost all of them choose chakra to consume smaller physical skills and illusions as their main means of battle. Merely, when these dark ninjas were fighting frantically, they didn't notice that there were clusters of golden light on their bodies, constantly falling down. You have picked up 200 chakra, you have picked up 300 chakra, you have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 30 yang escape talent, you have picked up 30 yang escape talent, you have picked up 50 wood escape talent, you have picked up 80 wood escape talent. The golden light that fell this time was of high quality. 100 impotence talent. There is also 300 points of new done talent. Moreover, there is an endless stream of golden light, flying towards Kazuya. Under the mask, Kazuya looked at the distant Tianzou who was being beaten. Yes. This fall, in vain, he beat the group and hit it, and dug this wooden escape worker into the shadows. Gee, that's the one who, don't release the water, give me the Tianzang to death. It's better to force him to explode and open a real 1,000 hands or something. In fact, the battle in the field is already very fierce. Under the siege of the 4 dark upper ninjas, they didn't take Tianzang, so you can see how far his new dun has exploded. Trouble. This training camp is an opportunity to become a direct subordinate to the shadow department of Kazuya-sama. So it doesn't matter if you don't know what you do, whoever stands in the way will die to your master. Thundered. Thundered. All of a sudden, the explosion became more and more violent. You have picked up 500 wood escapes. Wood ingot wall skill experience. Your wood ingot wall has been upgraded to 1v2, 0/1000. You have picked up 600 points of Mudun silent killing binding skill experience. Your wood ingot wall has been upgraded to 1v2, 0/1000. You have picked up 50 wood escape talent. You picked up 100 points of Muduntion. Fu, your Mudun talent has increased its level, currently 1v2, 0/1000. You have picked up 30 wood escape talent. The sky is full of gold. Soon, Kazuya's Mudun talent has been increased to 1v2. It's a pity. Under the mask, Kazuya sighed leisurely. It's a pity that there is only one Tenzo in this Mudun experience pack, and I don't know when the big snake pill guy will be able to perfect the reincarnation of the filthy earth. As for the accuracy of the second Hokage's reincarnation in the filthy earth, and the first generation that also suspects that the filthy earth came out, he may not even be able to use Mudun. Development still depends on technology. Mudun ninjutsu, it's really extraordinary. Just when Iya was a little distracted, the elephant on the side spoke. Mudun, Mu ingot wall, the defense is extremely strong, and even a dozen detonation charms can't be blown through. I really can't imagine how powerful Mudun was when the first generation of adults was. Kazuya glanced at the elephant beside him. In the state of being beaten by 4 shinobi, Tenzo really worked too hard. In order to prove his determination and will to Lord Kazuya, he frantically used Mudun ninjutsu to fight. Bang! Bang! The terrifying would escape ninjutsu is raging. The shadow ninjas who forced the siege also began to use ninjutsu to fight back. Fire escape, Phoenix immortal fire technique. Earth escape, Earth dragon bullet. Magic, this is not a magic. Magic, Narakumi's technique. A large number of ninjutsu and illusion techniques are shrouded towards Tenzo. Strategy is strategy, but there are only 10 scrolls of the day. If you don't grab it if you see it, what if you are eliminated because you don't have a scroll? It's getting more and more ruthless. More than 20 minutes later, the exhausted Tianzang finally couldn't hold on, and after he was surrounded by 2 upper ninjas, he directly slashed and fainted with a knife. What a hassle, one of the elites complained. Yes. The dark voice next to him did not fall. Boom! A smoke grenade exploded in the field. What? Smoke bombs? Suffered. The other 4 shadows were shocked. When the smoke cleared, the elite shinobi had disappeared in place, and with it, the scroll on Tenzo's body disappeared. Hinata Tianyeo, worry you immortal. The shadow ninja roared madly at 230, and then chased after him desperately. Nima! Everyone was still a partner just now, and when you saw the scroll, you went straight to the water, right? Gan! In order to become a disciple of Kazuya-sama, you don't even want a little face. Hinata of Dog Day. You have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 300 points of combat experience, you have picked up 100 wood escape talent, you have picked up 100 wood escape talent, you have picked up 150 wood escape talent. Your Mudun talent has increased its level, currently 1v3, 0/1000. You have picked up 30 illusion talents, you have picked up 40 illusion talents. The golden light is endless. Under the mask, the smile on Kazuya's face has never disappeared. Heaven, Zhang, you're such a talent. Kazuya smiled and said to himself silently in his heart. This time, Mudun's talent has been directly improved from 1v1 to 1v3, which shows how hard Tianzang has worked. It's really a 50-degree fever, and it's a perfect worker who still insists on practicing. And this dark ninja finally realized that if he used ninjutsu alone, he wouldn't be able to last at all. Therefore, the frequency of the use of illusion is constantly increasing. After all, at the upper ninja level, illusion is still very useful. Because of this, the riding will eyes of the Uchiha clan can have such a great deterrent power on the battlefield. Send him for treatment, Kazuya said lightly. Yes, Captain. Sarutobi Shinashuk on the side agreed. He waved his hand, and soon a ninja from the medical class went up and took Tenzo, who was already unconscious, down. In the forest of death, there are many horrors and beasts, and an unconscious ninja is equivalent to delivering food to the beast. He can also be reluctant to let this only Mudun experience pack be eaten by wild monsters, so he has been watching the battlefield from afar. This time, it's been almost an hour since the training began. In the forest of death, it has also been beaten into a pot of porridge. War. Crazy chaos. A lot of shadow ninjas are red-eyed. What colleague is different? If you grab the opportunity with Lao Tzu will kill you. Gan. You, turtle grandson. All of a sudden, more than 50 ninjas in the shadows, in order to compete for the opportunity to become a disciple of Hai, began to make crazy heavy moves. Kunao, shuriken, all kinds of ninjutsu, physical arts, illusions, murders, yin moves, and damage moves are all used. Exercise restraint? If you take the opportunity with your master, you have to die for your master. The chaos and frenzy are non-stop. In the crowd, Uchiha Itake held the scroll in his hand and had a confident expression on his face. Under the eyes of my 3-hooked jade riding wheel, your speed is not worth mentioning at all. A trip to Wien village made his worship of Kazuya reach the extreme, and he vowed to become a personal disciple of Lord Kazuya. Who is this little ghost? Read the violent novel, go to the Fila Novel Network. Arrogant. It seems to be from the Uchiha clan, Sharingan. That's terrible, you're going to be tricked into illusion. It's okay, he just has 2 eyes, but there are 8 of us, beat him. Yes, beat him up. Maid, I just got beaten up by Instant Stopper, and I just happened to take out his Udaru out of anger. 8 doors Dungia, the door of death, open. Ajfi, it, brother, no, really not. It's okay, I'll scare the evil Uchiha. In fact, I don't know the 8-gate Dungia at all. Gan. A group of elites in the dark department have said that they were ridiculed by Uchiha Itaki. Moment. There were 8 strong, and the weakest of them also had the dark part of the upper ninja, and rushed towards the Uchiha Itaki. Humph. Uchiha Itaki snorted coldly, and he carried it with one hand and said, Uchiha can't be humiliated. After saying that, he greeted him. Boom, boom, boom. After a messy beating, the weasel lay on the ground in embarrassment and said in pain, stop the water and save me. After speaking, the scroll of heaven in his hand was snatched away. Meanwhile, the battle in the central tower has also entered a white-hot level. You know, there's a rule for the elimination battle, but you have to stay in the center tower for 20 minutes. If you are knocked out and carried out, you will be eliminated. Therefore, many elite ninja-level shadows have come to the central tower and are waiting for the rabbit. If there are more people who treat rabbits, the weak ones will become rabbits. All of a sudden, near the tower in the center, it became a pot of porridge. Uchiha Stream, Sword Leap Flame, Double Flash, The Art of Golden Bondage, Illusion. Writing Wheel Eye, Fire Escape, Impatience Fire Claw Red, Magic Tree Kill, Magic. Mirror Heaven and Earth Turn. Countless ninjutsu and illusions were raging wildly in the field. The dark parts around this tower are all at the level of upper ninja, among which there are many elite upper ninjas, so the battle is naturally much more intense than the periphery. Even the Uchiha Shisui was caught in a bitter battle. There's no way, after all, this is just a training camp, and he can't really make a dead hand, and his strength is naturally very limited. However, even so, the water is still in the battle group, which is particularly dazzling. There is also one person, who is very conspicuous. It was Sunset Red with a scroll in hand, and she wandered the battlefield, trying to find someone to fight from time to time. However, often the Sunset Red seal is not over, and the dark ninja she faced is like seeing a plague god and fleeing. Beat? Knit a yarn. If you're not afraid of being screwed off by Lord Kazuya afterwards, you can make a move. Ninjas are not fighting and killing, but sophisticated. It's boring. The Sunset Red snorted, but in the red beautiful eyes, there was a hint of joy that could not be concealed. She is not a fool, so she naturally knows that these shadows are hiding from herself, just because of that bad guy with Yajun. You have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 500 chakra, you have picked up 800 pupil power, you have picked up 1000 pupil power, you have picked up 50 in escape talent, you have picked up 50 in escape talent, you have picked up 20 Indra bloodline, you have picked up 30 Indra bloodline, you have picked up 80 illusion talents, your illusion talent has increased its level, currently 1v5, 0/1000. The golden light explodes. Chakra alone exploded more than 20,000 points. Moment. Kazuya's illusion talent has also been increased to 1v5. That's right. Under the mask, Kazuya's expression was pleased. Beat. Give Lao Tzu a hard beating. If you don't brush up your illusion talent today, no one will want to go home. In the distance, the commentator of Obi Xiang said in amazement, to be honest, if I were a few years younger, I'm afraid I would have to go down and snatch it, and become the opportunity for the captain of Kazuya to be directly under the dark department. He was telling the truth. Seems to be the deputy captain of the dark department, but he knows that the gap between himself and the captain of Kazuya can be described as a world of difference. And the captain of the team, but it's a strong man who can suppress the Konoha Sun in Layasama. And he's just a more powerful elite ninja. The gap is too big, like mud. Kazuya smiled slightly, didn't speak, just looked at the people who worked hard in that field with relief. Look at the endless golden light, what a wonderful scenery. It's emotional. I'm so excited. Soon. Another more than 2 hours passed. At this time, those dark ninjas who were working hard were already lying on the ground in all directions. Many people are sweating like rain, and there are scars on their bodies, and their own chakras are about to bottom out. Miserable, tired, unwilling. In the eyes of most dark ninjas, there are extremely complex negative emotions. Fight to the end, but lose after all. I can't beat it. Nima. When you usually go on a mission, why don't you notice that these bastards are so capable of fighting? Gan. It's so angry. Now, the dark part of the elite ninja level has completely withdrawn from the stage, like Mao Yuzian, who can only hold his knees with his hands and unwillingly red eyes on the side. What about Izumi Uchiha? The girl's heart is very sad and she wants to find her own punching bag to vent her anger. Damn it. Atsuki Zien wanted to fish in troubled waters, but he touched the Uchiha stopping the water, and was frozen by a trick of writing wheel eye illusion, and it took more than an hour to unravel. If it weren't for Captain Kazuya guarding her, I'm afraid she would have turned into a beast's lunch. Kazuya-sama. Sure enough, it was good for me. The girl looked at Kazuya's back, and suddenly felt warm in her heart. Really? And also seniors, there is to put yourself in the heart. Merely. Mao Yuzian didn't know, and he just chose the most suitable battlefield OB position, and she didn't have the intimacy and gentleness of her brain. In fact, Kazuya saw that Mao Yuzian fell into an illusion, and he even thought of some movies about the theme of time stopping. Looks like a bit of a trick. Under the mask, Kazuya's expression became a little subtle. Isn't this illusion in the Hokage much better than when to pause the watch? Now, the battle in that was also gradually coming to an end. The amount of golden light that bursts out of the shadow ninja's body is also gradually decreasing. However, this training camp, and the harvest of Kazuya, is already very terrifying. Chakra alone exploded more than 50,000, as well as more than 8,000 pupil power. The illusion talent was increased to 1v5, and the Mudun talent was even upgraded 2 levels in a row, reaching 1v3. This harvest has exceeded Kazuya's earlier expectations. In fact, when you think about it, it's normal. In this training camp, the ninjas in the shadows are all working hard, and the shadows in Konoha are the elite of the elite. The quality of the golden light that burst out was naturally impeccable. The only regret is that after that talent reaches 1v3, it becomes much slower to level up. Without the support of the big battlefield, it will take more time to reach the full level of 1v5. Now, Kazuya's personal attributes are: Host Kazuya, age 21 years old, grade Super Shadow level, Chakra 1v5, 431000/1,000,000, pupil power 1v4, 9100/100,000, immortal energy 1v4, 12,000/100,000, tail beast power 1v5, 0/1,000,000, ninjutsu Kirin. Perfect edition, wind escape. Spiral shuriken. Perfect edition, how fireball technique 1v5, how dragon fire technique 1v5, phoenix fire technique 1v5, wind cutting technique 1v5, vacuum jade 1v5, physical technique Konoha fluid technique 1v5, Konoha whirlwind 1v5, illusion Narakumi no jutsu 1v4, 3 absolute sakura 1v3, Hirnan jutsu 1v4, blood inheritance limit, writing wheel eye, white eye, would escape, corpse bone vein, special skills, flying thunder gods technique 1v3, 3 body technique 1v5, instantaneous technique 1v5, large area 1v5 ninjutsu. There is also a perfect version of the Kirin, wind escape, and spiral shuriken. Coupled with the 430,000 point chakra, Kazuya's strength, even in the super shadow, is a very powerful existence. Strong invincibility. Now if I turn on the tail beast mode and the immortal mode, I should be able to kill Pain Lyudeo head on. Read the violent novel, go to the Fila Novel Network. Kazuya has infinite self-confidence in his heart. Of course, it shouldn't be a big problem to take out the 6 paths of pain, but if it's the filthy version of the reincarnation Nagato, it may be a little troublesome. In the original plot, it was a super ruthless man who singled out 8 tails plus tails, and almost killed the finale. In terms of combat effectiveness, it is much stronger than the 6 paths of pain made up by the corpse. When the elimination battle is over, there are only a few ninjas who can stand in the field. Not surprisingly, Uchiha Shisui, Kakashi, and Sunset Red all got the Scroll of Heaven, and the others, as well as the Hyaga clan Shinobi Hinata Tineo. It's the ninja in charge of reconnaissance when he repelled the Thunder Shadow before, and he was also the Dark Ninja of the 2nd detachment under the command of Kazuya. The other winners also had excited expressions on their faces. You're doing a great job. However, don't be proud, and continue to work hard, for the sake of the village, for the sake of Hokage-sama. At this time, Kazuya appeared and began to brainwash the winning workers with a wave of chicken soup for the soul. Yes, Kazuya-sama. For the sake of the village. Suddenly, those dark ninjas who held the scroll of the sky in their hands were all enthusiastic. Kazuya nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, when he was promoted to the captain of the Dark Department, the experience packs of the Dark Department became much more serious about their part-time jobs. It's a nice change. In the afternoon, the medical ninjas of Konoha Hospital were dispatched to the Dark Base to treat the wounded. 0 for flowers. 0 injuries in the shadows naturally have to be handled secretly, and it is impossible to send them to a place like a hospital with many eyes. Is still there. During the training and fighting, everyone is still very measured. Except for the Uchiha Itaka's injury, which is a bit miserable, the rest of the people are basically minor injuries, and it is very simple to deal with. Within a day, they were almost all recovered. Kazuya also deliberately paid a small sum of money from the account of the Dark Department, and sent it as a red envelope to the medical ninja who came to treat. Konoha's medical ninja, because he rarely goes out on missions, has a much worse income than a combat ninja. After receiving the red envelope, those medical ninjas were all grateful. Looking at Kazuya's gaze, they all became fiery and reverent. And also smile. Anyway, it's public money, and it's not spent in vain, and it's used to buy people's hearts, isn't it very appropriate? The next day, I got the scroll of the sky in the training camp, and there are some dark ninjas who performed well, and they all received Kazuya's personal guidance. On the training ground, and also with a smile on his face, he conducts spiritual guidance. He was very happy, and he felt a sense of relief like an old father watching the experience packs thrive. In the past few years, Kazuya has picked up nearly 1 million just for his combat experience, which is also full of a lot of experience and skills in cultivation. Not to mention the cultivation battles of ordinary ninjas, even if it is the cultivation of various blood inheritance limits and secret arts, they are also well understood. To be honest, if you are willing to be a teacher, you should be the strongest in the ninja world, and there is no one. Therefore, he could see through it at a glance, and the problems of the cultivation of those dark ninjas were naturally the key. Your chakra flow speed is not controlled correctly. In the heart, it should be 3% faster, so that when you use the How Fireball technique, you can save a seal. If the lower plate is unstable, there will naturally be problems with physical skills. Starting tomorrow, at 50 kilograms of weight to the legs, except when fighting, don't take it off. The Water Dragon Bullet technique, the amount of chakra is too large, and your chakra can reduce the consumption by more than 2% if you follow this route. Kazuya's advice is to the crux of the matter. After hearing this, the expressions on the faces of those shadow ninjas completely changed. Nodding their heads one by one, they bowed excitedly. How incredible it is to guide the cultivation, especially a strong person comparable to the 3 ninjas of Konoha to personally guide the cultivation. You know, at the level of Shangnin, cultivation is a very personal matter. Unless it is a master and apprentice, even if others are experienced, they will not speak. This has also caused a common phenomenon in the ninja world that attaches great importance to the inheritance of masters and apprentices. The major ninja clans are rampant, and it is difficult for civilian ninjas to get ahead. At the film level, or even higher, let alone guidance, it's hard for you to see it. After all, it's Kazuya Sr. When instructing the experienced packs to practice, he will occasionally take action himself, and when they are engaged, he will